Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Transcendent Bloodline in the Realm of Dragon Ball. On Earth, beyond the city of West City, lies a series of majestic mountains known as the Baozi Mountains, where various avian and terrestrial creatures roam the plains below. The increase in combat power is far too sluggish. A tall, handsome youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, murmured to himself in contemplation. The young man, named Ji Yun, is a time traveler. 3 years prior, he had unwittingly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, and like many other travelers, he initially arrived in this unfamiliar realm in a state of bewilderment. He simply could not fathom how he had crossed over. Even if he had, why had he ended up in the world of Dragon Ball? One must acknowledge that this universe is teeming with formidable beings. While the early stages might seem manageable, as the narrative progresses, obliterating planets and extinguishing suns becomes an everyday occurrence, truly a terrifying prospect. However, akin to numerous other time travelers, Ji Yun awakened his unique ability upon his arrival. The divine selection system. With the assistance of this system, he diligently cultivated his strength on Earth, as it periodically issued selective tasks for him to complete. This led to his combat power reaching an impressive value of 10,000 simultaneously. He had mastered the fundamental skills of flight technique, ki blast, and the perception and manipulation of ki to perfection. What am I to do? My combat power is ludicrously low in the later stages. This will not bode well. Ji Yun shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. If anyone were to overhear his lament, they might very well choke on their disbelief with his current strength. He could be considered the foremost warrior on Earth. Yet, as a time traveler, he understood that such power would render him nothing more than cannon fodder in the later stages, hardly superior to the average person. Suddenly, as Ji Yun pondered his predicament, he sensed 3 distinct auras nearby. These 3 auras seemed weak to him, yet they significantly surpassed the energies of ordinary Earthlings. Could it be Raditz and Goku? Ji Yun squinted, acutely sensing the distant auras. Today, while training in this very spot, he felt a powerful presence suddenly descend upon Earth. This energy was approximately 1/10 of his own, and it lingered for only a brief moment before soaring away into the distance. Referencing the narrative of Dragon Ball, it was highly probable that these 3 auras belonged to Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo, emanating from their confrontation. Ding! The divine selection system has been activated, detecting the arrival of the Saiyan Raditz on Earth. Please make a selection. Host option 1. Ignore it. Mind my own business. Reward. Namekian bloodline. Effect. Can regenerate severed limbs. Option 2. Confront him. Heat-in and eliminate Raditz. Reward. The Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Supreme talent. Absolutely extraordinary. Just as Ji Yun finished sensing the surrounding auras, the long-awaited prompt from the system resounded within his mind. Indeed, it is Raditz. Ji Yun nodded slightly. It appeared his conjecture was correct. Those 3 auras were indeed the manifestations of Raditz. Goku and Piccolo engaged in battle. Ji Yun was reluctant to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, especially since, in the original narrative, Raditz would inevitably be defeated without his intervention. However, given that the system had issued a quest with rewards that were exceedingly tempting, felt a sense of obligation to embrace his identity as a traveler. I choose option 2. Confront him. Heat-in and eliminate Raditz. Ji Yun declared firmly, his thoughts resolute. There was no need to elaborate on the terrifying potential of the Saiyan bloodline. Under normal circumstances, it could match even a Super Saiyan, and in transformation, it could single-handedly take on 2 opponents, ruthlessly overpowering both Goku and Vegeta. It was akin to possessing a bug-level lineage. In contrast, while the Namekian bloodline was also impressive, capable of regeneration even after being utterly obliterated, as evidenced by Cell's miraculous recovery after being disintegrated, it paled significantly when compared to the extraordinary advantages of the Saiyan bloodline. Host selection successful. Confront Raditz. Heat-in and eliminate him. Upon task completion, the system will automatically distribute rewards. Please remain vigilant. After Ji Yun made his choice, the system's voice resonated once more. Raditz, prepare to experience despair. With a powerful leap, Ji Yun propelled himself from the ground, enveloped in a radiant aura, swiftly heading towards the battlefield where the 3 were engaged. In an instant, he transformed into a mere speck of light, vanishing into the horizon at the battleground. Special beam cannon. A figure with green skin, adorned with 2 antennae, 1 arm severed, and tattered clothing, bellowed with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Simultaneously, a spiraling golden energy wave coalesced at his fingertip, launched toward a long-haired man. Before Hima's, the formidable energy beam surged toward him. The long-haired man's offensive stance faltered mid-motion, panic gripping his heart. A direct hit would surely spell his doom. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the golden beam as it whizzed past him. Boom! The beam struck a nearby mountain, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the sky. The once mighty peak disintegrated in an instant, leaving the area flattened, dust swirling and smoke billowing in every direction. Piccolo, Raditz, and Goku, lying on the ground, are engaged in quite a fierce battle. Ji-Yun, moving at remarkable speed, arrived at the scene. Surveying the chaotic landscape with a quiet sense of mockery, he instantly recognized the identities of those below, their appearances mirroring those from his previous lives' anime, with little deviation. Ji-Yun had minimized his energy output, allowing the others to focus entirely on the tumultuous battlefield, unaware that an observer had taken position above them. The battle raged on. That was close, Raditz thought, glancing at the shattered mountain in the distance. Feeling a quiet sigh of relief within, he had not anticipated such formidable combat prowess from his opponent. Had he not evaded that strike, his life would undoubtedly have been forfeit. Damn it. Piccolo seethed as he witnessed his most powerful attack deftly dodge. This technique required a considerable amount of time to gather energy before it could be unleashed. Now that his adversary was aware of the devastating potential of the special beam cannon, he would surely not grant Piccolo another opportunity to strike. Thus, the previous offensive might very well have been his final chance. With this thought, a sense of bitter indignation welled up within Piccolo. Was he, the illustrious demon king of this generation, destined to meet his end here? Raditz, too, had begun to grow wary. He understood the necessity of being utterly vigilant, otherwise death could truly be imminent this time. He resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, leaving no room for error. Suddenly, as Raditz prepared to eliminate Piccolo, Goku, lying on the ground, darted unexpectedly to Raditz's rear with unwavering determination in his eyes. Goku seized Raditz's vulnerable tail with both hands. Chapter 2. The arrogant Raditz, caught off guard by Goku's sudden maneuver. Raditz turned to face him, his expression betraying a hint of panic. "You were far too careless. I've got your tail," Goku proclaimed, his eyelids slightly drooping, the corners of his mouth curling upward in triumph. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the tail, unconsciously applying more pressure. "When did you?" Raditz stammered, collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his voice weak. Without wasting a moment, Goku called out to Piccolo, "Piccolo, now's your chance to execute that technique once more." Seeing Raditz sprawled on the ground, Piccolo's heart surged with exhilaration, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Goku." Hold onto his tail. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, the veins on his brow bulging this time. He was determined to subdue this detestable foe, for his energy reserves were dwindling. Another attempt would push him to his absolute limit. At that moment, Raditz was thoroughly flustered. He found himself in a precarious position. Had he been struck by that earlier attack, he would certainly have met his demise here. "Kakarot, you intend to kill your only brother?" Raditz struggled to articulate, desperately invoking their fraternal bond in a bid for survival. Left with no other recourse, he resorted to an emotional appeal, hoping to secure a sliver of mercy. "Silence. You wretch are no brother of mine," Goku retorted, his eyes wide with indignation, his teeth clenched in defiance. Goku might have been somewhat naive. He was by no means foolish. Raditz had just sworn to eliminate his child and previously demanded that he slay 100 innocents before him. Now he was spewing nonsensical claims, and Goku would not be deceived. "Please let me go, and I'll leave at once. Trust me, brother," Raditz implored, casting aside all reservations, his emotional gambit escalating as he continued. "I acknowledge that my past actions were reprehensible, even towards you. However, I vow to honor this agreement. If you spare me this once, I shall never set foot on Earth again." Sun Wukong felt somewhat swayed by the words spoken to him, as he possessed an inherently kind nature. Upon hearing Raditz's remarks, he unconsciously loosened his grip. "Is it true?" Sun Wukong asked, his heart softening as he responded. Raditz, sensing that his ruse had seemingly succeeded, promptly affirmed, "Indeed." Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong relinquished his hold entirely, allowing Raditz's tail to slip from his grasp. "Baka, do not let go of his tail." Noticing that Sun Wukong appeared to have released the tail, Piccolo, observing from a distance, shouted in anger. Raditz, reveling in his deceit, displayed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He delivered a sudden elbow strike to Sun Wukong, who was caught off guard and sent flying. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo's mind was flooded with 1,000 expletives. "Goodness, I can hardly believe what just happened." Ji-Yun, watching from above, shook his head in resignation as he observed how easily Sun Wukong was swayed by mere words. At that moment, the fallen Sun Wukong was filled with regret, yet it was too late. Raditz coiled his tail around his waist and unleashed a series of brutal kicks at Wukong. "Unforgivable. I shall see you all perish," Raditz declared with palpable malice. Piccolo, witnessing from a distance, trembled under the weight of Raditz's formidable aura. He understood that this time, it was truly over. The enemy would undoubtedly offer him no further opportunities. Just then, Jian descended from the sky and approached Raditz with measured steps. His appearance halted Raditz's furious assault on the ground. Sun Wukong struggled to open his eyes and gazed at Ji Yun. Piccolo, filled with a mix of reluctance and curiosity, was drawn to Ji Yun's presence. All eyes converged on Ji Yun. "Who are you?" Raditz inquired, perplexed by the sudden appearance, while his scouter activated to assess Ji Yun's battle power. "Humph, yet another weakling with a power level of only 5. Raditz scoffed at the displayed number, dismissing Ji Yun entirely. After all, he still had a formidable foe to contend with, and a being with merely a power level of 5 posed no significant threat. "Quick, get away. This place is dangerous." Sun Wukong trembled as he spoke from the ground. He sensed that Ji Yun's energy was feeble and that he was no match for Raditz. Rather than face certain death, it would be wiser to flee. Piccolo, equally disheartened, had initially hoped for a powerful ally, only to find himself confronted by a harbinger of doom. He cursed Sun Wukong's foolishness once more, lamenting the squandered opportunity. "A weakling? Allow me, this weakling, to send you to your demise." Ji Yun disregarded Sun Wukong's warnings and addressed Raditz with a calm demeanor. If he did not intervene, a life would be lost. He had been keenly aware of the energy emanating from the spherical spaceship. Inside was none other than Sun Wukong's son, Gohan. Within the confines of the spacecraft, the aura he emanated subtly surpassed that of everyone present, save for himself. These individuals had been engaged in battle, their attention diverted from the unfolding events, yet he observed with utmost clarity. "Ha! What arrogance! Then you shall meet your demise first." Raditz sneered coldly, perplexed by the audacity of his opponent to challenge him in an instant. Raditz unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a wave of golden energy towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun regarded the fierce golden wave with an expression devoid of any turbulence. His gaze calm and unwavering, the energy wave struck him with precision, a resounding explosion erupting as thick smoke enveloped the area, engulfing Ji Yun's form entirely. "Damn it!" Witnessing Raditz's actions, Goku growled in silent fury. As a Saiyan born and bred on Earth, he felt a deep sense of indignation at the sight of his kin being slaughtered. Regret washed over Goku. He lamented his recent decision, chastising himself for being foolish enough to believe the adversary's deceitful words. Nearby, Piccolo observed with an indifferent demeanor, his focus unyielding on the battlefield rather than the fates of others. His mind raced, strategizing against the enemy. Could his illustrious life truly end here today? Trash is merely trash. Raditz scoffed derisively upon witnessing his attack connect. "Now, it's time to know way." Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice tinged with astonishment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he intended to turn his attention to Goku and the others. Yet, through the haze, a shadowy figure emerged, walking forth with a deliberate pace. Chapter 3. The terrifying Ji Yun. How rude, to strike without warning. Ji Yun stepped out from the smoke, his tone unperturbed. Not a single mark of the attack marred his form. His attire remained untouched by even a speck of dust. Raditz recoiled as though confronted by a specter, hastily retreating several paces. "This must be a trick." Raditz swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. His astonishment did not stem from Ji Yun's unscathed state alone. He recognized that his previous attack was not particularly potent, yet it was certainly not an assault that someone with a power level of merely 5 could withstand. Yet here stood Ji Yun, having withstood it entirely, his clothing unblemished. Could such resilience truly belong to one with a power level of 5? Raditz was not the only one taken aback. Goku was equally filled with confusion. Not far away, Piccolo regarded the suddenly appeared youth with palpable astonishment and a flurry of panic. Raditz saw Ji Yun approach and swiftly distanced himself by several dozen paces. Bang! 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 Raditz concentrated energy into his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Ji Yun. Yet, despite the relentless assault, it did not hinder Ji Yun's advance. These attacks struck him with undeniable force, yet they bore no effect whatsoever. As Piccolo entered the observation mode, he unconsciously swallowed hard, pondering, "Who on earth is this person? I seem to have never encountered him before." Goku gradually rose from the ground, acutely aware of the incessant explosion surrounding him. His curiosity piqued, yet, inexplicably, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Such strength, such prowess. Goku seemed to momentarily forget his own injuries. The blood coursing through his veins felt as though it were boiling, almost impatient to be unleashed. The cacophony of battle erupted around him. Raditz had unleashed a relentless barrage for a full minute, now appearing to have exhausted every ounce of his strength, standing still and gasping for breath. "No, it can't be. Is the detector malfunctioning?" Raditz said between breaths, his gaze fixated on the readings of the device, which remained steadfast at 5, with no change whatsoever. Having endured for such a considerable duration, it is now my turn to act. Ji-Yun brushed off the dust from his attire. Although the recent onslaught from Raditz had not inflicted any harm upon him, the rising dust had settled upon his garments, leaving traces of soot. Upon hearing these words, Raditz's countenance turned ashen, with cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Realizing the gravity of the situation and that Ji-Yun was beyond his capabilities, he hastily took to the air, the sound of his explosive energy resonating as he sought to escape. Humph! Ji-Yun scoffed. He would not allow the prize to slip away. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have disregarded Raditz, but given the pressing nature of his mission, which would determine his future cultivation potential, he would not permit an easy escape. Ji-Yun pointed towards Raditz, and in an instant, a wave of energy was unleashed. Although Raditz had already flown a considerable distance, the speed of the energy wave far surpassed his own. Hearing the sound of the air being sliced behind him, Raditz was startled and quickly turned to look. At that very moment, the attack struck him. With a mix of unwillingness and a furious roar. Raditz realized it was too late. His body was hit by the energy wave and exploded mid-air. His presence dissipated from the atmosphere. Piccolo stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Goodness, where did this formidable being come from? He had effortlessly eliminated Raditz, whom both he and Goku had struggled to defeat. Meanwhile, Goku's face was alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor as if he had rediscovered his life's purpose. This was astonishing. There was such a powerful warrior on Earth, and he felt an undeniable urge to challenge him to a spar. Ji-Yun was oblivious to the gazes of the two individuals, for the voice of the system resonated once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the system reward, the Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Almost instantaneously after the system's announcement, Ji-Yun felt an overwhelming and terrifying surge of power erupting within him. The energy coursing through his body was escalating wildly. In that instant, the surrounding flora and trees began to stir restlessly. This immense aura was truly frightening. Piccolo had already approached Goku, expressing his astonishment. Goku, too, was taken aback. Although he was aware that Ji-Yun possessed the capability to eliminate Raditz in a single strike, his own strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, the sheer intensity of the energy in the air was utterly daunting, a spectacle he had never witnessed before. The fearless warrior, who had faced countless challenges, now felt a tremor coursing through his body. It was not just the two of them who were astonished. Ji-Yun felt the surging power within him, and he was somewhat exhilarated. This sensation was simply extraordinary, and his face radiated with uncontainable joy. He could distinctly sense that the energy within him far surpassed what it had been before. If converted into combat prowess, it would equate to a formidable 50,000. A five-fold increase compared to just moments ago. Daddy! Daddy! A sweet, childish voice interrupted Ji-Yun's excitement. It was Gohan, who had somehow managed to escape the confines of the spaceship. Upon seeing his father, who was unharmed and overwhelmed by fear, he leapt into Goku's arms, bursting into tears. Goku, relieved to see his son safe, offered him comforting reassurances. Ji-Yun's gaze was drawn to the sound of wailing, and he turned to look. Upon noticing his attention, Vic immediately felt a surge of tension. It was still unclear whether they were friend or foe, and the sudden outburst of such formidable energy left them uncertain if it was directed at the two of them. Kiki, who are you? I've never seen you before, but you are incredibly strong. Goku, without any hesitation, cradled Gohan and approached Ji-Yun, his eyes brimming with excitement and a hint of anticipation. I am Ji-Yun. I heard the commotion during my training, so I came over to lend a hand. Ji-Yun smiled faintly and waved his hand. It was not a matter of modesty. Rather, he was compelled by circumstance. Were it not for the generous rewards bestowed by the system, he would not readily extend his assistance. After all, provoking the wrong individual could lead to dire consequences. Unlike Wukong, he did not possess the protective aura of a protagonist. May I train alongside you? If we could spar, that would be even better. Wukong expressed his thoughts candidly and without reservation. Ji-Yun gazed at the hopeful expression of Wukong and gently shook his head. Chapter 4. Vegeta and Nappa. Upon witnessing Ji-Yun's gesture, Wukong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His heart was set on combat, and to not engage in a duel with someone as formidable as Ji-Yun would be a disservice to the title of martial arts enthusiast he bore. My name is Ji-Yun. While I cannot accompany you in your training, I am more than willing to spar with you for a few rounds. Ji-Yun declared with a confident smile. He harbored a deep fondness for the character of Wukong. Innately kind-hearted, albeit somewhat neglectful of familial duties. He possessed a clear sense of righteousness. Even former adversaries, provided they sought redemption and wielded sufficient strength, would find in him an inexhaustible well of tolerance. Really? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, incredulity etched on his face. Though he was already married, his desire for strength remained undiminished. Ji Yun nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Wukong. Very well, then I. Wukong, appearing somewhat exhilarated, set aside Sun Wukong and was about to seek guidance on a few techniques. Yet, the pain coursing through his body precluded any excessive movement. Let us discuss this once your injuries have healed, Ji Yun remarked, shaking his head with a serene smile. He understood Wukong for the opportunity to spar with a master. He would willingly pay any price. However, given his current state of injury, it would likely take some time before he could engage in battle. Hee. Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head before turning to Piccolo beside him. Piccolo, do you want to join? I know you're not one to back down. Humph. Piccolo responded with a slightly haughty snort. His pride had been somewhat bruised. The once mighty King Piccolo, despite teaming up with Wukong, had failed to subdue Raditz. This wounded his ego profoundly, and the emergence of a stronger opponent only intensified his discomfort. Ji Yun? Very well, I shall remember you. Though you are formidable, there shall come a day when I will personally defeat you. Farewell. With that, he uttered no further words, his pride severely shaken that day. Cloaked in a pale aura, he soared into the horizon. Ji Yun shook his head in resignation. He already possessed the bloodline of the transcendent, and it was not merely the likes of Piccolo who could match him. Even the protagonist of this realm, Goku, would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up with him. Ji Yun, please do not take offense. Piccolo is simply that sort of person, though his nature is not malevolent. Goku explained with a foolish grin, glancing at the already departed Piccolo. Previously, they were sworn enemies, but after this battle, their relationship had evidently grown much closer, even to the point of sharing a laugh at Piccolo's expense. In the distant depths of the universe, on an unknown planet, Vegeta and Nappa sat around a campfire, voraciously devouring the chunks of meat in their hands. Raditz is dead, killed by a single blow, Nappa remarked to Vegeta, his expression betraying no change at the death of his comrade, as though he were merely commenting on an everyday occurrence. Humph, a waste is a waste. I never expected that on that wretched planet, there would exist someone capable of slaying Raditz, Vegeta coldly stated. He was indifferent to Raditz's fate. If one was inferior, then death was merely a consequence. Not only he, but even Nappa beside him could have dispatched Raditz effortlessly. Indeed, Raditz was merely a low-ranking warrior. His life or death is of no consequence to us, Nappa said, biting into his meat with an indifferent demeanor. However, that being said, based on the information relayed by Raditz, the planet called Earth seems quite suitable for habitation. If we could seize it, it might fetch a good price. Vegeta tossed aside the bone in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since we have nothing pressing to attend to, let us pay a visit and perhaps have some fun with this fellow named Ji Yun. Nappa finished his meat and grinned wickedly at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded lightly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the vastness of space towards the direction of Earth. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, a genius among geniuses. And even the universe's emperor, Frieza, did not capture his attention. Yet, the fact that someone on a lowly planet could slay Raditz, another Saiyan, piqued his curiosity, prompting him to seek out this remarkable individual. Due to Ji Yun's intervention, the two had not learned of the Dragon Balls. Yet the narrative continued to unfold as originally intended. Thus, they lingered not on this planet but promptly boarded their small spacecraft, setting the coordinates towards Earth. On Earth, after vanquishing Raditz, Ji Yun and Goku were engaged in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Ji Yun's mind once more. Ding! Saiyans Vegeta and Nappa are set to invade Earth in 1 year. Please make your choice, host. Option 1. Withdraw and distance oneself, remaining indifferent and aloof. Reward, Spirit Bomb Technique. Option 2. Eliminate Nappa, Vegeta, and the Guardian of Earth. Reward, Controllable Great Ape Transformation. Option 3. Defeat Vegeta, then allow his escape, honoring the narrative. Reward, Tenfold Kaioken, Side Effect-Free Version. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. His presence had already begun to influence the narrative. He had not anticipated that Vegeta and Nappa would still arrive on Earth a year later. After a brief contemplation, he silently declared, I choose 3. The host's selection was successful. Defeat Vegeta and then allow him to depart. Upon completing the task, the system automatically issued the rewards. he was advised to check his account. His considerations were rather straightforward. The spirit bomb? Could such a technique truly take a life? Its charging time was excessively long and required assistance from others, rendering it less than practical. As for the controllable great ape transformation, while it proved to be quite useful, its appearance was rather grotesque. Ji-yun was a person who placed great importance on aesthetic beauty, hence he dismissed that option as well. Ultimately, the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal capacity, without any side effects, seemed tailor-made for him. He decisively chose option 3. The only downside was the difficulty of the task at hand. Not only did he need to vanquish Vegeta, but he also had to let him go. This required a certain finesse. If he miscalculated his strength, the consequences could be dire. Reflecting on this, Ji-yun couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Ji-yun, Ji-yun! Goku exclaimed, shaking Ji-yun's shoulders vigorously. Huh? Ji-yun finally snapped out of his reverie. He had been so engrossed in his own thoughts that he had completely overlooked the presence of another. My companion has arrived. Goku pointed towards a massive flying vehicle hovering above them. As Ji-yun followed the direction he pointed, a colossal aircraft gradually descended nearby. Yukong! Yukong! A hurried voice echoed. A gleaming bald head rushed towards them. Klin, I'm here. Wukong called out, waving his hand towards Klin while cradling his son. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Bulma. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, Klin hurriedly approached, panting, and exclaimed, I'm so relieved you're all right. What about Piccolo? Isn't he here too? Along with that despicable fellow? And who might this be? Klin inquired curiously, pointing at Ji-yun before Wukong could respond. Hiki, let's wait until everyone arrives. And I will explain everything. Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. Ji-yun also gazed at Klin with benevolence. While in his heart he longed to utter the words, I apologize. I shall take care of your wife. The subject in question was none other than the android 18, who would emerge years later. While he could remain indifferent to others, 18 was the embodiment of his once-dreamt goddess, now that she had arrived. He could not allow her to be claimed by another. As Ji-yun's thoughts swirled in a tempest of emotion, Master Roshi and Bulma arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Goku in a state of tranquility, the two exhaled a sigh of relief, their curious gazes shifting towards Ji-yun. Upon seeing the two, Ji-yun offered a faint smile and gently nodded in their direction. Wow, he is so handsome. Bulma gazed at Ji-yun's striking visage, complimented by a sunlit smile, and her heart blossomed with an overwhelming feeling of admiration, revealing her infatuated nature. Goku, you can speak now. Krillin nudged Goku. After all, they had already witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Saiyans. If left unchecked, they would remain a constant threat, leaving them in a state of unease. Raditz is dead. Defeated by this gentleman Ji-yun beside me, and with a single blow, Goku exclaimed, pointing at Ji-yun with an expression of excitement. Gasped. The revelation from Goku left everyone present in shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Master Roshi swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at Ji-yun. He could hardly believe that the seemingly harmless youth before him possessed such formidable strength. Subsequently, Goku recounted the entirety of their battle alongside Piccolo, detailing how Ji-yun had effortlessly dispatched Raditz in an instant. After listening to Goku's account of the skirmish, everyone turned their gaze back to Ji-yun, regarding him as if he were some kind of monster. Mr. Ji-yun, you are astonishingly powerful. A Saiyan that even Goku and Piccolo could not defeat fell to you with a single strike. May I inquire about your training regimen? Krillin's expression was one of profound excitement, his tone dripping with newfound respect. Do I still need to train? Ji-yun pondered, scratching his chin in perplexity. Isn't strength something that improves on its own? His words rang true. He had not engaged in deliberate training, but rather awaited tasks from the system to receive rewards that enhanced his power. When he first arrived on Earth, the system would assign him minor tasks, such as apprehending a villain or battling a dinosaur. However, as his strength grew, the system's tasks became increasingly scarce. This. Krillin appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Goku scratched his head, equally puzzled. Is that really how it works? I've lived for so many years and have never witnessed such automatic improvement. He then turned his gaze to Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's current strength was no longer formidable, he remained his teacher, possessing deeper insights. Master Roshi, what does Ji-yun mean by that? I don't quite understand. This could be a matter of perspective. Those who understand will, of course, comprehend. Krillin, Goku, you both must strive harder. Master Roshi, initially taken aback, then feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he gradually began to explain. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Ji-yun momentarily paused, then gave him a thumbs up. suppressing a smile as he remarked, "Truly, the old master has profound insights." Master Rashi, feeling a bit flustered, rubbed his beard. A bead of nervous sweat trickling down his bald head. He understood Ji Yun's implication perfectly. The young man was clearly jesting. Yet he felt compelled to engage in a forced explanation. It seemed the youth of today had little regard for martial ethics, almost putting this old comrade in an awkward position. "Ji Yun, where do you reside? We could give you a ride home," Bulma finally interjected, unable to contain herself. She struggled to find a topic of conversation in the presence of such a remarkable and powerful man, not to mention his striking handsomeness, which made her heart race uncontrollably. I have no home at the moment, no place to stay," Ji Yun said, scratching his nose and chuckling awkwardly. "That's wonderful." "Oh, no, I mean." Bulma's heart leaped with joy, and before she realized it, she blurted out her thoughts, quickly realizing she might have misspoken. Observing Ji Yun's astonished expression, she hastily clarified, "What I meant was, if you have nowhere to stay temporarily, you are welcome to my place. It's quite spacious." "Well then, I shall impose upon you," Ji Yun replied with a slight smile, expressing his gratitude. He was currently troubled by his lack of accommodation. After years of wandering, he had endured considerable hardship. Noticing Bulma's starry-eyed admiration, he felt it would be churlish to decline her offer. Thus he readily accepted. "Not at all, not at all," Bulma exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly upon hearing Ji Yun's acceptance. She hadn't anticipated he would agree so readily, leaving her pleasantly surprised. She had assumed such a powerful individual would be exceedingly aloof, yet he proved to be quite approachable. Most importantly, she would have the chance to see this handsome man every day, and perhaps even win his affections. As the group finished their conversation, they decided against lingering any longer. They boarded Bulma's aircraft, setting off towards the Capsule Corporation. Inside the vessel, Goku inquired about the Saiyans. "Ji Yun, I heard from Raditz that I am not an Earthling, but a Saiyan, and aside from the slain Raditz, he mentioned 2 other companions. Is this true?" Goku asked Ji Yun, recalling what Raditz had previously disclosed to him. He believed that with Ji Yun's formidable strength, he must possess knowledge beyond their understanding. The others present were equally curious about the matter, turning their attention towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun gazed at the crowd's eager expressions and gradually began to elucidate. "Indeed, Wukong, you are undeniably a Saiyan. What Raditz has revealed to you is also accurate. For your original name is Kakarot." Ji Yun did not conceal the truth. It was no secret. He elucidated everything he knew to Wukong and all those present. Wukong felt a heaviness in his heart as he lowered his gaze. Looking down at Gohan, who was peacefully slumbering in his embrace, he felt a pang of disappointment. In truth, after seeing Raditz's tale, he had already come to the realization that he was not of Earth, but rather one of the so-called Saiyans. Yet, he fervently wished that this was not the case. Just as Wukong was engulfed in his melancholy, Ji Yun dropped a bombshell. "Furthermore, I must inform you that those 2 Saiyans will land on Earth in 1 year, and their power will far surpass that of Raditz by several magnitudes." Chapter 6. The Dragon Ball warriors begin their training. The words of Ji Yun struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating through the crowd with astonishing force. Almost everyone was consumed by fear. The news was simply too shocking. Could it be true? Upon hearing this, Clint appeared utterly stunned. Goku and Piccolo had struggled to defeat Raditz, and now there were 2 more, each possessing strength exponentially greater. Was this a jest? Really? Goku inquired eagerly, his expression markedly different from the others, as if he were itching for an immediate confrontation with the 2 Saiyans. Simultaneously, the shadows of doubt dissipated from his mind, as he began to envision the possibility of battling them. Ji Yun nodded slightly, observing Wukong's demeanor with a wry smile. Truly, he was renowned as a martial enthusiast in the world of Dragon Ball. "Hey, Wukong, this isn't the time for joy. 1 Saiyan is already a handful, and in a year, 2 more will descend upon Earth. What shall we do?" Krillin lamented, covering his face in despair at Wukong's carefree attitude. Master Roshi's expression turned grave. If Ji Yun spoke the truth, then Earth was indeed in peril. After speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at Ji Yun. Observing Ji Yun's relaxed demeanor, Master Roshi felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed this individual was unconcerned about the impending arrival of the 2 Saiyans, his smile betraying no hint of fear. If only he could take action. Master Roshi began to contemplate, sensing the unfathomable energy within Ji Yun. If he could intervene, their chances of success might significantly improve. Meanwhile, Bulma, piloting the spacecraft, remained unfazed. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Ji Yun's visage, occasionally stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. Regarding the looming threat to Earth, it was less about indifference and more about feeling powerless. Yet, inexplicably, the sight of Ji Yun's calm expression ignited an inexplicable sense of safety within her heart. As Ji Yun observed the varied expressions of those around him, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, contemplating the task assigned by the system. Why must he, a mere supporting character, undertake the responsibilities typically reserved for the protagonist? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned his gaze toward the sky and noticed a watchful eye fixed upon him. Perhaps it was a deity from Earth, observing his every move. Meanwhile, within the celestial halls of the divine palace, the deity, leaning on a staff, had indeed been monitoring the activities of the mortals below. The emergence of the Saiyans, coupled with Ji Yun's own arrival, compelled him to pay heed to the unfolding events on Earth. Fortunately, Ji Yun's timely intervention had eradicated the malevolent Saiyans, granting the deity a moment of relief. As the guardian of Earth, it was his sacred duty to protect the planet. However, he found himself woefully inadequate against the formidable foes now confronting them. Upon hearing Ji Yun's proclamation that two immensely powerful Saiyans would appear in a year, a wave of anxiety gripped him, and his countenance turned ashen. At this very moment, the group had arrived at Bulma's residence. Ji Yun was not modest. He found a sofa and lazily reclined upon it, his gaze wandering around the surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "How wonderful it is to be wealthy. The home of the world's richest person is truly vast. Everyone must be hungry. I shall prepare some food," Bulma said with a smile. Stealing a glance at the leisurely Ji Yun, she then left the hall and hurried to the kitchen to prepare the meal. "That's fantastic. I've been starving," Goku exclaimed joyfully. Krillin glanced at Ji Yun lounging on the sofa, then looked at the carefree Goku, and a heavy heart was overshadowed by a flicker of despair. "It's over. We are doomed. If what Ji Yun said is true, we will all be finished in a year," Krillin said, clutching his bald head, his face contorted in anguish. Master Roshi also looked at Ji Yun with hopeful eyes, wishing that Ji Yun would say, "I was just joking. Earth is perfectly safe." Ji Yun directly ignored the gazes of the two individuals. He understood that it was he who had mentioned that Vegeta and Nappa were coming to Earth, not as dictated by the original narrative through Raditz. Thus, in their moment of despair, everyone fervently wished that it was merely his fabrication. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. After all, there was still a year remaining. "Moreover, I shall fight alongside you," Ji Yun stated nonchalantly. Nappa's strength posed no real threat, and Vegeta was currently nothing more than a mere shadow of his former self. What was there to fear? He had already accepted the system's task. If those two did not arrive, he would be quite content. Indeed, Ji Yun was correct. We still have time. I firmly believe that, under the pressure of this impending crisis, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable breakthroughs within this year. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. His furrowed brow finally began to relax. He did not truly believe that such a limited span of 1 year would yield significant progress. Yet Ji Yun's final words brought him a sense of relief. Likewise, from a distant temple, a sigh of relief echoed. "Goku, come to the temple when you have the time. I shall take you to a place for training." The voice of the Supreme Kai suddenly resonated in Goku's mind. "Very well, I shall arrive immediately," Goku replied with palpable excitement. He appeared exceedingly eager and, after bidding farewell to everyone, soared towards the horizon. In fact, he even entrusted his son to Krillin, requesting him to ensure Goten reached Chi-Chi. Krillin watched as Goku disappeared into the distance. Inspired, he resolved to begin his own training in preparation for the challenges that awaited in a year. "Master, please take Gohan back. I too must commence my training." Krillin's gaze was resolute, devoid of the previous dejection. Master Roshi accepted the still sleeping Gohan, casting a look of approval towards his disciple. Without further ado, Krillin leaped into the air, heading towards the horizon. "Mr. Ji Yun, I too shall take my leave," Master Roshi said to Ji Yun. At the same time, he cautiously expressed his hope that he would be present a year hence, to jointly resist the invasion of the Saiyans. "Rest assured, I shall take action. Safe travels," Ji Yun replied casually, glancing at Master Roshi. He bore no ill will towards him. Despite the old man's lecherous tendencies, he possessed a sense of righteousness, often willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his companions. "Thank you very much." Master Roshi did not linger any longer. He activated his portable flying device and set off towards the direction of Kame House. In an instant, the once lively hall was left desolate. In the vast expanse of the hall, only Ji Yun remained, and he succumbed to slumber amidst the tranquil environment. Where has everyone gone? Bulma gazed at the empty hall, her heart filled with confusion. Upon noticing Ji-Yun still reclining on the sofa, a sense of relief washed over her. Gradually, she approached him silently, her heart stirred by an unusual sensation as she observed his slumbering figure. She then gently lowered her head. Chapter 7. The arrival of the Saiyans. A year swiftly passed. The plot unfolded as it originally had, remaining unaffected by Ji-Yun's presence. Although Goku had not perished, he still journeyed to the North Kai for training. After Krillin departed that day, he summoned Tien, Yamcha, and others to join him in their training at the Sacred Land. Even more astonishing was Gohan's decision to leave home and seek out Piccolo, becoming his disciple. Upon learning of this development, Ji-Yun couldn't help but reflect, such is fate. No matter how the wheels of destiny turn, one cannot escape the course set by fate. The only change was Bulma. According to the storyline, she was initially destined to be with the god of tea, only to later be drawn into a family with Vegeta. However, with Ji-Yun's intervention, this segment of the narrative transformed entirely. Since the moment Ji-Yun took residence in her home, he had scarcely left, and Bulma harbored a profound affection for him. In his previous life, he had been a solitary man for 2 decades. In this new realm, despite his efforts to restrain himself, he ultimately succumbed to temptation. In the company of a beautiful woman, the spark of passion ignited fervently at the slightest touch. Bulma, the time has come. The 2 Saiyans have arrived. Ji-Yun stated in a calm tone. He could distinctly sense the sudden emergence of 2 formidable energies on Earth, far surpassing that of Raditz at the time. This indicated the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa. Be careful, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Ji-Yun prepare to leave. Season smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and softly reassured her, do not worry, everything will be fine. With that, he vanished from sight without a trace. During this period, Ji-Yun has refrained from any form of cultivation. He discovered that even without training or fighting, his energy continued to increase steadily. Over the course of a year, his combat power escalated by approximately 10,000. This is the advantage of possessing a transcendent bloodline. Even without rigorous training, the rate of energy growth is remarkably swift. Otherwise, in the original storyline, despite the trials endured by Goku and Vegeta, they were still unable to overcome Broly upon his emergence. At this moment, 2 spherical spaceships appeared in the sky, revealing none other than Vegeta and Nappa, who had just descended upon Earth, the inhabitants of the planet. Upon seeing the 2 extraterrestrials emerge from the spacecraft, were immediately consumed by curiosity and flocked to observe. Pathetically weak. Nappa scoffed disdainfully as he glanced at the numbers on his power scouter. Raising his finger, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy centered around himself, obliterating a vast area and transforming the thriving city into a desolate wasteland. We intend to sell this planet. With such destruction, how will we manage to sell it? Vegeta remarked coldly. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too carried away. I shall be more cautious next time, Nappa replied, his face filled with trepidation as he glanced nervously at Vegeta. Forget it, let us first locate the one who killed Raditz, Vegeta said, casting a brief glance at him. Right away, I will find him now, Nappa quickly responded, activating his scouter to search for individuals with high combat power. Prince Vegeta. There are fluctuations in combat power over there. Moreover, their power levels have surpassed 1,000. It must be them. Nappa pointed in a specific direction, addressing Vegeta. Only 1,000? Vegeta frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied. 1,000 combat power? How could they possibly defeat Raditz? Are you jesting? Regardless, whether or not it is truly them, let us go and engage with them, Vegeta remarked with disdain. For a planet with such low combat power, achieving even 1,000 would be considered formidable. Perhaps they could extract some information from them. In a flash, the 2 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The warriors on Earth sensed the presence of these 2 and instinctively rushed toward the source of the energy, on a plain surrounded by towering mountains. Where Piccolo and Gohan were training, Krillin happened to be present as well. The 3 of them immediately sensed the approach of 2 immense energy signatures, which were racing toward their location with great speed. The atmosphere grew tense, and their hearts raced with apprehension. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta and Nappa materialized above them. This must be them. Nappa repeatedly pressed his detector for confirmation. Upon seeing their attire, Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply. Saiyans, clad in battle gear and equipped with power scouters, the most striking feature being the tails coiled at their waists, reminiscent of Gohan's. Indeed, they were Saiyans. Such formidable energy. Just as Ji-Yun had described, these 2 were exceedingly powerful. Krillin trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. Are these the foes we are to confront? Gohan felt a twinge of trepidation, the overwhelming aura silencing him. Vegeta and Nappa descended slowly, inching closer to them. The trio, sensing impending danger, swiftly adopted a defensive stance. Isn't this person a Namekian? Vegeta mused, observing Piccolo's demeanor. Yes, indeed, a Namekian. It is said they possess unique abilities, though one cannot ascertain their veracity. Nappa nodded in agreement. Piccolo, hearing their exchange, stood frozen, his mind racing with memories. He had always believed himself to be merely an odd-looking earthling, never imagining he was actually a Namekian. Piccolo, it turns out, you two are an extraterrestrial. Krillin gazed at him, astonishment etched on his face. Gohan also scrutinized his uncle Piccolo with curiosity. Without further ado, where is the one who killed Raditz? Bring him forth so he may join you in your demise. Nappa declared fiercely, surveying the trio. Their battle power barely reached 1,000. Annihilating Raditz was an impossibility. Yet, Piccolo gradually regained his composure amidst the overwhelming shock. Thank you for enlightening me about my identity. However, dealing with the two of you is a task I can handle alone. Let us begin. Piccolo sneered, assuming a combat stance. After all, we intend to eradicate every inhabitant of this planet, so why not entertain ourselves a little? Vegeta crossed his arms, disdainfully observing Piccolo. Following Nappa's command, he retrieved a bag from his pocket, scattering several seeds onto the ground, followed by a few drops of liquid. Soon, the earth shifted, and 6 green-skinned fanged monsters erupted from the soil. Let the vegetable people entertain you for now, Nappa declared ominously. Chapter 8. The Eternal Tea God as the 6 monstrous beings emerged. The trio braced themselves. The vegetable creatures rubbed their fists in anticipation, wickedly eyeing their prey. It seemed they must first deal with them. Krillin's gaze sharpened suddenly. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa looked on with mockery. The fighting power of the vegetable beings hovered around 1,200. Dispatching these individuals would be child's play. Just as Krillin was about to make his move, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, you all made it. Krillin exclaimed joyfully, his excitement palpable. Of course, at a time like this, we can't let you steal all the glory. Yamcha laughed heartily. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement, their smiles reflecting camaraderie. Piccolo observed the group with a cold gaze, harboring a deep disdain for these individuals. Another bunch of worthless trash, just what I need to deal with. Vegeta remarked indifferently. The readings on his scouter elicited no reaction from him. None among them possessed a battle power exceeding 1,500, which only served to diminish his respect for them. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled into a defensive stance, eyeing their adversaries. Eliminate them. Nappa sneered at the assembled fighters, his disdain evident. In a departure from the expected one-on-one confrontations, the obedient Cybermen surged forward en masse. This lot thinks they can take me down? In their dreams, Piccolo proclaimed arrogantly, confident that a mere handful of monsters could not best him. The battle commenced. Abandoning the earlier one-on-one skirmishes, the scene erupted into chaos, with dust swirling and explosions echoing all around. After a year of rigorous training, each fighter had undergone significant improvement. The clash was surprisingly balanced. They held their ground without faltering. Vegeta, observing the fray, felt a flicker of surprise. The anticipated one-sidedness had failed to materialize. The Cybermen, comparable in strength to Raditz, were now struggling to withstand the onslaught from Krillin and his companions. With a resounding explosion, Piccolo swiftly dispatched his opponent. He then turned his attention to Gohan, who was engaged in a rather precarious battle. In an instant, he teleported in front of the Cyberman Gohan was facing, seizing its slender arm and tossing it upwards. Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy that precisely struck the airborne foe, reducing it to ashes. Your combat skills are still too rudimentary. You could endanger your life like this. Piccolo admonished calmly. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I will be more careful. Gohan replied earnestly, filled with gratitude for Piccolo's timely intervention. As the battle resumed, the others swiftly eliminated their respective foes. I can't believe it ended so easily. They're not formidable at all, Yamcha remarked, glancing at the fallen Cyberman before turning to Krillin, who was nearby. Be careful, Krillin shouted loudly. However, it was too late. The vegetable creature that had fallen to the ground had been feigning death. Suddenly, it sprang up and embraced Yamcha. Bang! The vegetable creature chose to self-destruct while holding onto Yamcha. By the time Krillin rushed over, a small crater had formed in the ground. Yamcha lay on his side within it, devoid of life. How infuriating. Bastard. Krillin knelt on the ground, muttering a curse under his breath. His fingers dug into the earth, grasping the soil with fervor, his eyes fixed on Yamucha's lifeless body. Yamucha was his senior brother, now. He had met a tragic end here, and a surge of rage overwhelmed him. Tianjin Fan stared blankly at the unfolding scene, then let out a sorrowful sigh. Although his time with Yamucha had been brief, they were comrades, and a twinge of sadness inevitably arose within him. Unexpectedly, you possess some strength, Naba muttered under his breath. Preparing to take matters into his own hands, he had assumed the vegetable creature would eliminate them all, but to his surprise, it had been swiftly dealt with. Nevertheless, he had successfully taken one away, which counted as a contribution. Prince Vegeta, I leave the rest to you, Naba declared with a cold smirk. Vegeta remained silent. He understood Naba's strength, and once he took action, this group would be doomed. Thunderous roars erupted as Naba began to unleash tremendous energy. The entire mountain and the ground trembled in response. The air in the vicinity was affected, and a fierce whirlwind swept through the mountains, forcing everyone present to take a few steps back. Is this the power of a Saiyan? Tianjin Fan struggled to open his three eyes, speaking with great difficulty. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan, and he had not anticipated such terrifying strength. Even the currently strongest Piccolo could not help but tremble. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he found it utterly laughable to think he could face them alone. It was no jest. Klin's desire for vengeance was also quelled by this overwhelming aura. There was no way. It was too powerful. The strength was utterly despairing. As the howling winds gradually subsided, Naba's aura enveloped the area. You lot, who will step forward to meet your demise first? Naba's gaze swept over the crowd, regarding them as mere insects. The immense pressure rendered them breathless, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to confront him. Humph, trash is merely trash, Vegeta scoffed, shaking his head and muttering to himself, casting a disdainful glance at the others. The proud Piccolo could not endure this any longer and took a step forward. I apologize for making you wait, everyone. Before Piccolo could utter a word, a resounding voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Who goes there? Upon hearing the voice, Naba glanced around in confusion. Vegeta also scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of the sound. No need to search, I am above you, came the reply. Everyone instinctively looked upward. It's Mr. Ji-Yun, exclaimed Krillin, his face alight with excitement upon recognizing the figure. Piccolo, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, soon found himself engulfed by a sense of shame. He had never anticipated that even he, so formidable, would require assistance. Is this the renowned powerhouse? Tien Shinhan mused silently, fixating his gaze on Ji-Yun, intrigued as he had never encountered him before, and his curiosity was piqued by this sudden appearance. Humph, I expected someone formidable. But it seems another weakling has arrived, Naba scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the readings displayed on his scouter. As the gaze of the crowd bore down upon him, Ji-Yun descended gracefully. Glancing at the two individuals before him, one large and one small, he calmly remarked, why not both of you take me on together? Chapter 9. An explosive revelation. Naba and Vegeta were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into raucous laughter. Haha, you're killing me. To deal with a wretch like you, I could crush you with just a finger. Naba chuckled heartily, mocking his opponent with wild abandon. Do you really overestimate your own importance? You think you're worthy of my efforts? Vegeta sneered, a hint of anger lacing his tone. A mere insect daring to challenge the dignity of a prince was nothing short of suicidal. Allow me to teach you a proper lesson, Naba declared, removing his scouter and glaring menacingly at Ji-Yun. The esteemed Saiyan is not a mere trash that can be provoked at will. Very well. I shall indulge you in this little game. Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly. He initially intended to resolve matters swiftly, wishing not to linger unnecessarily. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if he lost control and inadvertently killed Vegeta? Thus, he decided to handle each situation one at a time. Even in the face of impending doom, Vegeta still dared to speak defiantly. Let him witness how Ji-Yun would deal with him. In that moment, the aura emanating from Naba intensified, imbued with an overwhelming sense of terror. Naba leapt forward, appearing directly before Ji-Yun, his expression fierce. As he swung his fist towards Ji-Yun with formidable force, Ji-Yun stood his ground, exhibiting no intention of evasion. After a year of relentless training, his combat prowess had surged to an impressive 60,000. That punch from Ba seemed ferocious and imposing, yet to Ji-Yun's discerning eyes, it appeared as soft as cotton and as slow as a snail. Ji-Yun effortlessly inclined his body to the side, gracefully evading the punch thrown by Naba. What? Surprised beyond measure, Naba found himself taken aback by the fact that his strike had missed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ji-Yun executed a swift side kick. The force of the kick struck Naba's side with tremendous impact, sending him flying through the air. His massive frame skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. It is impossible, this cannot be. Naba rolled over and stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Ji-Yun. Not only had he failed to land a punch, but he had also been struck by his opponent and sent flying a considerable distance. Is this something achievable with a battle power of merely 1,000? Or is there a disparity in the battle power scale among Earthlings? Beside him, Vegeta was equally astonished, discreetly activating his scouter. Beep! The scouter emitted a sudden alert. What? This guy's battle power has surged to 6,000? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. How could his battle power escalate so dramatically? He recalled that during the earlier confrontation between those Earthlings in the Vegeta race, their battle power had also seen a sudden increase, albeit not significantly enough to warrant concern. Could it be that these Earthlings possessed the ability to augment their battle power at will? Naba, that fellow's battle power is not 1,000. It is 6,000. Unleash your full strength, or you shall meet your demise. Vegeta admonished with a commanding tone. He was acutely aware of Naba's capabilities. If he were to fight earnestly, his battle power could reach 7,000, and even at 6,000, Ji-Yun would certainly not be a match for him. 6,000? What a joke. How could a mere Earthling possibly possess such strength? Naba was incredulous, questioning the existence of such formidable power on this wretched planet. Regardless of his disbelief, he could not afford to underestimate his opponent any longer. Summoning every ounce of his spirit, he charged once more at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, is it? You have successfully provoked my wrath, Naba declared, his gaze fierce and voice low. He was a proud warrior of the Saiyan race, a scion of a noble lineage. To be toyed with by an Earthling was undoubtedly an affront to his dignity. I shall make you comprehend the essence of despair. I will tear you to shreds. The more Naba spoke, the angrier he became, and once again, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Energy enveloped his entire being as he lunged toward Ji-Yun. Observing Naba's approach, Ji-Yun remained as calm as still water, unfazed by the impending onslaught. Boom! In the next instant, Ji-Yun caught Naba's fist with his palm, and the ground beneath them began to crack. A terrifying shockwave radiated swiftly from the two of them. Naba, witnessing his attack thwarted once more, sought to break free. However, Ji-Yun suddenly tightened his grip on Naba's fist, rendering his attempts futile as he could not withdraw his hand. As Ji-Yun observed the struggling Naba, a faint smile graced his lips, and with a slight exertion of his hand, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Immediately thereafter, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Naba's mouth. The bones in his hand had been utterly crushed by Ji-Yun's grip. Damn it, you wretched creature, I will kill you. I will kill you. Naba's face contorted in agony, and he bellowed frantically at Ji-Yun. Simultaneously, a tremendous shockwave burst forth from his gaping mouth, surging powerfully towards Ji-Yun. This attack, fueled by all his strength, was unleashed at near point-blank range. He could scarcely believe that anyone could evade it. Alas, you shall have no chance. Ji-Yun spoke with an air of indifference. With a swift motion, his palm struck Naba's face, perfectly sealing his mouth. The shockwave that had been unleashed was instantaneously repressed. Naba's eyes widened in terror, and he emitted a series of gurgling sounds, desperately thrashing his limbs in a futile struggle. Alas, no matter how vigorously he fought, he could not escape the grip of Ji-Yun. His body began to swell uncontrollably as the shockwave wreaked havoc within him, violently damaging his internal organs. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they might burst from their sockets. With a dull thud, Naba ceased his resistance. His pupils gradually dilated, and the once formidable aura around him dissipated entirely. He was left devoid of any signs of life. Ji-Yun casually discarded the enormous corpse as if it were mere refuse, an act that struck the very souls of all present. Was this truly the extent of Mr. Ji-Yun's prowess? Tianjin Fan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, unable to fathom that a human from Earth could attain such extraordinary levels of cultivation. Gulp. Clint swallowed hard, for today marked the first time he witnessed Ji-Yun in action. Despite the myriad of rumors regarding Ji-Yun's formidable abilities, he had remained skeptical. However, the reality before him was far more astonishing than any hearsay. How infuriating it was to realize the vast disparity in their strengths. Piccolo gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, expressing his frustration. Since their last parting, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, hoping to one day narrow the gap between himself and Ji-Yun. Yet he found that the chasm had only widened. It was as if, had he been the one facing that formidable opponent, he would have been the one to explode on the spot. Chapter 10. Defeating Vegeta. Ji-Yun shook his wrist and directed his gaze toward Vegeta, pointing at him. It's your turn. Vegeta stood there, dazed, his heart tumultuous and overwhelmed. Just a moment ago, as he scrutinized Ji-Yun's power level with his scouter, the digits abruptly surged to 12,000. This sudden spike led him to question the integrity of his device. However, the lifeless body of Raditz confirmed the plausibility of this reality. It was likely that he had met his demise at the hands of this individual. In that moment, Vegeta felt an immense pressure emanating from Ji-Yun, a sensation indicating that his opponent's strength surpassed even that which was displayed. Nevertheless, Vegeta was merely momentarily astonished. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he held a substantial confidence in his own abilities. Do not conflate me with that weakling. You shall learn the meaning of regret. As Vegeta's icy words echoed, his body erupted into motion. A far more terrifying aura radiated from him as he surged towards Ji-Yun with ferocious intent. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Ji-Yun. If you are worthy of my personal attention, you are among them and should feel fortunate for it. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun reacted swiftly, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave with a single palm strike. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the ground, uprooting the surrounding flora with tremendous force. A vast, unfathomable crater formed in the aftermath of the blast. Goodness, how terrifying. This astonishing power could very well annihilate the Earth. The crowd felt their hearts leap into their throats, their faces etched with disbelief. Initially, they had presumed that this diminutive figure was on par with the bald-headed warrior, yet the strength unleashed was several magnitudes greater. Especially that energy wave, which was unleashed with such nonchalance. Had he focused his energy, it was likely that none present would have escaped unscathed. Amidst the astonishment, in a flash, Ji-Yun had engaged Vegeta in combat. The two began a fierce melee, their movements so swift that onlookers could scarcely perceive their forms. Only the sounds of their intense clash resonated in the air. At that moment, Vegeta's assault intensified, his strikes becoming increasingly ferocious, employing both hands and feet with remarkable skill. It must be said that Vegeta's offensive techniques were exceptionally refined, each blow precise and lethal, devoid of any superfluous motion. In contrast, Ji-Yun adopted a defensive stance. While he deftly evaded all of Vegeta's attacks, his movements were rather exaggerated and lacked finesse. Each dodge could have been executed with a mere shift of his body. Yet he often overexerted himself. Were it not for his superior strength and swifter speed, he would have likely endured several of Vegeta's powerful hits by now. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, Ji-Yun effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that his strike had been so easily intercepted. How could this be? Just moments ago, this individual had appeared to be floundering in evasion. Is this truly all he is capable of? If so, I shall be sorely disappointed. Ji-Yun spoke in a calm tone, yet deep within, he resolved to refrain from blindly pursuing strength in the future. It was imperative to hone his combat skills. Humph, how foolishly complacent. I haven't even exerted my full power. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with rage. With a fierce cry, Vegeta unleashed his palm, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire realm. Such immense power, even greater than before. The onlookers felt the shift in the atmosphere, their faces paling and bodies trembling incessantly. Could Ji-Yun withstand Vegeta's might now? Though they were unable to discern the battlefield's dynamics. The moment they witnessed Ji-Yun absorb one of Vegeta's attacks, a glimmer of hope graced their expressions. They believed Vegeta was on the brink of defeat, that Ji-Yun's prowess surpassed his own. Little did they realize that Vegeta had yet to unveil his true strength. The aura he radiated now plunged them into despair once more. This time, he unleashed his full might, a staggering combat power of 18,000, completely unfettered. Come at me. Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a remarkably calm manner. His combat prowess was an impressive 60,000, rendering him unperturbed in the face of a fully unleashed Vegeta. Bang! The fists of the two clashed once more, causing mountains to shatter under the force of their confrontation. In this exchange, Vegeta was sent flying by a single blow. Ji-Yun stood firm and unyielding, his stature unwavering, as if he were a mountain. Vegeta's body crashed heavily to the ground, his entire arm rendered numb, and a sharp pain radiated from his chest. What is happening? How could he be this powerful? Vegeta was bewildered. With his remaining hand, he struck the earth repeatedly, a sense of indignation swelling within him. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he be sent flying by a mere earthling? The thought alone was enough to invite ridicule. No, his combat power must have surpassed mine, otherwise he would never have been able to defeat me. Suddenly, Vegeta came to a realization. Although he suspected Ji-Yun might be concealing his true strength, he was confident that it would not exceed his own. Yet the evidence lay stark before him, leaving him no room for denial. Vegeta hastily pressed the button on his power level detector. The device emitted a series of rapid beeps, beep, beep, beep. Boom. In an instant, the detector exploded. Yet even as fear began to creep into his heart, Vegeta could only stare blankly at Ji-Yun, who was approaching him step by step. This cannot be possible. Vegeta muttered to himself, for his detector was outdated and could only register up to 40,000. This meant that Ji-Yun's power level was likely beyond that threshold. A realization that struck Vegeta like a bolt of lightning. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could these inferior beings possibly challenge me? Pain and bitterness filled Vegeta's gaze, and his heart swelled with defiance. It must be a malfunction. Yes, it has to be broken. Vegeta insisted stubbornly. Observing his current predicament with frustration, Ji-Yun furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. He had not received the system's notification indicating the task's completion. Could it be that the task was still not deemed finished? Ji-Yun sighed deeply, revealing a palpable sense of helplessness as he turned to Vegeta and inquired. Shall we proceed? Chapter 11. The Tragic Tower What? Vegeta responded, momentarily bewildered, gazing at Ji-Yun with confusion. What I mean to say is, the illustrious Prince of the Saiyans should not possess such feeble strength. Surely, you have some hidden prowess yet to be unveiled. If that is indeed the case, let us hasten to continue. Ji-Yun gradually elucidated. Logically speaking, given the state Vegeta was in, it should have been considered a defeat. However, the system's notification remained conspicuously absent, indicating only one possibility. Vegeta still possessed a hidden tactic. He had not been thoroughly vanquished. Cursed fiend. Vegeta's teeth were nearly ground to dust, his anger palpable. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he would never concede defeat. Yet, Ji-Yun's words pierced his ears like a mockery. What is happening? Can anyone explain this to me? Krillin inquired, dumbfounded. He had not discerned how the two had clashed. One moment, Vegeta exuded an overwhelming aura, and the next, he was sent hurtling backward, his energy dwindling. It was unknown. Vegeta's power could annihilate worlds. Yet it was evident that Ji-Yun surpassed him in strength. Piccolo's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. He now acknowledged Ji-Yun's unfathomable prowess. Henceforth, he would be a formidable rival that Piccolo might never hope to chase. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ji-Yun is so powerful. This time, victory is assured. The gloom that enveloped Ten Shinhan dissipated, replaced by palpable excitement. Uncle Ji-Yun is truly impressive. When will I be able to attain such strength? Gohan gazed at Ji-Yun in awe, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. At that moment, Vegeta glared furiously at Ji-Yun. His gaze was ablaze with dark flames. Had looks the power to kill, Ji-Yun would have been rent asunder by Vegeta's eyes. Stop merely cursing. Think carefully. Have you forgotten some ultimate technique? Seeing you in this state is making me anxious. Ji-Yun furrowed her brows deeper, her tone betraying a genuine urgency that might mislead one into thinking she was a friend of Vegeta. Damn it. Die. Just die. Vegeta cursed venomously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his remaining hand, he unleashed a barrage of spherical energy blasts towards Ji-Yun. In no time, hundreds of luminous spheres erupted forth, bombarding her relentlessly. However, such an assault posed no real threat to Ji-Yun. Is this truly your ultimate move? Ji-Yun expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Good heavens, isn't this the legendary prince's tactic? While it is quite renowned, it seems to have never claimed a life. Ha, ha. Vegeta panted heavily, as the recent assault appeared to have drained all his strength. At that moment, he could scarcely utter a word, his furious gaze fixed intently on Ji-Yun. As Ji-Yun gazed at the indignant Vegeta, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Vegeta still had hidden tactics up his sleeve. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly unable to recall what they could possibly be. What could it be? Ji-Yun paced back and forth, ceaselessly wandering before Vegeta. Ah, indeed. In a moment of inspiration, Ji-Yun's mind sparked with an idea. With a swift stride, he dashed before Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. You scoundrel, let me go. Vegeta protested, struggling with all his might. Yet he found himself unable to escape Ji-Yun's grasp. The sound of impact echoed. Without hesitation, Ji Yun delivered 2 resounding slaps to him. Vegeta, snap out of it. Can't you transform into a giant ape? Hurry up and do it, Ji Yun exclaimed with fervor. After spending so many years in the Dragon Ball world, he had almost forgotten that Saiyans could indeed transform into this formidable form. One could only blame the infrequency of its appearance for this lapse in memory. Vegeta, dazed from the blows and seeing stars, suddenly felt a spark of clarity upon hearing Ji Yun's words. Of course, I can still transform, he realized, chastising himself for allowing his anger to overshadow his Saiyan abilities. As Ji Yun observed Vegeta finally attain enlightenment, he released his grip on him. With a subtle nod, he mused inwardly, this child is indeed teachable. It seemed evident that you possess considerable knowledge. Henceforth, I shall impart to you the meaning of regret for past decisions. Vegeta regained his former demeanor, fixating his gaze intently upon Ji Yun, without delving into the reasons behind Ji Yun's awareness of the matter. Hurry, let us not squander any more time. As the gentle breeze swayed, Ji Yun calmly addressed Vegeta. To be honest, were it not for the mission assigned by the system, he would have been reluctant to utter so many words. Had it not been for the task of defeating Vegeta and returning, he would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. After enduring such a severe beating, how dare he remain so arrogant? I hope you can maintain that composure in the time to come. Now, I shall reveal to you the true terrifying power of the Saiyans. After making a bold proclamation, Vegeta conjured a sphere of silvery energy with a single hand and hurled it into the air. A hint of confidence graced his lips. Although in this form he was no match for that individual, transformed into a great ape, victory was assured, though his size and appearance would become grotesque upon transformation. Such concerns were utterly trivial. As long as he could successfully transform, his combat power would increase tenfold, granting him an astounding battle power of 180,000. To cleanse the humiliation and eliminate the scoundrel would be an effortless task. What are those two up to? Tien Shinhan inquired, perplexed and bewildered. Indeed. Why not simply eliminate the Saiyan? Krillin echoed, equally baffled and unable to discern their intentions. Ji Yun's actions must undoubtedly have their rationale. Let us maintain our distance and not disturb him. Piccolo spoke in a low voice to the others. With that, he took Gohan by the hand and retreated a considerable distance back. Ji Yun's request for Vegeta to transform into a gorilla was heard distinctly. His auditory structure was remarkably unique. Even from a considerable distance, he could effortlessly capture the dialogue between the two. Although he was uncertain of Ji Yun's motives, he wisely chose to distance himself from the scene, casting a discreet glance at Gohan beside him. Not long ago, he had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the gorilla. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the current situation. However, they noted that the formidable Piccolo had retreated significantly. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Din dared not take any chances. After a brief look towards Ji Yun's position, they hastily followed in the direction Piccolo had departed. Chapter 12. Stand still. One strike each. Ji Yun observed Vegeta's movements with an air of calmness. Humph, you insufferable fool, I shall make you pay for your foolishness. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a maniacal laughter echoing within him. His gaze fixated intensely on the energy sphere suspended in midair. Suddenly, his pupils vanished, and his eyes were engulfed by a crimson glow. With a roar that pierced the air, Vegeta's body began to swell. Thick fur sprouted from his skin, revealing sharp canine teeth. And his visage transformed into a grotesque mask, resembling a devil. His body continued to expand, and within mere seconds, Vegeta had grown to a towering stature akin to a colossal mountain. Cloaked in black fur, he had fully assumed the form of a mighty gorilla. Do you see? This is the true power of me, Vegeta. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta proclaimed triumphantly, his cavernous mouth wide open, as he unleashed a powerful blow towards Ji Yun. As Ji Yun swiftly evaded Vegeta's onslaught, a tremendous fist crashed down upon the ground, unleashing a seismic tremor. The earth bore the imprint of that colossal punch. Goodness, that fellow has transformed into a behemoth, reminiscent of the former Goku. Krillin's face was etched with terror. It was not without reason for his timidity, for he had nearly perished beneath Goku's mighty form in the past. Now, witnessing this scene again, the buried fear within him resurfaced. Tien Fan maintained a grave expression, yet he did not exhibit the same panic as Krillin. The impact that Ji Yun brought upon him was overwhelming, for reasons unknown. He believed that Ji Yun could undoubtedly conquer this colossal entity. With a sigh of relief, Piccolo exhaled. He had encountered massive gorillas before, and now, witnessing one again, The sense of oppression remained profoundly intense. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Gohan once more. What kind of race are the Saiyans, truly? Is this what a battle power of 180,000 feels like? The pressure is indeed extraordinary. After narrowly evading an attack, Jian exhaled lightly and remarked with a hint of disdain, the real spectacle has only just begun. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, observed the devastated ground beneath him, his proud demeanor enveloping him like a mantle. Boom, boom, boom. Hardly had his words faded when another flurry of punches rained down. Mountains crumbled into fragments, and the swirling dust obscured the very sun. Jian flitted gracefully like a butterfly, evading all of Vegeta's assaults with effortless agility. You coward, is fleeing all you know? Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, he could never seem to land a blow on Ji-Yun. What am I to do? I cannot simply stand here and be your target. Is this the fate of the proud Saiyan prince, reduced to a mere fool, striking only at stationary prey? Seasoned Cloud retorted without mercy. With only 60,000 combat power, he found himself dwarfed by Vegeta's formidable 18,000. Was it possible that Vegeta considered him a fool, denying him the chance to evade? How infuriating. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Vegeta exclaimed angrily, feeling as though his lungs might burst from rage. In his gorilla-like state, he possessed immense strength, effortlessly lifting a mountain peak in his grasp. He wielded the mountain like a baseball bat, swinging it back and forth in an attempt to inflict some damage. Yet, this proved futile. The speed of Ji-Yun was astonishingly swift, rendering Vegeta's attack frequency utterly incapable of keeping pace with him. He quickly created a considerable distance, gathering energy in both hands. With a mighty shout, a ki blast of such formidable power that it could obliterate the earth struck the chest of the gorilla. Yet, the gorilla remained completely motionless, its fur-clad body sustaining no damage whatsoever. Both the offense and defense were nothing short of perfection. Ji-Yun nodded and remarked with admiration, Are you merely tickling me? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Simultaneously, he opened his vast mouth and unleashed a devastating laser. The only lament was that it was too slow. Ji-Yun shook his head and deftly evaded the laser beams. It is no wonder that later on, Vegeta abandoned this technique. The ability to transform into a great ape is more suited for widespread destruction. In terms of one-on-one combat, it pales in comparison to his normal state. Witnessing his attacks repeatedly miss their mark, Vegeta grew anxious, unleashing a barrage of lasers from his mouth. Yet, Ji-Yun skillfully dodged them all. This only fueled Vegeta's rage, causing him to pound his chest in a fit of fury. It is time to end this, Vegeta. You are no match for me. The mist drifted before him as he spoke with an indifferent tone. You're speaking too soon, aren't you? Vegeta retorted with reluctance. He had grown undeniably strong. Had it not been for this individual's unwillingness to confront him directly, how could he possibly face defeat? Let me offer you a chance. As Ji-Yun gazed at the defiant Vegeta, he contemplated teasing him further. Indeed, the crimson hue of the gorilla's eyes intensified. What does it imply? Quite simply, it is a matter of speed. You claim you cannot keep up with me. Therefore, let us engage in a direct confrontation. I shall strike you first, and you must not evade. Then, you will strike me, and I shall not dodge. However, I must have the first move. What do you say? Ji-Yun smiled faintly, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, exuding an air of cunning. As Vegeta observed her demeanor, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. He simply could not land a blow on Ji-Yun. If the battle continued in this fashion, his energy would inevitably deplete, leading to his demise. Recalling the moment when Ji-Yun had struck him without inflicting any harm, he resolutely made up his mind. Very well, let it be as you wish. And no one shall be allowed to retract their words. Upon witnessing the success of his cunning strategy, Ji-Yun let out a sinister chuckle. He then raised his hand above his head, as a stream of golden energy coalesced from his palm, transforming into a radiant halo that spun at the speed of light. Behold, Chi Yuan Slash. With a forceful flick of his palm, Ji-Yun unleashed the Chi Yuan Slash, a technique that had proven to be nothing short of divine in its early application, capable of even severing Frieza himself. In order to execute this technique, Ji-Yun meticulously studied it for a full 20 minutes in an open field prior to his arrival. Thanks to the enhancement from his transcendent bloodline, his comprehension of martial arts surpasses that of the average individual. This also accounts for why he departed from home early, yet arrived last on the battlefield. Vegeta fixated intently on the Chi Yuan Slash, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Although he was unaware of the nature of this move, its appearance, as if it could slice through space itself, instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom. Should he be struck by this attack, it would spell his demise. As the Chi Yuan slash approached ever closer, Vegeta felt cold sweat trickling down his brow, disregarding any prior agreements. He propelled his massive frame into the air, desperately attempting to evade the impending threat. Chapter 13. Mission accomplished. Goku's delayed arrival with a swift motion, the Chi Yuan slash zipped past, and Vegeta's timely reaction enabled him to narrowly escape its path, allowing him a moment of relief. However, his tail, unfortunately, was not as fortunate, as it was cleanly severed in two. With the loss of his tail, his body began to shrink rapidly. In mere moments, Vegeta had reverted to his usual form. The combination of previous injuries and the energy expended during his transformation into a giant ape had left him utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, struggling to keep his eyes open. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Vegeta. After Vegeta's departure, rewards will be automatically granted. The long-awaited system notification finally resonated in Ji Yun's ears. Has it truly been accomplished? Ji Yun was overwhelmed with joy. Even though the voice of the system was synthesized electronically, it resonated in his ears with a clarity and charm that was delightful. At that moment, Vegeta appeared exceedingly weak, his energy exceptionally feeble, teetering on the brink of defeat. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin noticed the absence of the gorilla. Suddenly, Tien glanced at Krillin, a look of ecstatic realization gracing his face. Indeed, the gorilla was gone, and the energy of that Saiyan had diminished significantly. Initially taken aback, Krillin soon echoed the excitement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. It seems Ji Yun has dealt with that Saiyan." Piccolo nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "This is wonderful. We are saved," Gohan exclaimed, elatedly dancing about. Although he aspired to possess strength akin to Ji Yun's, he ultimately harbored a distaste for battle. At this moment, the crisis on Earth had been averted, filling him with unrestrained joy. "Let us go," Tien suggested to the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, swiftly making their way toward Ji Yun's location. In mere moments, they had all gathered around Ji Yun. "Uncle Ji Yun, are you all right? You are amazing," Gohan said, his face alight with excitement. "I'm perfectly fine, just a mere Saiyan. Nothing to worry about. Even if I hadn't come, I trust you all would have managed just fine." Ji Yun gently patted Gohan's head, smiling warmly at him. His humble words, however, resonated differently in the ears of those present. Piccolo, with his arms crossed over his chest, shyly turned his head to the side. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged awkward smiles. "Well, we can discuss idle matters later. Let me first attend to the tasks at hand." Ji Yun smiled cheerfully at everyone. Although he had defeated Vegeta, his task was not yet fully accomplished. He now needed to ensure that Vegeta successfully departed from this place. Indeed, everyone nodded earnestly in agreement. Ji Yun swiftly appeared before Vegeta. "Did we not agree that each of us would take one strike without evasion? You are, after all, the Prince of the Saiyans. How can you not handle this?" Seizing Yun feigned anger, exclaiming in frustration, You, Vegeta. You've been rambling for quite some time without making a coherent point." Indeed, he found himself at a loss for words to counter Seizing Yun's assertions. All right. I'm not like you. I am a person of my word. Although you may have played tricks first, I shall still honor our agreement. Go ahead and attack me. I shall not evade." With a resolute demeanor, Ji Yun proclaimed, an aura of righteousness emanating from him. One might mistakenly believe him to be a true gentleman. Suddenly, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Overwhelmed by fury, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dizziness enveloped him, and the world spun around. "How much more shameless can you be? I can hardly stand. Am I to hurl a stone at you?" The sight of blood startled Ji Yun immensely. "Goodness. Do not let yourself succumb here. The task remains unfinished. Calm down. You may leave now. Make haste." Ji Yun waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, urging him to depart swiftly. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard or was caught in an illusion. "He truly intends to let me go. No, this cannot be. He must not be allowed to leave, for Yamcha's vengeance remains unfulfilled." Suddenly, Krillin charged forward, his face etched with fury as he glared at Vegeta. Ji Yun furrowed her brows. The death of Yamcha should not be attributed to others, but rather to his own negligence. Neither Bon nor Vegeta had directly intervened. "Klin, let him go. He still holds great value for me. Yamcha can be revived with the Dragon Balls." Ji Yun placed her hand gently on his shoulder and spoke with a serene expression. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Klin was profoundly perplexed. He could not comprehend why they would choose to spare this individual when eliminating him directly seemed a viable option. Ji-Yun gently patted his shoulder. Nodding earnestly, Klin, gazing into his resolute eyes, dejectedly replied, "All right, I shall heed your words." With that, he stepped aside. "What are you staring at? Hurry and leave." Ji-Yun redirected his gaze towards Vegeta and spoke with irritation. Upon overhearing their debate, Vegeta realized that this scoundrel genuinely intended to release him. Although prideful, he understood the wisdom of adaptability. Without further hesitation, he retrieved a remote control from his person. Upon pressing a button, the spacecraft stationed at a distance swiftly approached him. Vegeta stumbled as he entered the vessel. "You, wait for me. After today, I shall grow stronger. I will return to personally annihilate you and everyone on this planet to avenge today's grievances," Vegeta declared with fierce determination. Then promptly closed the cabin door and rapidly ascended away from Earth. TCH. Ji-Yun remained unfazed by Vegeta's threats. He possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, and his cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of his adversary. When they next crossed paths, it was likely that the outcome would be even more devastating for Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving the reward. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Side effect-free version. This occurred the moment Vegeta departed from Earth. The voice of the system echoed once more in Ji-Yun's mind. Simultaneously, a new memory surfaced, detailing the technique of the King Kai Fist. Just as Ji-Yun was lost in his own thoughts, Krillin suddenly exclaimed with joy, "This energy! It's Goku! Goku has arrived!" As Ji-Yun's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Krillin's voice, he suddenly sensed Goku's energy in the air. Indeed, it was the aura of Sun Wukong. Now more formidable than a year ago, Ji-Yun mused to himself. With a swift sound of slicing through the air, Goku, clad in his vibrant orange martial arts uniform, descended from the heavens, appearing before the gathered crowd. "Goku! Goku! Dad!" The familiar figure ignited a wave of excitement among the onlookers, who eagerly called out his name. Although the crisis had passed, it had been a year since they last met, and the sight of Goku filled them with exuberance. "Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Din, and Gohan, you're all alive. Splendid. Where are the Saiyans? Bring them forth. I yearn for a fierce battle." Goku, noticing the tranquility among his friends, felt a great joy. His gaze then sharpened, signaling his desire for a decisive confrontation with the Saiyans. Chapter 14, Ji-Yun vs. Goku Ahem. Well, Goku, the Saiyans have already been vanquished by Mr. Ji-Yun. Krillin, observing Goku's spirited demeanor, recounted the tale of Ji-Yun's battle with the Saiyans. "What, Ji-Yun? How cunning of you to defeat them before I could." Goku replied, his disappointment palpable as he gazed at Ji-Yun, lamenting the missed opportunity. His life philosophy revolved around combat, and the absence of a fight was enough to drive him to madness. My apologies, Goku. It's their fault for being too weak. If they had only held out a little longer, perhaps you would have had your chance. Truly a pity." Ji-Yun smiled as he spoke. His words left many feeling somewhat speechless. "Big brother, we acknowledge your strength, but must you be so demoralizing?" They mused. If they were deemed weak, what did that make the rest of them? Were they truly as pitiful as that? "No way, Ji-Yun. Since the Saiyans have departed, let us engage in a match. Otherwise, I shall be utterly miserable." Goku lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Having just completed his training, he had experienced a significant boost in power and had mastered both the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. If he were not allowed to unleash his strength, he would indeed be driven to despair. This, I fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-Yun was about to decline. But the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. "Ding! A challenge from Sun Wukong has been detected. Please make your choice. Option 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Sun Wukong. Reward: 100 immortal beans. Option 2. Decline the challenge and leave this place. Reward: Title of the Reclusive Master." Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly made a decision. What on earth is the title of a Hermit Master? Even the smallest fly is still a piece of meat. I choose one. Ding. Host's choice confirmed. Accept the challenge. Defeat Sun Wukong. Upon completion of the task, the system will automatically dispense rewards. Please be attentive to collect them. The system concluded with this final notification. Ji-Yun continued. This might, indeed, be possible. I am eager to witness the fruits of your cultivation over the past year. This was splendid news. Upon hearing Ji-Yun accept the challenge, Wukong was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Although the Saiyans had already been defeated and fled, the prospect of engaging in battle with Ji-Yun was truly exhilarating. Ji-Yun has single-handedly defeated two exceptionally powerful Saiyans, engaging him in combat. Is that not enticing? Come now, make your move first, and unleash your utmost strength. Seasonal clouds drifted softly, Ji-Yun remarked. Upon hearing these words, Wukong swiftly assumed an offensive stance, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Ji-Yun's eyes. The surrounding onlookers, sensing the imminent clash between the two, hastily retreated, clearing the arena. Krillin observed the tension between them, wishing to counsel Wukong, for Ji-Yun was indeed a formidable entity. His strength overwhelmingly terrifying. Engaging him would undoubtedly lead to self-inflicted suffering. Yet, witnessing Wukong's serious demeanor, Krillin surmised that even a word of caution would be futile. Gohan, too, was filled with concern, silently wishing for his father to exercise restraint and avoid any unforeseen calamities. At that moment, nearly everyone present held their breath for Wukong. Returning to the battlefield, the two remained in a tense standoff. Wukong's feet shifted cautiously, his expression growing increasingly grave. He discerned numerous vulnerabilities in Ji-Yun. Yet he instinctively sensed that these openings were mere traps. A reckless assault would surely result in severe repercussions. In a flash, Wukong darted forward, appearing directly before Ji-Yun. At that instant, he cast aside all thoughts of traps, launching a flurry of strikes against Ji-Yun with unrestrained fervor. Ji-Yun deftly maneuvered her body, evading the rain-like onslaught of Wukong's attacks. Truly, her battle prowess, honed through countless confrontations, could rival that of Vegeta. In her heart, Ji-Yun secretly admired Wukong's prowess. Oh. Da-da-da. Upon witnessing that all his offensive maneuvers had been effortlessly neutralized, Wukong accelerated his assault. Each strike grew increasingly ferocious. Boom. A resounding noise echoed as Wukong's fist collided with Ji-Yun's abdomen. A flicker of joy crossed Wukong's face. Did I hit the mark? However, this elation swiftly dissipated, for he realized that his fist had struck what felt like solid rock. Not only had he inflicted no damage whatsoever, but the impact had also left his hand throbbing with pain. Wukong's onslaught began to wane. Ji-Yun seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that struck Wukong squarely on the head. After sustaining a powerful blow, Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby mountain. With a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled, engulfing him in an avalanche of debris. Krillin and the others, witnessing Wukong's flight, called out in concern, Wukong! Wukong! Amidst the rubble, Wukong emerged, brushing off the stones that had fallen upon him, and leaped back to face Ji-Yun once more. Ouch! That hurt! Wukong exclaimed, grimacing. I told you. Unleash your full strength. Ji-Yun smiled faintly and remarked, Wukong has this peculiar habit. Every time he faces an opponent, he first probes their strength, never launching into his most formidable state right away. With a chuckle, Wukong replied, well then, allow me to showcase the fruits of my training. His expression soon shifted to one of gravity as an aura began to coalesce around him. Ha! King Kai Fist! Wukong shouted with fervor. Instantly, he was enveloped in a crimson aura, his energy doubling in intensity. When translated into combat power, it was approximately around 16,000. Not bad. Come on. Ji-Yun smiled lightly, gesturing for Wukong to come forth. Whoosh. Wukong's strength and speed had undergone a remarkable transformation. Each punch carried an immense force. Yet, standing before him was the even more unfathomable Ji-Yun. His strikes remained unable to reach Ji-Yun. The agility of Ji-Yun became remarkably ethereal. Following his fierce battle with Vegeta, his combat skills had significantly advanced. Learning through combat is indeed a characteristic trait of the Saiyans. How formidable! Goku felt an unprecedented pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Triple Kaioken! Goku exclaimed, amplifying his energy once more. His muscles swelled dramatically, and the crimson aura surrounding him intensified. Whoosh! The shadows of his fist moved like the wind, the sound of air being torn asunder resonating continuously. With a battle power of 24,000, he could finally barely keep pace with Ji-Yun's speed. Most of his punches and kicks landed on Ji-Yun, yet they still failed to inflict any harm. As Ji-Yun observed the revelry drawing to a close, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch that struck Wukong squarely in the chest. The force of this devastating blow caused Wukong's aura, once a vibrant red, to dissipate, propelling his body several meters away. This strike rendered him momentarily dazed, his eyes rolling back as he spewed forth blood. The onlookers rushed forward to assess his condition. Wukong, with a slight flutter of his eyelids, caught a blurred glimpse of the concerned faces before darkness enveloped him, leading him into unconsciousness. Chapter 15. A deceptive invitation to team up at the Universal Capsule Company. Ji-Yun reclined in a rocking chair, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, sipping fresh orange juice with a sense of profound contentment. A week had elapsed since the Scions invaded Earth. Following the previous battle, Ji-Yun experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. To his astonishment, he discovered that he did not need to engage in deliberate training, aside from a daily increment in his energy. It appeared that any engagement in combat would lead to an explosive growth in his power. His combat prowess had reached the threshold of 100,000. A rate of improvement that could only be described as astonishing. "Bulma, are you ready? We must depart." Ji-Yun lazily called out. "All right, coming right away." To which Bulma replied with a bright voice, "Just a moment. Women are indeed troublesome. It always takes them ages to prepare before heading out." Ji-Yun reclined in the rocking chair, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she spoke. Their primary objective today was to visit the hospital and check on Wukong, who had been injured by Ji-Yun. They intended to deliver a magical bean to expedite his discharge. Ever since their last encounter, Wukong had been confined to the hospital, as no one possessed any magical beans, leaving him there until now. Ji-Yun acquired 100 celestial beans through the system's tasks. However, after the battle, he noticed that his energy began to surge continuously. Thus, he promptly departed the scene to consolidate his strength, without having the opportunity to feed any to Wukong. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bulma finally emerged. "My dear, let us be on our way." Bulma gently tapped Ji-Yun on the head and spoke softly. Ji-Yun raised her eyes and beheld Bulma, who was adorned in fashionable attire, her makeup meticulously applied. She radiated a youthful vibrancy, exuding a playful charm. "Very well. Let us depart," Ji-Yun remarked with a gentle smile. Subsequently, she wrapped her arms around Bulma's waist and gracefully leaped into the sky. Meanwhile, at the Third People's Hospital in West City, Sun Wukong, clad in a patient gown, was engaged in performing push-ups. It appeared he was recovering quite well. As Ji-Yun gently pushed open the door, the sight that greeted him was Goku sprawled on the floor. "Ji-Yun, Bulma, you have arrived." Goku joyfully welcomed the two, completely disregarding the matter of his previous injury. "Look what I have brought for you." Ji-Yun smiled as she gently shook the green beans in her hand. Celestial beans. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. He had long been weary of the hospital environment. Everything was tolerable, especially during treatment, but the injections were utterly unbearable, causing him immense suffering and draining his vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong took the celestial beans from Ji-Yun's hand, trusting their authenticity, and promptly stuffed them into his mouth. Upon consuming the beans, his previously weakened body instantly regained its vigor. "Splendid. Ji-Yun, I am restored. Let us engage in battle once more," Sun Wukong exclaimed, invigorating himself as he resumed his former dynamism. The very first thing he wished to do after his recovery was to challenge Ji-Yun again. Ji-Yun chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I dare not engage in combat with you any longer. It would be wise for you to focus on your cultivation first. Once you have become sufficiently formidable, I shall gladly spar with you." "Very well, it is settled then," Wukong replied earnestly. He was aware that his previous remark had merely slipped from his lips. His combative nature had been ingrained in him to the core. At that moment, as the two engaged in delightful conversation, Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then, with an air of mystery, she addressed Wukong. "Would you care to battle someone even stronger than I?" "Wah." Wukong was utterly bewildered by Ji-Yun's words. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly the epitome of strength. Who could possibly surpass her? His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Is there truly someone stronger than you in this world?" In his perspective, Ji-Yun represented the pinnacle of power. To be stronger than her, one would have to possess an extraordinary level of strength. Yet, in the vastness of the universe, wonders abound. Those mightier than I are indeed plentiful, and I am but a mere speck of dust in the cosmos," Season said calmly, her gaze seemingly filled with a yearning for another world. Gulp. Wukong swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement, even more so than when encountering a beautiful woman. "Where is it? Where is it?" Wukong eagerly inquired, his mood turning increasingly urgent. "Do not rush. That place is far away, on another planet." Ji-Yun smiled faintly, maintaining an air of mystery. "No matter where it is, I shall go." A resolute glimmer ignited in Wukong's eyes. The more Ji-Yun expressed himself, the more exhilarated he became. "Very well, that location is on planet Namek, which is none other than Piccolo's homeland." Ji-Yun spoke with an air of nonchalance. Bulma listened attentively to their conversation, and upon hearing Ji-Yun mention Namek, her brows furrowed in concern. Bulma understood that Ji-Yun would not broach such topics without reason. He must have some ulterior motive for bringing it up. Her intuition proved correct, for his sudden mention of these matters was not a mere whim or fanciful thought. It stemmed from his system, which had abruptly activated. Ding! It detected that Frisia had acquired information about the Dragon Balls through alternative means and was poised to invade Namek. The host must now make a choice. Option 1. Proceed to Namek and eliminate Frisia. Reward: 0. 1 seconds of time manipulation. Option 2. I don't know, absolutely not going. Reward: solar flare. Upon encountering the task, Ji-Yun found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Despite his remarkable strength, he was about to confront the formidable cosmic emperor. Frisia. A single misstep could indeed lead to his demise. He momentarily contemplated opting for a path of retreat, abandoning this mission altogether. However, his heart urged him to acknowledge that future adversaries would only grow increasingly powerful. Lacking even a modicum of adventurous spirit would inevitably lead to his downfall. Simultaneously, he devised a safeguard by bringing Goku along. Should the situation turn dire, he could perhaps rely on Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan and turn the tide against Frisia. Just then, the door to the infirmary swung open unexpectedly. Please take me with you. Huh? As Ji-Yun cast a glance at the newcomer, he recognized it was Piccolo. He too had come to pay a visit to Sun Wukong, and as he approached the entrance, he inadvertently overheard their conversation. Upon hearing the mention of Namek, a long-buried memory was stirred within him. Piccolo, it is you. How wonderful. We can once again fight side by side. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. The bond between the two had, unbeknownst to them, undergone a subtle transformation. Ji-Yun was somewhat taken aback. In his plans, there was no provision for bringing along Bick. It would be more advantageous to take Klin instead. After all, Klin could perform the ritual, whereas Bick's effectiveness might be rather limited. Ji-Yun initially intended to decline, yet upon witnessing Piccolo's earnest gaze, he found himself unable to refuse. Very well, we must ascertain the location of Namek. I entrust this task to you, Goku. Please consult the King of Worlds. He continued. Furthermore, we require a spacecraft for our journey. I leave this responsibility to Bulma. Ji-Yun gazed at the group and promptly allocated the tasks. Hey, I haven't agreed to this yet. How can you make decisions on your own? Bulma finally voiced her concerns. She was deeply worried about Ji-Yun's safety and wished to prevent him from taking excessive risks. Sigh. Ji-Yun let out a helpless sigh. It seems that another thorough explanation is in order. Otherwise, she may find herself unable to retire to her bed tonight. Chapter 16. The Self-Destructive Cultivation Method. After a night of enlightenment, Ji-Yun finally persuaded Bulma to agree to construct the airship for them. The flying machines of Raditz and Nappa remained entirely intact. As long as they were scaled up proportionately, they could be used without issue. However, this undertaking was quite monumental and would require 3 days to complete. Ji-Yun chose not to sit idly by. Instead, he decided to seize the opportunity of the next 3 days to diligently cultivate his skills. Ji-Yun suddenly vanished from his original location and reappeared in the Celestial Temple. This marked his inaugural visit to this esteemed place. Mr. Ji-Yun, may I inquire about the purpose of your presence here? A nervous man with a dark complexion, thick lips, round eyes, and a cloth wrapped around his head asked. The name of the individual before him resonated like thunder, renowned as the foremost powerhouse of Earth and a significant contributor to its defense. No need for alarm. I merely require the use of your temporal spirit chamber, Ji-Yun replied. Ji-Yun responded casually. 3 days is indeed a rather brief span of time. However, the spirit time chamber within the Divine Temple can perfectly remedy this predicament. Huh? This? Bobo wore an expression of astonishment, as he could not recall Ji-Yun ever visiting the temple. Yet, Ji-Yun accurately uttered his name, causing a ripple of surprise within him. I must consult the deity. Bobo did not dwell excessively on this matter. After all, an individual of Ji-Yun's caliber was not someone he could provoke. Nevertheless, as a servant of the deity, he understood that certain protocols must still be observed. Ji-Yun nodded gently, signifying his understanding. Let him use it. He is not a bad person. The aged celestial deity, leaning on his cane, slowly emerged from the palace. Ji-Yun gazed at his visage, silently contemplating. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Piccolo. The Supreme Being also scrutinized Ji-Yun, although he remained unaware of the intentions of the young man before him. It was undeniable that Ji-Yun had repeatedly saved the Earth. Thus, allowing him entry into the hyperbolic time chamber was entirely justifiable. Furthermore, the Supreme Being had been closely monitoring him. He was somewhat aware of their conversation in the hospital. After all, Piccolo was to accompany him on his journey, and assisting Ji-Yun would, in effect, be aiding himself. Thank you. Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude politely. Upon receiving the directive, Bobo gestured invitingly. Ji Yun followed closely behind him, gradually making her way deeper into the temple. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the time chamber. Please, you may enter. Each person is permitted to spend only 2 days within. Exceeding this limit renders one unable to exit. There is ample water and food inside, Bobo explained to Ji Yun. Understood. Thank you for the information. Ji Yun smiled and nodded. He then walked slowly into the time chamber. A pale expanse unfolded before his eyes, stretching endlessly. The gravity within the time chamber was 10 times that of Earth. Ji Yun's prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, yet upon his initial entry, he experienced a degree of discomfort. However, he swiftly acclimated to his surroundings. Now, let us observe to what extent he can elevate himself. Ji Yun muttered to himself. He had no intention of staying for long. After all, remaining in such an environment for an extended period could truly inflict some harm on one's mental state. Cheers. Ji Yun let out a furious shout, channeling all his energy as he raised his hand to unleash a powerful wave of qi. After unleashing his energy wave, Ji Yun swiftly withdrew his hand and followed the trajectory of the attack. In no time, his figure appeared abruptly in front of the energy wave. He made no defensive movements, bracing himself to endure his own assault. Poof! Ji Yun spat out a mouthful of blood as the powerful aura around him abruptly dissipated. The world before his eyes became exceedingly blurred, and he was enveloped by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, he shakily retrieved a plump cloth pouch from his person. Extracting a miraculous bean, he consumed it without delay. The instant the bean entered his system, his battered body was revitalized, and he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. His presence transformed, becoming even more profound. Ah, such cultivation is truly remarkable, albeit exceedingly perilous. Ji Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His objective was quite straightforward, to exploit the Scion's unique ability to grow stronger upon the brink of death, thereby rapidly enhancing his own power. This is, indeed, the legendary method of self-destructive cultivation. However, as he sensed the surge of his newfound strength, he couldn't help but be astonished. This capability was truly extraordinary, tripling his energy in an astonishing manner. Ji Yun clenched his powerful fist. Feeling an explosive energy surging within him, Ji Yun refrained from further exerting himself, opting instead to acclimate to the newfound power coursing through his body. Should he fail to maintain control, it was entirely possible that he could inadvertently bring about his own demise. Thus, in the confines of the temporal sanctuary, the enhanced Ji Yun unleashed his formidable powers, generating cataclysmic waves of energy alongside seemingly mundane martial arts techniques. He diligently practiced a myriad of moves, ensuring that each was thoroughly explored. It was only after 3 full days of adaptation that he finally mastered the strength within him. Now, let us proceed. Ji Yun repeated the actions he had performed 3 days prior. A wave of energy was unleashed, intercepting the light wave with precision. This time, fearing he would not have the time to retrieve the celestial beings, he placed one directly in his mouth. When his life hung by a thread, he swallowed it whole, rising once more with renewed vigor. His energy surged explosively once again. He executed his previous techniques, solidifying his strength. However, this time, the duration of stabilization had become significantly prolonged. Day after day, Ji Yun persistently engaged in self-destructive motions within the spirit time house. Time flew by swiftly. Outside, half a day had already elapsed. Inside the spirit time house, Ji Yun had ceased his training, not due to a lack of progress, but because the monotony of life there had become unbearable. His energy had grown to an unfathomable magnitude. A rough estimate suggested it had reached around 8 million in combat power. Were it not for the excessive duration required for stabilization, he could have remained there until he became invincible. Nevertheless, the rate of cultivation from 100,000 to 8 million was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing the norm. It seemed the time had come to prepare for departure. In the gaze of Ji Yun, a brilliant light flickered. He pushed open the door to the house of temporal reflection. After exchanging greetings with the celestial deity, he departed from the divine palace. Instead of wandering elsewhere, he returned directly to Bulma. Uncertain of how long he would be away this time, he seized the opportunity to cherish moments with Bulma over the next couple of days. At last, the 3 days had elapsed. The spacecraft was fully prepared. After persistent inquiries, Goku finally learned the precise coordinates of Namek from the Kaishin. With Bulma elucidating the specific operational procedures of the spacecraft, the 3 of them boarded the vessel. Amidst Bulma's reluctant gaze, the spacecraft gradually ascended, leaving Earth behind and embarking into the vastness of space. With unwavering determination, Ji Yun gazed ahead. Namek, Frisia, I have arrived. Chapter 17. Arrival at Namek, defeating Dodoria. Several months later, amidst the vast cosmos, a spherical spacecraft traversed the endless expanse of stars, advancing through the dark void of space. Only 3 days remained until reaching the planet Namek. Ji-Yun cast a glance at the coordinates displayed on the monitor. Swift as lightning. 2 figures collided incessantly within the confines of the spacecraft. The violent impacts caused the vessel to shudder relentlessly, its interior becoming increasingly dilapidated, seemingly on the brink of disintegration. The 2 figures were none other than Sun Wukong and Piccolo. The duration of their cosmic journey was exceedingly long, and in order to cultivate and pass the time, they engaged in continuous sparring within the spacecraft. Had it not been for the vessel's trajectory correction feature, it would have long since deviated from its intended course. 3 days later, the spacecraft, piloted by Ji-Yun and his companions, has finally touched down successfully on the planet Namek. The invigorating air, lush vegetation, and the warm sunlight create an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo murmured as he surveyed the breathtaking scenery surrounding him. Wow, this place is truly beautiful. Such an environment cannot be found on Earth. Goku also expressed his admiration. Enough with the exclamations. I sense several faint energies nearby. Which must be our objective? Ji-Yun inopportunely interrupted their exclamations. Their task commenced with considerable difficulty as they were to directly confront the cosmic monarch. Frieza, a challenge of no small magnitude. Presently, his battle power stood at 8 million, and with the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold, it escalated to a staggering 80 million. Seemingly an exaggeration, Ji-Yun understood that this was far from sufficient. For his opponent, in peak condition, possessed a staggering combat power of 120 million. Ji-Yun, is this what you refer to as a feeble aura? Exclaimed Piccolo in shock. He sensed the energy, as if a multitude of individuals were congregating. Among them, each person's aura surpassed his own. One of them exuded such a formidable presence that it was suffocating. An oppressive force felt from a considerable distance. Piccolo's legs felt weak, and cold sweat streamed down his brow. It was entirely possible that all 3 of them might meet their demise here. My heavens. Are you referring to this group? This seems utterly outrageous. Goku, equally astonished, felt a chill grip his heart, causing him to tremble with trepidation. Well, it's manageable. It shouldn't be too overwhelming, Ji-Yun remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This group was likely Frieza and his entourage. Their combat powers ranged from 5,000 to 30,000. With one aura far surpassing the rest by dozens of times, undoubtedly Frieza himself. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Goku and Piccolo exchanged bewildered glances. Not too strong? Brother. Just how powerful must you be? However, this statement served as a comforting reassurance to the 2. If he did not possess absolute strength, he would not have dared to utter such words. Stop dawdling. The enemy approaches. Ji-Yun reminded the 2. Wukong and Piccolo focused their minds, realizing someone was approaching with formidable energy. What should they do now? Should they flee? Piccolo was the first to speak, acknowledging that his combat power was merely around 5,000. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Wukong turned his gaze toward Ji-Yun, the strongest among them, as the trio awaited his command. Why run? Let us confront him here and eliminate him directly. Ji-Yun smiled as he spoke. Here, he was the strongest. Aside from Frieza, the others were merely insignificant beings. After a brief moment, a red figure pierced through the air, hovering above the ground and gazing down. Who are you? The red figure inquired sternly, addressing the 3 below. This was none other than Dodoria, Frieza's formidable lieutenant. As Ji-Yun and his companions descended upon Namek, they were promptly detected by their scanners. Naturally, Dodoria, being Frieza's general, had come to investigate. Ah, so it is you. Ji-Yun smiled lightly, gazing at the familiar face, instantly recognizing him. He paid little heed to Dodoria, considering the latter's strength to be merely a slight enhancement over the previous Vegeta. So, it seems you are acquainted with me? Dodoria coldly remarked. His gaze filled with disdain as he looked at Ji-Yun. His scouter had already revealed the combat power of these 3 individuals, peaking at a mere 3,000. He had never encountered them before, nor would he ever engage with such insignificant beings. Of course, everyone is aware of Frieza's loyal minion. Ji-Yun chuckled, covering his mouth. As soon as Ji-Yun uttered these words, a look of fury instantly appeared on Duo-Duo-Lia's face. He could hardly believe that a mere fighter with a strength of only 3,000 dared to provoke him. His fists clenched involuntarily. Was this not the universally acknowledged truth? Ji-Yun chuckled, remarking that Dodoria, as a subordinate of Frieza, had doubtlessly stained his hands with the blood of countless victims. though he was not a champion of justice. Eliminating such a wretch posed no psychological burden whatsoever. How dare you act so audaciously before me? I shall ensure your demise is most grotesque. Fury coursed through Dodoria as he launched himself forward, descending with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, his crimson fist materialized before Ji Yun. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Ji Yun's head with precision and force. Goku and Piccolo, caught off guard, could only watch in shock as Ji Yun appeared to be struck. Ji Yun! Goku exclaimed, concern lacing his voice. As Dodoria witnessed the successful hit, a cruel smile crept across his face. Trash, just trash. Bang! In the next moment, a deep collision resonated through the air. Dodoria's taunt was abruptly silenced, his smile freezing in place, replaced with a look of sheer terror as his pupils dilated. His fist had inflicted no harm upon Ji Yun. Rather, it was Ji Yun's counterstrike that plunged directly into Dodoria's abdomen. Agonizing pain radiated through his entire being. The punch, embedded deep within him, emitted a golden beam that instantaneously pierced through Dodoria's body. This is impossible. Dodoria gasped, uttering his final words with great difficulty. Moments later, his entire form erupted, disintegrating into dust that scattered across the earth. Goku and Piccolo stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, this individual had exerted immense pressure upon them. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ji Yun had obliterated him. Now, they began to comprehend the meaning behind Ji Yun's earlier words regarding the faint energies nearby. To vanquish such a formidable foe with a mere punch, was that not the definition of faint? Chapter 18. The Grand Elder, shall we take the initiative? Ji Yun smiled gently at the two. After dealing with the matter of Doria, it was certain that Frieza would continue to send more minions. He had no time to indulge these small frying games. Frieza, who maintained his first form for an extended period, possessed a combat power of only 530,000. As long as he did not give Frieza the opportunity to transform, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him. Well, I have no objections, Goku replied nonchalantly. He had come to understand that his presence was likely merely to observe, and there was no need for him to intervene. However, he was quite eager to witness Ji Yun engage in battle with other formidable opponents. Could we perhaps wait a moment? Piccolo interjected. Season Cloud and Wukong exchanged puzzled glances. What is the matter, Piccolo? Do you have relatives you wish to visit? Wukong remarked half-jokingly, fully aware that Piccolo had been raised on Earth and had no such relatives. I suppose so. In that direction, there is a peculiar sensation. A persistent calling that beckons me, Piccolo slowly replied, gesturing towards a specific point. Wukong remained indifferent, feeling that it mattered little where they went, as it ultimately depended on Season Cloud's preference. Ji Yun fell into silence for a moment, then, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, well, very well. Let us proceed to take a look. Thank you. Bit quickly expressed his gratitude, and then leaped into the air, soaring swiftly towards the horizon. As Ji Yun and Wukong followed the eager Piccolo, they flew helplessly behind him. At that moment, in a village on Namek, dozens of Namekians lay lifeless on the ground. Standing in orderly formation beside the corpses were several aliens of varying appearances, all clad in uniform, well-equipped battle attire. Their faces bore an expression of utmost respect as they gazed upon the diminutive figure seated in the spacecraft. This individual was none other than the universally feared cosmic tyrant. Frieza. King Frieza, Mr. Dodoria's scouter has lost contact. He is likely dead. A strikingly handsome man with green hair reported to Frieza. He was none other than Frieza's formidable lieutenant, Zarbin. Oh, it seems these newcomers are not here with good intentions. Could they perhaps be after the Dragon Balls? Frieza remarked with a cold smile, his gaze sharp and penetrating. That remains uncertain. King Frieza, those individuals have shifted their positions, Zarbin reported, observing the readings on the scouter. Regardless of their motives, since they have arrived, let us send them to their demise. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Mr. Zarbin. Frieza stated in a calm tone, though his sinister eyes sent chills down the spine. Understood. Zarbin acknowledged Frieza's command. Placing the Dragon Ball he held upon the ground before pursuing the direction indicated by the scouter. Let us proceed to the next village, Frieza ordered. Taking to the skies first, his subordinates, not daring to delay, gathered the collected Dragon Balls and followed closely behind. Wukong, are we there yet? Piccolo inquired as he flew beside Wukong. Yes, we should be arriving shortly. Piccolo replied, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Ji Yun silently trailed behind the two. As someone familiar with the original work, he could vaguely surmise that Piccolo was about to meet someone significant, likely the Grand Elder of the Namekians. His willingness to acquiesce to Piccolo's request was also tinged with a hint of personal ambition. The Grand Elder possessed a remarkable ability to awaken latent potential, thereby enhancing one's strength. Ji Yun possesses an extraordinary lineage, and the potential within him is boundless. If only he could be awakened, it would undoubtedly enhance their chances against Frisia. Here we are. Piccolo executed a sudden halt, suspending himself in midair. Below them lay a magnificent edifice. Subsequently, the trio gently descended at the entrance of the palace. As Ji Yun gazed at the imposing edifice before him, a sense of secret delight swelled within. Indeed, the moment of truth had arrived. It was now dependent on the willingness of the esteemed elder to assist him. Piccolo strode forward, poised to enter. Suddenly, the grand door swung open, and a Namekian emerged, positioning himself before the assembly. "Ah, another Piccolo?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment upon observing the figure before him. "I am Naru, and the elder has sent me to greet you." Naru introduced himself before nonchalantly stepping inside. "Naru? He bears a striking resemblance to Piccolo." Goku whispered discreetly to Ji Yun. "Let us proceed inside as well." Ji Yun smiled gently as he watched Piccolo enter, then slowly made his way into the house. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal Namekian. Even with his mental preparation, upon witnessing the scene, Ji Yun could not help but gasp in astonishment. Wukong, in a more exaggerated manner, let out a loud exclamation. His commotion immediately drew the ire of the guard, Naru. Noticing Naru's disapproving glare, Wukong could only muster a sheepish smile. "Child, come here and let me have a look at you," spoke the Grand Elder in a gentle tone. As the Grand Elder of the Namekian people, he was privy to all occurrences on the planet. The moment Piccolo set foot on Namek, the Grand Elder sensed his presence. He felt a profound curiosity about why a fellow clan member had traversed from the depths of outer space. To alleviate his intrigue, he utilized his unique abilities to summon Piccolo to his side. Piccolo did not resist and approached without hesitation. The Grand Elder placed his hand atop Piccolo's head, and after approximately a minute, a look of sudden realization dawned upon his face. "Ah, so you are indeed the son of Kakarot. How astonishing. I never imagined you would safely arrive on Earth." The Grand Elder exhaled deeply, filled with emotion. Wukong's expression grew increasingly perplexed, and Piccolo, too, found himself enveloped in confusion. As one who possesses knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Ji Yun appeared notably composed. The elder, observing the perplexity among the crowd, began to elucidate the origins of Piccolo. "So that is how it is." Piccolo nodded in sudden realization, his heart imbued with a myriad of emotions. Furthermore, he expressed his gratitude, addressing Ji Yun and Goku. "Thank you for traveling such great distances to assist us in fending off our adversaries." The elder spoke kindly, having gleaned from Piccolo's memories the journey that had brought them here. Regardless of their intentions, it was evident from Piccolo's recollections that these two were individuals of benevolence. "Thank you, Elder. Our purpose here is to eradicate Frisia. However, he is exceedingly powerful, and I fear we may not be his match," Ji Yun articulated slowly. "I can sense that your strength is formidable, and within you lies immense potential. Step forward, and let me assist you in harnessing it." The elder smiled warmly at Ji Yun. Chapter 19. The pitiful Sabo. Ji Yun's heart swelled with joy as he strode forward with purpose. This was precisely his intention, and he was pleasantly surprised that the Grand Elder brought it up himself. It could not have been better. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Ji Yun approached the Grand Elder and expressed his gratitude. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, then placed his hand atop Ji Yun's head. Time passed, second by second. Ji Yun felt that there was no significant change in his body, leaving him deeply puzzled. The potential within your body is immense. I may not be able to fully harness it." The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Ji Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. She had initially believed it would be straightforward. Yet it seemed that was not the case. "However, I can assist you in uncovering a portion of it. The remainder will depend on your own efforts." The Grand Elder paused momentarily before continuing. Alas, Ji Yun felt as though her body was being unexpectedly stretched upwards. A refreshing sensation coursed through her blood, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of comfort in her bones and joints. "All right, child," the Grand Elder said, withdrawing his hand and addressing Ji Yun. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Ji Yun expressed his gratitude once more, overwhelmed with excitement. He discovered that the energy within him had doubled, signifying a transformation in his combat prowess from 8 million to an astonishing 16 million. Furthermore, this represented merely a fraction of his latent potential. One could only imagine the terrifying extent of his capabilities if fully unleashed. It was no wonder that Krillin in the original narrative reacted with such elation. An abrupt surge in energy was surely cause for celebration. Come forth, both of you. The Grand Elder beckoned to Goku and Piccolo. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's jubilant expression, Goku eagerly stepped forward. In a short span of time, the latent potential within both of them was also awakened, with their enhancement occurring at an even more extraordinary rate than Ji Yun's. Ah, is this the energy within me? It's so powerful, Goku exclaimed, his excitement surpassing that of Ji Yun. He was astounded to find that his energy had increased more than fivefold. Prior to his arrival on Namek, his combat strength was approximately 20,000. It now soared to an impressive 100,000. Piccolo, too, bore a look of joy. Though his enhancement was not as pronounced as Goku's, with his combat strength resting around 60,000. Ji Yun also watched the two with joy. Due to his intervention, their strengths did not escalate as they did in the original text. However, they now enjoyed privileges that were absent in the original narrative. As their companion, Ji Yun sincerely felt joy for the two of them. Do not get overly excited just yet. Enemies are approaching. Nalu spoke solemnly to the crowd. Ji Yun had long since discerned this fact. Given that the newcomer lacked formidable strength, he did not pay it much heed. Just as Nilu's words fell, a sharp reprimand echoed from within. The inhabitants inside, upon hearing it, hastily emerged to meet their fate. The speaker was none other than Frisia's subordinate, Sabo. Utilizing his detector, he had pinpointed the locations of several individuals and trailed them to this very spot. Yet another fool has come to meet his demise, Ji Yun languidly remarked. At the same time, Wukong, Piccolo, and others emerged. Nara stood vigilantly beside the elder, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Was it you who killed Dodoria? Sabo demanded sharply. Indeed. It was I. What of it? Do you wish to join him? Ji Yun spoke defiantly. Sabo, observing the readings from the detector, noted that the strength of these individuals barely exceeded a few thousand. He felt a profound disdain and could not fathom how Doria had fallen into the hands of such inept opponents. Do not presume that by vanquishing Doria, you have become my equals, Sabo remarked with a cold smirk, his gaze laced with contempt. It was evident that Doria, that fool, had either grown complacent or had been ambushed by these individuals. Otherwise, his prowess would have easily overwhelmed them all. It seems you are eager to join your companions. Allow me to assist you on your journey. With a gentle smile, Ji Yun cast a playful glance at Sabo. Hey, Ji Yun, this time it's my turn. It has been ages since I last fought. Wukong interjected, positioning himself defiantly in front of Ji Yun, his gaze burning with intensity as he addressed Sabo. Ever since Ji Yun's arrival, Wukong had found himself increasingly sidelined in battles. However, with a surge in power this time, he was eager to reclaim his confidence and engage in a fierce confrontation. Enough of your rambling. This prey is mine, and no one is permitted to interfere, Piccolo declared, his hand slicing through the air dismissively. He had endured for far too long and craved a satisfying battle to release the pin-up agitation within him. Not a chance, Piccolo. I proposed it first, and I must be the one to take him down, Wukong asserted, refusing to relent. Piccolo retorted, no. It shall be I who faces him. Thus, the two began to bicker over a single adversary. Meanwhile, Sabo stood to the side, his once blue visage darkening to a deep shade of indigo. What does this mean? Do I appear weak to them? Am I akin to a mere cabbage? Am I so easily bullied? He was, after all, a formidable lieutenant under the tyrant Frisia. Being the subject of such contention was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Enough of your bickering, you pathetic lot. Both of you come at me together, Sabo barked, pointing at the two with ire. Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances. In light of the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. Ji Yun cast a sympathetic glance at Sabuo, silently offering a prayer for him. Suddenly, like lightning, the two assailants surged towards Sabuo, clearly taken by surprise. Sabuo had not anticipated their remarkable speed. In the next instant, they flanked him, launching simultaneous assaults that left him utterly defenseless. Perhaps due to the recent surge in their power, their control over their strength was not particularly refined. A resounding thud echoed as both of their hands struck Sabuo's head, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, his eyes wide and glazed, filled with crimson streaks of blood. He seemed unwilling to accept his fate, unable to close his eyes in death. How could it be that he, a warrior with thousands of combat power, was bested by these two seemingly insignificant foes? Ji Yun gazed at the lifeless body that had fallen to the ground, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. After all, he was already a dying man. Nothing was particularly surprising. Hey, Piccolo, you were too heavy-handed. How could you kill him? Goku exclaimed with evident dissatisfaction as he looked at the deceased form. Humph. It was clearly you who dealt the fatal blow. I had already moderated my strength. Otherwise, that punch could have easily shattered his skull. Piccolo retorted with a cold snort, his pride evident in his tone. Enough of this bickering. This was merely a warm-up. Soon, it will be your turn to be occupied. With a sense of resignation, Jian tapped his forehead. Simultaneously, his expression grew grave as he pointed in a certain direction, speaking in a low voice. There lies a more formidable foe. That is our true enemy. Having uttered these words, he transformed into a shooting star, racing towards the horizon. Upon witnessing this, Wukong and Piccolo erupted with energy, dashing toward the immense aura ahead. Chapter 20. Frieza at that moment. In another village of Namekians, Frieza listened intently, his face a mask of fury. As his subordinate delivered a report, Lord Frieza, Mr. Sabo's signal has abruptly vanished. It seems he has been killed. One subordinate stammered, his voice quivering with trepidation, fearing that Frieza might unleash his wrath upon him upon hearing such news. It appears these individuals are not to be trifled with. Daring enough to slay 2 of my generals. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his displeasure palpable, the frost upon his visage deepening. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it brimmed with an ominous intent. The subordinates around him trembled in fear. Everyone, search for them. Once you locate them, inform me immediately. No matter who they are, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Frieza declared, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze chillingly sinister. His purpose for coming to Namek was to collect the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for immortality. The unexpected turn of events had inevitably delayed his progress. Therefore, regardless of the origins of these individuals, they must perish. As the subordinates prepared to rise upon receiving Frieza's command, their scouters suddenly blared to life simultaneously. Oh, my dear Lord Frieza, are you speaking of us? Before anyone could react, another voice resonated in the air. With a swish, 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 3 figures materialized before Frieza. These 3 were none other than Ji-Yun, Wukong, and Piccolo, who had rushed over. Huh? How dare you present yourselves before this king? Who are you? Frieza sneered, his gaze fixated on Ji-Yun. Who we are is of no concern to you. You merely need to prepare yourself for death. The season was gentle, and Ji-Yun offered a subtle smile as he jested with Frieza. It appears that it has been confirmed that it was you who eliminated my 2 subordinates. How audacious of you to appear before me now, and even dare to provoke me. Frieza's tone abruptly shifted to a menacing one. His icy gaze seemed to lower the temperature around us, transforming the warm atmosphere into that of a frigid winter. Truly, incredibly formidable. The caliber of this opponent is far beyond what we can fathom. Beside Ji-Yun, Wukong felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. He never imagined that such a formidable individual could exist in this world. It seems we have indeed underestimated this person's prowess, Piccolo remarked with a grave expression. The joy he had just felt from acquiring power evaporated in an instant. He too was taken aback by the immense pressure this individual imposed upon him. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms, and people beyond mere mortals. Beep beep beep. One of Frieza's subordinates, upon receiving the data transmitted from the scouter, hastily reported. Lord Frieza, this individual's battle power is at 100,000, while the other 2 range between 60,000 and 100,000. Ji-Yun and his companions arrived here at full speed, their auras still unmasked. Oh? Frieza expressed a momentary surprise, quickly regaining his composure. No wonder they could effortlessly eliminate Zabo and Dodoria. They were indeed formidable. However, he deemed their strength insufficient to threaten him. The surrounding subordinates were equally astonished, clearly taken aback by the combat prowess of Ji-Yun and his allies, who had emerged so unexpectedly with such terrifying power. Listen, I shall present you with an opportunity. I shall overlook the matters concerning Dodoria and Zabo, and we can also put aside your provocations against me. The condition is that you must submit to my authority. And in return, you shall enjoy boundless riches and glory. Frieza remarked with a sinister smile. Although these individuals did not yet capture his full attention, they were nonetheless formidable in the vast universe. It is worth noting that Zabo and Dodoria had merely surpassed a combat power of 20,000. These 3 were significantly stronger than the 2 of them. If utilized properly, they could alleviate many troubles. Ji-Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wasn't Frieza just adorable? Did he not realize that he was meant to be killed? To think he was actively seeking to recruit, offering a lifetime of opulence as a tantalizing incentive. The king truly knew how to play the game. However, upon witnessing Ji-Yun's hearty laughter, Frieza's expression abruptly darkened, his demeanor turning ominously grim. He had entertained the notion of sparing them, Yet what he received in return was nothing short of scornful mockery. To audaciously behave this way in his presence was a first for him. Heh, splendid. Such arrogance will come at a price, and that price will be your demise. Frisia sneered menacingly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he addressed Ji-Yun. Oh, is that so? I am most curious to see how you intend to make me pay. Ji-Yun smiled, wholly unfazed by Frisia's threats. His battle power had reached an astonishing 16 million. After employing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its strength, it soared to an incredible 160 million. In contrast, Frisia, even in his full power state, could only muster a battle power of 12 million. In this confrontation, no matter how it unfolded, Frisia was destined for defeat. Very well, how absurd. I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy like a wretched dog. Frisia laughed in exasperation, uttering the word good thrice before vanishing in a flash. The rest is left to you. Ji-Yun instructed Wukong and Piccolo, stating that although the number of minions was considerable, their combat prowess was rather weak, none exceeding a power level of 10,000. This provided the perfect opportunity for the two of them to engage in some spirited fun. Leave it to us, Wukong assured with a confident thump on his chest. Subsequently, the two charged into the throng of minions. Ji-Yun nimbly leaped, his body vanishing in an instant, reappearing directly before Frisia. What is happening? Frisia was astonished to discover that Ji-Yun's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him little time to react. With a singular strike of the Lushan Rising Dragon, Ji-Yun delivered a powerful blow to Frisia's chin. Bang! The sheer force propelled Frisia upward. Whoosh! Before he could regain his balance, Ji-Yun ascended into the sky once more, reappearing above Frisia. Boom! Ji-Yun raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Descending from above, the energy wave enveloped his entire being, and its immense force instantly drove Frisia deep into the ground. Frisia was buried beneath the earth, his body already marred with wounds. From start to finish, Frisia was thrust into the depths in less than half a second, emerging from a state of bewilderment. In his initial form, Frisia possessed a combat power of merely 530,000. Ji-Yun could easily end his life. However, he found himself disinclined to do so at present. His strength had surpassed even the mightiest form of Frisia, leaving no cause for concern about a potential counterattack. Furthermore, being a descendant of the Super Saiyan lineage, his combat prowess continued to escalate with each battle. Such an invaluable opportunity for testing his mettle should not be squandered lightly. Chapter 21. Frisia's second form. Is this a deception? Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, reduced to mere depths? His subordinates were utterly astonished. This was a being capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of his finger, yet here was someone who had so easily inflicted a significant setback upon him. Who was this individual, possessing such formidable strength? The onlookers were incredulous, questioning their own senses as if trapped in a dream. Hey, your opponents are us. Diverting your focus in battle is a perilous habit. Goku admonished the throng of minions, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yet, the shock he felt within was no less than theirs. He sensed Frisia's power, an unfathomable abyss. However, after his confrontation with Ji-Yun, Frisia's purported depth seemed akin to a mere cesspool, utterly insignificant. Boom! With a single stroke of his special beam cannon, Piccolo obliterated a throng of minions. Those with merely a few thousand in battle power stood no chance against him. With just one move, he could decimate a considerable portion of their ranks, leaving no survivors in his wake. Goku, too, was not one to shy away from the fray. His movements were a blur, striking down numerous foes in the blink of an eye. Unlike Piccolo, he exhibited a degree of mercy, choosing to incapacitate rather than kill, allowing his adversaries to slip into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Frisia emerged from the pit, slowly ascending to the surface. His jaw throbbed with pain, and his body was charred and covered in a thick layer of dust. Damn it, you have successfully provoked my ire, Frisia seethed, his anger igniting like a spark. It was the first time someone had managed to injure him, and he was taken aback that there existed a being capable of rendering him so disheveled. This was utterly unforgivable. Frisia's fury blazed, yet he cautiously began to analyze the situation. A battle power of 100,000 seemed considerable, but in his estimation, it amounted to nothing. Even if he willingly exposed his neck for an attack, it would be impossible for anyone to inflict harm upon him. He sensed that the recent barrage of strikes could not possibly have been delivered by someone with merely 100,000 in battle power. Given this, he resolved to retaliate. Drink this. Frisia let out a deep roar, instantly gathering a massive surge of energy around him. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and splinter. A golden radiance enveloped his entire being, and then his body started to swell, his limbs stretching outward. The two horns atop his head twisted and sharpened, resembling those of a bull. Is this the beginning of his transformation? Ji Yun murmured softly, refraining from interrupting the transformation, merely standing aside to observe in silence. Before long, Frisia's physique swelled to 3 or 4 times its original size, and his energy surged exponentially. What has happened? How could that fellow's energy suddenly amplify to such an extent? Piccolo exclaimed in terror. He and Goku had already dealt with a multitude of minor adversaries and had intended to assist Ji Yun. However, as they stood side by side, gazing at Frisia in his transformed state, they hesitated to advance. The level of combat unfolding before them was beyond their capabilities. Their expressions grew increasingly grave, as the situation appeared to be escalating perilously. Did you ever imagine? This is my second form, and the fact that I can wield it should make you feel honored. A triumphant smile spread across Frisia's face. In his transformed state, his combat power surged to over 1 million. No one could possibly stand against him now. Is this all you have? After waiting for you for most of the day, I had prepared myself, and this is what you present to me? Ji Yun curled his lips in disdain, remarking with a hint of scorn. He had long anticipated Frisia's transformation. To believe that this would secure victory over him was nothing short of a fool's errand. How audacious indeed. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate just how ignorant and insignificant you were before me. Frisia clenched his teeth, responding fiercely. At this juncture, rather than kneeling in submission, you dare to utter such brazen words. This is the essence of the fearless ignorance. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. Now, come forth swiftly. What need is there for such incessant prattle? Ji Yun spoke dismissively, simultaneously beckoning him with a finger. Humph. Frisia emitted a cold snort from his nostrils, and in an instant, his form vanished from the spot. The next moment, he materialized before Ji Yun. His colossal fist, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, hurtled towards Ji Yun's face. Bang! The collision between the fist and the head generated a tremendous noise, resonating like a thunderclap in the stillness of the air. Ji Yun did not evade, firmly absorbing his strike. Have you not eaten? Why is your punch so feeble? Ji Yun's expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked. The boast of possessing a combat strength of 1 million may sound impressive, yet in his presence, it truly pales in comparison. Damn it, how stubborn. One should not rejoice too soon. Frisia silently cursed. He then launched several more assaults, a relentless barrage of fists raining down upon Ji Yun's body from all directions. However, these attacks bore no fruit, as they were all withstood by Ji Yun without flinching. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall be quite disappointed. Ji Yun incessantly mocked. The seemingly formidable fist struck him as if he were receiving a gentle full-body massage, albeit slightly lacking in force. How could this be possible? Frisia felt a flicker of anxiety and quickly distanced himself by several dozen meters, gathering an astonishing amount of energy in his hands. Now, behold this technique, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, his hands transformed into a rapid-fire machine gun, unleashing countless purple orbs of energy towards Ji Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres struck Ji Yun, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion at the point of impact. In an instant, the explosion site morphed into a hellish fireball, engulfed in a devastating storm of energy. TSK, TSK, ha ha ha. Arrogant one, continue your bravado. I am eager to witness how you withstand my technique. Frisia laughed triumphantly, panting heavily, as the flames and thick smoke gradually dissipated. The ground was left with a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. Yet, Ji Yun's figure had long since vanished from sight. Oh dear, I truly apologize. I might have been a tad too forceful, leaving not even a corpse. Frisia cackled with satisfaction. Did you see that? This is the might of your king. This is the dignity of the cosmic emperor. This is the fate of those who dare to oppose me, Frisia. Meanwhile, Goku, observing from the sidelines, found himself unable to contain his anxiety, his heart racing with urgency. Surely, Ji Yun cannot be finished just like that? Piccolo remarked with an unusual calmness. Do not act rashly, Goku. Ji Yun is not dead. His aura still lingers. Goku quickly sensed it, and indeed, as Piccolo had stated, he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Your laughter is truly nauseating. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in Frisia's ear. Chapter 22. A comprehensive beatdown. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Frisia's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned around. However, what greeted him was an incredibly swift sidekick. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones resonated through the air. Ji Yun's whip kick struck Frisia's arm with tremendous force, sending Frisia's body hurtling sideways. He crashed into a nearby building, which collapsed with a resounding crash, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and flying debris. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Goku swallowed hard, his gaze brimming with admiration. Piccolo, equally astonished, stood in disbelief. They had long been aware of Ji Yun's formidable strength, yet upon Frisia's arrival, they sensed an even greater menace, one that was utterly terrifying. However, they never anticipated that such a powerful being could be so easily dispatched by Ji Yun. Rendered as helpless as a mere chicken. This cannot be. Ji Yun is so powerful, I must dedicate myself to training upon my return. One day, I shall surpass him. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination, deeply influenced by the display of Ji Yun's prowess. The fiery passion within him felt poised to erupt at any moment. Stop dreaming. A creature like him is beyond our reach, Piccolo remarked, arms crossed over his chest, delivering a harsh reality check. He possessed a far more pragmatic outlook than Goku. When Ji Yun first appeared, he may have felt a hint of defiance, a surge of impulse to conquer. However, as time progressed, that impulse gradually waned until it vanished entirely. With the enhancement of his strength, he became acutely aware that he and his companions were in an entirely different realm compared to Ji Yun. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Frieza rose from the rubble, a trace of purple blood staining the corner of his mouth, clutching his left arm. The fury in his eyes burned with an intensity that seemed capable of reducing Ji Yun to ashes. Damn it! Unforgivable! I will kill you, obliterate you! Frieza descended into a frenzied state. As a proud ruler of the universe, he found himself utterly powerless against an insignificant foe. This was a humiliation of the highest order, one that could only be washed away with the blood of this insolent individual. I shall unleash my most formidable form and shred you to pieces. I will scatter your ashes across the cosmos. Frieza completely lost his sanity. Once again, a golden aura enveloped him, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his battle suit. It soon disintegrated into dust before it even touched the ground. A terrifying aura unleashed a tempest of energy, radiating outward from his core. Nearby structures were instantly swept away by the force of the air. Goku and Piccolo were caught off guard, retreating hastily, their arms raised protectively before them, their eyes obscured by the swirling dust. This aura is utterly terrifying. Is this even something a human can achieve? Piccolo struggled to articulate his thoughts, unable to fathom the years of training required to reach such a level. Amazing, truly astounding. The very earth trembles. Is this what Ji Yun referred to as a true powerhouse? Goku, unfazed, felt an exhilarating thrill. Today his eyes had been opened to the existence of such formidable beings. This journey to Namek had proven worthwhile. His gaze shifted to Ji Yun. Ji Yun, let me witness the extent of your power. At that moment, Ji Yun floated gracefully in midair, his form unwavering and entirely unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. After a brief pause, Frieza finally completed his transformation, his body shrinking once more, appearing sleek and smooth. Is this all your strength? It seems rather underwhelming, Ji Yun suddenly remarked, completely disregarding this form of Frieza. Are you prepared to embrace death? Frieza lifted his head to gaze at Ji Yun. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes were even more eerily cold. Oh, it seems you believe yourself capable once more. Very well, let us see. Ji Yun let out a derisive snort, his expression remaining effortlessly relaxed. Frieza, having transformed into his ultimate form, initially possessed a combat power that was rather modest, hovering around 3 million. It was only when Frieza unleashed 50% of his strength that his combat power surged to an astounding 60 million. When he exerted his full power, it would reach an astonishing 120 million. At this moment, he was still no match for Ji Yun. How foolish it was for him to boast so boldly. Ji Yun was curious to see what audacity lay behind such brash words. Frieza's demeanor grew even colder. His overwhelming strength sometimes rendered him unable to maintain control, which was why he had chosen to conceal his true power. Little did he expect that today he would be compelled to reveal it. This was, in a sense, a privilege for the insolent creature. As soon as the words left his lips, Frieza lunged towards Ji Yun in an instant. His speed was astonishing, and almost immediately, his fist was once again aimed squarely at Ji Yun's face. Swish. As Ji Yun sidestepped with agility, he seized Frieza's slender arm with a firm grip. How infuriating. How could his reflexes be so swift? Frieza found himself momentarily bewildered. Logically, his combat power had surged to 3 million. It was inconceivable that anyone could evade his attack. Could it be that this individual possessed a power exceeding 3 million? Frieza pondered this notion but quickly shook his head in disbelief. Such a scenario was impossible. If there existed a being of such formidable strength in the universe, he would surely be aware of it. However, Ji Yun offered him little opportunity for contemplation. With a powerful tug, he hurled Frieza down towards the ground. The sharp sound of air being sliced echoed sharply. Frisia had no chance to evade, enduring the searing sensation against his skin. With a resounding thud, Frisia crashed into the earth, still reeling from the impact. As the righteous hand of justice descended from the heavens, a powerful knee strike landed squarely upon Frisia's abdomen. Ack! Coughing violently, Frisia expelled a copious amount of crimson blood. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a constricting sensation in his chest, Jian rose to his feet, gripping Frisia's head with one hand. With a fluid motion, he lifted him effortlessly. Now, do you comprehend the source of my confidence? Jian leaned closer, his words laced with an icy demeanor. Frisia, whose complexion had already soured, contorted into a more monstrous expression. Having transformed into his ultimate form, he found himself perplexed by his inability to overcome this adversary. At this juncture, Jian lifted Frisia's hand, revealing a golden radiance. Boom! A tremendous energy wave erupted forth. Frisia's face darkened, akin to charred coal, as he was propelled a considerable distance away. No. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Facing the sky, Frisia rolled his eyes back, blood trickling from his lips as he muttered incoherently. His body was marred by countless wounds, violet blood ceaselessly oozing forth. After a prolonged moment, Frisia finally regained his footing. Let me bring this tedious battle to a close, he exhaled, his expression serene. Chapter 23. What manner of creature is this? Frisia approached Ji Yun with measured steps, stating nonchalantly, I never anticipated encountering a warrior of your caliber. It truly takes me by surprise. To kill you, I find it difficult to bear. Please, Lord Frisia, do not hold back. Given your current state, what audacity emboldens you to utter such words? Ji Yun smiled faintly and spoke to Frisia. He was well aware that Frisia still possessed a considerable amount of power yet to be unleashed. However, what difference did it make? Had he not also refrained from fighting with his full strength? He had anticipated that Frisia would respond in such a manner, yet it was acceptable. Those who fail to recognize the gravity of their circumstances ultimately meet their demise. A slight chill began to creep across Frisia's otherwise impassive visage. Very well. I shall see for myself who is truly oblivious to the situation. Ji Yun smiled confidently. Frisia was utterly oblivious to the true extent of Ji Yun's strength. However, Ji Yun was acutely aware of Frisia's power. If he did not possess complete assurance, Frisia would never have had the opportunity to transform. He would have long since met his demise. Still as arrogant as ever, you shall soon understand why I assert this. Upon finishing his statement, Frisia offered a nonchalant smile while extending 5 fingers towards Ji Yun. 50% of my power. I only require 50% to obliterate you, this ignorant fool, completely. With a sneer gracing his lips, Frisia reveled in the thought that even his mere 50% equated to a staggering combat power of 60 million. No matter how formidable this individual before him might be, it was inconceivable that he could surpass this figure. 50%? Why not 100? Ji Yun retorted, his mind gradually contemplating the situation. A combat power of 60 million indeed posed a significant challenge, especially considering he possessed a mere 16 million. If he desired a crushing victory, he would have to resort to the Kaioken technique. 100%? You certainly overestimate yourself. Against someone of your caliber. 50% of my strength will suffice, Frisia remarked coldly. Upon uttering these words, Frisia suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura once more. The blood within his body surged, and a formidable energy enveloped him entirely. In that fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted in Frisia's eyes. His energy was unleashed in mere breaths, reaching an utterly terrifying realm. His power was escalating again. Goku watched the battlefield with trepidation, unable to fathom the extent of the shock these two monsters could still inflict upon him. Piccolo stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. This terrifying strength is beyond my wildest imagination. Ho ho ho, a combat power of 60 million is indeed formidable. The expression on Ji Yun's face finally shifted. This astonishing aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. With a combat power of only 16 million, he found himself wholly inadequate to resist this overwhelming force. In an instant, he sensed an immense pressure emanating from Frisia after the latter had unleashed his power. The transformation on Ji Yun's face did not escape his keen observation. What's the matter, little one? Are you frightened? However, even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy now, it would be futile in reclaiming your life, Frisia declared with a sense of triumph. He was thoroughly pleased with Ji Yun's expression from just a fleeting moment ago. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Ji Yun did not immediately retort. Frisia indeed possessed certain attributes. A battle power of 60 million, in the later stages of Dragon Ball, is certainly not remarkable. Even a full effort of 120 million would be little more than a single punch to defeat. However, in this era, Frieza undoubtedly stands as the most formidable entity. Alas, he encountered Ji Yun, who was even more extraordinary. Fear was not a factor. He was merely somewhat taken aback. Ji Yun spread his hands casually and remarked with an air of pretense, daring to boast even now. Little did he know how I would deal with him. Frieza let out a cold chuckle, believing that Ji Yun was merely putting on a brave face, unwilling to lose his dignity. No sooner had the words left his lips than Frieza's figure vanished in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the sound of a collision reverberated through the sky. Frieza's movements were swift. Before one could comprehend the situation, Ji Yun was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into two towering mountains nearby, which shattered upon impact. Before he finally came to a staggered halt. Spit! Ugh! A multitude of gravel and sand invaded Ji Yun's mouth, prompting him to hastily expel it. How uncivilized! I was not yet prepared, and yet an ambush was launched upon me. Ji Yun stretched his limbs, expressing his dissatisfaction with a murmured complaint. Yet, within his eyes, a spark of exhilaration flickered as every cell in his body surged with vitality. This sensation of excitement seemed to resonate from the very depths of his genes, permeating his consciousness. Perhaps this was the influence bestowed by his Saiyan lineage. Fivefold. Kaioken. Ji Yun tightly gripped his hands and shouted with a firm voice. Immediately, a crimson aura erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. The gravel and dust beneath his feet were forcefully scattered in all directions. At this moment, Ji Yun's combat power had soared to an astonishing 80 million, surpassing Frieza by a remarkable 20 million, once again overshadowing Frieza's imposing aura. That was indeed the Kaioken? How could Ji Yun possibly master such a technique? Goku was taken aback, pondering to himself. This was a move he had painstakingly learned from the King Kai. Suddenly, Ji Yun made his move, catching him off guard. It seems your strength has indeed increased somewhat. However, in the face of absolute power, such efforts are futile. Frieza spoke with a chilling tone, although he could not sense the energy. It was evident from Ji Yun's demeanor that he was significantly more formidable than before. Is that so? Then let us see. The corners of Ji Yun's mouth tilted upwards as his body burst forth in a flash. Is that all there is? Frieza scoffed disdainfully, with a similar flicker of movement. The two figures collided in midair like shooting stars. A terrifying energy surged around them, causing the very fabric of space to warp. Simultaneously, the ground fractured rapidly, and mountains erupted without warning, transforming into fine particles of dust. Amidst the violent clash, Frieza's body was propelled backward, his face scraping against the earth as he slid for several dozen meters before gradually coming to a halt. Ji Yun remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly unaffected. Clearly, in the recent clash, Ji Yun held a significant advantage. After all, an additional 20 million in combat power is no trifling matter. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Frieza slowly rose. Kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of rage, his tightly clenched fist relentlessly pounding the earth. Instantly, the entire planet trembled. He could not fathom how his most powerful strike, wielded with half his strength, not only failed to vanquish this foe, but instead resulted in his own expulsion. Far beyond his expectations. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 24. I do not accept dogs. Thrilling, truly exhilarating. Bring it on. After the recent skirmish, Ji Yun felt a flicker of combat desire ignited within him. Frieza, unwilling to accept this humiliation, could not tolerate being bested by any creature, vowing resolutely that he would not be defeated. Damn it! Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from his body as he charged directly at Ji Yun. Come at me. In midair, Ji Yun observed Frieza's advance with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the enhancement of his own power, he found that the number of worthy opponents was dwindling. At last, Ji Yun can engage in a fierce battle with unrestrained enthusiasm. Die! Frieza appeared before Ji Yun in an instant, delivering a powerful punch directly at him. Bang! Another tremendous explosion ensued. Ji Yun, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. This time, Frieza's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several towering mountains. In the next moment, a cloud of debris soared into the sky as Frieza's figure emerged once more from the rubble. How infuriating! How vexing! Frieza's arms tingled, and at that moment, he finally comprehended the situation. The prowess of Ji Yun has transcended his current self. Otherwise, he would not have been subjected to such unilateral defeat. If this is indeed the case, then I must summon every ounce of my strength to eradicate him completely. Young one, it is undeniable that your abilities have repeatedly astonished me. However, it appears you have forgotten that I have only utilized 50% of my power. Frisia's expression once again regained its composure. Is that so? I have long pondered why you did not employ your full strength from the outset. How is it that a fool like you has managed to survive until now? Jian provocatively refused to back down. The previously composed Frisia was instantly engulfed in rage once more. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Frisia snarled through clenched teeth. Subsequently, a violet radiance enveloped him, and his muscles began to swell rapidly. His petite form was suddenly infused with immense strength, transforming him into a muscular powerhouse. In that moment, Frisia's aura surged, doubling in intensity. This is the full extent of my power. I never expected someone would force me to unleash it. Boy, you shall perish without regret, Frisia declared, clenching his fist and bellowing at Ji Yun. He remained steadfastly confident in his prowess and swiftly launched his next attack. With both hands positioned before him, a wave of electrifying violet energy surged violently towards Ji Yun. Humph! At last, the moment has arrived. With a disdainful cold snort, Ji Yun unleashed the tenfold King Fist. Instantly, the crimson aura surrounding him intensified. The surrounding flora and fauna lost their vibrancy, completely enveloped by the overwhelming red. At that moment, Ji Yun's battle power surged to an astonishing 160 million. This was the first time Ji Yun wielded such formidable strength. Feeling the surging power within him, his fervor reached its zenith. With a fierce shout, the muscles in Ji Yun's shoulders expanded. He unleashed a wide energy wave, equally formidable as Frisia's. Bang! The two waves collided. In an instant, blinding light illuminated the land, as bright as the eternal day. The planet Namek trembled under the force of the impact. Cracks began to appear across its surface, and the landscape contorted. Enormous waves rolled across the sea, one after another, resembling apocalyptic chaos, as if the heavens were collapsing. Why? Why can he withstand my attack? Frisia's heart was tumultuous with disbelief at the extraordinary events unfolding before him. The energy wave he had unleashed was unexpectedly countered. Just how powerful could this individual be? In that moment of panic, a fleeting thought crossed Frisia's mind. Today, am I truly destined to perish here? This time, Jian held nothing back. He was tapping into the immense energy within him for the first time. Yet, he was still unaccustomed to this overwhelming power. If he continued to expend it recklessly, he risked suffering from a backlash of energy. It's over, my foolish King Frisia. In a moment of resolute determination, Ji Yun concentrated all his energy into his hands, amplifying the force behind the white light wave, which expanded dramatically. The impact intensified several-fold. Frisia sensed the imminent danger as he observed the purple light wave being relentlessly dissipated. The white beam loomed larger in his vision, and terror gripped Frisia's countenance. Stop, he cried out in a frantic voice. However, the white light wave remained oblivious to his pleas, and Ji Yun was unmoved. In an instant, Frisia's piercing scream echoed as the immense energy collided with him. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the radiant wave. Was it over at last? Ji Yun let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. However, just when he believed that Frisia was finished, the system's notification sound did not ring out. Ji Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that Frisia was still alive? Immediately, Ji Yun began to sense Frisia's aura. Indeed, it was true. He was as indomitable as a cockroach. Ji Yunfei stepped forth, following the direction of the lingering energy. Although this force had considerably diminished, it could not escape his keen perception. In a short while, Ji Yun has located the whereabouts of Frisia. The once mighty emperor of the universe has fallen to such a fate. One can only ponder how others might perceive this turn of events. With a sense of resignation, Ji Yun shook his head and addressed the ailing Frisia. At that moment, Frisia's body was marred, with not a single piece of unblemished skin remaining. Apart from his laboriously opened eyes, his limbs were entirely immobile. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I'm still of use. I can serve you. I can accomplish anything for you. The desperation for survival surged within Frisia as he hastily pleaded for mercy, devoid of his former grandeur. Although he had taken countless lives, he was profoundly afraid of his own demise. His purpose for coming to Namek was to seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for immortality. Yet now, faced with the imminent threat to his life, regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to come to this planet, realizing that had he not arrived, he would not have encountered this foe, nor would he have met such a dismal fate. My apologies, King Frisia. I am accustomed to a solitary existence, and am not in the habit of taking in pets. Thus, I am truly sorry. You may rest easy now. Season regretfully addressed Frisia, expressing that even if he required subordinates, he would not choose someone like Frisia. He was not the protagonist and could not tame Frisia's ambitions. If Frisia were to eventually turn against him, whom could he turn to for justification? Ji-Yun extended his finger, aiming it at Frisia. Frisia stared wide-eyed, desperately shaking his head. "I." Boom. Frisia uttered but a single word before, with a resounding explosion, he was reduced to ashes. Chapter 25, Barunga. Oh. It is over, finally over. Ji-Yun let out a breath, and the crimson aura enveloping him gradually dissipated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the system reward, 0.1 seconds of flesh time. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A faint smile finally graced the weary countenance of Ji-Yun. "Hey Ji-Yun," Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Having observed that the battle in this vicinity had come to a close, he hurriedly soared over, unable to contain his excitement. Ji-Yun gazed at the fervent Wukong and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Wow, your recent performance was truly extraordinary. How did you cultivate such prowess? And that fellow? Who is he? He is remarkably strong as well. When will I ever be as formidable as you?" Wukong appeared exceedingly excited, bombarding Ji-Yun with a flurry of inquiries. Season Cloud smiled and waved his hand, slowly saying, "Wukong, do not be anxious. In truth, you possess great strength, yet you have yet to realize it. Perhaps one day, you may become my equal." This statement was not mere flattery, for Sun Wukong's talent for cultivation was indeed formidable. Even without Season Cloud's guidance, Frisia's fate would ultimately have been sealed at Wukong's hands. Is that so? However, I do not aim to be your equal. Rather, I aspire to surpass you. Wukong felt a surge of joy at Season Cloud's affirmation. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Season Cloud merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Surpassing Season Cloud, barring unforeseen circumstances, seemed an insurmountable feat. Let us not linger on idle chatter. It is time for us to depart. Ji-Yun reminded Wukong that Frisia was already deceased, and remaining on Namek held little significance. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for his beloved Bulma. It would be wise to return early and relish a few more days of enjoyment. "Indeed, I have no objections," Wukong replied nonchalantly. Having witnessed the spectacular clash between two formidable warriors today, he felt thoroughly content. "What about you, Piccolo? Aren't you going to greet the Elder and the others?" Ji-Yun tilted his head and inquired of Piccolo. "No need," Piccolo replied coolly, maintaining his usual indifference. "Very well, if there are no issues, let us proceed." Ji-Yun glanced at the two individuals before making a decision, just as the trio prepared to return to the landing site of their spacecraft. A sudden voice interrupted their steps. "Please, wait a moment." A Namekian descended from the sky, holding a bag, and approached the three. It was Nairu, the aide to the Elder. "The Elder has sent me to express his gratitude for your heroic efforts in saving the Namekian planet." Nairu looked at Ji-Yun, his previously icy demeanor softening as he managed to force a rather unsightly smile. "There is no need for thanks. The Elder helped us unlock our potential. We are even now. There is no need for gratitude." Ji-Yun smiled faintly. The Grand Elder had significantly doubled his strength. Such a grand gesture was more valuable than any expression of gratitude. Furthermore, considering that he had come to fulfill a mission, it could hardly be deemed as assistance to them. "No, Mr. Ji-Yun, if it weren't for you, our planet Mike would surely be doomed." Thus, the Grand Elder proclaimed that in gratitude, he would grant them the use of the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes. As he spoke, Nero poured forth a colossal Dragon Ball from the bag in his hand. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon Balls? The ones from Namek? He had not anticipated such an unexpected windfall today. So, this is the authentic Dragon Ball? It truly is magnificent. Upon witnessing the Dragon Balls from Namek for the first time, Goku could not help but exclaim in awe, together with the 6 Dragon Balls left behind by Frisia. The collection was now complete, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon, Porunga, at any moment. Before Ji-Yun could voice his agreement, Nero had already gathered the Dragon Balls, reciting the incantation in the unique dialect of Namek. With a swift flash of golden light, night descended upon the eternally sunlit Namek. The Dragon Balls shimmered with a blinding radiance as a colossal green creature gradually emerged from within them. Porunga had arrived. Nero turned to Ji-Yun and said, "State your wishes without hesitation." Ji-Yun was somewhat anxious, struggling to conceive any wishes. After all, given his current capabilities, whether he could fulfill his desires remained uncertain. While Ji-Yun fell into a contemplative silence, a sudden flash of movement caught his attention as a small figure darted forth. The crowd was taken by surprise, barely registering the swift gust that swept past them. Only Ji-Yun sensed something amiss, his heart racing with alarm. What had just rushed by? Such speed suggested the presence of a formidable adversary lurking nearby. In an instant, the figure directed a fervent roar towards Polona, proclaiming, "Grant me immortality." The resounding voice echoed throughout the desolate mountain gorge. Yet, Polona remained unresponsive, with only the cool breeze whispering through the air. The gazes of Ji-Yun, Yukong, Piccolo, and Neru were all directed towards the shadowy figure before them. This diminutive individual was none other than Vegeta, the very invader who had once come to Earth. At that moment, he stood awkwardly under the scrutiny of their collective stares. "It's you?" Piccolo scoffed disdainfully upon recognizing the newcomer. "Cough, cough, it is I." "What of it?" Vegeta attempted to mask his embarrassment with a few coughs. Upon returning to the base, he had immediately sought treatment. Learning of Frisia's arrival on Namek sparked a great curiosity within him. After much inquiry, he discovered that the Dragon Balls on Namek could grant wishes. Unable to resist the fervor within him, he journeyed to Namek, intending to seize the opportunity once Frisia had gathered all the Dragon Balls. However, he was taken aback to witness the fierce battle between Ji-Yun and Frisia. Even more shocking was the revelation that the very individual who had once bested him possessed such formidable power. Frisia had been utterly vanquished. "You managed to escape on Earth. Yet here you are again," Piccolo remarked coldly, entirely unfazed by Vegeta's presence. The two locked eyes, tension crackling in the air as if they were on the verge of a fierce confrontation. Wukong, observing from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. "Who is this person? Do you know him? What is happening?" "Palunga is about to vanish. If you have a wish, speak quickly." Nera paid little heed to the new arrival. "To make a wish, one must use the language of Namek," he stated indifferently. "My wish is to attain immortality. Hurry." Vegeta, disregarding the standoff with Piccolo, commanded Neru loudly. "I didn't ask you," Nera replied coolly, maintaining his aloof demeanor while inwardly cursing Vegeta. "Who do you think you are?" "I didn't ask you." Vegeta's impatience grew, and he was ready to take action. "Ah, I see. Cough, so it is Prince Vegeta? Long time no see." Season Yun lightly coughed, observing the absurd scene before him, and spoke up to offer a reminder. Chapter 26. This is truly a sage. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, seemingly forgetting that Season Yun was still by his side. His arrogant demeanor instantly froze in place. "Ah, it has been quite a while." Vegeta was at a loss for words, compelled to follow Season Yun's lead, fearing that any misstep might lead to his utter demise. "You've certainly made progress in speed during this time. When you suddenly appeared, I thought a formidable master had arrived, which startled me greatly. If there is nothing pressing, I kindly ask you to stand aside," Ji-Yun calmly remarked. He was certainly aware of Vegeta's yearning for immortality. However, Palunga was incapable of fulfilling that desire. Even if it were possible, Ji-Yun would not allow him to succeed easily. "You!" Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon encountering Ji-Yun's menacing gaze, he had no choice but to relent. He certainly did not wish to court his own demise. With a heavy heart and unwilling spirit, he stepped aside. "Neru, my first wish is to restore planet Namek to its original state." Ji-Yun pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. Nyla was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ji-Yun would make such a wish. Subsequently, he cast a grateful glance towards Ji-Yun. Nyla then began to articulate an incomprehensible language. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes of Polona sparkled anew. The ravaged earth instantaneously regained its former glory. Mountains and rivers began to flow joyously once more. The entire Namekian planet transformed into a vibrant paradise. "Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. We Namekians shall certainly not forget your kindness," Nyla exclaimed with great excitement. At this moment, Ji-Yun earned Nyla's utmost admiration. If previously it was his strength that inspired awe, now it was his character that commanded respect. "No need for thanks, it is but the right thing to do." Ji-Yun chuckled and remarked, "The transformation of this place is inherently a consequence of my battle with Frisia, although it is not the primary cause. I bear a certain degree of responsibility." Then, with a gaze full of respect, Neru addressed Ji-Yun. "Well then, Mr. Ji-Yun, what is your second wish? Please, do share." Ji-Yun contemplated for a moment and declared, "My second wish is to resurrect the Namekians who were slain by Frisia and his cohorts." Ji-Yun pondered for a considerable time before slowly articulating his second wish. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's second wish, Nailu was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Ji-Yun, to bow deeply in reverence, expressing his profound admiration. "Sage, Mr. Ji-Yun, you are indeed a sage," Nailu exclaimed passionately. The individual he held in the highest regard throughout his life had been the Grand Elder of Meixing, and today, he found his list of esteemed figures enriched by another. Nailu would gladly lay down his life for Ji-Yun at a moment's notice, should Ji-Yun so desire. Ji-Yun, feeling a sense of embarrassment, scratched his head, continuously questioning himself. Am I truly that remarkable? Concurrently, Nello once again articulated his wish. Upon receiving affirmation from Belunga, his eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. Countless slain Namekians began to manifest signs of life, gradually rising from the ground. Have I been resurrected? They pondered. Why has the sky turned dark? Could it be that the great Lord Belunga has brought us back to life? Thus, the scattered Namekians across the land were revived. My third wish is... Wait a moment, Mr. Ji-Yun. Just as Ji-Yun was about to express his third wish, Nailu abruptly interrupted his words. What is it, Nailu? Ji-Yun gazed at him with a perplexed expression. The gratitude we owe you, a Namekian, is something we shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. For this final wish, I implore you to make one for yourself. Otherwise, our consciences shall remain troubled. Nera earnestly spoke to Ji-Yun. Initially, it was to repay Ji-Yun that the Elder permitted the use of the Dragon Balls. However, through Ji-Yun's actions, the Namekians found themselves in even greater debt. Well, if that is the case. Ji-Yun nodded earnestly, even if Neru did not speak. This third wish was one he had made for himself. He understood the principle of prioritizing being a person before undertaking tasks. Ah, that is good. Mr. Ji-Yun, please proceed. Neru exhaled a sigh of relief and said with a smile. My third wish is to learn the art of instantaneous movement from the Yadlerans. Ji-Yun pondered little and gradually spoke to Nairu. Nairu smiled and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he conveyed Ji-Yun's wishes to Barunja. Barunja replied, I understand. A glimmer flashed once more in Barunja's eyes. A sudden epiphany illuminated Ji-Yun's mind. The method of utilizing instantaneous movement seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Belunga declared, Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I bid you farewell. In an instant, Belunga's colossal form vanished. The Dragon Balls, resting upon the ground, ascended into the sky. With a resounding whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls dispersed in various directions. The heavens regained their original hue. Vegeta observed the scattered Dragon Balls, his jealousy palpable. His hands clenched tightly. Humph, 3 wishes squandered on this useless rabble, he scoffed. In his eyes, Ji-Yun was nothing short of a fool, carelessly wasting precious wishes. If you seek death, I would be more than willing to assist you. Nelu erupted with a formidable aura, regarding Vegeta with a menacing glare. Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Nelu, felt a jolt of surprise. Having honed his control over Ki through battles on Earth, he had not anticipated such energy from this Namekian. Humph, Vegeta grunted in dissatisfaction, yet he dared not utter another word. His current strength was insufficient to contend with Nelu's formidable battle power of 40,000. Mr. Ji-Yun, if there is nothing pressing, you are welcome to stay on Namek for a few more days. We would be delighted to host you, Nella said. His eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Ji-Yun. Vegeta's earlier comments held merit. Ji-Yun could have easily used those 3 wishes for himself, disregarding the situation on Namek. Yet he chose not to. This exemplified the disparity between individuals, the distinction of their realms. We sincerely appreciate your kindness. Our visit to Namek has been quite fruitful. However, we have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. We look forward to our next encounter. Ji-Yun smiled and shook his head, declining Nairu's insistence. He felt a sense of contentment and realized that remaining here held little significance. It would be wiser to return sooner, as more formidable adversaries were on the horizon. In that case, I wish you a safe journey, and you are always welcome to visit when time permits. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Nairu did not press further and bid farewell. Ji-Yun nodded, glancing at Vegeta, who was being carried like a small chick in his grasp, soaring towards the direction of the spaceship. Chapter 27, a heavy beating after bidding farewell to Nelu. Goku and Piccolo hastened to follow Ji-Yun. Let me go, you scoundrel. Have you heard me? Vegeta exclaimed angrily at Ji-Yun. Being handled in such a manner was utterly humiliating. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from Ji-Yun's grasp. It would be wise for you to behave, lest you suffer the consequences. Ji-Yun spoke with a calm demeanor. His spirits were exceptionally high. having not only received the system's reward of flash time, but also having acquired the ability of instantaneous movement. Furthermore, following the fierce battle with Frieza, Ji Yun's energy had once again seen a significant enhancement. He could vaguely sense that his battle power had surged by approximately 5 million. In other words, Ji Yun's fundamental combat strength had now reached an impressive 21 million. Before long, Ji Yun had already arrived at the location of the spaceship, which loomed large and imposing. Damn it, what exactly do you intend to do? Vegeta exclaimed in anger. After all, the feeling of being at the mercy of others was far from pleasant. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ji Yun casually released him. Frieza is no more, and you need no longer serve him. The vendetta of your Saiyan kin has been avenged on your behalf. Vegeta, taken aback by Ji Yun's assertion, inquired, You, what did you say? How do you know of the enmity between us Saiyans and Frieza? With a faint smile, Ji Yun replied, That is of no concern to you. You are capable of piloting the spacecraft, I trust? Shortly, you will need to bring Goku and Piccolo back to Earth. Ji Yun had just mastered the art of instantaneous teleportation, rendering the need for a spacecraft to return to Earth obsolete. Although this skill allows for the transportation of multiple individuals simultaneously, his nascent proficiency inevitably invites the possibility of unforeseen mishaps. Should he find himself adrift in the void of space, he could, with the aid of his transcendent lineage, manage to survive. However, it was uncertain whether Wukong and Piccolo would endure the same fate. What if I refuse? Vegeta retorted defiantly. For he was the proud prince of the Saiyans and would not easily acquiesce to another's command. That is of no concern to me. As long as you persuade Piccolo and Wukong, you may proceed as you wish. Ji Yun nonchalantly remarked. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance, asserting, Convince them? That's simple. A good beating will suffice. Am I incapable of handling two insignificant pests? After approximately 3 minutes, Goku and Piccolo finally arrived at the scene. Ji Yun shared her thoughts with the two individuals. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced to Ji Yun's suggestion. Ji Yun initially intended for the two of them to pilot the spaceship back on their own. However, reflecting on the original story, both struggled with driving, and the notion of flying a spacecraft seemed rather dubious. To be on the safe side, it was best to have Vegeta take the wheel. Oh, by the way, Ji Yun, when you fought that fellow earlier, did you employ the Kaioken technique? How did you come to master that skill? Goku suddenly recalled this matter and curiously inquired of Ji Yun. Oh, that. Yes, indeed. During our battle, I noticed you using that move, and it seemed quite effective, so I thought I would give it a try. To my surprise, I managed to execute it effortlessly. Ji Yun was evidently taken aback by Wukong's inquiry. He hastily concocted a reason to deflect the question. You are truly remarkable, Ji Yun. I have been learning for quite some time, yet you managed to grasp it with just a glance. Wukong gazed at Ji Yun with admiration, clearly believing this explanation wholeheartedly. After all, Ji Yun had become a deity in his eyes, an omnipotent being. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the time had grown late, prompting everyone to make arrangements for their return. Come on, Prince Vegeta, it seems this time the burden falls on you, Piccolo remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Vegeta. I beg your pardon, but I must decline. Vegeta replied with haughty defiance. He held his own dignity in high regard. Had Ji Yun not been present, he would have swiftly dealt with these two nuisances. You are Vegeta, correct? Fear not. We mean you no harm. We merely request your assistance in returning home, Wukong interjected, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's Saiyan heritage, attempting to mediate. Kakarot, do you truly believe that a mere low-class warrior, alongside an Namekian, could pose a threat to me? You must be dreaming. Vegeta scoffed derisively, having recognized Wukong's identity, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to his foolish father. Oh, you know me. You are that Saiyan, aren't you? Splendid. I have longed for the opportunity to spar with you, Wukong exclaimed, filled with surprise and joy, as he had never encountered Vegeta before and was unaware of his true capabilities. You are unworthy, Vegeta retorted coldly, his royal status forbidding him from engaging in combat with a lowly warrior, as it would tarnish his hands. Enough of your prattle. With someone like him, a single beating will suffice, Piccolo declared, cracking his knuckles as he regarded Vegeta. He recalled how arrogant Vegeta had been during their time on Earth and felt compelled to teach him a lesson today. What of it if you two join forces? My strength is not something you two trash can shake. Vegeta continued to boast, clearly oblivious to his precarious situation, still perceiving Wukong and Piccolo as mere weaklings. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smirk. Suddenly, He teleported directly in front of Vegeta, who was utterly unprepared for Piccolo's remarkable speed and failed to react in time. What awaited him was a flurry of punishing blows. Before long, a bruised and battered Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground. What the hell? When did he become so powerful? Vegeta seethed with indignation in his heart. Yet he dared not voice his anger aloud, fearing another brutal lesson from Piccolo. Piccolo, your strikes are excessively harsh. What shall we do if you render him incapacitated? Goku lamented from the sidelines, his discontent rooted in the fact that Piccolo's blows were delivered with alarming swiftness. After all, it was he who had first set his sights on the target. Kakarot, this is not your place to speak. What are you even worth? Vegeta exclaimed, rising abruptly in a fit of rage. His royal pride as a prince would not allow him to be lectured by a lower-ranking warrior. With that, he clenched his fist, intent on teaching Goku a lesson and venting his frustrations on this oblivious fool. Alas, Ji-Yun helplessly shook his head. It seemed that Vegeta was still unaware of his current predicament. Sensing the moment, Goku's hands itched with eagerness, and the two promptly engaged in combat. The sound of their clash echoed, a cacophony of thuds and bangs. Both fighters exercised a degree of restraint in their blows. Although Vegeta found himself sprawled on the ground, he sustained nothing more than superficial wounds. Chapter 28. A New Foe. A glimpse of the future Vegeta's plight was undeniably lamentable. Had Goku and Piccolo's strengths not been augmented, perhaps they would not have posed a threat to him. However, their powers had long since surpassed his own, and thus, his defeat was entirely foreseeable. So, Vegeta, do you still intend to persuade them? Ji-Yun gazed at Vegeta with a sympathetic expression. Their relationship was devoid of deep-seated animosity. Perhaps accompanying them back to Earth could offer better prospects for the future. No, absolutely not, Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth. Having endured such profound humiliation, he possessed his own limits. He would rather face death than acquiesce to Ji-Yun's demands. Very well then, do you not desire the Dragon Balls? They exist on Earth, albeit capable of granting only a single wish. Fortunately, they are unclaimed. Those with the strength may lay claim to them. If you choose not to pursue this, so be it. With a tinge of regret, Ji-Yun remarked. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a jolt of spirit, as if a glimmer of hope had been rekindled in his life. Although the Dragon Balls on Namek were indeed remarkable, they were scattered among various elders. Even if they were to be gathered, one would need to comprehend the Namekian language to utilize them. Moreover, with that scoundrel Naru in the way, the prospect of fulfilling one's wish seemed utterly fanciful. Well, actually, I can, Vegeta stammered, seemingly casting aside his princely dignity, irresistibly drawn in by this tremendous temptation. Ji-Yun revealed a triumphant smile. Very well, it is settled then. Ji-Yun smiled and said. Thus, under Ji-Yun's gaze, the crowd boarded the spaceship, setting sail towards the direction of Earth. At last, they departed. As Ji-Yun beheld the spacecraft gradually receding into the distance, a sense of relief washed over him. He had finally seen them off. Without pausing to rest, Ji-Yun commenced his attempts to perceive the energies of Earth. For the art of instantaneous travel necessitated a tangible destination to initiate the movement. Regrettably, the vast expanse separating Earth from Namek was insurmountably great. Ji-Yun only possesses a general understanding of the location. Successfully pinpointing it is no easy feat, however, it has been found. After searching for the better part of the day, Ji-Yun finally pinpointed the location of Earth. Placing a finger on his forehead, he vanished in an instant from his original spot. On Namek, there was no longer a trace of Ji-Yun's presence. What on earth is this place? This is utterly unreliable. Ji-Yun gazed upon the scene before him, unable to suppress a curse. He had not arrived on Earth, but rather on a planet teeming with magma and storms. The howling wind swept through the air, molten rock spewed forth, and the atmosphere was saturated with the acrid scents of carbon dioxide and sulfur. It resembled a hellish inferno. For a moment, Ji-Yun found his breath becoming labored. Although the bloodline of Chuan Chao allowed him to barely survive in the vacuum of space, the harshness of this environment was overwhelming. Ji-Yun, disregarding everything else, immediately employed teleportation to escape from the planet. This place seems to be incorrect as well. Ji-Yun furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. This is a frigid gas giant. Due to the extreme cold, the gases on its surface have transformed into a vast icy expanse. Is this truly feasible? Ji-Yun could no longer contain his frustration and remarked, this product is certainly not from the system, its fault tolerance is exceedingly low. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ji-Yun attempted several times, and his proficiency in the art of teleportation grew increasingly adept. At last, after countless trials, He found himself back on the Earth he had long yearned for. The surrounding crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure who had materialized out of thin air. Their curious eyes fixed upon him. It had been a full week since he departed from Namek, during which he traversed innumerable planets. His attire had become tattered and worn. Resembling that of a beggar, Ji-Yun paid no heed to the gazes of others and hurried directly towards the versatile capsule. At last, I, Ji-Yun, have returned once more. As Ji-Yun prepared to stride through the entrance, the guards at the door furrowed their brows and barred his passage. Begone. This is not a place for you to solicit alms. Find somewhere else. The guard bellowed. It was evident that Ji-Yun was genuinely mistaken for a beggar. Ji-Yun, although he faced setbacks at the security office, he harbored no intention of holding a grudge. After all, his current attire was indeed rather unsightly. Subsequently, Ji-Yun activated his teleportation technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. The security guard at the entrance stood there, utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of what had just transpired. How could a person simply disappear into thin air? At that moment, Ji-Yun had already returned to the comfort of his familiar home. Though the teleportation lasted merely 0.1 seconds, that brief interval was sufficient for Ji-Yun to circle the perimeter of the company. My dear, how I have missed you. Suddenly, Ji-Yun appeared behind Bulma, embracing her as she stood lost in thought. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing him, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. The two shared a tight embrace. In the depths of the universe, on a picturesque planet adorned with mountains and rivers, an air of shock permeated the atmosphere. What? You say Frisia has been killed? King Cold gazed in astonishment at the report from his subordinate. Why yes, your majesty. After several days of verification, we have confirmed that King Frisia has indeed been slain. The subordinate spoke with a quavering voice, hardly daring to breathe. Who did this? Is there any information? King Cold regained his composure, though his expression remained grave. His son harbored vast ambitions. Had it not been for King Cold's restraint, Frisia would have long since rebelled. Yet, he was still his son. To have him murdered in such a manner would not go unpunished by the Frozen Demon clan. Indeed, it appears that King Frisia was on planet Namek, searching for something called the Dragon Balls. The subordinate recounted everything he knew in detail. So, Frisia was killed on planet Namek. King Cold remarked coldly. Yes, that is correct. The subordinate hastily affirmed. That should be impossible. I am aware of the Namekians' capabilities. They could not have slain Frisia. This incident undoubtedly involves others. King Cold stated with a serious demeanor. He was acutely aware of Frisia's power. Those mere Namekians were no match for him. Indeed, King Cold. Our specialized detectors revealed that a group had arrived on planet Namek. After King Frisia's death, this group departed, and their flight path has been pinpointed, the subordinate reported diligently. Meanwhile, a massive circular spacecraft appeared on the large screen behind them, the very vessel that Ji-Yun and his companions had used to travel to planet Namek. Humph. King Cold fixed his gaze upon the ship, letting out a cold snort. Chapter 29. A great enemy approaches as time passed day by day. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta had returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, Vegeta's first order of business was to seek the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, Master Roshi and others were also in the process of gathering the Dragon Balls to resurrect the slain Yamcha. Vegeta callously claimed the Dragon Balls for himself. But when he made his wish for immortality, the response from the Eternal Dragon left him in despair. I'm sorry, but that wish is beyond my power. Upon learning this, Vegeta was filled with indignation, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of having been deceived. He immediately sought to confront Ji-Yun for retribution. However, upon recalling Ji-Yun's formidable strength, he hesitated. Thus, amid Vegeta's unwilling gaze, the others successfully revived Yamcha. Vegeta chose not to depart from Earth. With Frisia deceased, the Frisia force was surely in disarray, and he had no desire to involve himself in that turmoil. Instead, he opted to remain on Earth. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Ji-Yun, Goku, and Piccolo, he acknowledged that their considerable power could serve as a means to hone his own abilities. When Vegeta approached Ji-Yun resolutely chose to refuse, clearly asserting, engaging with me. Do you even stand a chance? Upon hearing these words, Vegeta was left speechless, filled with indignation. In a brazen display, he shamelessly requested to train at Ji-Yun's location and demanded the construction of a gravity training chamber. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's expression turned frosty, his voice deep and his demeanor grim. He bellowed, "Get lost." Vegeta left Ji-Yun's presence in disgrace, subsequently seeking out Goku. The two sharing a mutual affinity, immediately expressed their willingness to train and battle together. Thus, after several months of combat, both experienced significant enhancements in their strength. Ji Yun was not idle either. He made another visit to the time chamber of the Celestial Temple. He understood that new adversaries would soon emerge, and the time left for him was dwindling. Ji Yun had once again spent half a day, directly elevating his foundational combat power from 21 million to 35 million. While the inhabitants of Earth went about their lives in an orderly fashion, a colossal spaceship was hurtling through space at an astonishing speed, heading towards Earth. Accompanying the ship were numerous smaller vessels, the owners of which were none other than the Kurdish king, seeking vengeance for Frisia. He gazed forward with a somber expression. And as Earth drew nearer, a strange smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were training on a remote island. The two exchanged blows in a spirited manner, showcasing their remarkable talents. In a matter of months, both had attained a power level comparable to Frisia's. Perhaps this was the fate of protagonists. With a resounding clash, the two recoiled several steps from their exchange. "What's the matter, Kakarot? Is that all you've got?" Vegeta said with a smug look, reflecting on how just months prior, he had been no match for Wukong, who had dominated their initial sparring sessions. Now, however, he found himself on equal footing with Wukong, filling him with pride. Ignoring Vegeta's taunts, Wukong gazed skyward and pointed towards the horizon. Addressing Vegeta, "There are several powerful energies approaching Earth. Can you feel it?" As he sensed the auras, his brow furrowed slightly. One of the energies felt exceedingly malevolent and strong, surpassing even Frisia's former power. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta began to sense the energies as well. Indeed, many were drawing near to Earth. "What is happening?" Vegeta's expression suddenly turned grave, as he felt a resurgence of the fear he once experienced under Frisia's dominion. It appeared that another fierce battle was imminent. Wukong could not help but lament that this adversary was, to date, the most formidable he had encountered. Just from the intensity of the energy, he could tell he was no match for this individual. "Ah, a foe like this? I can handle him on my own." After a brief moment of astonishment, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. He then soared towards the source of the ominous energy. "Do not act recklessly, Vegeta. This foe is formidable." Goku, disregarding his own concerns, hastily pursued him. Vegeta's arrogance was evident. He was well aware that he was outmatched, yet insisted on maintaining his bravado. A few minutes later, Goku and Vegeta arrived at an expansive valley. The sinister energy they sensed drew ever closer. Just as they settled in, Piccolo descended from the sky. "What is happening, Goku? Where is this overwhelming power emanating from?" Piccolo inquired, his expression grave. "I don't know. These individuals likely come with ill intent. We may be on the brink of a fierce battle." Goku replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also made their appearances. Once again, the warriors of Earth gathered. "Hey, what are you lot doing here? This place doesn't require your presence. There's no need for a bunch of useless trash to create a ruckus," Vegeta disdainfully remarked, his gaze icy as he regarded the others. In the past, he had looked down upon them, and now his contempt had only intensified. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin and the others instinctively clenched their fists. "What is there to be so arrogant about? A cornered dog learns to bite, does it not?" Piccolo retorted coldly. He held no affection for Vegeta, who had often left him battered and bruised, yet continued to act superior. Such a person would never change, no matter how many times they were defeated. "Ha! You wretched fool, dare to speak further, and I shall end you." Vegeta's face flushed with anger. He too harbored disdain for Piccolo. Recalling vividly the thrashing he received on Namek, the grudge had festered within him ever since. Although Piccolo had made considerable strides in power, he was still no match for Vegeta. Their strengths were worlds apart. "Enough. Let us cease this bickering. We face a great enemy, and infighting will serve no purpose. We shall address our differences after this battle." Goku interrupted their quarrel. "By the way, has Mr. Jiun not arrived?" Krillin asked, looking at Goku with curiosity. The others also began to realize the absence. "Indeed. Where is our strongest warrior, Mr. Jiun? Surely he would not miss this occasion." Chapter 30. The invasion of the Kurdish king. At this very moment, within the confines of Bulma's abode, a series of anguished cries reverberated throughout the room. Presently, Chiyun and Bulma were engaged in matters befitting their youth. He had long sensed the approach of adversaries descending upon Earth. This time, the foes were formidable. While they remained beneath his own prowess, they posed a significant challenge to Goku and his companions. He yearned to offer his assistance, yet, alas, he found hhimself utterly unable to extricate himself from the situation. Ji Yun lowered his head, gazing at the blushing cheeks of Buma. In an instant, he regained his composure and inwardly cursed. Damn it, I was clearly preoccupied with important matters. How could I allow myself to be distracted? Truly infuriating. Ji-Yun shook his head and quickened his pace. The diligent sweat adorned his brow, reminiscent of an old ox toiling in the fields. Meanwhile, as the crowd pondered why Ji-Yun had yet to arrive, a tremendous sound echoed through the air. A colossal spaceship descended from the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar, slowly landing near the gathering. Following this, a dozen smaller spacecraft emerged into view, sequentially alighting around the larger vessel. Creak, creak, creak. The doors of all the ships swung open, revealing a group of uniformly equipped and well-trained individuals stepping out. At the forefront stood none other than Frisia's father, King Cold. Is that Frisia? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. How could Frisia still be alive? He had witnessed Ji-Yun vanquish him with his own eyes. What could possibly explain this? Goku hesitated, unable to believe that this individual, who was supposedly eliminated, had returned. That cannot be Frisia, Vegeta remarked gravely. Having spent considerable time alongside Frisia, he recognized that although this figure bore a striking resemblance, he was not the same person. Furthermore, this individual was evidently more imposing than Frisia. What overwhelming power! How could we possibly contend with them? Krillin said nervously, his voice trembling as he scrutinized the newcomers. The aura radiating from Frisia's henchmen was undeniably formidable. This planet has its merits, but alas, it is destined for destruction. King Cold surveyed his surroundings as he disembarked from the ship. Were it not for the quest for vengeance for his son, he would hesitate to annihilate this world, as it held potential for both habitation and commerce. King Cold, the murderer of Frisia, may not be easily found. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet first, suggested a purple-skinned figure with horns, Captain Jinyu, the leader of the Jinyu force. They had narrowly escaped death by not yet reaching Namek, and now accompanied King Cold to Earth to avenge their beloved Frisia. Indeed, your suggestion is commendable. Proceed. King Cold replied apathetically. Yes, my lord. Captain Jinyu responded eagerly, rallying his team to prepare for a massacre in the city. Wait. With a loud shout, Wukong positioned himself in front of the departing Jinyu force, inadvertently revealing the location of his companions. That fool Kakarot. Vegeta grimaced, cursing under his breath. Despite his current prowess, he felt no fear of the Jinyu force. However, they were still confronted by the enigmatic King Cold. It was prudent to observe from the shadows until they could ascertain the depth of their adversary's strength. Oh, haha, it seems we needn't bother. Someone has already emerged. Captain Jinyu remarked with a chilling smile as he glanced at Sun Wukong. Oh well, sooner or later, we must face them. Let us proceed. Krillin gritted his teeth and swiftly joined Wukong's side. This was a pivotal moment for the fate of Earth. Regardless of their individual strengths, every contribution mattered. As Krillin bravely charged forward, the others, inspired by his courage, ceased their concealment and gathered around Wukong. It appears there is still quite a bit of trash to deal with, King Cold remarked disdainfully, gazing upward, observing the weak combatants before him. He scoffed at the idea that they could have been the ones to kill Frisia. What brings you to Earth? You are not welcome here, Wukong retorted, directing his question not at Jinyu, but at King Cold below. Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, King Cold's expression darkened. Who killed my son Frisia? He demanded, his eyes scanning the group. While he doubted these individuals could have slain Frisia, he was certain they knew the identity of the true culprit. Leave now. That individual is not someone you can provoke. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. You still have time to depart. Do not follow in Frisia's footsteps. Wukong grasped the implication of King Cold's words and began to plead earnestly. Not someone I can provoke. Ha ha ha. King Cold momentarily paused before erupting into laughter, his subordinates, including the Jinyu force, joining in with derisive mirth. Did you hear what that trash said? Telling me to leave? Ha ha ha. I must admit, the people of this planet possess quite the sense of humor. Hey, kid, do you know who stands before you? Oh, I'm nearly at my limit. My stomach hurts from laughter. King Cold continued to laugh heartily for a while before straining to regain his composure. That was a good joke. I'll consider it as my last act before I end your life. Kurd laughed softly, convinced that no one on this planet could possibly defeat Frisia. It must be that Frisia had underestimated his enemies, leading to his downfall through cunning treachery. Regrettably, he was not Frisia and would never grant these individuals any opportunity. King Kurd, cease this idle chatter and eliminate them directly. Captain Jinyu had long since been weary of the delay. Very well, you may entertain yourselves with them for now. King Kurd nodded in acquiescence to his subordinate's request. Rest assured, King Kurd, our Jinyu force shall ensure they enjoy themselves thoroughly, Jinyu sneered ominously. Subsequently, they each engaged their respective foes, plunging into the fray. Everyone, be cautious, Goku suddenly shouted, alerting his companions. In an instant, Jinyu appeared directly before Goku. And without further ado, they clashed. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha also confronted their adversaries, joining the chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 31. The two battles of Ji-Yun. These fools, did they lack any intellect? With their meager skills, how could they possibly contend with the Jinyu force? Vegeta lamented from behind a rock. Having once been a member of Frieza's army, he was acutely aware of the Jinyu force's terror. Only Goku and Piccolo could reliably suppress their opponents. The others were clearly overestimating their abilities, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. Everyone's focus was consumed by the battle. That individual is surely unguarded. Let this prince send you to your demise. Vegeta's gaze shifted to King Kurd as he plodded silently, confident in his own strength. As long as he could strike successfully, the king's fate was sealed. With this thought, Vegeta sprang into action, leaping directly before King Kurd. Ta-da-da! Golden light erupted from Vegeta's hands as countless energy spheres cascaded toward King Kurd. Each golden or brimmed with ferocious energy. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the sound of explosions reverberated throughout the area. Some of Kurd's subordinates did not even have time to scream, being obliterated into mere fragments. King Kurd was instantly engulfed by a torrent of explosive flames. Thick smoke billowed forth, obscuring the scene within. Splendid, I struck true. Vegeta clenched his fists, halting his assault as disdain filled his gaze. What? The others turned in alarm at the continuous explosions. Vegeta, so it is you, traitor. Captain Jinyu, witnessing the unfolding situation, bellowed furiously at Vegeta. He was consumed with a desire to confront the traitor and exact vengeance immediately. Unfortunately, his adversary was Goku, whose formidable strength rendered him incapable of diverting his attention elsewhere. What of Frieza's father? To perish at the hands of this prince is his honor, Vegeta declared disdainfully, his eyes brimming with pride, seemingly delighted at the prospect of vanquishing King Cold himself. How dare a mere insect launch a surprise attack against me? You are quite bold. A chilling voice emerged from the dense smoke. As the haze dissipated, the imposing figure of King Cold reappeared before them, clearly rendering Vegeta's princely tactics futile. King Cold's expression was one of severe displeasure. In all his years, he had never encountered someone audacious enough to strike at him directly. This is utterly intolerable, sighed Piccolo, shaking his head in resignation as he observed the astonished Vegeta. King Cold was, after all, Frieza's progenitor, and his prowess was certainly on par with, if not exceeding, Frieza's. It was naive to assume a swift victory. Curse it, I miscalculated. How could he remain unscathed? This is absurd. Vegeta's eyes flickered with panic, his facial muscles twitching slightly. When one commits a transgression, one must face the consequences. Do you agree? King Cold's voice was frigid. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Vegeta. With a swift motion, King Cold's tail struck like a whip, landing squarely on Vegeta's face. Ah! Vegeta cried out, his body crashing to the ground, a crimson mark marring his cheek. Blood poured from his mouth, several teeth shattered, and he instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Damn it! Goku seethed at the sight. Triple KO Ken. Determined to end the battle with all his might, Goku unleashed his full power. Jinyu was taken aback by the sudden surge of energy emanating from Goku. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest as Goku's fist connected with his torso. Jinyu immediately spat out blood, his body hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Incapacitated, the onlookers on Earth witnessed Goku's triumph over an enemy, igniting a surge of morale among them. In their fervor to protect the planet, they unleashed their utmost capabilities, employing every skill at their disposal. West City, Capsule Corporation. Ji-Yun is equally exhausted, as the sweat on his face attests to the arduousness of this battle. He has exerted every ounce of his strength. The current situation has escalated to a fever pitch. Ji-Yun exerted all his strength, intensifying his assault in preparation for the final sprint. Opposite him, Bulma appeared increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step. The surface of the sea roiled with relentless tides, waves crashing incessantly against the shore. Suddenly, the water surged forth in a wild torrent, engulfing the entire land. Oh, Ah! Accompanied by two peculiar cries, Ji Yun ceased his assault. The sea regained its tranquility, and the air lingered with the scent of the ocean. Buma! I must take my leave for the moment. There is an urgent situation with Yukon. I shall return shortly to keep you company. Ji Yun gently kissed Bulma. Subsequently, sensing Goku's presence, he employed instantaneous movement, vanishing from the spot and hastening to the next battlefield. Humph! A man, just leaving me here without a care. Bulma pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. However, she did not dwell on it too much, for Ji Yun had departed in haste. Perhaps Goku and the others had indeed encountered a significant predicament. At that moment, she felt somewhat fatigued, the flush on her cheeks still lingering. After changing the bedsheets, she slipped into slumber. On the other side of the battlefield, the Jinyu force was being systematically dismantled with Goku's cooperation, one by one collapsing to the ground, bereft of combat capability. Oh, quite impressive. King Cold observed Goku and the others with astonishment, clearly not expecting them to triumph over the Jinyu force. I still advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, it will be too late, and you will truly perish. Goku, with a grave expression, gazed at King Cold. He had recently utilized the Kaioken technique, leaving him severely drained. If he were to continue fighting forcibly, it could pose a risk to his life. King Cold disdainfully surveyed the group, and with a powerful flick of his tail, he struck Vegeta, who lay on the ground. Ah! Vegeta, covered in wounds, let out a pained howl. I will die? Just because of you lowly beings? King Cold sneered at Goku and his companions. While they were engaged in combat, Vegeta's bones had already been shattered by King Cold's relentless assault. He aimed to demonstrate to these insects the fate that befell those who dared to provoke a king. Pardon the interruption, but I believe what Goku said is utterly nonsensical. Ji Yun suddenly appeared behind King Cold, patting his shoulder with a smile on his face as he continued, because, whether you leave or not, you are destined to die now. Chapter 32, Trunks win? King Cold's heart sank with alarm. To his astonishment, he had failed to detect the presence of someone behind him. King Cold abruptly turned around, his tone ominous as he inquired, "Who are you?" The people of Earth, upon seeing Ji Yun, felt an immense relief, as if a savior had descended upon them. Me? I am precisely the person you've been yearning to find. Season Yun smiled and remarked, I didn't expect you to dare to show yourself. Truly, you are oblivious to the peril you invite. The Kurdish king regained his composure and spoke with a tone of disdain. Ji Yun shook his head helplessly, remarking, truly a family resemblance. The tone of speech is eerily similar. Logically speaking, at this juncture in the timeline, the future Tenanks should be making an appearance to swiftly eliminate this individual. However, Ji Yun had received a mission from the system several days prior, compelling him to undertake this task. The rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous. By vanquishing the King of Kurd, his combat prowess would double, as promised by the system. You seek death. The King of Kurd's gaze suddenly sharpened. In an instant, his colossal form surged forward with remarkable swiftness, and he unleashed a powerful strike, a palm-bottom punch, aimed directly at Ji Yun's head. Ji Yun gazed indifferently at the descending fist. Suddenly, the energy within him coalesced, and crimson flames erupted from his body. Tenfold King's fist. Suddenly, Ji Yun erupted with fury, causing a tempestuous gale to swirl around him. The fist of King Kurd was suspended directly above Ji Yun's head. Unable to descend due to the force of the turbulent air, Season Yun possesses a foundational combat power of 35 million. With the enhancement of the Kaioken technique, his strength surges to an astonishing 350 million. The prowess of King Cold is merely slightly superior to that of Frisia, rendering him wholly inadequate in comparison to Season Yun. How could it be? His strength, how could it possibly? A look of terror filled King Cold's eyes. He found it inconceivable that a mere human could possess such formidable strength. Merely relying on the aura emanating from his being, Season Yun countered Cold's assault effortlessly. Boom! With a resounding thud, King Cold was sent crashing to the ground. Throughout the entire encounter, Season Yun did not lift a finger. He overwhelmed King Cold solely with the force of his unleashed aura. The spectators, who had been watching intently, were rendered utterly speechless, while Goku and Piccolo were somewhat unfazed. Having witnessed the cataclysmic battle on Namek, the others were experiencing Season Yun's extraordinary strength for the first time, left completely astounded and dumbfounded. Ji Yun appeared remarkably composed, considering the situation entirely ordinary. He strolled leisurely before Kurd, speaking in a calm tone, "You will soon reunite with your son." Upon hearing this, King Kurd felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known, he would never have sought vengeance for his unfortunate son. Please, do not kill me. I can offer you this entire planet. Oh no, I would even bestow upon you the entire star system, if that would suffice. Just spare my life. And I assure you, I shall never return to this place. King Kurd hastily pleaded for mercy. As the saying goes, a master reveals his skill with a single move. Though he bore no injuries, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this young man. As for avenging his son, whoever wishes to do so may pursue it. Your way of pleading for mercy as a member of the Frozen Demon clan is rather unique. Have you all undergone special training for this? Jian playfully gazed at King Kurd. Previously, when Fli Shao was on the brink of death, he insisted on becoming a servant, but Ji Yun had declined. Now, even his father sought mercy, offering to bestow the entire galaxy upon him. Where is the dignity? Where is the resolve? What has become of the bottom line for the Frozen Demon clan? How do you know we are of the Frozen Demon lineage? King Kurd was utterly astonished. Their clan was scarce in number, and no one in the cosmos truly knew what race they belonged to. How could this young man possess such profound knowledge? I have no obligation to explain anything to a corpse. Ji Yun shook his head slightly, casting a malevolent glance at him. Do not. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the words of King Kurd were cut short as Ji Yun's fist pierced through his body. The king's eyes, bloodshot, revealed a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yun drew back his fist, seizing his body with one hand and forcefully hurling it towards the heavens. Ji Yun casually unleashed a burst of light waves. Boom! A magnificent firework erupted in the sky. On Earth, the presence of the Kurdish king had vanished. Thus, another significant crisis on Earth was swiftly averted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and receiving a reward. Combat power doubled. The system's notification resonated within Ji Yun's mind. Simultaneously, the energy within his body surged explosively once again. A faint smile graced the corners of Ji Yun's lips. With a foundational battle power of 70 million, how splendid! The rest of the group erupted in joyous celebration, reveling in the resolution of the recent crisis. However, one could not help but feel pity for Vegeta, whose bones had been shattered by King Cold. Suddenly, amidst their festivities, an unusual flying craft materialized out of thin air, instantly drawing the attention of all present. The vessel descended slowly under their watchful gazes, and the hatch opened from above, revealing a blue-haired youth who leapt down with an air of astonishment. Observing the crowd around him, he inquired, "Where are Frisia and King Cold? They should have arrived on Earth." "What? Are you also here to defend Earth?" A voice replied. "No need for that. Frisia has long since perished." And King Cold was vanquished by Ji Yun. Goku stepped forward, gently patting the boy's shoulder with a cheerful grin. "What?" The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. This was inconceivable. They were supposed to have just arrived at this moment, only to be defeated by Goku. How had everything changed? And who was Ji Yun? In the future, such a person did not exist. Moreover, wait a moment, this person is Uncle Goku? The boy gazed at Goku in astonishment, his confusion deepening. This defied logic. Goku should not have been here at this time. "Mr. Goku, can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" He asked slowly, his eyes fixed on Goku. Huh? Goku was taken aback by the question. What was a Super Saiyan? The name certainly sounded impressive. At this moment, the boy was utterly dumbfounded. This was entirely inconsistent with the history he had known. Why did Sun Wukong not even know about Super Saiyans? "Hey, Ji Yun, do you know what a Super Saiyan is?" Goku called out loudly to Ji Yun, who was a short distance away. Ji Yun had long been aware of the situation over there. With a graceful leap, he soared across. Meanwhile, the fallen Vegeta, weakly opening his eyes, murmured, "Super Saiyan? Of course, I am well aware of what a Super Saiyan is." Ji Yun smiled as she carefully scrutinized the young boy. Chapter 33. Trunks. The boy was equally intent on observing Ji Yun. They gazed at each other, while the onlookers remained fixated on the pair, filled with curiosity about the boy's identity. However, within the boy's heart, a tempest was brewing. What on earth was happening? I have never encountered this person before. Why is Goku unaware of the Super Saiyan? If this is the case, the future is truly doomed. Goku, noticing the boy's silence, shook his shoulder and inquired, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say you knew?" The boy suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with bewilderment, and he spoke in a daze, "My name is Trunks. I come from the future, and my mind is a complete blank. I don't know what to do." The crowd was taken aback by Trunks' revelation. What? From the future? Surely, this must be a jest. Ji Yun smiled mysteriously. It seemed that his presence had completely disrupted Tenink's judgment. No worries, Tenink, I have faith in you. If you have indeed come from the future, there must be a reason. Feel free to speak openly. Perhaps we can devise a solution together. Ji-Yun slowly began to speak. He was well aware of the purpose for Trunks' arrival. However, at that moment, he wore a perplexed expression, feeling the need to take the initiative in guiding the conversation. Alas, the young man sighed heavily, his voice barely audible as he murmured, "It seems that time is indeed irreversible. I have been too presumptuous." The others were left bewildered by Trunks' words. "If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so. Perhaps we can be of assistance. Even if we cannot, Ji-Yun is here, and he is exceptionally formidable." Krillin stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Trunks glanced at the group and then at Goku, his gaze filled with complexity. He had originally come to seek Goku's aid. Yet the current state of Goku seemed rather feeble. He estimated that a single punch could easily bring him down. However, when his gaze shifted to Ji-Yun, a sudden jolt surged through him. "Sir, may I request a moment of your time for a private conversation?" Trunks addressed Ji-Yun with utmost respect. Ji-Yun nodded slightly, and the two of them soared to the other side of the mountain. "May I inquire, sir, how you came to know of the Super Saiyan?" Trunks asked earnestly. He could sense that the alteration of the course of history was due to the presence of the individual before him. In the future, such a person simply did not exist. "This question is quite simple. I, too, am a Saiyan." Ji-Yun squinted slightly and remarked, This is impossible. How could this be?" Tan Keisai exclaimed in astonishment. "Everything is in disarray, utterly chaotic. This must be a crossing into a different dimension. This cannot possibly be the past of my own world. Now, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. I am quite busy." Ji-Yun, in a state of ennui, remarked, "You've prattled on for so long. Do hasten to the point. If you delay further, I shall speak on your behalf." "Very well." Trunks replied, taking a moment to compose himself before revealing the purpose of his visit. He gradually divulged the dire news regarding the imminent emergence of artificial beings, the near annihilation of Earth's strongest warriors, and the untimely demise of Goku. "Such is the situation," he lamented. "Yet the timeline I find myself in is utterly different from what I had known." Trunks had hoped that Goku could alleviate the crisis posed by the artificial beings in the past, indirectly salvaging the future. Alas, this plan had now been rendered futile. As Ji-Yun gazed at the dejected Trunks, his heart was filled with a profound sense of sympathy. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball, he had sensed the immense struggles that this character endured. The weight of the future rested solely upon his shoulders, leading some to jestingly refer to him as Tragic Trunks. For the future indeed seemed overwhelmingly burdensome. However, even if Ji-Yun were to eliminate the androids present in this time, the androids of the future would not simply vanish. When he traversed through time and arrived in the past, the timeline would have already diverged into two distinct realms. "By the way, Mr. Ji-Yun," Trunks inquired, "I heard everyone say that you are exceptionally powerful. Many of the enemies on Earth have been defeated by you, correct?" Ji-Yun previously mentioned that he is also a Saiyan, which implies that he too possesses the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Perhaps I can place my hopes upon him." It is but a trivial effort, merely an opportunity to stretch my limbs." Ji-Yun smiled as he spoke. Upon witnessing Ji-Yun's confident demeanor, Trunks felt an unwavering belief in him. Before the emergence of the androids, with the strength of a Super Saiyan, no adversary could pose a challenge to him. "Then, Mr. Ji-Yun, please transform into a Super Saiyan and engage in battle with me," Trunks declared with resolute determination. He earnestly hoped that Ji-Yun was indeed formidable, for such a reality would ensure the salvation of the future. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Of course, we can engage in battle. As for transforming, I shall refrain. I fear the overwhelming power may be difficult to control and might inadvertently harm you." However, the smile on his face was tinged with awkwardness, for he had yet to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The prerequisite for a Saiyan's transformation is, after all, intense rage. Ji-Yun exuded a cheerful demeanor each day, finding it quite challenging to summon any anger. "Very well then, Mr. Ji-Yun, exercise caution." With a piercing gaze, Tenink's presence erupted with an unparalleled aura. His entire being was enveloped in a golden blaze, and his hair stood upright in an instant. His pupils transformed into a light blue hue, radiantly fixated on Ji-Yun. As Ji-Yun beheld this scene, his heart was filled with countless emotions. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, truly magnificent. Contemplating this, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The Kaioken ×10 was once again activated, and a crimson flame enveloped Ji-Yun. In that moment, The golden radiance and the red glow intertwined beautifully. This aura, is this truly the might of Mr. Ji-Yun? Astonishing. Trunks exclaimed inwardly. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, and if he did, what would become of them? The overwhelming energy emanating from Ji-Yun was nothing short of extraordinary. Instantly, Trunks was captivated, feeling as though he could scarcely contain his admiration. At that moment, he truly wished to shout to the heavens, "Mother, our family is saved." Ji-Yun observed the excited expression on Tenenki's face and, with a sigh of resignation, shook his head. In truth, one cannot entirely blame him for this reaction. Ji-Yun has just received a system reward, doubling his combat power. With the enhancement of the tenfold King's Fist, his combat power reaches an astounding 700 million. Hey, kid, it's time to begin. As Ji-Yun observed Trunks' prolonged inaction, he spoke up to remind him. Trunks, roused by the call, immediately dispelled his Super Saiyan form without uttering a word. Fight! What is there to fight about? With such strength, even two artificial beings together in the future would be no match. Chapter 34, Journey into the Future. Witnessing Trunks revert from his transformed state, Ji-Yun inquired directly, "What's the matter? Are we not going to continue?" Trunks chuckled, scratching his head, and replied with a hint of reluctance, "No more fighting. I can see that your strength is formidable. Continuing would be futile. Very well then, what are your plans moving forward?" Ji-Yun also released the Kaioken, and his body returned to its normal state. "With your presence here, defeating the androids would be a trivial task, wouldn't it? As long as you handle the androids in advance, the future will be peaceful," Trunks said with a cheerful smile, seemingly filled with beautiful dreams of the future. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun furrowed her brows, and a wave of cold realization washed over her. "Are you being overly presumptuous? This realm has no connection to your time. Even if I were to eliminate the artificial beings here, it would bear no relevance to your world, would it?" Ji-Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Even in the absence of his presence, the artificial beings would still rely on Tenenks to navigate the future. Tenenks suddenly experienced an epiphany, and the flicker of hope in his heart was extinguished once more. Indeed, in the future, there would be no Ji-Yun. We are not of the same timeline. What was I even perplexed about? Ji-Yun gazed at the forlorn expression of Tenenks, feeling a deep sympathy for him. After all, the future seemed bleak. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more in Ji-Yun's mind. Ding. Artificial beings number 17 and number 18 are wreaking havoc in the future. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Respect history and let nature take its course. Reward, body fusion technique. Option 2. Save the future by eliminating the artificial beings. Reward, controllable Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing the second option, Ji-Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy smokes, the Super Saiyan transformation has finally arrived. System, I choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-Yun resolutely selected the second option. The allure of transforming into a Super Saiyan was far too enticing to contemplate otherwise. Ahem. After selecting, Ji-Yun glanced at the sorrowful face of Tenenks and cleared his throat twice. Instantly, Tenenks turned his gaze towards him. Although I cannot alter the course of history, I can assist you in eradicating the androids in the future. Ji-Yun spoke earnestly, her face adorned with a profound expression of compassion for humanity. Of course, all of this was merely an act, a facade crafted for the sake of the mission. Is it truly permissible to proceed in this manner? Tenenks' eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "How can we know unless we give it a try?" Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Since the system has issued this task, it must be feasible. That's splendid. If Mr. Ji-Yun is with us, our future will surely be salvaged," exclaimed Tenenks with palpable excitement. He had already experienced Ji-Yun's formidable prowess. If they could successfully bring him back to the future, the mere artificial beings would pose no challenge at all. "Let us proceed then. I have much to attend to, and it would be best to return promptly." Seasoned with a gentle tone, Ji-Yun remarked, "Indeed." The earnest Tenenks nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the two gracefully leaped, reappearing before the assembly. "Esteemed guests," Ji-Yun addressed, "I have matters to discuss with this young lad. The specifics will be elucidated by Bick." Ji-Yun addressed the crowd, then, accompanied by Tenenks, directly entered the time machine. Ji-Yun was acutely aware that Piccolo's unique ear structure undoubtedly allowed him to overhear their conversation with remarkable clarity. Entrusting the explanation to Piccolo was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As the machine they were aboard gradually ascended, Trunks caught sight of his unfortunate father, lying rigidly on the ground. A jolt of electricity seemed to course through him, leaving him momentarily transfixed at the sight. Ji-Yun disowned Trunks' concern and spoke softly, "Rest assured, Vegeta is merely injured. He will recover swiftly once we procure a Senzu bean. In truth, Ji-Yun possessed Senzu beans himself, but hesitated to expend one on Vegeta. After all, he would not perish. It was prudent to conserve resources. Trunks gradually regained his composure, dismissing the troubling thoughts that plagued his mind. He maneuvered the machine and vanished into thin air. On Earth, the presence of Ji-Yun and the youth faded completely. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed, before shifting their attention to Piccolo. Sensing their scrutiny, Piccolo began to elucidate the boy's origins and the imminent dangers that loomed over the Earth. What astonished them further was the revelation that Ji-Yun was, in fact, a scion, a notion beyond their wildest imaginations. The group struggled to digest this information, finding it challenging to accept. "All right, everyone, we must commence our efforts," Goku declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it." Piccolo cautioned the assembly. Although the veracity of the young boy's words remained uncertain, it was wise to prepare in advance, especially considering the grim future he had foretold, where all present would meet their demise. The mere thought was terrifying. I concur with Piccolo. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall commence my rigorous training, Goku proclaimed, his expression earnest. The widening gap between him and Ji-Yun fueled his competitive spirit. With that, he departed the scene without delay. "We shall take our leave. Farewell." One by one, the inhabitants of Earth began to exit, seeking their respective training grounds in preparation for the impending battle. Yet, amidst the departing crowd, one individual lay tragically unnoticed. "Damn it, what about me?" Vegeta struggled to voice, but alas, his words went unheard. A chilling wind swept through the area, leaving him alone to grapple with his disarray. In a swift motion, the time machine arrived promptly, touching down upon a landscape of ruins. The hatch creaked open. Ji-Yun leaped out from the midst, incessantly surveying the surroundings. Alas, the future of humanity is indeed fraught with challenges. Ji-Yun couldn't help but exclaim. All around her lay crumbling walls and scattered remnants of human bones. Despite the sun shining brightly, the sky appeared shrouded in a gloomy haze, as if the very earth were on the brink of destruction. "Ah, how could I forget?" Turnax's expression darkened as he called out loudly. The sudden outburst startled Ji-Yun greatly. "What is it that you have forgotten?" Ji-Yun gently touched her own little heart and calmly remarked, "Mr. Wukong has viral heart disease. I had forgotten to mention it earlier, and I neglected to bring his medication as well." Turnax explained with a sense of vexation. Ji-Yun suddenly realized that it was this matter. He recalled that in the original story, Wukong indeed had this affliction. "No worries, when I return, I shall bring it to him just the same," Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. Chapter 35, Bulma of the Future Time-Space. A sharp sound echoed. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a bullet struck Ji-Yun's cheek directly. "What the hell? Is someone ambushing us?" Ji-Yun touched his face and lamented weakly. The firearms posed no threat to his resilient physique. The bullets striking his face were devoid of pain or discomfort. "Everyone, cease fire. It is I, Tanks." Tanks cast an apologetic glance toward Ji-Yun, then called out to those around him. Such measures were unavoidable. The future world was exceedingly harsh. People remained in a state of heightened vigilance, reluctant to let their guard down in the face of any suspicious occurrence. "It is Tanks. Tanks has returned. Please, do not act impulsively. We are not enemies." Gradually, the survivors hidden amidst the ruins began to emerge. All were tattered and grimy, their faces etched with the marks of hardship. "Tanks, we apologize. We did not recognize you. Upon seeing two figures suddenly appear, we instinctively mistook you for androids," an elderly man with white hair said to Tanks with a hint of embarrassment. "It's quite all right, sir. In these trying times, such misunderstandings are entirely understandable," Ji-Yun softly remarked, feeling quite helpless. "For heaven's sake, I am the one who has been attacked. I am the victim, and you should be the one to apologize." The elderly man with white hair instinctively inquired, "And who might this be?" "In this realm, there exists only one formidable warrior, Trunks. The rest are merely ordinary individuals. Had that bullet not struck Trunks, it would have either missed entirely or found its mark on an ordinary person, who would have certainly perished from a single shot." Thus, little attention was paid to Ji-Yun. "Ah, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Ji-Yun. He is a powerful ally I have summoned from the past, stronger than I am. He could undoubtedly defeat the androids," Trunks proclaimed as he introduced Ji-Yun to the white-haired elder. As more and more people gathered around, their skepticism grew. Upon hearing that this young man was said to be even stronger than their savior, Trunks, they cast doubtful glances at Ji-Yun. It was evident they found it hard to believe. How could this fellow possibly be stronger than Trunks? A scruffy middle-aged man questioned incredulously. Please, do not attempt to comfort us, Trunks. We have not yet lost our faith. The elder gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering words of reassurance. Indeed, Lord Trunks. As long as you are present, we shall stand resolutely against the androids. Yes, we will fight to the very end. To the very end. The crowd echoed passionately, raising their voices in fervor. No, everyone, Ji-Yun truly is. Trunks hurriedly attempted to clarify. However, Ji-Yun tugged at his garment, interrupting his discourse. In this apocalyptic existence, the dread of artificial beings has permeated the very essence of humanity, leaving them devoid of any hope for life. If such formidable individuals truly existed in the past, how could they find themselves ensnared in such dire straits? It is evident that they have positioned themselves as mere seasoning to comfort the masses. Well then, esteemed ones, whether you choose to believe or not, I have come from the past to stand alongside you in the battle against the artificial beings. Ji-Yun smiled at them, completely indifferent to their skepticism. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Regardless of their strength, she had indeed come from the past to assist them. Very well, everyone. Let us return for now and deliberate on our next course of action, Tan Kes said with a sense of resignation. Let strength speak for itself. The crowd found Tan Kes's words quite convincing. Thus, they retreated from the location, making their way towards the survivors' underground base. After approximately an hour of walking, they arrived at a concealed entrance. Cautiously, they descended the staircase. Lord Tan Kes has returned, the children in the base exclaimed upon seeing their idol. Instantly, they surrounded him in droves. The dreary underground was suddenly infused with a spirit of joy. Ji-Yun surveyed his surroundings. In the underground base, most of the inhabitants were frail, elderly individuals, women, and children lacking combat prowess. Their primary responsibility was to provide logistical support for those engaged in frontline battles. Mr. Ji-Yun, allow me to introduce you to my mother, said Tenanx, smiling as he approached Ji-Yun. Certainly. The gentle nod of Ji-Yun belied the myriad emotions swirling within him. Ah, Bulma of this era. The two strolled slowly to the end of the facility, where a brightly lit building stood proudly. This was Bulma's laboratory, the sole scientific beacon of this time. Mom, I'm back, Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he pushed open the door. Bulma was seated before a computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Upon hearing Trunks's voice, she paused her typing, removed her glasses, and looked at her son with delight. Trunks, you're back. How was your trip to the past? Did you see your father? Bulma inquired with a warm smile. Yes, I did see him, but... Trunks hesitated, his thoughts momentarily faltering. But what? Was your father too aloof? Bulma responded knowingly. That makes sense. He is a proud man and rather difficult to engage with. A smile graced her lips, her eyes reflecting a tapestry of memories from the past. As Trunks listened to his mother's words, he recalled the moment he encountered Vegeta. During his visit, the people on Earth were at peace, laughing and conversing, while he alone lay defeated on the ground, ignored by all. Proud? He certainly did not appear so. Quite the contrary, it was rather disheartening. Mom, I didn't return to the past. The time machine brought me to a parallel universe. Trunks interjected, clarifying the situation. Parallel universe? Bulma's expression shifted to one of confusion as her brow furrowed slightly. That shouldn't be possible. She had unwavering confidence in her invention. Convinced it could not fail. By the way, Mom, allow me to introduce someone. This is Ji-Yun, a formidable warrior from another parallel universe. He accompanied me here to assist us. Trunks gestured toward Ji-Yun, who stood at the doorway. At that moment, Bulma noticed the figure by the entrance. Her furrowed brow relaxed as she greeted him with a smile, pondering internally that it seemed the time machine had indeed malfunctioned. For this individual did not exist in her past. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun was lost in thought, gazing at Bulma of this world, feeling an inexplicable ache within. Though he understood that this reality bore no connection to him, the sight of her weary visage stirred a sense of compassion. Mr. Ji-Yun, is something amiss? Trunks asked, noticing Ji-Yun's distant demeanor. This is my mother, Bulma. Are you not familiar with her in your timeline? Upon hearing Tenanx's words, Ji-Yun smiled and remarked, I am exceedingly well acquainted with your mother. However, I must express my astonishment. Your transformation is truly remarkable. Ji-Yun gazed at Bulma with a gentle expression. Bulma brushed her hair aside and shook her head wistfully. In this world, merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. Ji-Yun sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Recognizing that this version of Bulma had matured significantly, shedding the demeanor of a youthful girl. How is the other me faring in that world? Is she well? Bulma inquired with curiosity. She was aware of the existence of parallel dimensions, even if the historical narratives diverged from her own. You are thriving in that realm. I shall ensure her safety. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Ji-Yun spoke resolutely. Bulma regarded Ji-Yun with a hint of surprise. Such words were not typically exchanged among mere acquaintances. She recalled the intricate gaze Ji-Yun had cast upon her moments ago, and a knowing smile graced her lips. As she carefully scrutinized Ji-Yun's appearance, a quiet satisfaction blossomed within her. It seemed that the version of herself from another dimension possessed quite discernible taste. I see now. You must take good care of her, Bulma said with a smile, her gaze fixed on Ji-Yun. I shall. Ji-Yun spoke with unwavering determination, resolutely vowing to protect Bulma from any harm, no matter how slight. Meanwhile, Tenix, overhearing their conversation, felt somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? I am still young. Could they not be more clear? How is Vegeta? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. As her counterpart in this timeline, she remained deeply concerned for Vegeta. He is doing quite well, just the same as ever. Ji-Yun pondered seriously for a moment before slowly responding. Upon hearing this answer, Bulma smiled with delight. That's good. It seems everyone in another dimension is faring quite well. However, Trunks regarded Ji-Yun with a peculiar expression. He had witnessed Vegeta's condition. How could one deem a situation so dire as satisfactory? Just as the group engaged in conversation, a sudden thud resonated from below. The entire room trembled, and the lights on the ceiling flickered erratically. Lord Trunks, the androids have arrived. Suddenly, a child burst through the door, shouting in terror, Mr. Ji-Yun. Trunks turned his gaze toward Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun cast a glance at Bulma, then with a steely gaze declared, let us proceed. I shall confront them. Despite the fact that this incarnation of Bulma bore no relation to him, he could not bear to witness her suffering. On the ground of the base, a relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon the two figures ahead. Rows of RPG fire incessantly bombarded the vicinity, while fierce flames blazed amidst the ruins, releasing a pungent odor of gunpowder. Yet, the two figures pressed forward with unwavering determination. Ha! A pitiful swarm of ants, sneered a dark-haired youth, observing the fiery chaos before him with disdain. With a mere flick of his finger, a beam of energy surged forth in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed, reducing countless souls to ashes. The sound of gunfire diminished significantly. Hey, number 17, you've killed quite a few. If you eliminate them all, what shall we do for fun next? A dissatisfied blonde girl remarked. The duo were none other than the artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, known as number 17 and number 18, the very architects of this world's descent into hell. It matters not, if you don't slay a few more. How shall Trunks emerge? After all, it has been quite some time since we last entertained ourselves with him, number 17 replied, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let me make it clear. Trunks is my quarry, and you shall not vie with me for him. Number 18 retorted with a frown. Their last encounter with Trunks had seen number 17 strike first, resulting in Trunks being incapacitated for 2 months, leaving her to amuse herself with the slaughter of ordinary people. Very well, I shall concede this time. Allow me to clear away these minions. Number 17 chuckled, unleashing another wave of energy beams upon the remaining crowd. It's over, cried a resistance fighter, clutching his head in despair as he beheld the impending attack. In that instant, the occupants of the trench surrendered all hope, their eyes dull and lifeless, waiting in silent resignation for death to claim them. They were, after all, mere mortals, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the androids. For long, their resistance had been nothing more than a self-deception, clinging to the hope that one day their efforts might vanquish the androids. Yet the grim reality remained. Each attack resulted in staggering losses, often leaving no survivors. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Yet, the individuals in the trench remained unscathed. What is happening? The crowd in the trench exclaimed, peering above. It's Trunks. Trunks has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. As the light was about to sweep over the crowd, Trunks and Ji-Yun's timely arrival helped shield everyone from the attack. The little mouse finally shows itself, number 17 exclaimed, clearly displeased that his assault had been thwarted. At that moment, Trunks shimmered with golden light, having transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Androids, today marks your demise, Trunks declared through gritted teeth. The harm they inflicted upon humanity could only be repaid with death. Haha. Just you? Surely you jest. You must still be dazed from our last encounter, number 17 responded with a hearty laugh, mercilessly mocking Trunks. Humph. Trunks scoffed, refraining from retorting to number 17. He knew he was right. On his own, he could not defeat them. However, Mr. Ji-Yun, they are the ones. Trunks pointed at the androids, addressing Ji-Yun beside him. All right, I understand. Seasoned with a gentle tone, Ji-Yun observed the figures of number 17 and number 18. Her gaze unwavering. It must be said that number 18 possessed remarkable beauty. However, Ji-Yun was acutely aware that in this world, artificial beings had descended to the depths of depravity, devoid of any semblance of humanity. So, it seems you were in search of assistance, but not particularly impressive, no. 17 remarked with a cold smile. In this realm, they stood as the most formidable duo, and regardless of the caliber of allies Trunks had procured, none could rival them. Chapter 37. I prefer the subtlety of a blunt knife not much, but it can serve as a toy. I'll leave it to you. No. 18 said with a cheerful demeanor. Alas, I can only hope this trash provides me with some amusement, number 17 replied with a hint of resignation, as if he had already decided Ji-Yun's fate. Hey, you over there, your opponent is me. I can allow you one hand. But let me make myself clear. If you cannot entertain me, I will resort to killing. Number 17 shouted towards Ji-Yun, his eyes gleaming with mockery. This brash individual was insufferable. Trunks clenched his fists, yearning to rush forth and eliminate him. What's the matter, Trunks? You appear to be defiant. Why not both of you come at me? I shall handle you both with ease. Number 17 said with a beaming smile. He relished the sight of anger etched upon their faces. The more furious they became, the more elated he felt. Number 17, I have entrusted Trunks to you. Do not overstep your bounds. Number 18 coldly admonished number 17. Oh, fine. I understand, number 17 replied impatiently. Trunks, maintain your composure. Dealing with them will be a simple task. Ji-Yun casually addressed Tenanks, remarking that such mere artificial beings would be effortlessly defeated by his current prowess. However, he mused that to eliminate them outright would be too lenient. As soon as Ji-Yun's words fell, it seemed as though time itself momentarily paused in the expanse of heaven and earth. Yet, none of those present perceived this suspension of time. You are all on the brink of death, so cease your quarrels. A deep voice resonated from behind on the 17th and 18th. When the two were suddenly taken aback and turned around abruptly. The icy visage of Ji-Yun appeared before them. How swift. Tenax found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished. Ji-Yun had just been conversing with him, yet in an instant, he had vanished behind the androids. This swiftness was so remarkable that even he could not perceive it. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, subsequently creating a significant distance between them. It appeared that this individual harbored ill intentions. Number 17's expression finally grew serious. The opponent's speed had surpassed his expectations. All the benevolent souls have been annihilated by you, leaving only me, the ruthless one, remaining. The ethereal voice of Ji-Yun floated through the air once more, reverberating behind the two like a thunderclap on flat ground, exploding within their hearts. Number 17 and number 18 turned back again, confronted once more by Ji-Yun's frostbitten visage. This is impossible. Number 18 exclaimed, her gaze unwavering from Ji-Yun. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ji-Yun seemed to vanish into thin air. When she reappeared, it was directly behind them. You scoundrel, die. Number 17 shouted in a fit of rage. A wave of light coalescing in her hand as she hurled it towards Ji-Yun. I'm right here, where do you think you're aiming? Ji-Yun appeared beside number 17 and gently tapped his shoulder, saying this. Number 17 looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face filled with terror. The light wave in his hand had been unleashed instantaneously. Even if this person possessed extraordinary speed, one would expect to see the light wave emitted before attempting to evade it. There should be some reaction time, after all. Yet, when this individual materialized beside him, he had only just begun to raise his hand. At the moment Ji-Yun struck his shoulder, the light wave had barely left his grasp. It felt as though he were disconnected from the world, perpetually lagging behind. Do not look at me that way. I am not a ghost. Ji-Yun gazed at number 17 with a calm demeanor and remarked, he merely utilized the flash technique. A mere 0.1 seconds may seem insignificant, however, at his speed. That brief interval suffices for him to execute a complete set of military boxing moves, complemented by a 360-degree somersault. Number 18, let us strike together. Number 17 gritted his teeth as he spoke. Number 18's expression also darkened considerably. This individual is exceedingly formidable, if they do not approach this with utmost seriousness. Their blissful existence may indeed come to an abrupt end. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two of them swung their fists. preparing to launch a dual assault on Ji-yun. Humph. Ji-yun let out a cold snort and activated his time flash technique once more. Before their attacks could even land on him, they had already endured hundreds of Ji-yun strikes. The fists of the two assailants became frozen in midair, and soon after, they clutched their stomachs and collapsed to the ground. What could possibly be happening? How did the androids fall? Trunks licked his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. For from his vantage point, he had only witnessed androids 17 and 18 launching their simultaneous assault on Ji-yun. Ji-yun remained still, not moving an inch. The fists of the two androids hung suspended in midair, their bodies seemingly suffering from grievous injuries as they collapsed to the ground. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, Trunks would have suspected that these three were merely staging a performance. The androids have been defeated? Hope ignited among the survivors, who had been intently observing the battlefield. As they witnessed the fall of androids 17 and 18, joy surged in their eyes. Trunks was not deceiving them. This young man was truly formidable. Those who had previously questioned Ji-yun now displayed expressions of shame. After all, these were androids. Never before had anyone managed to vanquish them, especially not two at once. It felt as if divine intervention had occurred. However, one should not celebrate too soon. They were not yet defeated. Trunks maintained a grave expression. What now? Shall we continue the fight? Ji-yun gazed indifferently at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Humph. Is this the extent of their assault? I expected something more formidable. Number 17 rolled over and stood up once more. He could not clearly ascertain how he had been struck down. He merely felt as though his chest and abdomen had been pummeled by 100 fists. Yet, such feeble force was insufficient to bring about his demise. If your attack is merely of this caliber, it will not be enough to vanquish us. Number 18 also rose slowly, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Although she too was perplexed by the peculiarity of Ji-yun's abilities, the recent encounter revealed that this individual posed no substantial threat to them. Oh, is that so? Ji-yun coldly chuckled, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. His fundamental combat power stood at 70 million, which could be amplified to 700 million with the tenfold King's fist. Eliminating the two of them would be effortlessly simple. Yet he chose not to. The suffering you have inflicted upon this world is immense. To allow you to perish so easily would be too merciful, wouldn't it? Swiftly ending your lives would indeed be gratifying, but I prefer to wield a dull blade, savoring the gradual demise I inflict upon you, relishing the anguish that brings me joy. Ji-yun's expression was devilish as he smiled and spoke. Chapter 38. Hold on, he asked, nearing his end. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, number 18 felt a jolt of fear and involuntarily swallowed hard. She was completely bewildered, convinced that this man was indeed a true demon. Humph, what a farce. Number 18, do not heed his nonsense. This fellow possesses some peculiar skills, yet his attack power is insufficient to harm us. As long as we endure until he exhausts his strength, we can easily defeat him, number 17 confidently declared, seemingly having seen through Ji-yun's ruse. With a deep breath, number 18 exhaled, calming her inner turmoil, her face once again displaying a cruel expression. You were correct, number 17. Our energy is boundless. Once this fellow's strength is depleted, it will be his demise. Number 18 asserted vehemently, fully convinced by number 17's words. At that moment, both of them assumed a combat stance. Hiki. Having confidence is commendable. Now, prepare to receive my onslaught. Ji-yun remarked with a cold smile. To her surprise, these two androids were rather optimistic. Even in the face of imminent death, they still deceived themselves. Whoosh. Ji-yun has commenced his assault once more. A mere 0.1 seconds later, the recently risen number 17 and number 18 once again collapsed in pain. Yet again, the method of Ji-yun's attack remained elusive, even from a distance. The observer Tenanx focused entirely on Ji-yun, yet he failed to discern how Ji-yun executed his strikes. To him, it appeared as though Ji-yun's body remained utterly motionless throughout. What do you think, number 18? I told you, this fellow is incapable of harming us. Number 17 struggled to rise from the ground. His tone labored. It seems he was indeed merely posturing. Number 18 also regained his footing, his expression contorted in fury. Although Ji-yun's strikes did not inflict any substantial damage upon them, the physical pain was nonetheless excruciating. Clap, clap, clap. Splendid. Let us continue. Ji-yun observed as the two individuals rose once more, clapping their hands in encouragement. Upon hearing Ji-yun's command to continue, their expressions abruptly shifted, and they swiftly assumed a defensive posture, shielding their hands firmly before them. Alas, they both fell to the ground once again, before they could adequately protect themselves. Ji-yun unleashed a barrage of attacks, numbering in the hundreds. By the time they were prepared for action, it was far too late. Are you both all right? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Ji Yun observed the disheveled appearance of the two individuals and suggested, have you heard? He wishes to rest for a while. His strength is nearly depleted. We must endure a little longer. Once he has exhausted his energy, we shall have ample opportunity to torment him. 17 grinned maliciously, revealing his teeth. If he were to lift his clothing now, one could surmise his skin would be a vivid crimson. All right, very well. 18 conceded, though he could hardly bear it, yet managed to nod in reluctant agreement. Ji Yun appeared somewhat speechless. His foundational battle power stood at 70 million. With this approach, even if he fought for a month, he would not tire. Very well, let us proceed. Ji Yun observed the unwavering determination of the two individuals, choosing to refrain from further idle chatter. With swift precision, he struck them relentlessly for a full half hour. The pair repeatedly fell and rose, only to be met with the same fate again and again. At last, after enduring yet another assault from Ji Yun, they could no longer rise. Meanwhile, what was the esteemed Tenanx engaged in? Why did he not swiftly eliminate the artificial beings? A voice from the crowd voiced this query, which resonated with the confusion of many. The artificial beings had been toppled so many times. Why not simply eradicate them all at once? I may have come to an understanding, Tenanx spoke, his tone somewhat somber. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention toward him, eager to discern what revelation he had grasped. I have witnessed the true prowess of Mr. Ji Yun. With his formidable abilities, he could effortlessly annihilate the artificial beings in an instant. Yet, he refrains from doing so, seeking instead to prolong their suffering. His actions now serve as a catharsis for those of us who remain alive. Tenanx elucidated. Although he could not fathom the specifics of Ji Yun's methods, he felt a profound exhilaration witnessing the artificial beings in their state of disarray. Memories flooded back of those who perished due to the artificial beings, his father, whom he had never met, and his mentor, Gohan. You may now find your peace. Tenanx silently prayed, closing his eyes in homage to those departed souls. Observing the expression on Tenanx's face, the crowd was moved, each person recalling their own lost loved ones. In that moment, they embraced one another, weeping and lamenting that this tumultuous era had finally come to an end. Are you truly so fragile? Why not rise and endure just a while longer? I am on the verge of succumbing myself. Would it not be a pity to surrender now? Ji Yun mercilessly mocked the two individuals, who now found themselves in a state of utter disarray. They believed that Ji Yun's attacks were insufficient to inflict any real harm upon them. However, they soon realized that this was akin to being slowly and painfully wounded by a dull blade. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, let us engage in a fair and open battle, the 17th one lamented. This individual found Ji Yun's abilities to be exceedingly bizarre, and he felt as though he was on the brink of being tormented to death. Are you certain? Ji Yun inquired softly. He wished to torment these two for a few more days. What's the matter? Are you afraid? On the 17th, he snorted coldly. As long as they dared to confront him directly, this individual would certainly not be his match. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate him would ensure his continued dominance in this world. He chuckled. It seems you still do not comprehend your predicament. Very well, then, come forth. I shall escort you on your journey. Ji Yun scoffed disdainfully, completely dismissing number 17. It is you who fails to grasp the situation. Number 17 retorted confidently. Leaping directly off the ground, his spirit invigorated. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the distant Turnak, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Turnak, once I vanquish this detestable foe, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you, repaying the suffering I have endured tenfold. No. 17 attributed all his tribulations of the day to Turnak. If it were not for the wretched individual brought forth by Turnak, he and no 18 would not have suffered such indignities. You may strike first. I fear that should I act, you may find no opportunity left for yourself. Ji Yun spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet her words were undeniably audacious. I will make you regret this. Number 17's face twisted in a menacing glare. With a swift movement, he appeared directly before Ji Yun. His hardened fist surged toward her detestable visage. A powerful shockwave erupted beneath their feet, causing the earth to fracture. However, the outcome that number 17 had anticipated did not materialize. Ji Yun emanated a crimson aura, gazing at him with an impassive expression. Chapter 39, A Joyous Conclusion. What? Seeing Ji Yun unscathed, number 17 was taken aback. Is this all there is? Seasonal clouds drift gently, she inquired. How presumptuous. Number 17 retorted stubbornly. Attack. At that moment, a wave of energy struck Season's fist, a brilliant golden surge enveloping her entire head. This cannot be true. Number 17 exclaimed in disbelief. Taking several steps back, for his assault had proven utterly ineffective against Season, who remained unscathed and steadfast. Are you merely fluffing my hair? The gust seems somewhat insufficient. Season spoke indifferently, further undermining the confidence of number 17. At this moment, number 17 found himself utterly speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. The current situation had completely slipped beyond his control. Now, it is my turn to take the stage. Ji-Yun spoke slowly. A sudden wave of tension enveloped number 17. The voice of Ji-Yun resonated like that of the Grim Reaper, foreboding the imminent harvest of one's life. 17th, in a state of panic, turned to flee. Yet, before he could fully pivot away, Ji-Yun was already waiting behind him, firmly grasping his arm. Did you not say this was unnecessary? Number 17 said fearfully. Feeling somewhat at a loss. This is merely my ordinary speed. With a calm demeanor, Ji-Yun spoke softly. At the same time, one of his hands slowly extended before him. No, you cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. The 17th was utterly panicked. His eyes filled with an overwhelming dread of death. Having long reveled in the suffering of others, savoring the thrill of their struggles, he now found himself transformed into the prey. Boom! A radiant wave of light erupted from Ji-Yun's hand. Ah! The 17th let out a deafening scream. The cries gradually faded. As Ji-Yun, his expression devoid of emotion, watched the figure vanish within the brilliance, his gaze betraying not a hint of compassion. The entirety of the 17th's body was obliterated into fragments, leaving only an arm, which Ji-Yun held firmly in his grasp. Ji-Yun casually tossed the severed arm onto the ground and turned to face number 18, who remained on the floor. Speak, he said. How do you wish to meet your demise? Ji-Yun remarked softly. He himself held a great fondness for number 18. However, in this world, no. 18 was nothing short of a madman and a pervert. Ji-Yun harbored no affection for her. Are we wrong to engage in what we love here? On the 18th, she cast a resentful glance at Ji-Yun, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. Alas, Ji-Yun let out a sigh, seemingly exasperated by the hopelessness of the situation with number 18. He pondered how, despite both being artificial beings, number 18 in this world could be so utterly foolish. Ji-Yun, disinterested in further conversation, lightly pointed a finger at her, unleashing a beam of laser that accurately struck the body of number 18. A resounding explosion echoed, and number 18 was subsequently obliterated, leaving only a small crater on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, the ability to transform into a controllable Super Saiyan. The voice of the system resonated within Ji-Yun's mind. The artificial being has perished. Those who had been observing this scene erupted into jubilant cheers. In an instant, the once desolate environment was filled with the sounds of exultation. The life of fear had finally come to an end, and a promising future was set to embark. Trunks leaped joyfully to Ji-Yun's side, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. You are our greatest benefactor. There is no need for such formality. This was a promise I made to you, Ji-Yun replied. Ji-Yun smiled and waved his hand, assuring Trunks that such formality was unnecessary, as his journey into the future to eradicate the androids was also motivated by a system task. Even in the absence of his intervention, Trunks would have ultimately vanquished the androids himself. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. The crowd cheered, not forgetting to express their gratitude to Ji-Yun, the true savior of humanity. Some were overwhelmed with excitement, their faces radiant, while others wept tears of joy. Within the underground base, news of this momentous event spread swiftly. Gradually, those hidden beneath the earth began to emerge, gazing up at the long-lost sky, their hearts brimming with emotion. Bulma, too, received this splendid news and joined the throng exiting the underground facility. Spotting Trunks and Ji-Yun in the distance, she greeted them with delight. Mom, this is wonderful. At last, we can lead a peaceful life. Trunks could no longer contain his emotions, leaping into Bulma's embrace and weeping unabashedly. You've endured so much. Bulma gazed at Trunks with gentle eyes, her hands soothingly stroking his back. Mr. Ji-Yun, thank you for everything. She did not forget to extend her gratitude to Ji-Yun as well. Ji-Yun smiled and nodded gently. Mr. Ji-Yun, if you have no pressing matters, please consider lingering in our world for a few more days. Allow us the opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to you. Trunks, having dried his tears, warmly invited Ji-Yun with a smile. Ji-Yun pondered for a moment before silently nodding. Very well, since there is nothing to do today, let us spend a few days here and play. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's response, Trunks appeared exceedingly delighted. To be in the presence of such a formidable expert, he must seize the opportunity to learn a few techniques over the coming days. Indeed, Ji-Yun harbored his own intentions, having recently acquired the transformation into a Super Saiyan. It would be wise to utilize this opportunity to adapt thoroughly. Trunks, too, made for an excellent sparring partner. Days later, bang! The sound echoed as a fierce explosion resounded from a great mountain 100 miles away. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a continuous exchange of moves with Ji-Yun. With a thunderous crash, the two of them were propelled apart. Alas, this is too much, Mr. Ji-Yun. Your strength is overwhelming, Trunks exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead, breathless. As Ji-Yun observed the utterly exhausted Trunks, he immediately released the Kaioken technique. By the way, Mr. Ji-Yun, you previously mentioned that you are also a Saiyan. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan and then employ that technique that emanates a crimson glow? I am eager to witness the full extent of your power, Trunks inquired, despite his own defeat, still harboring curiosity about the true magnitude of Ji-Yun's strength. Do you truly wish to know? Ji-Yun smiled mysteriously. Trunks immediately perked up and nodded earnestly. Very well, allow me to show you. Ji-Yun slowly spoke. In fact, he too wished to discover the extent of his own capabilities when he unleashed his full strength. Chapter 40. Ji-Yun's Ultimate Combat Power. Ji-Yun focused her mind and began to conjure a swirling vortex beneath her feet, stirring the withered grass on the ground. With a deep, resonant roar, Ji-Yun unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the clear sky to be suddenly shrouded in dense clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Ji-Yun's hair stood on end. The magnitude of this presence was astounding. Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Ji-Yun in disbelief. Drink up. With another thunderous roar, Ji-Yun summoned forth a radiant golden light that enveloped the surroundings. His body began to emit a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. At that moment, Ji-Yun's ebony pupils vanished, leaving only stark white orbs that appeared quite terrifying. His hair transformed into a distinctive yellow-green hue, emblematic of a transcendent transformation. Mr. Ji-Yun, Trunks swallowed nervously, whispering in a tense manner. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, not only out of fear of Ji-Yun but also to brace himself against the tumultuous energy unleashed by Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun now presents a fearsome visage, akin to the emergence of a Dark Lord, instilling a sense of dread that deters any from approaching. It is unclear how much time has passed. Ji-Yun's pupils returned to their former clarity, and her gaze regained its original brilliance, appearing significantly more stable than before. Fortunately, she is a controllable version of Super Saiyan. She had momentarily lost herself, nearly succumbing to the very power she wielded. Ji-Yun sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming nature of the bloodline of the Transcendent. Mr. Ji-Yun, are you all right? Trunks inquired cautiously. He now comprehended why Ji-Yun had previously expressed concern about transforming into a Super Saiyan, fearing he might lose control of such power and inadvertently harm himself. This was truly terrifying. The mere aura emanating from him instilled a sense of dread. Well, it's nothing serious, merely that this power is rather difficult to control. Ji-Yun spoke softly. The energy within him was exceedingly domineering. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Broly, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, seemed to have lost his sanity. He attacked indiscriminately, disregarding all kinship and distinguishing between friend and foe. Mr. Ji-Yun, to what level have you attained in strength? Trunks inquired curiously, feeling a slight sense of relief upon witnessing Ji-Yun's return to normalcy. As for strength, Ji-Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not respond immediately. This was because he himself was uncertain about his current strength. Without an adversary of equivalent power, it was challenging to make an accurate assessment. At this moment, it was difficult to describe his capabilities with precise figures. Ji-Yun pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. In the narrative, Broly, in his base form, is capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Goku. It is only after transforming into a Super Saiyan that Goku and Vegeta can unite in order to match his strength. This alone vividly illustrates the overwhelming nature of his lineage. Ji-Yun dared not claim that he possessed such formidable strength, for his foundational combat power was not particularly high. Truly impressive. Trunks couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as he sensed the aura emanating from Ji-Yun. Trunks felt as though he were but a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. The vast expanse of the ocean stretches endlessly before Ji-Yun, profound and unfathomable, akin to an abyss. Trunks contemplates that had he possessed such formidable strength back then, the world would not have descended into such despair. He simultaneously laments the injustice of the heavens. In a world so similar, Why is it that his realm lacks a powerhouse like Ji-Yun? The question of prowess aside, what do you think of my current appearance? Curious, Ji-Yun inquired of Trunks. Beyond his explosive power, he also placed considerable emphasis on his appearance. Regrettably, there was no mirror at hand. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly wish to admire his own allure. Previously, Mr. Ji-Yun could be aptly described in 2 words: dashing. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could be characterized as formidable. Trunks praised him with a smile. His words were not mere flattery intended to curry favor with Ji-Yun, but rather the result of careful observation leading to this conclusion. However, Trunks hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing the praise in the first half of the sentence, Ji-Yun felt quite pleased. However, upon reaching the word just, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him. Just what? Ji-Yun inquired with concern. Your hair is quite distinctive. After my transformation, mine turned a brilliant golden hue. However, yours has a slight green tinge. Is it the case that upon reaching your level of power, one's hair takes on such a color? Trunks chuckled as he posed his own question. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Ji-Yun's expression fell instantly. She had completely forgotten that after the Super Saiyan transformation, hair color diverged from that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Her hair indeed bore a hint of green. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Ahem. Perhaps this is merely a reflection of individual physique differences and should not be associated with one's power level. Ji-Yun took a moment to compose himself and casually offered an explanation. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of indignation remained within him as a time traveler. He always believed that having a green hue atop one's head was hardly a favorable omen. Oh, so that's how it is, Trunks nodded, accepting the explanation without delving further into the matter. Mr. Ji-Yun, why not attempt the technique once more? Trunks inquired eagerly, referring to the tenfold Kaioken that Ji-Yun had previously demonstrated. Very well. Ji-Yun cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and spoke with unwavering determination. In truth, he too yearned to discover the extent of his strength when employing the Kaioken at 10 times its usual intensity. Tenfold Kaioken. Ji-Yun let out a low roar. Subsequently, the peaks beneath their feet crumbled with a thunderous sound. A tempest swirled dark clouds. As golden lightning incessantly descended from the heavens, the earth fractured into pieces and the sea violently lashed against the shore. In no time, the entire planet trembled, emitting a piercing rumble, seemingly in fear of the power emanating from Ji-Yun. Mr. Ji-Yun, Trunks thought in horror, if this continued, the earth might very well be annihilated. Just as Trunks was engulfed in trepidation, the apocalyptic scene abruptly ceased and tranquility returned to the earth. Before him stood Ji-Yun, enveloped in a fiery red cloak, containing the yellow-green aura and his entire being within. How formidable! Trunks was left speechless as Ji-Yun's strength continually reshaped his understanding. If he had just been a small boat adrift in the vast ocean, he now felt like a mere speck of dust in the cosmos, barely even deserving to be called dust. Is this truly the extent of my power? Ji-Yun gazed at his hands, murmuring softly to himself. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, a violent storm swept across the land, and the entire space seemed to reveal faint fissures. This astonishing spectacle was merely the consequence of a gentle wave of his hand. Chapter 41. Another little bug. Trunks had long been standing nearby, utterly astonished. Is this truly something a human can achieve? A mere flick of the wrist unleashes such immense power. What would happen if a full-force punch were to be unleashed? Trunks. A little bug had emerged. The corners of Ji-Yun's mouth curled slightly as she smiled at Trunks. What little bug? Trunks asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ji-Yun's cryptic statement left him somewhat perplexed. It's nothing. You'll understand shortly. Just place your hand on me, and I shall take you to see. Ji-Yun smiled gently. Although Trunks was perplexed, he complied with Ji-Yun's instructions. He placed his hand on Ji-Yun's shoulder. Ji-Yun placed his finger upon his forehead, effortlessly employing the technique of instantaneous teleportation. In a flash, their bodies vanished from sight, leaving only a scattering of debris in their wake. They reappeared in a dilapidated cave. Trunks surveyed the surroundings of the collapsed cavern, clearly perplexed as to why Ji-Yun had brought him to this location. If my conjecture is correct, this must be the former research facility of Dr. Gero. Seasoning the atmosphere with a gentle explanation, Ji-Yun noted that the tenfold King's fist and the state of the Super Saiyan were subsequently dispelled. How did you know? Trunks inquired in astonishment. He was well acquainted with the name of Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids that delivered devastating blows to humanity. In a certain sense, this individual could be regarded as humanity's eternal villain. Didn't I mention? It was merely a guess. Ji-Yun smiled faintly. In truth, Ji-Yun was unaware of the location of Dr. Gallo's research institute. However, at the moment he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and employed the Kaioken technique at 10 times its usual strength. His senses had been heightened to their utmost potential. Here, he faintly perceived a chaotic energy that was about to manifest. Let us linger here for a while. Perhaps the little creature I mentioned will soon make its appearance. Ji-Yun smiled and continued. Oh. Trunks scratched his head, responding in a perplexed manner. Time passed slowly, and the two waited at the entrance of the collapsed cave for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, the stones on the ground began to tremble, and the desolate terrain was suddenly infused with a powerful, familiar, and malevolent aura. What is this? Trunks was taken aback, realizing that such a formidable presence was concealed here. So it is indeed true. As Ji-Yun smiled faintly, he remarked that the only remaining powerful warrior on Earth was Trunks. Yet the aura surrounding him was exceedingly chaotic. As a time traveler well-versed in the storyline, the identity of this aura's owner was all too apparent. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the rocks began to slide down. The colossal boulder that concealed the cave's entrance erupted into a cloud of dust, causing the cave to collapse. In an instant, a blinding white light shot into the sky. The fallen debris, caught in a wave of impact, began to defy the pull of gravity, slowly floating upwards. Ha ha ha. I, Cell, have finally emerged. A grotesque green creature leaped forth, laughing maniacally. This hideous being was none other than one of the main antagonists of the ensuing plot. Cell. This aura. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Master Gohan. Trunks appeared momentarily dazed. He sensed a multitude of familiar feelings emanating from Cell, all reminiscent of the powerful warriors who had perished on Earth. Mr. Ji-Yun, what exactly is this creature? Why does he possess the essence of everyone? Trunks continued to inquire, his emotions seemingly unstable. He surmised that this entity was likely a product of Dr. Gero's experiments. Based on the introduction he had just heard, he presumed the creature was named Cell. It was probable that he had been crafted by drawing upon the strengths of all the powerful beings on Earth, which explained the sense of familiarity Ji-Yun vaguely elucidated. Although there were some discrepancies with his actual production process, it was largely similar. There was no need for such elaborate explanations, as this fellow wouldn't be around for long anyway. Why waste breath? So it was that scoundrel Dr. Gero was truly unforgivable. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's rough explanation, Trunks clenched his fists in anger, his eyes filled with animosity directed at Cell. In his view, the androids created by Dr. Gero had wrought tremendous havoc upon the Earth. The Cell before him was undoubtedly no exception, and indeed, the reality aligned with his thoughts. The peculiar circumstances had shaped Trunks' decisive nature, and thus, barring any unforeseen events, Cell was destined for death today. Trunks, what brings you here? And who are you? Cell also noticed the two and correctly identified Trunks by name. Cell was somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated Trunks' presence. Were the androids indifferent to this individual? Or had the androids already been at this thought? A jolt of alarm surged through Cell, prompting him to inquire urgently, what about androids 17 and 18? They are waiting for you in hell. Without further ado, Trunks delivered a terse retort. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him. His hair transformed once more into a lustrous golden hue, as he ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan, charging straight towards Cell. Oh no! Cell gasped in shock. Taken aback by the revelation that androids 17 and 18 had already been vanquished by Trunks, he was unprepared for Trunks' sudden assault, which allowed Trunks to sever one of his arms in a fleeting moment. How infuriating! Cell snarled, his visage twisted in rage. At present, he was considerably weakened and not a match for Trunks. Caught off guard, he found himself in a dire predicament. Take this, Trunks exclaimed, sensing his attack had struck true. And without pausing for breath, he launched another fierce onslaught. Wait, Trunks. Cell called out, realizing he had to concede. He certainly did not wish to meet his end so soon after his emergence. Unfortunately, Trunks showed no signs of relenting. Rather, his techniques grew increasingly sharp and lethal. Cell struggled to cope with the relentless barrage. At least allow me to finish speaking. Trunks, I am not at my full strength yet. If you defeat me now, it won't signify much. If you possess the capability, allow me some time, and I shall surely grow stronger. At that point, we can engage in a more exhilarating battle. As Sheriff fought, he spoke, revealing a sense of desperation in his response. In Chapter 42, the confrontation between Trunks and Sharu unfolds. Sharu's intentions were quite straightforward. He aimed to exploit the Saiyan's arrogance, pride, and combative nature in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. With Saiyan genes coursing through his veins, Sharu had a profound understanding of their temperament. He knew that by suggesting he could become even stronger. He could incite the Saiyans' innate warrior spirit. Although Trunks had just implied that androids 17 and 18 had been eliminated, as long as there remained a sliver of possibility, he could devise another plan. Do you take me for a fool? Trunks scoffed, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. The creature's strength was formidable, and if given more time to grow, Trunks would find himself outmatched. The hard-earned peace humanity had longed for would be rendered futile. With this thought, Trunks pressed on, his assault becoming increasingly ferocious, his energy surging. Today, he must eradicate this monster in its infancy. What is happening? Shara struggled to fend off Trunks' onslaught. As he sensed Trunks' power escalating further, he cursed under his breath. Wasn't it said that Saiyans were a warrior race? Wasn't it said that they thrived in battle? Shouldn't a formidable opponent invigorate them? Why was it that, in my weakened state, this wretched creature seemed to grow more vigorous with each strike? Shara's assessment was not incorrect. Saiyans are inherently combative, a fact beyond dispute. However, he was facing Trunks, the singular Saiyan who defied the norm. Having endured countless trials, Trunks had evolved beyond the typical Saiyan demeanor. The arrogance and hubris embedded in his genes had been smoothed by the trials of life. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Ah! With a cry of anguish, Shara felt the blade of Trunks slice away a piece of flesh from his ribcage. Purple blood dripped to the ground, creating a macabre tapestry of crimson blossoms. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shara hastily retreated 5 or 6 steps, finally escaping Trunks' immediate range. If the battle continued, he would surely meet his end there. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun observed the skirmish intently. Wow, Trunks strikes with such ferocity. I must admit, I admire that tenacity. Ji-Yun smiled, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Trunks. Among the characters in Dragon Ball, Trunks stands out as one of her favorites. The reason is simple. She appreciates Trunks' resolute and decisive nature. Goku is overly kind-hearted, and at times, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Vegeta, on the other hand, possesses a brash and arrogant demeanor, replete with hubris. Given the personalities of these two, had it not been for the protagonist's aura, they would have perished countless times, and there would be no subsequent narrative. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Cell was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Trunks, I bear you no ill will, and I have committed no wrongs. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly? Cell implored, cornered and desperate. He was aware that Trunks carried half the bloodline of Earthlings. Earthlings, by nature, are benevolent. Perhaps if he presented a rational argument, Trunks might spare him. Ah, you claim to have done no wrong? By the time you have committed your misdeeds, it will be too late. Trunks retorted coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. He had grown weary of his former life. He could not bring himself to believe that Dr. Gero created such a monstrosity for the betterment of humanity. As Ji-Yun listened to Trunks' response, he nodded in satisfaction. He refrained from intervening in the matter concerning Cell, as he was curious to observe how Trunks would handle the situation. The outcome did not disappoint Ji-Yun. Indeed, Trunks was his favorite character. However, this was secondary to the vexing issue of the system, which had failed to issue any tasks. Resigned, he decided to stand aside and enjoy the unfolding drama. Damn it. Am I truly at the end? Cell muttered discontentedly, his hands unconsciously clenching tighter. He still harbored grand ambitions of conquering Earth and the universe. How could he possibly accept death at this juncture? Frustration coursed through him as he silently raged within. Cell, you must accept your fate. If you must place blame, directed at Dr. Gero, the one who created you, Trunks said with an indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, he directed his sword towards Cell, channeling his energy for a decisive strike to eliminate the monster once and for all. Cell felt the chilling intensity of Trunks' gaze, causing a tremor of fear to ripple through him. He sensed that in the next round, his demise was inevitable. Suddenly, he recalled that a young man was accompanying Trunks. Casting a sidelong glance at Ji-Yun, he realized he had no recollection of his appearance. The aura emanating from him was exceedingly faint, suggesting he was merely an ordinary Earth warrior. It was evident that Trunks and this individual were close friends. A flicker of inspiration seemed to ignite within Cell. Trunks, let him perish, he cried, as he surged forward, his sword aimed directly at Cell's neck. Seeing Trunks' intent, Cell could not afford to be careless. Summoning all his strength, he recklessly charged towards Ji-Yun. Whoosh! Although Cell was quick, Trunks swiftly severed his tail. The severed appendage flopped helplessly on the ground before falling still. Trunks felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as his strike missed its mark. However, when he saw Cell rushing towards Ji-Yun, he froze in shock. What was he planning? In an instant, Cell had maneuvered behind Ji-Yun, his sharp claws poised ominously above Ji-Yun's head, ready to strike down at any moment. Trunks, if you wish for him to survive, you must let me go. I assure you, he will come to no harm, Cell declared with a cunning smile. Already plotting his escape, he intended to vanish swiftly and return to exact vengeance when the time was ripe. Trunks observed the unfolding scene with disbelief, as if gazing at a fool. How could Cell be so misguided as to use Mr. Ji-Yun as a hostage? Although Ji-Yun was held captive, her heart remained unperturbed, even harboring a hint of amusement. I pondered what that villain, Cell, had been contemplating, and it became clear. Very well, if that is the case, let me accompany him on his final journey, so that his existence in this world would not be in vain. Chapter 43. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ji-Yun shook her head with a resigned smile. Wait. Trunks, witnessing Ji-Yun's gesture, felt an ominous foreboding and hastily called out. I see you're frightened. If you understand, then do clear a path. I assure you I will not trouble this young man. Cell's sinister smile betrayed his inner satisfaction. It seemed that Ji-Yun held significant importance in Trunks' heart. Thanks to his sagacious decision, he had narrowly avoided calamity. Trunks, upon hearing Cell's words, found himself at a loss for words. Brother, who informed you? Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he turned to Ji-Yun and implored, Mr. Ji-Yun, may I be the one to personally end this monster's life? Ji-Yun glanced at Trunks, whose resolute gaze conveyed determination. With a nonchalant shrug, he said, very well. I shall leave this fellow in your capable hands. Ji-Yun comprehended Trunks' current emotions. Whether it be the androids or Cell, they were all creations of Dr. Gero. The doctor had met his demise at the hands of the very beings he had engineered, a fitting consequence of his own hubris. The androids had perished as well, vanquished by Ji-Yun. Now, only Cell remained, and Trunks aspired to utilize his own strength to salvage the shattered world. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. Trunks expressed his gratitude, his gaze resolute as he regarded Cell, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Cell found himself engulfed in a state of utter bewilderment. What does this mean? Just as Cell's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, an unexpected sharp pain pierced his abdomen, akin to receiving a powerful punch. In that moment, Ji-Yun had seemingly vanished, reappearing on a nearby hillside. No, it's impossible. How could he move so swiftly? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realized Ji-Yun had disappeared from before him. That earlier strike had indeed been delivered by Ji-Yun, who had employed his instantaneous movement technique to land a blow to Cell's abdomen before leaping away from the battlefield. Cell, cease your futile struggles. To think you would even contemplate taking Mr. Ji-Yun hostage. If I had intervened in time, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But now, your end is nigh, Trunks declared, his expression laced with contempt. To provoke Ji-Yun, one must truly be a fool, akin to an old immortal consuming arsenic. Weary of life itself. How could it be? The young man, Cell, gazed in astonishment at Ji-Yun, who stood poised atop the hillside, his demeanor exuding an aura reminiscent of a master. Trunks, noticing Cell's momentary distraction, seized the opportunity with a fierce shout and launched an attack. Startled by Trunks' sudden onslaught, Cell hastily regained his focus, scrambling to defend against the barrage. Unfortunately, Trunks, having taken the initiative and possessing superior strength, swiftly gained the upper hand, landing 3 or 4 strikes upon Cell. In an instant, purple blood splattered in all directions, glistening under the sun's rays with a vivid brilliance. Stop, Trunks. I beg you, spare me. I promise I shall never commit evil again. Cell, battered and helpless, pleaded anxiously with Trunks. However, Trunks remained undeterred, his strikes unrelenting. I do not trust your promises. Your death is the only assurance I seek, he retorted firmly. He was no longer the boy he once was, having been hardened by the relentless pressures of life. Before long, Trunks' sword was drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Cell lay on the brink of death, his body ravaged and devoid of any unscathed areas. Despite possessing the abilities of Piccolo, his extreme weakness rendered him incapable of further healing. Fear not. You shall soon meet Dr. Gero. You may inquire of him why he created you, subjecting you to such agony, Trunks stated coldly. As his words echoed, he stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to tremble as if it were a trampoline, propelling the fallen Cell into the air. Desperately gasping for breath, Cell was utterly defenseless, completely at Trunks' mercy. Kaioken, Trunks intoned in a low voice, crossing his arms above his head to unleash a golden shockwave that soared into the sky, hurtling directly towards Cell. This technique had been imparted to him by his beloved friend and esteemed mentor, Gohan. This time, Trunks channeled all his strength into the technique, making it even more resplendent. With a thunderous explosion, Cell was obliterated before he could utter a scream, reduced to nothingness amidst the dazzling fireworks. In that moment, Trunks seemed to glimpse Gohan's smiling visage from the hillside above. As Ji-Yun beheld the obliterated Cell, a weight lifted from his heart. He understood that within Cell's being lay a unique Cell. Had it remained intact, Cell could have harnessed the abilities of the Namekians to resurrect himself. Observing the utter annihilation of Cell, Ji-Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Trunks truly is reliable." Subsequently, Ji-Yun placed his hand upon his head and instantaneously teleported to Trunks' side. With all threats to Earth now vanquished, he declared, "Let us return." Ji-Yun gently patted Trunks' arm, a smile gracing his lips. "Excellent," Trunks replied enthusiastically, nodding as he placed his hand once more upon Ji-Yun's shoulder, his eyes brimming with profound respect for him. Without Ji-Yun, humanity on Earth would have faced unimaginable tribulations. Take this Cell, for instance, had it not been for Mr. Ji-Yun's keen perception of his existence. The hard-won peace that humanity had longed for would have been plunged back into chaos, and the crises on Earth would have endured for an extended period. From this moment onward, Ji-Yun's significance in Trunks' heart has become second only to that of Bulma and Gohan. Ji-Yun once again utilized the art of teleportation, and the two departed from their previous location. When they reappeared, they found themselves amidst a city poised for rejuvenation. Side by side, they traversed the meticulously paved ground. Wherever they went, the surrounding populace regarded them with warm and respectful gazes. Some even greeted them enthusiastically, extending invitations to visit their homes. Naturally, both declined these generous offers graciously. "Trunks," I remarked, "I have been here for quite some time. It is now time for us to take our leave." Season gazed upon the tranquil future, walking alongside Trunks as he spoke. Chapter 44, Reluctant Stay and Training with Trunks. Upon hearing these words, Trunks paused momentarily. Before slowly responding, "Will Mr. Season not stay for a few more days?" Trunks felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. After several days of companionship, he had unknowingly come to regard Season as family. The sudden prospect of departure inevitably brought a sense of loss. Time had already been delayed considerably, and there were numerous matters demanding attention in his world. "I must return soon to make the necessary preparations." With a serene smile, Ji-Yun replied, "Indeed, you are correct." Trunks nodded slightly, aware that Ji-Yun could not remain in this world indefinitely. "All right, let us return and prepare the time machine," Trunks said with a sense of relief. The two walked along the street, engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Before long, they arrived at Trunks' new home. At that moment, Bulma was busily typing away at her computer, surrounded by an array of blueprints, most of which pertained to urban infrastructure planning. As the sole scientist in this world, she had an abundance of work ahead of her. "Mom, we're back," Trunks called out loudly. He and Ji-Yun then pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Oh, Trunks has returned. Please find a place to sit." "We'll chat shortly," Bulma responded without turning her head, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, fully immersed in her work. "Mom, the thing is Mr. Ji-Yun is leaving," Trunks stated directly. The clattering of the keyboard ceased abruptly. Bulma stood up and looked in Ji-Yun's direction. "What is it, Ji-Yun? Are you not staying a few more days?" Bulma asked with a smile. "I have already stayed long enough. It is time for me to return." Ji-Yun gently shook his head and smiled softly. He indeed felt a pang of homesickness, especially upon witnessing the current state of Bulma. This longing was profoundly intense. He couldn't help but wonder how Bulma was faring at that moment. Bulma, recognizing Ji-Yun's fervent desire to return home, delivered news that left him disheartened. "I regret to inform you, Ji-Yun, that although your wish to return is strong, I must tell you that the fuel for the time machine is running low. If you wish to go back, it may not be possible to return to your previous timeline," Bulma said slowly. She had reached this conclusion only after thoroughly examining the time machine. Upon hearing this news, Ji-Yun felt a weight settle in his heart. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Is it not possible to replenish the fuel?" He distinctly remembered that the fuel for the time machine could indeed be replenished. "Yes, it is possible. But this type of fuel is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, it requires a lengthy processing time, perhaps 7 to 8 months. Bulma adjusted her glasses and clarified the doubts lingering in Ji-Yun's mind. 7 to 8 months? Ji-Yun was taken aback. He never anticipated that time would require such an extended duration. "Indeed, it seems I may need to trouble you further, requiring you to linger in this temporal realm for a while longer. I shall exert my utmost effort to prepare the fuel as swiftly as possible," Bulma stated earnestly. She had also inspected the time machine promptly upon Trunks' return, and subsequently identified the issue of insufficient fuel. During this period, she had been diligently addressing the situation. Alas, very well then, I appreciate your hard work, Bulma. Ji-Yun let out a helpless sigh. He understood that no amount of anxiety could alter the situation. Waiting was his only recourse. What troubled him most was the potential for unforeseen events to transpire in the world he had left behind during his absence. Rest assured, I will prepare the fuel as swiftly as possible, Bulma assured Ji-Yun, promptly setting aside her current tasks to devote herself entirely to the fuel production. Mr. Ji-Yun, it seems you will have to stay a bit longer, Trunks remarked with a hint of cheerfulness. His sentiment was not one of schadenfreude, but rather a genuine reluctance to see Ji-Yun depart. It must be this way. Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow, expressing a sense of resignation. At this moment, all he could do was hope for the timely completion of the fuel for the time machine. Beyond that, there were no alternatives available. Days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, half a year had elapsed. Ji-Yun gradually acclimated to this world. Observing the individuals who had already found their footing, he felt a subtle sense of contentment. Mr. Ji-Yun, will you continue your training today? Trunks remained steadfastly by Ji-Yun's side. Indeed, it was essential to maintain one's own strength to confront unforeseen crises. Ji-Yun solemnly stated. During this period, Ji-Yun did not idly wait but chose instead to cultivate diligently in this place. Trunks, initially intending to relax and unwind, found his motivation ignited by Ji-Yun's unwavering dedication. The two engaged in relentless training and sparring, both making significant progress. Excellent, Trunks replied with resolute strength. Through his exchanges with Ji-Yun, his power continuously soared, and he vaguely sensed that his cultivation had reached the bottleneck stage of Super Saiyan. As Ji-Yun heard Trunks' response, there was hardly any time for him to prepare further. Ji-Yun surged forward with unimpeded momentum. Trunks, not daring to delay, swiftly activated his Super Saiyan form to meet him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their figures blending into a blur. The atmosphere crackled with thunderous sounds, resonating with the relentless clash of their powers. Trunks has certainly made significant progress recently. With a cheerful laugh, Ji-Yun remarked. Yet his fists and feet showed no sign of yielding. Mr. Ji-Yun, you are quite impressive, Trunks replied in kind. Despite their fierce exchange, Ji-Yun had not unleashed his full potential, refraining from employing either Super Saiyan transformations or the tenfold Kaioken technique, relying solely on his base strength. Initially, Trunks managed to maintain a firm upper hand against Ji-Yun. However, as time progressed, Ji-Yun's power surged dramatically, allowing him to match Trunks, and even surpass him in strength at times. Their combat was intensely spirited, continuing from dawn until dusk. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, the two did not remain entangled in combat. Instead, they separated swiftly, propelled by the force of their strikes. No more fighting, no more fighting. Mr. Ji-Yun's talent is truly enviable. To maintain such a steady dominance over me with mere base power, Trunks waved his hand, speaking with evident fatigue. He found it incomprehensible how exceptional Ji-Yun's cultivation talent was. Although he too had experienced consistent growth during this period, it paled in comparison to Ji-Yun's remarkable progress. Chapter 45. Have I arrived in the wrong timeline? The following morning, as Ji-Yun was about to commence his daily training, accompanied by Trunks, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, halting his steps. Ji-Yun, the fuel is ready. The time machine is fully fueled and can be utilized at any moment. The voice belonged to Bulma, who emerged from the laboratory, her face beaming with joy as she waved a capsule before Ji-Yun. Splendid. Ji-Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, and his expression radiated joy. He then excitedly continued, Thank you, Bulma. Oh, it was nothing, Bulma replied with a smile, shaking her head. It was my duty to assist you, and I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. Meanwhile, Trunks, who was listening nearby, felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He had already considered Ji-Yun a friend, and the thought of his sudden departure left him feeling somewhat unsettled. On the other side, Bulma had already exited the door. She pressed the button on the top of the capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the time machine reappeared. Without further ado, how do I operate this machine? I must hurry back. With a hint of urgency, Ji-Yun exclaimed as he promptly opened the hatch and leaped inside. Allow me to instruct you. Bulma summoned a lift and ascended beside the cockpit door. She meticulously guided Ji-Yun through the operational procedures, elucidating the functions of each button in turn. Ji-Yun was remarkably intelligent, and in a short span of time, he grasped the general operation of the time machine. This is the specific procedure. If you are ready, you may embark at any moment. Bulma smiled at Ji-Yun and said, "Ah, splendid." Ji-Yun took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he spoke. He pressed the activation button, setting the time to 7 months after his departure. Bulma and Trunks looked up at Ji-Yun. After spending such an extended time together, the sudden prospect of parting filled their hearts with unspoken words. Trunks remained silent beside them, his mood persistently somber from the moment. Ji-Yun also noticed this. It is only natural to feel melancholic and lost at times. He turned his gaze towards Bulma, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Ji-Yun slowly spoke. "Trunks, take good care of your mother. We shall meet again in the future." With that, Ji-Yun closed the hatch and descended slowly into the sky. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Bulma felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, her mature beauty radiating unmistakably, presenting a captivating allure. "You must also protect her," Bulma murmured softly to herself. "Goodbye, Mr. Ji-Yun. I will safeguard my mother, and we will meet again." Trunks suddenly looked up and called out loudly into the air. As Ji-Yun heard the call, he smiled at Trunks and gave him a thumbs up. Subsequently, the time machine vanished into thin air. In this world, Ji-Yun ceased to exist. "Let us return, Trunks," Bulma said with a smile directed at him. "Indeed." Trunks, gazing at the spot where the time machine had disappeared, took a long moment before following Bulma back into the house. Whoosh! The time machine moved with remarkable speed. In another dimension, the time machine materialized in an open space on Earth. "I, Hu Hansen, have returned once more." Ji-Yun opened the hatch and joyfully leaped down. He took deep breaths of the fresh air. Although the two Earths were identical, his heart brimmed with delight. For it was here that he felt a true sense of familiarity with his beloved planet. Ji-Yun transformed the time machine back into a capsule and placed it in his pocket. After tidying everything up, he began to search for a trace. He intended to visit Bulma first. Having been apart for so long, he wondered how she had been faring. To his surprise, Ji-Yun found that refraining from searching was far preferable. However, upon conducting a search, he was taken aback. For in the atmosphere, he discerned an overwhelming presence of formidable energies. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Son Gohan, their powers had grown immensely potent. Ji-Yun sensed the presence of these individuals and could not help but exclaim inwardly. Their aura was undeniably comparable to that of Trunks, possessing the unmistakable strength of a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, he began to doubt whether he had entered the wrong dimension. Could it possibly be the original timeline? Furthermore, Ji-Yun detected another familiar energy. Cell? Goodness, could it be that he truly traversed to the wrong realm? The androids emerged a year after Trunks departed. I have only been gone for 7 months. How could Cell have already appeared? Could it be that he, too, came from a different timeline? Ji-Yun now finds himself in a state of anxiety. Although these individuals exude an overwhelming presence, to him, they remain akin to mere chickens and dogs. His true fear lies in the possibility of never returning to the space that rightfully belongs to him. Ji-Yun shook his head vigorously, disregarding everything else for the moment. He needed to find his cloth doll first. Eureka! With a clear determination of Bulma's location in his mind, Ji-Yun activated his instantaneous movement. Whoosh! Ji-Yun vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Ji-Yun's form materialized within the confines of the Universal Capsule Company, specifically in Bulma's chamber. At that moment, Bulma was seated before her desk, one hand propping up her chin, her gaze lost in the azure sky, her mind adrift in contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had silently appeared behind her. Ji-Yun was uncertain whether the Bulma before him was the same Bulma from his own world. He felt a profound inner conflict. After a few moments of contemplation, Ji-Yun slowly approached. However, before he could utter a word, he suddenly noticed Bulma's noticeably rounded belly from the side. It was unmistakably the condition of a pregnant woman. A bolt of realization struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. This was not my Bulma. I have truly come to the wrong place. Ji-Yun squatted down, cradling his head in his hands, his expression one of profound anguish. He vividly recalled that when he departed, Bulma was not with child. It seemed that Bulma heard the commotion behind her and quickly turned to look. "Ah, who are you?" The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure startled Bulma, causing her to scream repeatedly. Her breath became rapid and uneven. "Please, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Ji-Yun also heard the piercing scream. He quickly rose to his feet, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, signaling that he meant no harm. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Ji-Yun cast an apologetic glance and prepared to depart from the scene. Ji-Yun? Bulma, upon recognizing the figure before her, tentatively called out his name. Ah? Ji-yun paused in a flurry, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 46. Thankfully. It was merely a false alarm. It truly is you, Ji-yun. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you all this time? Upon recognizing that familiar face, Bulma, with tears streaming down her cheeks, embraced him tightly, incessantly chiding Ji-yun for his various misadventures. At this moment, Ji-yun was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the circumstances. Is it truly you, Bulma? Ji-yun took a moment to collect his thoughts and asked uncertainly. It is not entirely his fault. The changes in this world have been rather significant, contrasting sharply with what he once knew. Who else could you possibly think it is besides me? You have the presence of mind to return. Why did you not perish out there? Bulma said, embracing Ji-yun tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Upon hearing her response, Ji-yun confirmed that this individual was indeed the Bulma he knew. For in no other realm could an outsider like Ji-yun exist. I apologize, Bulma. Due to certain circumstances, I ventured into some futures and regrettably did not have the opportunity to greet you. After confirming that she was indeed the one he cherished, Ji-yun hurriedly expressed his remorse and apologized. I understand. I truly do. Clint has already informed me. Yet, I still worry about you. If you remain away for such an extended period, what shall I do? Upon hearing Ji-yun's apology, Bulma felt a slight alleviation in her emotions. Yet tears continued to flow unabated, as if she yearned to completely unleash the turmoil within her heart. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Ji-yun said with deep remorse. He too missed Bulma, but never anticipated that it would take such a prolonged time. He was genuinely apologizing to her. However, despite his guilt, it is often best to clarify certain matters. After embracing Ji-yun and weeping for quite some time, Bulma's agitated heart gradually found tranquility. Tears had traced several paths down her face, rendering her all the more enchanting. Bulma, your belly. Ji-yun observed that Bulma's emotions had finally settled down. With a sense of curiosity, he mustered the courage to voice his lingering doubts. The reason Ji-yun had previously mentioned that he had mistaken the person was due to the noticeable swell of her abdomen. Goodness, could it be? The more Ji-yun pondered, the more anxious he became, sensing that his head might soon burst with light, though the exact hue remained uncertain. Bulma released her embrace around Ji-yun, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A radiant expression of happiness began to blossom upon her face. You are going to be a father, Bulma exclaimed with a smile, her hands tenderly caressing her burgeoning belly, her eyes brimming with affection. When did this happen, Bulma? I have no recollection of it at all. Ji-yun touched his nose and inquired cautiously. It was not that he doubted Bulma, but rather that it was prudent to clarify such matters. Humph. It is often said that men forget their responsibilities as soon as they pull up their trousers. And it seems to hold true. Bulma haughtily snorted. It was undeniably your doing, and now you have the audacity to ask me, as if you have forgotten? Ah? Hee. I truly cannot recall which occasion it was. Ji-yun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Bulma's belly is already quite large. It must not be a recent pregnancy. If it were, that would be quite a situation. Allow me to offer a hint. I have been pregnant for over 7 months. Bulma furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure as she responded. Over 7 months? Ji-yun desperately racked his brain in recollection. Over 7 months ago. He had just arrived in the future world. As he pushed further back in time, he recalled his first encounter with Trunks. Before that, he had been engaged in battle against King Cold. Prior to the conflict, he had been at Bulma's residence. It was indeed the last time I departed. Ji-yun suddenly realized, her mood brightening as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. She finally managed to clarify her thoughts. You are asking so pointedly. Could it be that you suspect the child is not yours? Bulma said with a tone that was less than kind. Her intelligence was remarkable. Having noticed Ji-yun's detailed inquiries, she had already discerned the underlying meaning. My dear, you are overthinking this. I absolutely do not harbor such thoughts. You must trust me. I am not that kind of person. Ji-yun solemnly declared, goodness, one cannot casually admit to such matters. It could very well lead to a disintegration of family. However, his heart brimmed with joy. He never anticipated becoming a father. The exhilaration of impending fatherhood surged within him. Let us hope so, he mused. Bulma let out a cold snort, still harboring her doubts. Yet, she understood Ji-yun's apprehensions, for she was indeed a woman of great reason. Her current demeanor was merely a ploy to intimidate Ji-yun. Most certainly, Ji-yun patted his chest in assurance, gently placing his hand upon Bulma's abdomen, tenderly caressing their child. Although Bulma's expression remained icy, She did not resist Ji Yun's touch. My dear, do you know? I encountered another version of you in the future. She is enduring a particularly harsh existence, constantly on the brink of peril. The moment I laid eyes upon her, my heart ached. Her haggard visage bore subtle lines, revealing the toll of her struggles. Ji Yun spoke of the events that lay ahead. Buma, on the other hand, listened quietly, absorbing the narrative that Ji Yun wove. The moment I laid eyes on her, the first thought that crossed my mind was of you. I could not bear the thought of you becoming like her. In that world, I was but a phantom, yet in this world, I am undeniably present. From that moment forth, I vowed silently within my heart to protect you from even the slightest harm. Raising his head, Ji Yun gazed intently at Bulma, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Having witnessed her in that alternate timeline, he vowed never to allow such events to transpire again. Bulma, upon hearing Ji Yun's words, felt a profound sense of emotion swell within her. In the past, such sentiments were never expressed by a man of his resolute nature. She sensed that her partner had matured significantly over time. Very well, from now on, it will depend on your performance, she remarked with a smile. The grievances that once lingered in her heart had nearly dissipated. Rest assured, I, Ji Yun, am a man of my word. Ji Yun spoke earnestly. Once the misunderstandings were resolved, what remained was the affectionate bond between the two. Regrettably, Bulma was currently pregnant, preventing them from engaging in more profound exchanges. This left Ji Yun feeling quite disheartened. After months of suppression, he found himself unable to act as he had hoped. It seemed that for the next couple of months, he would have to rely on Fifth Lady to step in and manage matters. By the way, Ji Yun, I forgot to mention that the androids have appeared earlier than expected, as indicated by Krillin and the others. Moreover, a monster has emerged, wreaking havoc and causing fatalities, which has been widely reported in the news. Goku and Piccolo have been defeated several times. Would you like to lend a hand? Bulma suddenly recalled this matter, ceasing her intimacy with Ji Yun, and spoke slowly. Chapter 47. A plot unfolding earlier than anticipated. If you want me to go, I shall. If you prefer that I stay, then I shall not. Ji Yun chuckled cheerfully and remarked, Humph, you seem quite obedient now. Bulma let out a soft huff and continued. Well then, off you go, but do take care. She was well aware that Ji Yun was an individual who could not remain idle. No matter what transpired on Earth, he would inevitably involve himself. Understood. As Ji Yun rose with a smile, a notification chimed. Alert. It has been detected that Cell intends to absorb Android 18. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Ignore and remain indifferent, devoid of desires. Reward. Vegeta's ultimate technique, Final Flash. Option 2. Eliminate Cell, the guardian of the goddess. Reward. A mundane ability of the god of destruction, destructive force, imperfect version. Just as Ji Yun was preparing to teleport to the battlefield, the system's prompt suddenly resonated, announcing this mission. I choose option 2. Ji Yun's expression was filled with excitement. He decisively made his choice in his mind. The ultimate flash? Isn't that merely an enlarged version of the spirit bomb? And Vegeta's ultimate technique, which was presented as quite formidable. Destructive power? Nonsense. That is the ability of a god of destruction, and yet it seems utterly unremarkable. Ji Yun once doubted whether the system had encountered a malfunction. The host selection was successful. Eliminate Cell. Upon the completion of the task, the system's rewards would be automatically dispensed. The notification sound of the system echoed once more. My heavens, just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through me. I am on the verge of acquiring the powers of a god of destruction. Ji Yun stood in place, a hint of excitement evident in her expression. Ji Yun, what is the matter? Are you all right? Bulma inquired with concern, observing Ji Yun's dazed demeanor and persistent smile. Oh, it's nothing, merely a sense of familiarity with this aura. I never anticipated that after defeating him in the future, I would once again be compelled to take action. The thought of it strikes me as rather amusing. As Ji Yun regained his composure, he casually fabricated a rationale to explain his earlier behavior. He had indeed been a bit carried away by his elation, yet one could not entirely fault him, for the reward was simply too alluring. Oh, is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Do take care to return promptly. Bulma sighed in relief, her voice gradually softening. She had been concerned that Ji Yun might be facing some predicament. Indeed, I shall swiftly resolve these troubles. As the gentle breeze caressed the atmosphere, Ji Yun smiled faintly. In that fleeting moment, her figure vanished from the room. On a small island situated to the north of the western capital, Krillin's voice resonated with frustration. Vegeta, you cannot act this way. If you possess the power to eliminate him, then you should do so at once. Vegeta, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, retorted, "Humph. Trash is merely trash. I am a Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable the adversary, they shall never be a match for this prince." Having undergone rigorous training, he had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although initially unable to contend with the creature before him, he had further enhanced his strength through training in the hyperbolic time chamber, boasting that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level. "Come on, Goku, say something," Krillin urged, his anxiety palpable as he turned his gaze towards Goku, hoping he would dispatch the foe before them. "Honestly, Krillin, I too wish to witness the true extent of this guy's powers," Goku sheepishly admitted. Like Vegeta, he had also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan through diligent practice, his strength even eclipsing Vegeta's, a truly terrifying prospect. "How infuriating," Krillin lamented, grappling with his frustration. He understood Goku's nature. Fundamentally, he was akin to Vegeta. Yet Goku possessed a far greater purity and kindness. Is it truly going to end in failure? He pondered, glancing at Piccolo, who shook his head in resignation. While Piccolo's strength was formidable, it still paled in comparison to Goku and Vegeta. "All right, Cell, you may commence," Vegeta declared coldly, eyeing Cell with disdain. "Humph." Cell sneered ominously before turning to absorb Android 18. "Goku, the androids have not committed any wrongdoing. This monster seeks to absorb them to grow stronger. Can you bear to witness a living being consumed by this creature?" Krillin cried desperately. His fervent pleas were not entirely selfless, as he had felt a spark of affection upon first seeing Android 18. "What?" Goku exclaimed in shock, entirely oblivious to the situation. Having been in seclusion for training until just recently, the Cell he encountered was the one who had already absorbed Android 17. Despite this, Cell was still no match for Goku. Upon hearing that Cell could become even stronger, Goku had agreed to a challenge, unaware it involved the absorption of androids. "Is that so, Vegeta?" Wukong confronted Vegeta. "Humph." Vegeta turned his head away, coldly snorting without offering any explanation. Witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, Wukong felt a heaviness in his heart. Although he yearned to engage in battle with a formidable opponent, as Krillin had stated, the androids had never committed any wrongdoing since their inception. Wukong could not bear the thought of a vibrant life fading away before his eyes. How despicable. "Sharu, just wait." In the blink of an eye, Wukong appeared directly before Sharu, shielding number 18 behind him. "You vile creature, I will not permit you to act thus," Wukong declared with righteous indignation, his eyes ablaze with determination. Sharu, taken aback, had not anticipated Wukong's unwavering resolve. The androids were created with the sole purpose of eliminating him, yet here was Wukong defending one of them. "Kakarot, get out of my way," Vegeta shouted furiously, kicking Wukong aside. His arrogance had reached its zenith. He did not believe that the perfect form of Sharu could ever overcome him. Wukong, however, would not back down, and soon they were engaged in a fierce struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Sharu's expression shifted to one of excitement as he slowly approached the pale-faced number 18. "It's your turn, number 18. I've missed you to the point of madness." Sharu grinned maliciously. Beside number 18 stood a tall man with red hair, Android 16, whose head bore a significant dent, revealing a tangle of wires beneath. The two were huddled closely together. "Number 18, you must run. Do not let him capture you," 16 urged urgently. Yet, it was too late. Sharu had already reached number 18. Chapter 48. Put down your work. It's over, Krillin thought despairingly as he saw Sharu approach number 18. However, his heart soared when he witnessed Wukong step forward. Wukong was still the same noble soul he had always been. But that damned Vegeta had the audacity to interfere. The two continued their fierce battle in midair. "You scoundrel, I will not allow you to succeed." 16 slowly rose to confront Sharu. Yet, with his current abilities, he was no match for Sharu. Before long, he was defeated. "Cease your futile resistance, number 16. I have no interest in you. If you insist on courting death, I can escort you for a while," said Cell, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Android 16. Android 16's power surpassed that of both Android 17 and Android 18. If he could assimilate him, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. Unfortunately, Android 16 was a robot and could not be absorbed. "Damn it, you repulsive creature, get away from me," Android 18 exclaimed as she witnessed Android 16 being struck down once more. She swiftly moved to Cell's side, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at him. Yet, her assaults were utterly ineffective against Cell, causing him neither pain nor discomfort. With a swift motion, Cell kicked Android 18 in the abdomen, sending her flying and crashing violently against a rock. "Accept your fate," Android 18. The purpose of your creation is to serve as my sustenance. Cell sneered, instantaneously appearing before Android 18. His tail lifted abruptly, and the tiny pinholes expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal suction cup as it lunged towards her. What now? What should I do? Panic surged within Android 18, accompanied by a profound sense of unwillingness. Yet, she found herself powerless against Cell's overwhelming strength. At that critical moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated through the air. Everyone, please put your work on hold. I have a few inquiries to make. The volume was modest, yet it distinctly reached the ears of all present. Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta and Goku ceased their struggle, stepping apart. Who is it? Show yourself. Vegeta bellowed angrily, infuriated by the audacity of someone attempting to create a spectacle in his presence. This voice, it sounds somewhat familiar, Goku pondered, a sense of deja vu washing over him as he recalled having heard it before. Almost everyone paused momentarily, searching for the source of the voice. Only Cell remained unperturbed. Upon hearing the voice, he hesitated slightly. Regardless of who it was, they could not impede his plan to absorb Android 18. For that was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, just as Cell's tail was about to make contact with Android 18. A figure materialized before her, grasping Cell's tail firmly. A calm voice followed. I said to put your work on hold. Do you not understand? With that, the hand gripping Cell's tail lifted, then forcefully swung, sending Cell crashing into the ground. Who are you? At this moment, all eyes converged upon a singular point. To be able to thwart the actions of Cell, one must possess extraordinary prowess. Could it be that there are hidden masters on Earth? This was the collective thought of everyone present. Subsequently, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin beheld a familiar visage. It was Ji-Yun. Almost in unison, everyone gasped in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Ji-Yun had reappeared after a 7-month absence. It seemed that matters pertaining to the future had been resolved. Android 18 also turned her gaze, observing the handsome young man before her. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you. Vegeta was the first to speak, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He licked his lips, a slight smirk gracing his face. He had awaited this day for so long, and at last, Ji-Yun had returned. Wonderful. Mr. Ji-Yun is finally back. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. So it is Ji-Yun. Goku added, equally delighted, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. Who are you? Why is it that I do not recognize you in my cells? Cell inquired, rising from the ground, astonished. The one capable of halting him must undoubtedly be a prominent figure on Earth. Yet, his genetic repository revealed no trace of this individual. I haven't given you permission to speak. Kindly keep your mouth shut. Ji-Yun cast him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, arrogant creature, do not presume that because you launched a surprise attack on me, you can ride upon my shoulders and defecate at will. Shalu's expression shifted dramatically. The presence of number 18 was imminent, and he was on the brink of transforming into the most powerful complete form. No one would be able to thwart him. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, it seemed as though time itself had paused in the world around them, unnoticed by all. Ji-Yun remained motionless in place, while Shalu clutched his abdomen, half kneeling on the ground. His eyes widened in shock, resembling bronze bells. As he struggled to comprehend when he had been struck, all he felt was a surge of excruciating pain in his belly, which caused his legs to involuntarily bend. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the agony, upon seeing Shara lying prostrate on the ground, Ji-Yun chose to disregard him further. Hey, Goku, it has been a long time. Ji-Yun gazed at the sky, waving to Wukong like an old friend. Upon noticing Ji-Yun's greeting, Wukong promptly descended, leaping to Ji-Yun's side. Long time no see. Ji-Yun. He wondered what had caused this sudden change in Ji-Yun's demeanor. Wukong also greeted Ji-Yun. Observing the half-kneeling Cell, he inquired curiously, what happened to him? He appears to be in immense pain. He seemed just fine a moment ago. It's nothing. I simply told him to be quiet, and he refused, insisting on sparring with me. I indulged him for a while, but after exchanging 300 or 400 blows, he couldn't bear it any longer. He is likely contemplating the meaning of life now. Ji-Yun explained lightly. Although he was merely conversing with Wukong, the others clearly heard his words, which stirred a tempest in their hearts. 300 to 400 punches? Surely this is a deception. Why have I seen nothing? This question lingered in the minds of all, particularly Vegeta, who immediately shook his head in denial upon hearing Ji-Yun's statement. How could that be? You struck Cell 300 to 400 times, and I was completely oblivious? Don't be ridiculous. Do you expect anyone to believe such a claim? Is it even possible? Chapter 49. The situation after departure stops spouting nonsense here. Your every move cannot escape my gaze, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. His current strength was no longer what it once was, rendering Ji-Yun insignificant in his eyes. Oh, never mind. I am too weary to explain further. Seasoned Cloud spoke nonchalantly. Before him, Vegeta remained a mere insect in comparison. There was no need to elaborate on concepts beyond his comprehension. However, why are you still alive? Ji-Yun shifted the conversation with a casual inquiry. He distinctly recalled that upon their departure, Vegeta had been left in a severely weakened state. Given the medical technology available on Earth, it would likely take a decade or more for him to recover. However, with the aid of a Sinza bean, his recovery would be remarkably swift. Humph. There is no one alive capable of slaying this prince. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Goku, observing the exchange, could hardly tolerate Vegeta's arrogance any longer. He began to explain slowly. At the time, I was with Vegeta, and I simply forgot as we left. Initially, I sensed there was something I had overlooked. By the time I remembered Vegeta, he had already been lying there for a month. Fortunately, his resilience kept him clinging to life. I sought out Master Karen and managed to procure a few Sinza beans, which ultimately saved him. Oh, so that is how it transpired. Ji-Yun suddenly exclaimed. It must be said that despite suffering grave injuries and enduring a month without sustenance, the will to live within Vegeta remains remarkably strong. Be quiet, Kakarot, Vegeta retorted, harboring lingering resentment over this matter. For over a month, he endured the relentless elements and the incessant bites of insects. Had it not been for Kakarot's timely intervention, the proud Prince Vegeta would have met a most humiliating demise. However, it is precisely due to this ordeal that Vegeta's strength surged, enabling him to transcend the Saiyan realm and ascend to Super Saiyan. Coupled with his rigorous training, his prowess now stands unparalleled. Ji-Yun, do you dare to challenge me? I assure you, in this state, I embody the essence of a Super Saiyan. My power has long surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. You are no match for me now, Vegeta declared with arrogance. The first thing he wished to do upon becoming a Super Saiyan was to confront Ji-Yun. Yet, he was acutely aware that his energy was only marginally stronger than that of the former Frieza. To defeat Ji-Yun, he knew he still had a considerable way to go. Thus, Vegeta embarked on another prolonged period of arduous training, his strength escalating once more, leading him to audaciously proclaim himself as one who has transcended even the Super Saiyan. You? I have no interest. Ji-Yun spoke with an air of calmness, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Although Vegeta was undeniably powerful now, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Even in the past, he would have been no match for Ji-Yun. Are you afraid? Vegeta scoffed, clearly interpreting Ji-Yun's indifference as cowardice. Fool, Ji-Yun softly murmured. Subsequently, she no longer paid any attention to Vegeta. Goku, you have also grown significantly stronger. Facing Wukong, Ji-Yun spoke with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's praise, Wukong bashfully scratched his head and grinned. I suppose it's all right. My strength has indeed improved significantly compared to before. However, in your eyes, it likely amounts to little. Wukong possessed a keen self-awareness. He could sense that, despite his considerable enhancement, he still dared not place himself in the same league as Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun is, in his eyes, the most formidable deity of war. Wukong still firmly believes that daring to confront Ji-Yun is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Behold, this exemplifies the disparity between individuals. This is the quality that a true champion must possess. Otherwise, how could Wukong consistently overshadow Vegeta? Ji-Yun could sense that Wukong and Vegeta were nearly equal in strength. However, overall, Wukong still held the upper hand. Vegeta, feeling disregarded by Ji-Yun, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Despite having become so powerful, he could not tolerate being looked down upon. Vegeta's clenched fist seemed poised to unleash fury at any moment. And what about them? Piccolo must have mentioned that the androids wouldn't appear until a year later, correct? Curious. Ji-Yun inquired of Wukong, gesturing towards the figure of Android 18 behind him, as well as the still unmoving cell. I am uncertain, Wukong replied. Perhaps history is altered. 6 months after your departure, the androids emerged. Initially, there was an elderly man and a stout fellow. They posed no challenge to us. That elderly man was none other than the former Dr. Gero. Thus, Wukong recounted the events that had transpired over the past few months. Ji-Yun furrowed his brows in consternation. The events unfolded precisely as depicted in the original narrative, albeit with some subtle discrepancies and a significantly accelerated timeline. Piccolo had not fused with the deity, yet his strength remained formidable enough to engage in a formidable exchange with Android 17. Furthermore, Cell had emerged prematurely, or rather, had long since arrived in this timeline, continuously absorbing humans to augment his power. It was only this month that he had abruptly manifested before everyone, simultaneously absorbing Android 17. Due to the hastened timeline, Goku had not yet succumbed to his heart condition and was thus able to partake in this battle. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun suddenly recalled another matter. He promptly retrieved a small box of medication from his pocket and tossed it to Goku. "What is this?" Goku inquired, catching it with curiosity. "It's a medication for your heart condition. You have a problem with your heart, and the medical techniques of this era are inadequate for treatment. I brought this from the future. The future version of you succumbs to heart disease. Calculating the time, you have approximately 5 months before the onset of your illness. You may take it in advance or wait until you feel unwell. Either option is permissible," Ji-Yun slowly explained to Wukong, for he did not wish his negligence to result in Wukong's untimely demise. "Thank you, Ji-Yun," Wukong said, taking the medicine with a hint of skepticism. His doubt stemmed not from a suspicion of deceit, but rather from his own remarkable health, which bore no resemblance to that of an ailing individual. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude to Ji-Yun and resolved to observe his condition further. If any issues arose, he could always take the medicine then. "Now, it is your turn. You have come from another dimension, haven't you?" As Ji-Yun lowered his gaze towards Shalu, he spoke with an air of indifference. "What? You two have traversed from the future?" Shalu looked up at Ji-Yun, slightly taken aback but not entirely shocked. He had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Ji-Yun and Wukong, where the term future had been recurrent. This recurring mention had led Shalu to believe that Ji-Yun had indeed come from the future or had previously visited it. What puzzled Shalu, however, was why Ji-Yun's genetic material was absent from his gene pool, despite his origins from the future. "Well, it seems you are not that Shalu," he concluded. Ji-Yun spoke softly, his doubts lingering. He had just been contemplating whether this cell had traversed from the world he had recently returned to. However, the unmistakable lack of recognition in this cell's response indicated otherwise. Indeed, Ji-Yun had previously confirmed that the cell from that world was unequivocally deceased. There was no possibility for him to wreak havoc again. It appeared that this cell had emerged from an alternate timeline where Trunks had met his demise. Thus, it seemed that Ji-Yun existed solely within this realm, and the principal narrative of Dragon Ball had remained unaltered by his presence. No matter whence you hail, you shall not thwart my absorption of Android 18. Cell rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. Android 18 was tantalizingly close. Had it not been for the man before him, he would have completed his fusion long ago. Is that so? Android 18 is right behind me. However, to lay a hand on her, you must first defeat me. And that is no trivial challenge. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, Ji-Yun smiled softly and waved at Shalu. "You scoundrel, perish at once," Shalu retorted, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it directly towards Ji-Yun. Upon witnessing this, Ji-Yun casually flicked his wrist, sending the energy orb soaring into the air. Boom. The orb erupted instantaneously, causing the entire island to tremble. The power of Ji-Yun has ascended to the zenith of Super Saiyan level 1. Presently, unless Cell transforms into his complete form, he stands no chance against Ji-Yun. In a flash, as the energy sphere was swatted away, Cell propelled his body towards Ji-Yun. A green fist soared towards Ji-Yun's head. Cell was acutely aware of Ji-Yun's formidable strength. Nevertheless, today he must achieve fusion. Only in this way can he claim his position atop the world. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed. Ji-Yun effortlessly caught Shalu's fist. "Your attack is far too feeble. Such an assault cannot possibly bring about my demise." Ji-Yun shook her head lightly and spoke softly. Ji-Yun's words undoubtedly provoked Sharu. Subsequently, Sharu unleashed a tempestuous onslaught. These attacks, when directed at anyone, would prove fatal. Yet, regrettably, Ji-Yun handled them with remarkable ease, remaining utterly unfazed. Who exactly is he to possess such formidable prowess? A sense of unease began to creep into Sharu's mind, accompanied by an undercurrent of fear. Is it over? If it is, shall I make my move? Ji-Yun's expression remained placid. However, to Shalu, it appeared exceedingly terrifying. It seemed as though, in the next heartbeat, he could be destined for the underworld. With a swift motion, Ji-Yun's words had scarcely left his lips when he struck with lightning speed. His right hand landed squarely on Shala's abdomen. The forceful blow penetrated Shala's body, and in an instant, his form was drenched in purple blood. Why are you so powerful?" Shala lamented, bitterness welling within him as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He could not comprehend why, When success was within reach, he ultimately faced failure. Who will I turn to for justice? As the season's clouds drifted lazily, Ji-Yun responded with calm assurance. Subsequently, he exerted force with his right hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted forth. Boom! Sheru's form exploded, disintegrating into fine particles at the very spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system rewards have been automatically dispensed. The moment Sheru was vanquished, in Ji-Yun's mind, an electronic synthesized sound echoed, heralding the system's notification. In an instant, a peculiar force surged into Ji-Yun's being. His consciousness suddenly illuminated, imbued with an ineffable essence that eluded clear articulation. It felt as though there was an intoxicating freedom to shape reality at will. Everything around him appeared as if it were a blank canvas, easily obliterated without any exertion. Is this the divine power of destruction bestowed upon a deity of annihilation? How profoundly enigmatic! Ji-Yun felt the extraordinary power coursing through his body, and he couldn't help but silently marvel at it. The crowd around him was oblivious to the transformations occurring within Ji-Yun. They merely witnessed him effortlessly annihilate Cell with a single punch, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Impressive, truly worthy of Mr. Ji-Yun. Goku gazed at Ji-Yun with admiration. With his own strength, he too could vanquish Cell, yet he knew he could never achieve it with such ease. Indeed, the greater one's power, the more distinctly one perceives the chasm between oneself and Ji-Yun. So handsome. Android 18 felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of having survived a calamity. Especially resonating with Ji-Yun's words, to lay a hand on her, you must first defeat me. This thought sparked a whirlwind of imagination in her mind, causing her to completely forget that Android 17 had perished in the explosion alongside Cell. Phew, thank heavens for this gentleman, for he has spared the Earth from disaster. Android 16 leaned against a rock, exhaling in relief and expressing his astonishment. How is it possible? How can he be so powerful? Vegeta's throat tightened, clearly struggling to believe it. Though his own strength surpassed Cell's by a considerable margin, he could never project the same level of dominance as Ji-Yun. He had dedicated countless hours to training with the sole aim of surpassing Ji-Yun. Yet now, he thought, it is impossible. In this world, I am the strongest. No one can surpass me. No one. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. Then, with a flash, he appeared before Ji-Yun. What is the matter, Vegeta? Are you dissatisfied? Ji-Yun spoke without any reservations. Ignoring him, was he now attempting to assert himself? Gazing at Vegeta's scowling visage, Ji-Yun felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. You wretched fool, do not presume that by vanquishing Cell, you have proven your superiority. Let me enlighten you. I too possess the capability to eliminate him. However, in his current state, he is simply too feeble, rendering him unworthy of my effort. Vegeta replied with a frigid tone, subtly issuing a challenge to Ji-Yun. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun spoke with an indifferent tone. This was precisely the reason Ji-Yun held a disdain for Vegeta. His penchant for posturing was tiresome. Apart from using words to gratify his pitiable ego, he possessed no other talents. For the sake of his own interests, he treated the safety of others with utter frivolity. This was why Ji-Yun admired Trunks. Unpretentious and decisive. How dare he continue to feign superiority? Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Ji-Yun responded dismissively, provoking Vegeta's ire. After enduring countless trials, he had forged his current strength, yet in Ji-Yun's words, it seemed utterly trivial. Chapter 51. You ask how I reduced you to this state. The more Vegeta pondered, the angrier he became. Just as he declared his intent to confront Ji-Yun, Goku intervened. Vegeta, don't be reckless. You are no match for Ji-Yun. Having trained alongside Vegeta, Goku had developed a camaraderie that transcended the ordinary. As a true friend, he felt compelled to dissuade him. Get out of my way, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted, showing no appreciation as he landed a punch on Goku's abdomen. Having just witnessed Cell's defeat, Goku had reverted from his Super Saiyan form, and Vegeta's blow caused him to grimace in pain, staggering back a few steps. Truly, he was unaware of his own folly. Seeing this scene, Ji-Yun coldly remarked, since you are so eager to engage in combat with me, I shall oblige. I shall grant you a moment to summon your utmost strength. With a cold smirk, Ji-Yun remarked that after his prolonged absence, this fellow remained as arrogant as ever. If his conjecture was correct, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's arrogance would be even more boundless. Humph. Just wait and see how I will trample you beneath my feet. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Ha! Accompanied by a deep roar, the entire island began to tremble violently. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta surged with even greater ferocity. Such overwhelming power, it was terrifying. Krillin's expression changed dramatically. The aura emitted by Vegeta enveloped the entire planet. Although Ji-Yun had just defeated Cell, it lacked any visual impact. It even made Cell seem feeble, instilling a sense of false confidence. However, Vegeta's energy was a visceral shock, resonating deeply within the hearts of all. Heh, do you see? This is the entirety of my strength. This is power that surpasses even that of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. He reveled in the prowess he now possessed, convinced that no one could ever surpass him. Is this all you've got? Ji-Yun responded coldly. Indeed, his power was formidable, yet still insufficient. Vegeta had not even reached the full power of Super Saiyan 1. How could one claim to surpass a Super Saiyan? Such arrogance. TCH, just watch how I deal with you. In an instant, Vegeta's body burst forth, appearing right before Ji-Yun. He unleashed a powerful punch, but before it could make contact, Vegeta felt as though his chin had been struck by an uppercut. He was sent crashing to the ground. What was happening? Goku, positioned closest, witnessed the entire exchange clearly. Despite Vegeta's incredible speed, he could see it all unfold. Yet, why was it that Vegeta's attack had not even grazed Ji-Yun? And he found himself lying flat on the ground instead? Goku was baffled. Ji-Yun hadn't even moved, so how had Vegeta been defeated? Was it possible that Vegeta was merely playing the victim? What had transpired? Not only Goku, but Krillin was equally bewildered. Vegeta's overwhelming aura could crush anything. So why was it that Ji-Yun had not even been touched, yet Vegeta seemed to have suffered an attack? Aren't you the one who believes no attack could escape your keen perception? Then tell me, how is it that you fell victim to my strike? Saiyan spoke softly. He activated the time flash technique once more. Ji-Yun did not wish to crush Vegeta outright. Instead, he aimed to gradually erode Vegeta's confidence, rendering him incapable of arrogance in his presence henceforth. You scoundrel! Drink this! Vegeta exclaimed, rising with a furious roar, his golden aura soaring into the sky. The debris beneath him levitated around his form. With a swift motion, he propelled himself once more towards Ji-Yun. Ah, commendable bravery! Ji-Yun scoffed disdainfully. And the flash technique was activated once more. In an instant, Vegeta found himself unable to make contact with Ji-Yun, being propelled backward instead, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What on earth was happening? Vegeta had no comprehension of how he had been sent flying. He merely felt a series of violent blows to his chest before everything turned out this way. Had Ji-Yun's speed reached such an astounding level? Remarkable. Android 18's eyes sparkled with admiration. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Ji-Yun had not even lifted a finger, yet had effortlessly sent Vegeta flying. The strength of the person who had saved her was beyond articulation. No, Ji-Yun had undoubtedly made a move. Otherwise, Vegeta would never have been sent flying on his own. It must have been a technique imperceptible to others, murmured the silent Piccolo, who had been observing their battle with keen interest, curious about the nature of Ji-Yun's actions. At that moment, Vegeta surprisingly rose to his feet once again, his eyes ablaze with fury. That accursed being was unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Vegeta roared in a frenzy. He was unwilling to accept that despite possessing immense power, he now felt utterly powerless. Do not bellow so loudly. Next, I shall break your legs and then send you crashing to the ground headfirst, came the chilling warning. With a serene demeanor, Ji-Yun directly conveyed his intentions to Vegeta. Vegeta, perhaps you should reconsider? You are no match for Ji-Yun. There is no point in engaging in this futile battle. Goku interjected, unable to bear the sight. This is not a fight. It is a sheer one-sided thrashing. If this continues, Vegeta might truly perish here. Mind your own business, Kakarot. Fight! Vegeta's defiance only intensified after Goku's counsel. With a furious roar, he charged at Ji-Yun once more. Sighing, Ji-Yun shook his head in resignation as he observed Vegeta's reckless approach. In the next moment, Vegeta plummeted headfirst to the ground, his legs dangling lifelessly in the air, utterly devoid of sensation, as if they were genuinely severed. His hair darkened, and the golden flames that enveloped him dissipated. Damn it, damn it. Vegeta's voice resonated, heavy with despair. Ji-Yun did not strike with lethal intent. He merely returned him to his usual state. Bang! Ji-Yun forcefully stomped the ground. The buried Vegeta was propelled out, sprawled on the earth, glaring fiercely at Ji-Yun. Did you see that? I am a person of my word. Did you not claim that no one's attack could elude your sight? Then pray tell, how did I manage to bring you to this state? Saiyan, with an impassive expression, spoke softly. Chapter 52, A Father's Education. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Saiyan. Vegeta is simply this way. Though he may be somewhat arrogant, his heart is not entirely unkind. Goku, observing Vegeta's miserable state, stepped forward to mediate. unfazed by the earlier incident where Vegeta had struck him. Kakarot, cease your words. How am I arrogant? I rely solely on my strength. Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth, his stubbornness evident despite his prone position. Vegeta, you. Goku found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter the statement. He could only mutter softly. Strength? Indeed, you are enduring the blows due to your strength. Enough, Goku. Do not persist in your attempts to persuade him. Vegeta must endure some hardships to alter his arrogant disposition. Do you believe I am harming him? Quite the contrary, I am assisting him. If this temperament remains unchanged, he will inevitably face significant consequences. Ji Yun spoke earnestly, resembling a wise elder. Wukong nodded in agreement, much like a chick pecking at grains, fully convinced by Ji Yun's sagacious words. How captivating. Number 18 gazed at Ji Yun's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although she had been transformed into an artificial being, her capacity for human emotions remained untouched. Listening to the insightful remarks of her savior stirred something within her heart. Damn it, stop lecturing me here. Who do you think you are? Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Ji Yun is still younger than him, yet he behaves as if he possesses an abundance of wisdom. This sentiment is something Vegeta has only heard from his father before. Alas, do you see? His refusal to heed well-meaning counsel leaves me with no choice but to impose a minor reprimand. Fear not, Goku. I shall not take his life. Ji Yun sighed helplessly. After speaking, he prepared to strike again. Wait. Vegeta hurriedly gestured, clearly intimidated by Ji Yun's abilities, fearing that he might soon fall victim to another merciless attack. What is the matter? Have you finally realized your mistake? Ji Yun spoke softly, evoking a sense reminiscent of a father imparting wisdom to his son. Vegeta was filled with indignation, desperately wanting to retort to Ji Yun, I know your tricks. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. I merely wish to inquire about the technique you employed. Your aura does not seem particularly formidable at present. Yet your attacks were executed with such astonishing speed that they were nearly imperceptible. Vegeta expressed the torrent of questions swirling in his mind. He could not fathom why Ji Yun's speed was so extraordinary, nor why he could not discern the trajectory of his strikes. It felt as though he had been mercilessly beaten without any understanding of how it had transpired. Indeed, Ji Yun, this is also a question I wish to pose. How is it that your speed is so remarkable? I cannot even perceive how you initiate your attacks, Goku remarked, equally intrigued as he regarded Ji Yun, yearning for clarity regarding his own confusion. Upon overhearing the discussion, Piccolo and the others drew closer, their gazes fixated entirely on Ji Yun. Ji Yun smiled under the gaze of the multitude. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind him. From my perspective, he had not moved at all. Although I remained oblivious to how this individual named Vegeta had been so thoroughly defeated, I was resolutely certain that Mr. Ji Yun had not lifted a finger throughout the entire ordeal. The silent 16 gradually spoke up. Upon hearing 16's explanation, the crowd's confusion deepened, their attention captivated by his words. What do you mean by that, 16? Krillin inquired eagerly, his tone unmistakably laced with skepticism. If Mr. Ji Yun did not intervene, could it be that Vegeta inflicted this upon himself? The crowd, upon hearing 16's analysis, shook their heads in disapproval. Ji Yun gazed at number 16 with keen interest, eager to hear his forthcoming explanation. Of course, Vegeta would never strike himself. He is not foolish, number 16 stated with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, who lay on the ground, felt his anger intensify. Damn it! If I were not currently incapacitated, how dare you lot point fingers at me? Nevertheless, Vegeta refrained from interrupting number 16, as he too was curious about how the latter would elucidate the situation. Everyone is now aware that I am indeed a robot, created solely to defeat Son Goku. Number 16 continued, casting a sidelong glance in Goku's direction. Goku, scratching his head with a smile, realized that he had quite a few adversaries in this world. Thus, I possess a certain degree of strength. However, when compared to this gentleman, it is hardly noteworthy. Due to my unique construction, my eyes can replay any rapid motion in slow motion, number 16 explained methodically. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended that as a robot, number 16 could indeed perceive events in slow motion far more clearly than anyone else. Everyone listened attentively to his narration. I initially believed that this gentleman was exceptionally swift, which is why we could not discern his movements at the moment of action. However, I replayed the entire incident from beginning to end and found that Ji Yun never moved from his position. Even when slowed down 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, or even 100 millionfold, Mr. Ji-yun remained stationary, while only the image of Vegeta being sent flying was visible. Number 16 recounted everything he had witnessed. While the others remained bewildered, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily, "What good can this worthless scrap of metal do? Stop fabricating nonsense." Although Vegeta's ire was directed at Ji-yun, it seemed that everyone, no matter how insignificant, felt compelled to chime in. They spoke freely, even at the risk of inciting further wrath. Did they truly think him easy to bully? Please do not be upset. I merely shared what I observed with everyone. Number 16 replied in a gentle tone. Though he was a robot, he yearned for peace. As long as no one crossed his boundaries, he would remain unperturbed. You. Just as Vegeta was about to retort once more, he was interrupted by the sound of applause. Excellent analysis, number 16. Ji-yun smiled and offered her praise. The attention of the crowd shifted to Ji-yun. Upon hearing her encouragement, a unified thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that what number 16 said was indeed correct? How did Ji-yun manage to injure Vegeta? Chapter 53. The pressure from the soul. Number 16's assertions were both true and false. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Ji-yun began to elucidate. What does it mean to be right and yet not right? How can one explain this? I don't quite understand. Goku scratched his head in confusion. He was not alone. Nearly everyone present struggled to grasp the meaning. From your perspective, it may seem that I did not move at all. No one could discern the motion of my attack. Ji-yun smiled gently as she explained. Everyone perked up their ears, listening attentively to her forthcoming words. This was because she possessed a unique skill, one that allowed her to freeze time for a mere 0.1 seconds. In other words, she could halt the flow of time for that brief interval. All she needed to do was act within that fleeting moment and then return to her original position. Consequently, no one would ever be able to discern how she had accomplished her feat. Ji-yun smiled as he spoke to the crowd. Upon hearing Ji-yun's explanation, everyone present gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting a profound sense of shock. What on earth is this astonishing skill? It is nothing short of divine. Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim a curse. Not just him. Nearly everyone felt an overwhelming urge to curse as well. Ji-yun's prowess was already formidable, and with this skill, he seemed utterly invincible. How could such a divine technique exist in this world? Vegeta listened intently to Ji-yun's explanation of his attack, his gaze sinking into a profound despair, even contemplating the finality of death. As long as Ji-yun could wield this ability, he would remain eternally undefeated. Was there any possibility of surpassing him in the future? Remarkable. Indeed, Ji-yun. Mastering such a technique truly justifies him as the one I aspire to surpass. Goku remarked with envy, admiration shining in his eyes. Witnessing Goku's fervor, the others could only manage a resigned smile, realizing that the notion of surpassing Ji-yun was nothing short of a fantasy. Vegeta, do you still wish to continue fighting? As the gentle breeze of the season wafted, Ji-yun softly addressed Vegeta. The onlookers gazed upon the prostrate figure of Vegeta, their hearts heavy with sighs of resignation. It appeared that in the future, one must judiciously select their opponents and discern their true strength. Otherwise, one could only inflict needless injury upon oneself. Originally steeped in despondency, Vegeta, upon hearing Ji-yun's words, abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed loudly, I still refuse to accept this. You have only defeated me by relying on this skill. Your true strength could never match mine. Vegeta remained obstinately unwilling to concede. His pride would not allow him to yield so easily. He persistently believed that only through a direct confrontation would Ji-yun inevitably succumb to his prowess. Very well, I shall show you what true despair is. Ji-yun said with a cold smile. The instant transmission technique may indeed seem a bit underhanded, yet it is ultimately a facet of one's own abilities. If I were to truly strike with lethal intent, Vegeta would have no choice but to lament in the depths of hell. Goku, provide him with a senzu bean. With a gentle tone, Ji-yun spoke. He intended to shatter Vegeta's confidence once more after restoring him to his former self. Oh, very well. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Goku swiftly retrieved a green bean from a pouch and approached Vegeta, presenting it near his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta bit down on it, causing Goku to instinctively withdraw his hand, fearful of having his fingers bitten off. Vegeta crushed the senzu bean and swallowed it. And in an instant, his broken bones mended. He stood up, vibrant and full of life once again. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar that echoed into the sky. Golden flames enveloped him, and his black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was instantaneous. Do you see? As long as you refrain from using that technique, you stand no chance against me in this state. Vegeta declared, his confidence unwavering and his tone imbued with arrogance. Yet, those watching could not help but feel a twinge of concern for him. It seemed that every time this fellow acted boastfully, he would inevitably face a severe beating. They were not worried about Ji Yun's ability to defeat Vegeta. Rather, they pondered if Vegeta's fate would be even more tragic than before. Then come, witness my transformation. Ji Yun's tone remained unperturbed. Subsequently, a yellow-green flame surged around Ji Yun. An unparalleled aura erupted from within, causing the surrounding space to distort and ripple. The immense energy began to radiate in all directions. Cracks began to emerge beneath Ji Yun's feet. Subsequently, the entire island started to fracture into pieces. The ground beneath everyone became unstable, and one by one, they ascended into the sky. Ji Yun's hair transformed into a vibrant hue of yellow-green in an instant. This is the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes were filled with astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Goku, upon witnessing Ji Yun's current state, displayed a look of surprise, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "So Ji Yun is indeed also a Saiyan." The onlookers were equally taken aback. When they had previously heard Piccolo claim that Ji Yun was a Saiyan, none had believed it, thinking Ji Yun was merely speaking nonsense. Goku had even sought confirmation from Vegeta, who had emphatically declared, "Impossible. He is deceiving you." Yet now, it appeared indisputable that Ji Yun was, in fact, a Saiyan. "No way, you are definitely not a Saiyan. It is even more impossible for you to transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta vigorously shook his head, though his voice grew increasingly uncertain. He could not comprehend how Ji Yun was able to become a Super Saiyan as well. However, the evidence lay before him. The identical transformation, the familiar aura. There could be no pretense. It was merely a transformation. There was no need for such a commotion. Ji Yun spoke softly. After transforming, Ji Yun's demeanor became even more imposing. With every gesture, one could sense an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. "You may come and strike me now." Season Yun spoke softly, gesturing towards Vegeta with a flick of his hand. Upon hearing Season Yun's words, Vegeta licked his somewhat parched lips, beads of cold sweat unexpectedly forming on his forehead. Despite the absence of any physical confrontation, Vegeta's calves began to tremble. A pressure emanating from the very essence of his being instilled a sense of dread within him. The two had yet to engage in formal combat, and already Vegeta found himself at a distinct disadvantage. This was not only the case for Vegeta, Son Goku. Facing the formidable presence of Season Yun, felt his earlier excitement dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of physical oppression. A mere glance at Season Yun's demeanor ignited an inexplicable terror that seized his spirit. Chapter 54. Thank you for saving me. Do you wish to flee, Vegeta? Season Cloud spoke softly. Observing Vegeta's trembling legs, it appeared he was genuinely contemplating fleeing. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard. At this moment, he opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Season Cloud rendered him motionless. The atmosphere itself was suffused with an unsettling dread. To continue to act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Although Vegeta could be arrogant and occasionally foolish, it did not imply he was truly dim-witted. "If you choose to remain idle, I shall take the initiative." Ji Yun furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of impatience as he remarked. "You threatened to fight, yet now that the moment has arrived, you stand idly by. What exactly does this mean?" "It's merely a matter of whether you will fight or not." Could we not fight?" "I concede." Vegeta stammered, his cheeks flushed, as though uttering these words was an extraordinarily humiliating affair. Hiss. Before Ji Yun could respond, the crowd began to murmur animatedly. Particularly, Krillin appeared utterly astonished, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Is this truly Prince Vegeta? Piccolo too was taken aback, evidently not anticipating Vegeta's admission. Just moments ago he had exuded confidence. How had he now become so deflated? Only Goku stood by, breathing a sigh of relief. He viewed Vegeta's decision as one of the most significant choices in his life. Piccolo and Krillin were not Saiyans, and thus could not fathom the immense pressure Vegeta was currently enduring. "No, you were the one who claimed you would fight. Now, you are the one who refuses. If I acquiesce, would that not severely tarnish my pride?" With an expression of indifference, Ji Yun spoke. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt as though his heart had plummeted into an abyss. In that moment, he lacked the courage to take action. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Was this fellow truly unwilling to spare him? Helpless, Vegeta gritted his teeth and forced out a few words between clenched jaws. "You leave me no choice. Take this." He gathered 2 spheres of energy in the palm of his hand and hurled them towards Ji Yun. Boom. Boom, boom. The energy spheres detonated instantaneously, the sound of the explosions resonating in a cacophony. The body of Ji Yun was engulfed by the raging flames. The sound of rapid fire echoed. Vegeta pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres from the palm of his hand. In an instant, the azure sky was permeated with the acrid scent of smoke. Clouds of dust obscured the fierce sun, shrouding the heavens in a delicate veil. Heaving, panting, Vegeta continued his assault for a full 5 minutes before finally ceasing his relentless attack, breathing heavily. The recent onslaught had nearly drained him of all his strength. Gradually, the dust began to dissipate. The figure of Ji Yun stood there, utterly unmoving. His countenance remained unchanged. The recent assault had left him unscathed. Witnessing Ji Yun's intact demeanor, Vegeta felt a weight in his heart. He had anticipated that his attack would undoubtedly have no effect on Ji Yun, yet he had not expected such a dismal outcome. Not even a single tear in his garments had been inflicted. The disparity in strength was truly immense. Now that you have concluded your strike, it is my turn, is it not? Rest assured, I exercise great restraint in my actions and shall not deliver a lethal blow. The voice of Ji Yun fell coldly. With a swish, a sound pierced the air. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend Ji Yun's movement, he had already arrived before Vegeta. Bang! In an instant, a fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. The impact was tremendous. Vegeta was subjected to Ji Yun's powerful blow. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his stomach, and a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth. Vegeta began to cough up blood incessantly. His entire body throbbed with agony, as if every organ within him had suffered varying degrees of injury. In the next moment, Vegeta's hair began to lose its color, and the golden flames surrounding him vanished entirely, reverting him to his normal state. If I truly wished to end your life, you would have already been a lifeless corpse. As Ji Yun relinquished his Super Saiyan form, he spoke calmly to Vegeta. With the dissolution of Ji Yun's Super Saiyan state, the oppressive aura emanating from Goku and Vegeta also dissipated, allowing them to breathe more easily. However, Vegeta remained curled up, enduring the pain coursing through his body. So powerful. Piccolo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. This outcome, while surprising, was also expected. It was an undeniable fact that Vegeta could not surpass Ji Yun. The former Vegeta had naively believed himself to be the strongest in the world. Everyone recognized that Ji Yun was more than capable of defeating Vegeta. What came as a shock was the swiftness of Vegeta's defeat. It was hard to fathom that in his current state, Vegeta could not withstand even a single blow from Ji Yun. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. Vegeta stammered with difficulty. Goku, if you have any senzu beans, please give him one more. If not, we must get him medical assistance promptly. Otherwise, he may truly be in grave danger. Ji Yun spoke with an air of nonchalance. He possessed the celestial beans himself. However, for the same reason as before, he was reluctant to squander them on Vegeta. I have them. Goku hastily replied, retrieving the last celestial bean from his pouch. This time, he tossed it to Vegeta, who deftly caught it and promptly consumed it. Vegeta exhaled slowly, feeling the wounds within him heal once more, while his aura surged significantly. Yet, he dared not provoke Ji Yun any further. With a gaze laden with meaning, Vegeta glanced at Ji Yun before transforming into a streak of light and hastily departing from the scene. As everyone witnessed Vegeta's exit, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. This matter had finally come to a close. Mr. Ji Yun, thank you. Just as Ji Yun was about to take his leave, Android 18 unexpectedly approached him, her fair face tinged with a hint of shyness, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil pool. Oh, no need for thanks. It is my duty. Ji Yun touched his nose and smiled faintly. To his surprise, the aloof number 18 actually greeted him. Coupled with his own interest in number 18, he suddenly felt a delightful sense of being flattered. However, this sensation was quite pleasant, especially when contemplating the somewhat eccentric future of number 18. This number 18 was truly like an angelic sister. Since your crisis has been resolved, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With a gentle smile, Ji Yun spoke and then, turning gracefully, leapt into the distant sky, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Is he truly departing like this? Number 18 remarked, feeling a twinge of unease as she gazed at Ji Yun's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy swelling within her. Chapter 55. Are you going or not? It was not that Ji Yun had lost interest in number 18. Rather, now that Bulma was expecting his child, it would be utterly inhumane to indulge in frivolous affairs. Thus, Ji-Yun resorted to a strategy of feigned indifference, awaiting a time when circumstances would be more favorable. Otherwise, he would have simply utilized instant transmission to leave, sparing no thought for the lingering impression he left behind. She had yet to express her gratitude properly. Number 18 murmured softly, her gaze fixated on the direction Ji-Yun had flown, reluctant to depart. Indeed, Ji-Yun's approach proved effective. At times, women can be perplexing. The more one showers them with affection, the more indifferent they may become. Conversely, the more one distances themselves, the greater their intrigue. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth observe the eradication of Cell. Ji-Yun and Vegeta have already departed. Piccolo and the others also intend to leave this place. After exchanging a few words with Goku, they set off to resume their arduous training. In an instant, only Android 18, Android 16, Goku, and Krillin remained. Android 18, we should take our leave as well, Android 16 remarked, observing the lingering 18 with a hint of detachment. Despite being a machine, his emotions were more profound than those of many humans. He had been attentive to Android 18's demeanor and had long sensed something amiss. Oh, are we leaving? All right, but can you still move? Android 18 snapped back to reality, concern etching her features as she gazed at Android 16. Slowly he rose, sparks occasionally flickering from his body, the metallic surface marred and uneven. It's nothing. We can find a place to repair myself, Android 16 replied with a smile. Fortunately, being composed of metal, he felt no pain despite his severe injuries. This was a small mercy amidst his misfortunes. Additionally, it seems that Android 17 has been eliminated alongside that individual. Is this truly acceptable? Android 16 continued, his voice low. Upon his reminder, Android 18 paused, realization dawning upon her, accompanied by a tinge of regret. How could I forget about Android 17? She lamented, covering her mouth in self-reproach. Caught up in the allure of handsome faces, she had neglected her brother's fate. If Android 17 were to witness this, he would undoubtedly lament the cruel nature of the world. It's all right, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. We can use them to resurrect Android 17, Krillin interjected eagerly, hoping to win Android 18's favor. In the past, this might have genuinely struck a chord with her. Alas, the unfortunate Krillin was unaware that Android 18 had developed peculiar feelings towards Ji-Yun. Indeed, I perceive that you are not malevolent. At least, you have yet to commit any wrongdoing. Should you require assistance, we would be willing to help you, Goku said with a smile, revealing his inherent kindness once more. Humph. Son Goku, we have no need for your assistance. Once we recover, the first thing we shall do is eliminate you, Android 18 retorted without hesitation. They were created with the sole purpose of destroying Son Goku, a directive embedded in their very genes by Dr. Gero. Indeed, Son Goku, while I recognize your goodness, I too am a proponent of peace. Nevertheless, my mission is to bring about your demise. Please understand. Number 16 said gravely, his gaze exhibiting a remarkable kindness. His language was exceptionally polite, yet the essence of his words sounded rather peculiar. You intend to take someone's life, and yet you wish for them to comprehend your motives? Is this truly a rational statement? Oh, I see. Very well then. Once you have recuperated, you may come and take my life at any time. As long as you possess the capability, I would wholeheartedly welcome it, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, a smile still gracing his face, seemingly unfazed by the words of the two. Perhaps it was his carefree nature, or perhaps it stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities. Upon hearing Wukong's words, the two fell silent. Number 18 leaned on number 16's arm, and they staggered as they prepared to depart. Krillin, let us take our leave as well, Wukong said casually to Krillin. However, Krillin's gaze remained fixated on number 18, unwilling to depart. Hey, Krillin, Wukong called out again when he noticed Krillin's lack of response. Ah, Wukong. What is it? Krillin startled, hastily responding after being called twice. What are you thinking, Krillin? We must leave. Ji-Yun has just returned, and I plan to spar with him. He should have arrived at Bulma's by now. Are you coming, Krillin? Wukong said with a hint of reproach. Yet, as he mentioned sparring with Ji-Yun, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. I think I'll pass, Wukong, Krillin replied distractedly, as if lost in thought. Very well, take care of yourself, Krillin, Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I shall. Wait. A feminine voice interrupted Wukong's forthcoming words. The departing Wukong halted in his tracks, and both he and Krillin turned to see that the voice belonged to number 18, who had not yet left. Where do you intend to go? Number 18 inquired. A ripple of curiosity crossing her face, seeking to clarify Wukong's earlier statement. I mentioned that I wished to find Ji-Yun for a sparring session. He should be at Bulma's place. I was just about to head there. What is the matter? Wukong scratched the back of his head, puzzled by the situation. Did he perhaps misspeak? We are coming with you. Number 18 stated matter-of-factly, yet her mind began to wander with possibilities. Huh? What do you want to accompany me for? Wukong queried, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, before number 18 could respond, a realization struck him. You wish to ask Bulma to assist in repairing number 16's body, don't you? Certainly. There is no problem. Bulma is indeed a top-tier scientist. Goku remarked with a smile. Oh, that's correct. Android 18 initially seemed taken aback. She had considered fabricating a casual excuse to brush it off, but it appeared that was unnecessary, as Goku had effortlessly presented a reasonable justification. Deep within her heart, she couldn't help but admire Goku's cleverness. Observing 18 nodding in tacit agreement, Goku expressed his approval. All right, then Wait, I want to go too. My goodness. Am I really unable to escape today? Goku felt an urge to exclaim, can you all just give a definitive answer about whether you're going or not? The voice belonged to Krillin, whose expression was quite unusual at that moment. Krillin, weren't you saying you wouldn't go? Goku inquired, perplexed by Krillin's presence. I haven't seen Bulma in quite some time. After pondering, I think I shall join as well. Krillin replied with a heavy countenance. This was due to his observation of a peculiar nuance in Android 18's reaction. Chapter 56. The tensions among women at this moment. Ji-Yun had long returned home, accompanied by Bulma, and was savoring delicious food. How delightful it would be if daily life could always be like this. Ji-Yun leisurely sipped a glass of juice, exclaiming with a sense of ease that the crisis on Earth had been resolved. Wouldn't every day be like this from now on? Bulma gazed at Ji-Yun with a warm smile. Ji-Yun gazed upon her smiling face and gently shook his head. If only it were truly so. Ji-Yun smiled as he spoke. He understood that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The adversaries to come would be increasingly formidable. However, he now possessed the power of annihilation. Apart from the god of destruction and beings of even greater prowess, Ji-Yun felt no fear. It seemed he would need to seek opportunities to test this ability in the future. In his heart, Ji-Yun pondered silently. Although he had acquired the power of destruction, he lacked suitable subjects for experimentation, which was quite vexing. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, I will unwaveringly support you, standing steadfastly by your side, Bulma declared with resolute eyes. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun felt a warm glow within. If not for the current circumstances, he would have been tempted to act on his impulses right then and there. Thus, the two enjoyed their meal while singing songs, transforming the entire atmosphere into one of comfort and ease. 10 minutes later, a very familiar figure appeared before Ji-Yun and Bulma. To be precise, it was a group of individuals. Goku, have you not eaten yet? Ji-Yun sat at the table, observing the energetic Wukong. As Wukong was a frequent patron of the Universal Capsule Company, the guards at the entrance did not impose any further restrictions, allowing the group to pass through effortlessly. Feeling a bit hungry, Wukong shyly patted his stomach, and without further ado, he found a spot and began to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. Do not hesitate. Find a place to sit, he urged the others. Ji-Yun gazed warmly at the others, who exchanged glances. Number 16, number 18, and Klin remained silent, seated without touching their chopsticks. Number 16, being a robot, had no need for sustenance. Number 18, however, fixed a fervent gaze upon Ji-Yun, while Klin looked despondently at number 18. The atmosphere grew decidedly peculiar, momentarily dampening Ji-Yun's appetite. After approximately half an hour, the dishes on the table had been devoured with remarkable speed by Wukong. He let out a satisfied belch, patting his round belly, his face radiating contentment. Well, it seems we've nearly finished our meal. What brings you here, or is there something you require my assistance with? Ji-Yun smiled at the crowd, occasionally casting furtive glances at number 18. However, he managed to suppress the impulses within his heart, constantly reminding himself, Ji-Yun, you must hold on. Do not reveal your true nature as a sycophant. It's nothing. I am here to seek your guidance, Wukong said, scratching his nose with a cheerful grin. The two of them had come to Bulma for repairs on number 16. Wukong pointed at number 18 and number 16, continuing, yes, it's fine to seek my guidance. I am always open to it. However, regarding the repairs on number 16, I fear that may not be possible. Bulma is currently pregnant, and I do not wish to burden her with any tasks. Ji-Yun smiled lightly at Wukong. However, the final sentence seemed more directed towards Android 18. Ji-Yun was acutely aware that he was now a man with a family. He had no desire to conceal anything. It would be far better to clarify his intentions at this moment. But that would be quite a conundrum. Wukong, feeling somewhat troubled, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the expression of 18 suddenly changed. However, it quickly returned to normal. This subtle shift in demeanor did not escape Ji Yun's notice. It seemed that 18 indeed harbored some feelings for him. Unfortunately, he could only wait to see if there was any potential for development in the future. In her heart, Season Cloud lamented the futility of concealing the truth about his wife and child. It was an impossible endeavor. Thus, he resolved to take his leave. 18. Feeling restless, was plagued by an inexplicable ache within. Just as she was about to rise, Bulma cheerfully interjected, "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. Leave it to me." Her pregnant belly intentionally thrust forward, seemingly challenging 18. Bulma, astutely perceptive, had long discerned the unease in 18's gaze, fixated on Season Cloud. As a woman, she was acutely aware of the underlying intentions at play. Initially, Bulma felt a surge of anger. Had Season Cloud dared to request her assistance in repairs, she would have indignantly refused. However, upon hearing him assert, "Bulma is pregnant. I do not wish for her to undertake any tasks," her ire dissipated, replaced by a profound tenderness. Since Season Cloud had spoken so, she resolved to display magnanimity, allowing 18 to perceive the disparity between them. "We need not trouble you. We can manage on our own," 18 responded coldly, fully aware of Bulma's provocative demeanor. Proud by nature, she would never intrude upon their lives had she known Season Cloud was already committed. Yet, Bulma's taunts ignited a stubbornness within her, subconsciously positioning Bulma as a rival, perhaps even a romantic adversary. Accepting assistance from a rival, be it man or woman, poses a challenge to one's composure. "Oh, aren't you friends? I thought you said it was no trouble. Don't you care for your friend at all?" Bulma continued with a smile. Her words seemingly innocuous, yet laced with pointed jabs that Season Cloud perceived with clarity. Especially the final remark, a moral high ground assault, which would leave most rendered speechless. This was a woman-esque battle, no less fierce than the artillery of a battlefield. 18 found herself at a loss for words. To decline Bulma's assistance would cast her as the villain who forsook her ally, while accepting it would leave her indebted. In truth, her thoughts were still tethered to Season Cloud. Had he not occupied her mind, she could have readily accepted Bulma's help. The most convoluted aspect of this situation remained Season Cloud himself. He yearned to speak, yet was at a loss as to where to begin. "It's all right, 18. Do not feel troubled on my account," said 16, gently patting 18's shoulder and smiling as he spoke. When Ji Yun heard these words, he felt even more conflicted. "Brother, that phrase should belong to me." Chapter 57. Wukong's Ultra Super Saiyan Kaioken. Android 18 gazed at Android 16, who had transformed into this state to save her, and then glanced at Bulma, whose smile was faint yet discernible. After a brief moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. "Very well, I shall trouble you with this." Android 18 smiled gently at Bulma, thinking to herself, let us inflict some mutual harm. Just look at you, strutting around with that belly. It's exhausting. Isn't it? Bulma was equally surprised that the initially stubborn Android 18 would agree to accept her assistance. "Bring him to my laboratory," Bulma said nonchalantly. Since she had committed to helping someone, she naturally intended to follow through. However, she decided to accept this favor for herself. "Bulma, there is no rush. Why don't you take a moment to rest? You mustn't overexert yourself." As Ji Yun observed Bulma with her pronounced belly, she was about to enter the laboratory when he grasped her hand and spoke with concern. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Bulma raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I will settle the score with you later." Subsequently, the three of them proceeded directly into the laboratory. It was evident that Bulma still harbored lingering feelings regarding the situation with Android 18. Regardless of Ji Yun's intentions, this matter originated from him, and he bore a certain degree of responsibility. At this moment, Ji Yun felt a deep sense of despair, teetering on the brink of tears. He harbored some inappropriate thoughts about Android 18, yet he had not yet acted upon them. In his helplessness, Ji Yun could only gaze skyward and exclaim, "Oh heavens! Is being handsome truly a fault? If that is the case, I must bear an immense sin." Wukong and Krillin exchanged disdainful glances at Ji Yun's outburst. Were it not for the fear of retribution, they might have openly derided him with words like shameless. "Ji Yun, Wukong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Krillin stated, recognizing he had no further business here. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed without looking back. Krillin was already aware of Android 18's intentions and understood that he might never hold any hope. After all, his rival was Ji Yun. a formidable opponent beyond the reach of mere mortals, even though he had already secured Bulma by his side. Yet, what man would ever complain about having an abundance of women in his life? Rather than remain in this state of anxious indecision, it would be wiser to leave early, as he might just encounter his true love sooner than expected. Ah, how peculiar it is. I can't shake the feeling that something is off with Krillin. Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Although he was somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, he could still discern that Krillin's demeanor today was decidedly unusual. Perhaps he was troubled by something within. Ji-Yun smiled faintly. How could he be unaware of Krillin's thoughts? If number 18 were genuinely interested in him, Ji-Yun would not resort to stealing love. Regrettably, the essential development present in the original narrative is absent. Number 18 is destined not to harbor feelings for him. Here, one can only wish him success in finding true love soon. Oh, Wukong, seemingly understanding yet not fully grasping, let out a sound of acknowledgement. His gaze then regained its luster as he excitedly exclaimed, "Look, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Let us hasten and spar a bit." Upon witnessing Wukong's eager expression, Ji-Yun smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's go. I wish to join as well." The enigmatic 18, emerging from the laboratory, spoke in a calm manner. However, Bulma, without a hint of courtesy, promptly ushered her out, for she preferred to work without any interruptions. 18 you. Ji-Yun hesitated and said, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to observe how Sun Wukong engages in battle. This will facilitate a more efficient approach when the time comes to vanquish him." Android 18, with her arms crossed and an air of indifference, replied. Whether her thoughts aligned with this sentiment remains a mystery. Very well, let us proceed. Ji-Yun ceased to ponder any further. With a grand gesture, the three ascended into the sky, transforming into three beams of light that vanished beyond the horizon. As they soared through the air, they discovered a desolate and open expanse. Number 18 intuitively flew to a nearby peak, finding a flat area where she gracefully settled down, quietly observing Ji-Yun and Wukong. Ji-Yun and Wukong stood in opposition, gazing intently at one another. "Unleash your full strength, Wukong." As Ji-Yun had smiled gently at Wukong, he remarked, "Hee, then I shall not hold back." Sun Wukong wiped his nose and replied with a grin. Subsequently, an intense aura began to coalesce around Wukong. The earth trembled, and the currents of air quickened. "Drink." With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed his formidable power. A golden blaze enveloped him, as his black hair stood on end, transforming into a striking gold hue. His icy blue eyes, imbued with disdain for all, glinted fiercely. Whoosh! In an instant, transformed and invigorated, Sun Wukong launched his assault, his powerful fists and feet hurtling towards Ji-Yun and with the sound of air being torn asunder. Ji-Yun's gaze fixed intently, clearly tracing the trajectory of the punches. With nimble movements, he adeptly evaded all of Wukong's attacks, rendering them utterly ineffective. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows for over half an hour. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as their fists collided, unleashing a wave of astonishing force that sent birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. Remarkable indeed, Wukong, to have withstood my strike. Ji-Yun smiled faintly, acknowledging Wukong's prowess with an approving nod. "There's still time," Wukong replied with a confident grin. Subsequently, a crimson aura enveloped the golden flames. Fivefold King Kai Fist. A surge of energy, vastly surpassing previous levels, emanated from him. Wukong's combat power soared several tiers in an instant. Well done. The combination of Super Saiyan and King Kai Fist proved to be undeniably formidable. Ji-Yun exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, it is Sun Wukong. Such innate combat prowess is truly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. By this measure alone, Vegeta stands no chance against Wukong. Be cautious, Ji-Yun," Wukong warned in a grave tone. With that, a crimson figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun quickly crossed her hands over her chest. Bang! The formidable power of Wukong erupted instantaneously. Ji-Yun's usual demeanor was no match for Wukong, and he was immediately sent flying. Thunderous roars echoed. Ji-Yunfei's body collided forcefully with a mountain, shattering it into fragments. This time, he barely managed to come to a halt. Ji-Yun, the figure seated as number 18, observed Ji-Yun being sent flying. Instinctively, she rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with concern. "TCH, what am I doing?" Number 18 shook her head in self-mockery before resuming her seat. On the battlefield, Ji-Yun was severely impacted by this blow. After all, his usual strength was merely that of a Super Saiyan 1. Far from being a match for Goku in this state, Ji-Yun soared out from the pile of rubble, instantly reappearing before Wukong. Well done, Wukong. However, what comes next is... Ji Yun's words abruptly ceased. Having only uttered half of her thoughts, the remainder lodged in her throat. What is the matter, Ji Yun? Wukong inquired anxiously, sensing something amiss with her demeanor. Could it be that he had inadvertently harmed her? That seemed implausible. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji Yun appeared to be lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to what had been said. Thud. Ji Yun swallowed hard, then cast his gaze toward his diagonal rear. Chapter 58. Two mysterious familiar guests. Wukong noticed Ji Yun's unusual behavior and followed his gaze to the side. Ah, have you finally realized? A slender figure, cloaked in purple, remarked upon meeting their eyes. This figure was lithe, adorned in peculiar attire, and sported a long tail. Its head resembled that of a jackal, with pale yellow eyes and slitted pupils, creating an eerie appearance. Not particularly swift, yet their strength is mediocre, another individual stated calmly from the opposite side. This person was extraordinarily tall, boasting blue skin and cascading white hair. His pupils and lips were a striking purple, and around his neck hung a large light blue halo. In his right hand, he wielded a long staff topped with a black sphere, exuding an aura that was utterly inscrutable. Who are they? Sun Wukong was equally astonished. With his current combat prowess, he was unable to perceive their presence nearby. Had it not been for Ji Yun's timely observation, he might have remained oblivious throughout. Unless they were akin to artificial beings, devoid of any discernible aura, their existence would be unfathomable. The crimson flames surrounding Wukong began to gradually fade. He could not sustain this state for long, and the identities of the two before him remained uncertain, friends or foes. Preserving his strength for the unforeseen was indeed the wisest course of action. Ji Yun was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. He never anticipated the arrival of these two individuals. Who exactly are they, Ji Yun? Do you have any idea? For some reason, I sensed an immense pressure emanating from both of them, Wukong said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. In this current timeline, aside from Ji Yun, it is astonishing to encounter others who can exert such formidable pressure on me. It is evident that the beings before us possess considerable strength, Destroyer God Beerus and Angel Whis. Ji Yun's expression was exceedingly grave. In a moment of astonishment, he slowly uttered two names. Ah, the God of Destruction? The Angel? What on earth are those? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Wukong, perplexed, could only express his confusion regarding these unfamiliar titles. Ji Yun's expression remained grave, showing no intention to explain. He was uncertain as to why these two had come to Earth. Lord Beerus, that individual is aware of our identities, Whis remarked casually, glancing at the diminutive God of Destruction beside him. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly and then replied indifferently. I never expected that someone on this insignificant planet would know of our existence. Let us pay a visit, Lord Beerus, Whis suggested with a gentle smile. Whatever, Beerus yawned, responding nonchalantly. Their primary objective was not to visit Earth. Rather, they had been drawn here by an unexpected surge of battle energy. Naturally, Beerus would not engage in such trivialities. It was Whis who proposed the visit. The two began to glide slowly, inching closer to Ji Yun and Goku's position. Ji Yun, they are approaching us. What should we do? Should we fight? Goku asked Ji Yun, a hint of tension evident in his voice as he watched the two fly towards them. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. Fight? What nonsense! What would we fight with? Shall we use our heads? Wukong, do not act recklessly. Regardless of their intentions, we must not engage with them. Ji Yun promptly intervened to halt Wukong's absurd thoughts and solemnly cautioned him against any potential conflict. This was not an act of cowardice on Ji Yun's part. Rather, given his current strength, he was not a match for the God of Destruction. Moreover, there was the unfathomable Whis to consider. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to avoid confrontation whenever possible. His own demise and the destruction of Earth were inconsequential. However, his beloved Bulma and his unborn child remained on this planet. He had no desire to plunge his family into the abyss due to his impulsiveness. As Ji Yun was lost in contemplation, Beerus and Whis had already approached him. Hey, kid, what are you pondering? Surely, you aren't contemplating how to kill me? Beerus remarked, narrowing his eyes with an indifferent tone. As the God of Destruction, his duty was to annihilate, and if he sensed any disrespect from the individual before him, he would not hesitate to erase both him and the planet from existence, though. Of course, it would ultimately depend on his mood. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ji Yun suddenly came to his senses. The feline-like visage of Beerus loomed before him, startling him considerably. Nevertheless, Ji Yun maintained a facade of composure, smiling as he explained, "Oh, not at all. I merely lost my train of thought and harbored no ill intentions towards either of you." Although Ji Yun felt a surge of anxiety within, he managed to present himself with a dignified demeanor. This aspect did not go unnoticed by Whis, who silently nodded in approval. "Do not be alarmed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In this universe, he is unparalleled. Whatever he desires, he can obliterate at will." Whis remarked with a serene smile. Ji Yun was not surprised by this situation, yet Wukong was entirely different. Upon hearing that Beerus was the strongest in the universe, a glimmer of desire suddenly sparked in his eyes. "Hey, Weiss, why are you telling me this? Don't forget I have a mission. If there is nothing else, just destroy this planet. It would allow me to complete my task sooner and return for a good, long sleep." Beerus remarked nonchalantly, covering his mouth as he stifled a yawn. It seemed that the casual obliteration of a planet was merely a trivial matter to him. "Heh, Lord Beerus. Please don't be in such a hurry," Weiss chuckled, but before he could finish his sentence, the overly excited Sun Wukong interrupted him loudly. "Are you really the strongest in this universe? You don't look like it. Can you fight with me just to see?" Wukong appeared exceedingly exhilarated, darting around Beerus and occasionally pinching his slender arms. This fool Ji Yun covered his forehead, cursing in exasperation. Not only Ji Yun, but even Weiss found amusement in Wukong's antics, currently stifling a laugh behind his hand. In the depths of his heart, Ji Yun could only silently pray for Wukong, hoping he would not meet a tragic fate. Before long, Beerus remained silent, yet his expression conveyed a hint of displeasure. Gradually, he extended a finger, bending it, while pressing it down with another. Suddenly, he released the pressure, flicking his finger towards Wukong with startling speed. A dull thud resonated in the air. Before Wukong could react, he was struck down by Beerus, losing consciousness instantly. His golden hair reverted to its original black, and his body was propelled backward with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Wukong's form collided heavily with the ground, creating a small crater in the earth. Dust billowed up, shrouding his figure, rendering him invisible. Yet, one could still perceive the faintest trace of his lingering energy. Is this truly the might of a god of destruction? Ji Yun gasped in astonishment within his heart. He certainly possessed the capability to reach such a level, but it required transforming into a Super Saiyan to achieve it. He could never match the effortless ease of someone like Beerus. "Damn it, go to hell." Before Ji Yun could shake off his astonishment, a thunderous shout erupted nearby. It was the voice of Android 18, who instantly closed the distance. A barrage of energy blast shot from her hands, aimed directly at Beerus. Humph. Beerus let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Faced with the incoming waves of light, he casually exhaled, causing the energy blast to veer upward. Boom, boom, boom. The sky resonated with a series of explosive sounds, the echoes of Android 18's energy blasts detonating. "Girl, are you seeking death?" Beerus's face bore a chilling expression, his tone laced with malice. Android 18, realizing her attack had been effortlessly neutralized, felt a jolt of shock. She had not anticipated such an easy dismissal of her efforts. Beerus's mood was at its nadir. As the god of destruction, he was accustomed to respect wherever he went. Yet today, someone had audaciously challenged his authority time and again, showing utter disregard for his stature. This is bad. Observing the murderous intent in Beerus's gaze, Ji Yun's expression shifted, his heart sinking with foreboding. He had not expected Android 18 to act so recklessly. Being an android, he had failed to sense her approach. Had he known, he would have certainly dissuaded her from taking such impulsive action. Sure enough, in the next moment, a sphere of purple energy swelled at Beerus's fingertip. Without any warning, the energy orb was unleashed, streaking towards Android 18 like a bolt of purple lightning. "It's over." Android 18 screamed in terror within her mind. She desperately wished to evade the impending attack, but the destructive power contained within the energy sphere filled her with dread, rendering her body uncontrollable. As the orb drew closer, she closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of her annihilation. As Ji Yun gazed upon the imminent peril facing number 18, he cast aside his reservations. With a determined grit and a firm stamp of his foot, he resolved to act decisively. In an instant, as the energy sphere neared number 18, a slender, alabaster hand swept forth, deflecting the violet orb into the void. The explosion erupted with cataclysmic force, tearing through the ozone layer above. As the sun's ultraviolet rays bore down upon the earth, instantly, flora withered, leaving a barren expanse in its wake. The searing heat ignited an intense discomfort within every living creature. How intriguing, Weiss mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Number 18, startled by the thunderous blast, found herself alive, the anticipated demise eluding her. As she felt the sting of the ultraviolet rays scorching her skin, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a magnificent figure, a bulwark against the chaos, with hair of a striking yellow-green hue and well-defined muscles. It was none other than Ji-Yun, transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is him. Once again he has come to my rescue, Number 18 thought. Her heart swelling with gratitude, rendered momentarily speechless. Are you all right? Ji-Yun did not look back, but inquired with genuine concern. Ji-Yun understood that Android 18 would not act recklessly. It was likely that she had witnessed Beerus sending Goku flying and assumed that she too was in peril, prompting her intervention. Although the subsequent events could prove exceedingly troublesome, Ji-Yun bore no resentment towards Android 18. Her actions were motivated solely by her concern for him. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Android 18 murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She had intended to assist Ji-Yun, but unexpectedly found herself in danger instead, inadvertently causing him further trouble while saving herself in the process. Ji-Yun did not continue speaking. His mind remained in a state of heightened tension, for he was about to confront the most formidable entity in the universe. Well, kid, you've done rather well to deflect my attack. You are indeed impressive, Beerus remarked with an indifferent gaze, his voice low and frigid. Lord Beerus, do you now comprehend why I brought you to this planet? Whis inquired with a slight smile, addressing Beerus with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus nodded silently. He then turned to Ji-Yun and coldly inquired, Tell me, where did you acquire your destructive power? Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, even exhibiting a hint of bewilderment. However, within his heart, he was suddenly taken aback. Could it be? He had possessed this ability since now, yet had never put it to use. How could Beerus possibly know? Ji-Yun was perplexed by Beerus's inquiry. He decided to showcase his acting skills, maintaining an expression of bewilderment while feigning deep contemplation. He then curiously asked, Destruction power? What is that? It sounded quite formidable. Observing Ji-Yun's demeanor, Beerus harbored no suspicions and turned his gaze towards Whis. Whis casually glanced at Ji-Yun, nodded slightly, and with a gentle smile explained, the destruction power is a capability that only a god of destruction can inherit. It is typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Though it can be developed later in life, that is exceedingly challenging, almost impossible. He likely possesses it innately, yet remains unaware. Otherwise, he could not have deflected Lord Beerus's energy sphere. It would have shattered upon contact, vanishing from existence. Listening to Whis's analysis, Beerus nodded in agreement. He finally comprehended why Whis had insisted on bringing him to this planet. It was for this young man. As an angel, Whis possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. While traveling through space and passing Earth, he sensed the energy emanating from the battle between Ji-Yun and Goku. Curiosity prompted him to investigate, and to his surprise, he discovered that one of them harbored the destruction power within. Without hesitation, Whis brought Beerus to Earth. However, before Whis could relay this information to Beerus, the latter had already engaged Goku. This ultimately led to a cascade of subsequent events. When Ji-Yun deflected Beerus's energy sphere, there was no need for Whis to explain. Beerus had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Chapter 60. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? It appears this endeavor has borne considerable fruit, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, though the exact implications of his words remained unclear. Not only that, Lord Beerus, Whis smiled at Ji-Yun and continued, this young man can manipulate time. What? Beerus exclaimed suddenly, his drowsy eyes widening. Time, after all, is a formidable entity, one that even he, as a god of destruction, cannot control. Indeed. Your recent strike reached that young lady in an instant. No ordinary speed could have intercepted it. Even I, relying on my own swiftness, would have been unable to prevent such a close-range assault. Yet, that young man paused time for 0.1 seconds, thereby saving her. Weiss explained with a smile. He possesses the ability to manipulate time, even reversing its flow. Thus, he is far more perceptive regarding temporal matters than the average person. Oh, it is truly astonishing to discover such a being within this universe. Beerus chuckled, and despite his extensive experience, he could not help but admire Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had been listening to the conversation between the two, feeling somewhat bewildered and utterly unaware of their intentions. With a smile, Weiss turned to the perplexed Ji-Yun and said, You are Ji-Yun, aren't you? Ji-Yun cautiously observed Weiss, giving a subtle nod. Do not be anxious. When you previously saw the two of us, I heeded your words. You must already be aware of our identities. I shall not inquire further on that matter. For there are indeed many in this universe who are cognizant of our existence. I have but one question for you. Would you desire to become the next god of destruction? Weiss maintained a cheerful demeanor, speaking with a nonchalant air, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun felt her entire body stiffen, her lips murmuring in disbelief. The god of destruction? Indeed. The god of destruction, Weiss affirmed, while continuing to remind her, it will be the next god of destruction, as Lord Beerus is still present. Therefore, if you agree now, you may begin as an apprentice god of destruction. As Ji-Yun listened to Weiss speak, he remained in a state of astonishment, grappling with the question that echoed in his mind. What merits or capabilities did he possess to be chosen as a god of destruction? Was it merely because he wielded the power of annihilation? Hey, kid. Are you going to get to the point or not? Why the hesitation? Beerus remarked with growing impatience. As a god of destruction, there were numerous responsibilities to fulfill. His mission was clear, to obliterate planets, as their numbers had recently surged beyond acceptable limits. Ji-Yun was drawn back by the voice of Beerus. Cautiously, he inquired, may I have some time to contemplate? I am not quite ready yet. Ji-Yun pondered for a brief moment. He had no desire to become a harbinger of destruction. He simply wished to lead a tranquil life. However, he feared inciting Beerus's wrath, which could result in the obliteration of Earth. Contemplation? Out of the question. You must provide me with an answer now. Beerus furrowed his brow and declared imperiously, his hand pulsating with fluctuating energy, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Witnessing Ji-Yun's distress, Weiss smiled and remarked, do you know how Frisia met his demise? Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-Yun raised his head to gaze at him, pondering the implications behind his inquiry. Could it be that Frisia is a relative of yours? Naturally, such a statement was far too audacious for Ji-Yun to utter. After all, it was he who had slain Frisia. What of it? Ji-Yun said calmly, Frisia has always been a perpetrator of heinous acts. Killing him would indeed be an act of justice. There is no need to conceal this matter. Well, that's good. Weiss replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Ji-Yun gazed at Weiss's smile, sensing an inexplicable oddity that he could not quite articulate. Lord Beerus, did you hear that? Weiss turned to Beerus, inquiring softly. Yes. I am aware, Beerus replied with a somber nod, then addressed Ji-Yun, saying, young man, today you shall either dutifully fulfill your role as an apprentice destroyer, or you may as well offer your life to Frisia. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun was astounded, gazing at the ever-potentially wrathful Beerus, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth is happening? Could it be that you are a relative of Frisia? Yet, this does not appear to be the case. What is the meaning of this? Even if you were to appoint me as some sort of apprentice destroyer, or to condemn me to death, clarity and communication is imperative. With a bitter expression, Ji-Yun turned to Weiss and inquired. Weiss, upon noticing Ji-Yun's question, chuckled softly before gradually elucidating. The task of the god of destruction is to annihilate planets. You are already aware of this. Frisia, who claims the title of the Emperor of the Universe, is indeed a nefarious villain, which you should also know. However, despite Frisia's malevolence, he has assisted Lord Beerus significantly. The number of planets destroyed at Frisia's hands is countless, which has spared Lord Beerus a considerable amount of trouble. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun vaguely comprehended the reason behind Beerus's profound anger. It turned out that he had inadvertently caused the demise of one of Beerus's most capable subordinates. Ever since Frisia's demise, Lord Beerus had been plagued by sleepless nights, feeling compelled to oversee every matter personally. It had been an extended period since he had enjoyed a restful slumber, as was eloquently expressed, his words imbued with deep emotion. As he spoke passionately, he could not help but wipe away the tears that gathered at the corners of his eyes. After listening, Ji-Yun felt a profound clarity. Everything became apparent. This was not merely his search for a successor to the god of destruction. It was evidently a quest for the heir to the cosmic emperor, Frisia. The intention was to assume the responsibilities of the god of destruction while allowing Beerus to slumber. After much deliberation, it turned out they were in pursuit of a mere laborer. With the conversation reaching this point, the choice now lay in your hands. Weiss wiped away the somewhat feigned tears and, restoring a smile, remarked, so it seems there is no choice to be made after all. Ji-Yun spoke in silence. Weiss remained unresponsive, simply smiling in place. Beerus's eyes blazed with a fiery rage. The moment Ji-Yun dared to utter a word of dissent, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Presently, Ji-Yun found himself utterly helpless. As an angel, Weiss was duty-bound to assist Beerus in fulfilling his responsibilities. Although Ji-Yun vehemently disagreed, he knew Weiss would not take his life. However, Beerus was another matter entirely. Did he not see the intense animosity reflected in Beerus's expression? Sighing, he conceded, "Very well, I agree. However, let me clarify. It is not out of fear for my life, but solely for the safety of the Earth." Ji-Yun shrugged his shoulders, finding himself in a situation devoid of alternatives and with a semblance of self-respect, conjured a justification. Chapter 61. A contest with Beerus. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's response, Whis gently nodded. He was indifferent to Ji-Yun's true intentions. All that mattered was that they had successfully lured him in. "Lord Beerus, do you find this satisfactory?" Whis inquired with a subtle smile directed at Beerus. Their initial objective was not only to annihilate superfluous planets, but also to identify a suitable replacement for Frisia. However, fate had unexpectedly led them to Ji-Yun, from whom they discerned a remarkable destructive power. If this were indeed the case, then the matter transcended merely succeeding Frisia in his duties. They could very well cultivate Ji-Yun as the next god of destruction. "Well, as long as you agree, that suffices, though his strength still requires evaluation," Beerus remarked with a hint of satisfaction on his countenance. "Oh, how does Lord Beerus wish to assess this?" Whis inquired curiously, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Beerus, who then cast a peculiar glance at Ji-Yun, accompanied by a faint smile. Ji-Yun gazed upon Beerus and couldn't help but shudder. His expression grew tense, and he silently exclaimed, "Haven't I already agreed? What more do you want from me?" Beerus regarded Ji-Yun with a cold smile for a prolonged moment before retracting his peculiar gaze. "Let me test you. It will soon be evident," Beerus remarked indifferently. The chilling smile he wore seemed to possess an edge of cruelty. "Oh, is that so?" Whis said, seemingly enlightened. As Beerus's mentor, he was acutely aware of Beerus's temperament. This was not merely a test of Ji-Yun's strength, it was evidently an outlet for Beerus's suppressed frustrations. Whis understood this but refrained from exposing Beerus. For as his attendant, it was his duty to uphold the dignity of the god of destruction. "Ji-Yun, you have heard as well. Lord Beerus wishes to assess your abilities. Why not indulge him for a few exchanges?" Whis maintained his smile, his gaze warm and inviting towards Ji-Yun, as if the impending conflict was merely a casual sparring session. Upon hearing Whis's words, Ji-Yun felt a flicker of irritation. How astute he was. He had already discerned the underlying implication in Beerus's words. A few exchanges? Wouldn't that be tantamount to skinning him alive? As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has its moments of ire. Being subjected to repeated provocation was intolerable. Ji-Yun had long harbored discontent, even if he was not a match for Beerus. Ji-Yun is determined to rise to the challenge this time. If one does not stand firm, would they truly be considered easy to bully? Very well. Since Lord Beerus exhibits such refined interest, I shall dare to intrude. In a serene manner. Ji-Yun smiled gently and spoke with utmost politeness. Today, he intended to test the legendary destroyer to ascertain his true measure. Humph. Beerus chuckled coldly within. He had not anticipated that Ji-Yun, aware of his reputation, would accept the challenge. Yet, this was precisely to his advantage. He had been enjoying a deep slumber and, barring any unforeseen events, could have continued to do so for decades. However, he never expected to be roused from his peaceful dreams. Today, he would impart a lesson to this audacious young man. "Since there are no further issues, you may commence at any time," Whis remarked casually, stepping aside. In a swift motion, he positioned himself hundreds of meters away upon a cliff. As Ji-Yun observed that Whis had already run far away, he turned and softly instructed number 18 behind him, "You should step aside. It would be best to keep your distance, otherwise, you may be affected." Number 18 looked at Ji-Yun with concern in her eyes, yet she complied with his request. Instead of retreating to another location, she stood alongside Whis at the edge of the precipice. The surrounding crowd had dispersed, leaving the vast sky empty, suffused with ultraviolet radiation. Only Ji-Yun and Beerus remained. Their gazes locked in silence, devoid of any communication. In this tranquil yet tense atmosphere, Beerus's lips parted first. With a calm demeanor, he addressed Ji-Yun, saying, "Don't accuse me of bullying you. You may strike first." As Ji-Yun listened to Bai Luci's words, he remained silent. At that moment, his attention was intensely focused, his gaze persistently flitting across Bai Luci's figure. Approximately a minute passed. Ji-Yun showed no signs of action. Beerus, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Young one, I instructed you to leave first. You are not." Before Beerus could finish his sentence, Ji-Yun seemed to have spotted an opportunity. He suddenly lunged towards Beerus. In an instant, with a swift motion, Ji-Yun had already arrived before Beerus. Without uttering a word, a formidable fist suddenly struck. Beerus refrained from continuing his discourse, gazing calmly at Ji-Yun's assault, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. quite commendable for a display of combat experience. Yet, that is where it ends. As he observed the approaching fist, Beerus subtly shifted his body, skillfully evading the blow. As Ji-Yun observed his attack miss its mark, he felt little surprise. Instead, his body gracefully halted, hovering steadily in the air. Although his fist narrowly brushed past Beerus, Ji-Yun swiftly transitioned his technique from a punch to an open palm, delivering a horizontal strike toward Beerus's neck. Bang! A resounding echo reverberated through the sky. Ji-Yun's palm strike landed upon Beerus's neck. However, Beerus remained unfazed. In contrast, Ji-Yun felt a subtle pain in his palm, as though a mere mortal had struck a steel pipe with his hand. TSK, still like this. The technique is commendable, though the force could use some improvement, Beerus remarked, slightly shaking his head. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber for Ji-Yun. His palm gradually retracted, and he slowly retreated a distance of 3 to 4 meters. He had not anticipated that this god of destruction would possess such outrageous strength. The strike he had just unleashed had summoned a substantial portion of his internal power. Yet even a god of destruction should not respond with such composure. It seems he had underestimated Beerus's prowess. Do I have any other techniques? If not, I may have to take action. Observing Ji-Yun's retreat, Beerus inquired with a hint of indifference. Such an attack is indeed formidable, yet regrettably, it remains insufficient in the face of my might. Lord Beerus is undeniably powerful. With a smile gracing her face, Ji-Yun spoke. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's compliments, Beerus offered no response. Was it necessary for others to point out his prowess? Was this not an acknowledged truth? Beerus continued to gaze at Ji-Yun, remaining silent. Ji-Yun's countenance was not as flustered as one might have imagined. However, how shall you respond to this maneuver? With a smile gracing her face, Ji-Yun spoke softly. Chapter 62, The Important Question. Oh? Beerus raised an eyebrow, gazing at Ji-Yun with keen interest. Ji-Yun smiled faintly, his cards yet to be fully revealed. Should anyone dare to underestimate him, they would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. Suddenly, Ji-Yun let out a low roar, his aura intensified, manifesting a vibrant yellow flame that grew increasingly audacious. The crackling sound of lightning enveloped him, clearly demonstrating the peak of his current prowess. It seems you have yet to exhaust your full strength, Beerus observed, his gaze fixed on Ji-Yun's transformation, his tone laced with mild surprise. He could not help but reflect on this young man's commendable power. However, if this was all there was, then it would end here. Come, show me to what extent you can rise now. Beerus beckoned Ji-Yun with a flick of his finger. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a delightful smile, revealing a charming arc. In the next moment, Ji-Yun's figure flickered, and with a resounding bang, Beerus found himself propelled backward in midair, losing control and staggering several steps. He utterly failed to perceive Ji-Yun's swift movement. How do you find that, Lord Beerus? Does this technique suit your taste? Ji-Yun smiled lightly. This technique he employed was the time pause technique, previously demonstrated. The overwhelming strength of Beerus made it evident that even with this move, he might still be unable to shake the formidable deity. Therefore, Ji-Yun elevated his energy to the utmost limits within his Super Saiyan form, which barely yielded a modicum of effect. On a cliff 100 meters away, Number 18 exclaimed, "Incredible, Ji-Yun." With her hands clenched tightly, she cheered, thrilled to witness Ji-Yun repel Beerus. Whis, holding his staff, gazed into the distance and remarked with a smile, Ji-Yun has performed admirably. Utilizing the skill of time suspension, he has managed to disturb Lord Beerus's formidable presence. Observing Ji-Yun's recent display, the composed Whis nodded in approval. Before long, Ji-Yun will undoubtedly deliver a severe lesson to that grotesque figure. Upon hearing Whis's commendation, Number 18 felt as though it were directed at her, causing her expression to brighten with pride. Whis, hearing the girl's exuberant claims, maintained a gentle smile, though inwardly he shook his head slightly. Such feats, while impressive, would not suffice to defeat Beerus. This ability might prove effective in battles of equal standing, yet against a god of destruction. In the celestial arena, Beerus rubbed his chest where he had been struck, observing Ji-Yun, who was poised to unleash his next move. With a stoic expression, Beerus slowly remarked, "Kid, that move of yours was indeed remarkable. When you deflected my energy sphere earlier, you utilized this very technique, correct?" Ji-Yun nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus's position, poised to strike again at any moment. If I am not mistaken, the duration you can pause time is merely 0.1 seconds, am I right? Beerus remarked, succinctly unraveling the mystery behind Ji-Yun's flash technique. Ji-Yun's expression momentarily froze, a sudden shock coursing through his heart, and he refrained from responding to Beerus. He had not anticipated that Beerus could see through his tactics. Observing Ji Yun's silence, Beerus continued speaking to himself. 1 second's a fleeting moment. Yet, as a top-tier powerhouse, one can accomplish many things within such a brief span. But tell me, what exactly did you just do? After uttering these words, he gazed intently at Ji Yun, who had fallen into a state of stupor. At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Ji Yun. Upon hearing Beerus's words, he began to recall the circumstances of his recent offensive. Utilizing his flash time technique, he momentarily halted time, charging forth to strike Beerus and successfully repelling him. It was executed seamlessly, without a hint of difficulty. However, Ji Yun had overlooked a crucial point. In the thrill of having momentarily vanquished Beerus, he had failed to fully contemplate the implications. Now, reflecting on it, he was filled with astonishment. As Beerus had stated, 1 seconds is an exceedingly brief interval. Yet, for one who has attained such a level, an abundance of actions can be accomplished within that fleeting moment. Whether confronting future androids, the formidable cell of this world, or Vegeta, all had been ruthlessly overwhelmed in that same 1 seconds, subjected to an onslaught of punches and kicks, utterly defenseless. Yet, in retrospect, during his encounter with Beerus, he had delivered but a single punch. Indeed, just one punch, which had caused Beerus to stagger back a few steps. That was the entirety of his actions within those 1 seconds. Gulp. Realizing this, Ji Yun swallowed hard. As he gazed at Beerus, his expression was now filled with trepidation. Hey, it seems you're not entirely foolish, Beerus remarked with a condescending smile. As a god of destruction, he had witnessed countless bizarre techniques. Ultimately, no matter how extraordinary the abilities, as long as one's own strength is sufficiently formidable, they can be entirely disregarded. Such abilities bear no significance whatsoever. Ji Yun let out a heavy sigh, his gaze solemnly fixed upon Beerus. He slowly spoke. Even if I can only strike once, that will suffice. Upon hearing these words, Beerus disdainfully shook his head. As soon as Ji Yun's voice fell, he activated the time flash technique once more. The wind ceased its gentle caress, and the flowers and grasses halted their swaying. Everything in the world came to a standstill. The realm suddenly enveloped itself in profound silence. Ji Yun's form surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Beerus. He gazed upon the unmoving silhouette before him. Ji Yun exerted all his strength, launching a fierce punch directly towards Beerus's face. Just as his fist was about to make contact, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Beerus's lips. What? As Ji Yun beheld the smile of Beerus, he was instantly thrown into a state of disarray. Unbeknownst to him, the winds began to swirl, and the flora commenced its graceful dance. Time resumed its original cadence, and the world once again erupted into a cacophony. Beerus extended his claw, effortlessly intercepting Ji Yun's fist. With a resounding bang, the collision unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Centered around the two, the very fabric of space began to warp dramatically. The surrounding winds howled ferociously, and the ground fissured, revealing deep chasms. Countless fragments of stone and timber ascended into the air, ensnared within the distorted space, disintegrating into mere dust. Now, I shall strike, Beerus declared with an air of indifference. He then exerted a sudden surge of power through his clenched fist. Ji Yun could only feel his body slipping out of control. In an instant, Beerus had pulled him closer. With his other hand transformed into a fist, Beerus struck downward, delivering a powerful blow to the top of Ji Yun's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The impact left Ji Yun dizzy, stars swirling before his eyes. His body plummeted like a bullet, crashing straight down. Chapter 63. Let me see what you are made of. Boom. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, creating a crater even larger than the one left by Goku's meteorite. Ji Yun lay profoundly buried underground. Ji Yun, on the cliff 100 meters away. Number 18 witnessed Ji Yun being struck to the ground, and a surge of fury ignited within her. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to charge forth and engage in a fierce battle with Beerus. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Whis struck the ground with the tip of his staff. Number 18 found herself immobilized, unable to move in the slightest. Do not act impulsively. Ji Yun is unharmed, Whis said calmly, observing number 18's anxious demeanor. However, the restraints binding her remained unyielding. Damn it, let me go, number 18 exclaimed, clearly disbelieving and visibly agitated, her body writhing in resistance. If you doubt my words, you may look for yourself, Whis replied coolly, gesturing towards the direction where Ji Yun had fallen. His perception of the situation was far more profound than that of an ordinary individual. Ji Yun appeared to have suffered a severe blow, and the situation seemed quite dire. However, he was aware that, in truth, Ji Yun was entirely unscathed. Indeed, Android 18 observed the direction pointed out by Weiss. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, a brilliant light began to flicker, illuminating the unfathomable abyss with an extraordinary brightness. Suddenly, the radiance surged skyward, halting midair, precisely at the location opposite Beerus. "Kid, you sure can take a hit," Beerus remarked in a nonchalant tone directed at the golden light. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated, revealing Ji Yun standing resolutely in midair. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's unscathed state, Android 18's heart gradually settled. On the other side, Ji Yun gazed at Beerus, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Truly worthy of Lord Beerus, it is the first time someone has left me in such a disheveled state. My crown still aches." Upon hearing this, Beerus, though impressed by Ji Yun's resilience, maintained a stoic expression. "Fear not, for what lies ahead shall be far more painful," he replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, his body transformed into a radiant purple light, hurtling forth with great speed, aimed directly at Ji Yun, who stood not far away. Ji Yun dared not to be careless. He summoned all his strength and resolutely began to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. In a short while, the sounds of collision in the sky resonated as one. Two beams of light, one purple and one yellow, trembled incessantly. Beerus's attacks were executed with a certain artistic flair, exuding an air of leisurely grace. In stark contrast, Ji Yun found himself struggling on the defensive end. Beerus moved with extraordinary speed, leaving Ji Yun often preoccupied with threats from the front, neglecting those from behind. And vice versa. After fending off one punch, he would frequently find himself struck by two more. "If you continue to fight like this, you might just perish," Beerus remarked nonchalantly after landing two punches on Ji Yun. Thud. Following his words, Ji Yun's face bore the marks of two bruises, and his eyelids began to swell. Beerus's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Though not fatal, the pain inflicted upon Ji Yun was nonetheless excruciating. "Damn it, this is sheer bullying." Ji Yun's expression was tinged with irritation, as though he had been provoked into a fit of anger. Upon reflection, since his arrival in this world, he could hardly recall a moment when he had endured such indignity. He was always the one delivering blows to others, who, in fact, dared to strike him so brazenly. "Drink this, tenfold king of world's fist." Ji Yun's expression was one of fury as he shouted loudly. A crimson blaze of wrath enveloped his entire being, and his presence surged tenfold in an instant. Beerus launched another punch towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning his passive defense. Instead, he retaliated with a forceful punch. Boom. The collision of fists resonated like the impact of two nuclear bombs. A violent explosion erupted in midair, and a searing fireball ignited the sky in a brilliant crimson hue. The dazzling brilliance even overshadowed the sun's fierce rays. "Perish!" Ji Yun let out a furious shout, and the crimson flames enveloping him flared even more brilliantly. The layer of yellow light within surged with ferocity. With a swift motion, a violet figure was sent hurtling backward, revealing itself to be Beerus, who had been exchanging blows with Ji Yun. Ji Yun did not afford him much room to breathe. With a pointed gesture towards his head, he initiated an instantaneous movement. Before Beerus could soar too far away, Ji Yun had been waiting behind him. His right leg resembled a crimson whip, striking fiercely against the violet hue. Crack! Beerus was propelled forward once more. At that moment, he felt a dull ache in his arm, and a burning pain began to radiate from his back. "This brat, he can still push himself further," Beerus gritted his teeth, speaking with a hint of discomfort. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he sensed a sharp kick to his backside. His body shot straight up toward the heavens. Da-da-da. Below, Ji Yun continuously unleashed waves of light. At this juncture, he too had to resort to the princely tactics. However, these rays of light were no ordinary waves. Ji Yun infused the destructive power within him into it. If an ordinary person were to come into contact, they would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Ji Yun ceased his assault, greedily inhaling the air around him. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring the sun's light. The scorching sun had vanished, leaving the entire scene resembling the depths of night. "Ha-ha, I never anticipated that this fellow possessed such skills," Weiss exclaimed with a radiant smile upon witnessing Ji Yun's recent display of power. The sudden surge had caught Beerus off guard. Who would have thought that the mighty god of destruction would find himself at a disadvantage against a mere human? Weiss, reveling in the spectacle, remarked on the irony. As Beerus's mentor, he was well aware of his pupil's prowess. Ji Yun's recent display of strength was merely about 60% of Beerus's full capabilities. Even with the destruction energy, It was insufficient to vanquish Beerus. However, to see Beerus in such a predicament was quite satisfying. After all, having trained him for so long, it would be unworthy of the title God of Destruction if he were to perish so easily. Simultaneously, Whice's admiration for Ji Yun grew. With proper guidance, it was only a matter of time before Ji Yun surpassed Beerus. The possibility of even surpassing Whice himself was not out of the question, potentially reaching even higher realms of existence. A gleam of brilliance sparkled in Whice's eyes, as if he could foresee Ji Yun's future accomplishments. Is this truly the extent of Ji Yun's power? Number 18 gazed at Ji Yun in astonishment, utterly captivated by his terrifying strength. She found it difficult to comprehend whether the one she admired was indeed human or a demon masquerading as one, for this power transcended her understanding of humanity. Amidst the battlefield suspended in midair, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The breathing of the season has gradually returned to normal. Subsequently, I raised my head to gaze at the vast sky and called out loudly, "Lord Beerus, are you not coming down yet? It matters not. You have already reduced me to this state. Allow me to see what you currently look like." Chapter 64, The Continuing Enhancement of Strength. Ji Yun gazed at the vast expanse of the sky. His bruised and battered visage elicited a sense of amusement. "Damn little brat." Beerus gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he spoke with a fierce intensity. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His once pristine skin was now marred with dirt and multiple abrasions. He was, after all, a formidable god of destruction. Like Ji Yun, he had always been the one to deliver punishment to others. Who dared to reduce him to such a state? Initially, he intended to teach Ji Yun a lesson, but unexpectedly found himself on the receiving end of a lesson instead. The more Beerus pondered this, the angrier he became. Whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning struck down before Ji Yun once more. "Kid, let's see if I can render you incapable of self-sufficiency today. As for this god of destruction, I shall bestow it upon you." In front of Ji Yun, Beerus's expression finally shifted, abandoning his previous calm demeanor for one of profound rage. Let us see if Lord Beerus possesses the skill to accomplish that." Ji Yun smiled serenely. The two swiftly shifted to an offensive stance. Ji Yun had indeed returned to his former demeanor of calmness and composure. "That sharp-tongued lad is courting death," Beerus exclaimed with fury. In almost an instant, there was no discernible change in Beerus's exterior. However, the energy within him surged to several higher levels. The next moment, he charged directly at Ji Yun. How swift! Ji Yun was taken aback by Beerus's astonishing speed. As he observed the god of destruction charging towards him, he swiftly assumed a defensive stance. In an instant, the two engaged once more. The air was thick with an intense heat, yet neither could catch even a glimpse of the other's afterimage. At this moment, the disparity between them became increasingly apparent. Ji Yun, who had previously been able to hold his own against Beerus, was now swiftly subdued. A resounding collision echoed through the skies as one of Beerus's fists struck Ji Yun squarely in the chest, unleashing an excruciating pain that pierced his very soul. Ji Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. A luminous orb began to form in his hand. Without taking much aim, he hurled it towards Beerus. Boom! Beerus did not flinch, allowing the orb to explode upon him, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Ji Yun swiftly stepped back a few paces. Well, Ji Yun felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. The transformation into a Super Saiyan faded away, leaving him enveloped only in a layer of crimson aura from the Kaioken technique. Ji Yun clutched his chest. His expression contorted in agony. It felt as though his internal organs had been shattered, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Clearly, Beerus had moderated his strength. Otherwise, that blow would have surely claimed Ji Yun's life. "Can you still fight, kid? I have yet to enjoy myself." Beerus, witnessing Ji Yun's severe injury, felt a surge of satisfaction within. This single strike was sufficient to obliterate galaxies. In this universe, few could withstand such power. While he reveled in this moment, Beerus could not help but marvel at Ji Yun's remarkable physical resilience. "It's still too early." Ji Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke in a feeble tone. Subsequently, he took out a celestial bean and placed it into his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed it without much chewing, crushing it directly. The scars on Ji Yun's body have completely healed, and the pain within has vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Ji Yun felt a terrifying power burgeoning from within. Remarkable! This power is truly astonishing. It seems that battling with Beerus was not entirely a misfortune. Ji Yun's expression was one of intense excitement as he tightly clasped his hands, reveling in the surging power within him. What is happening? What has this fellow consumed? How has his injury healed so quickly? Beerus remarked with astonishment, Gazing at Ji Yun, who had returned to his former state, his eyes filled with disbelief. The punch I delivered, even if it did not claim his life, should have left him gravely wounded. How is it that he seems unscathed as if nothing had transpired? On the other side of the battlefield, Whis mused with a faint smile, observing that Ji Yun possessed quite a few valuable items. Although standing at a distance, he had witnessed Ji Yun consuming a healing bean. Android 18, seeing Ji Yun once again evade peril, felt her heart plummet before rising once more. Akin to a roller coaster ride, oscillating between fear and relief. This is remarkable. Not only has he recovered from his injuries, but the energy within him has also experienced a tremendous enhancement. Lord Beerus, if you do not resolve this battle swiftly, you may find yourself in a predicament. Whis contemplated silently, a smile growing ever more pronounced on his face as he watched the two combatants from afar. In the skies above the battlefield, Beerus stated confidently, "No matter what you have consumed, it will be of no consequence in the face of absolute power." Yet, within his heart, he began to regard Ji Yun with increasing seriousness, sensing a significant exponential increase in the energy emanating from him. Is that so? Lord Beerus, let us see what unfolds. Ji Yun fixed his gaze intently on Beerus, confidently proclaiming his thoughts, a spark of excitement flickering within him. If this continued, perhaps with a few more encounters, he might just surpass Beerus in one fell swoop. Humph, what an arrogant little brat. Beerus scoffed, and as his words resonated, his form suddenly shot forth. The surrounding space warped instantaneously, and he vanished without a trace. As Ji Yun observed Beerus making his move, the energy within his body began to coalesce once more. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, the form of the Super Saiyan was awakened anew. With the surge of power, Beerus's figure became strikingly distinct in an instant. He unleashed a punch, this time with a force magnitudes greater than before. Ji Yun boldly confronted the formidable force of Beerus's fist. Bang! A powerful shockwave radiated outward. The majestic mountains, with their countless peaks and valleys, collapsed in that singular moment. The very ground descended by a full 3 feet. The battle raged on, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of their fists danced like the wind, causing the fragile space around them to fracture in innumerable places. Their clash resonated with cataclysmic intensity. The confrontation persisted for approximately 5 minutes, with Beerus's onslaught showing no signs of abating. His energy amassed without limit, only growing more potent with each passing moment. Ji Yun has slowed down, having just acquired newfound strength that he has yet to fully master, only to be thrust into an intense battle. His body is continuously besieged by the backlash of energy, teetering on the brink of instantaneous collapse. Chapter 65, The Great Battle finally concludes. It is unbearable. His body is on the verge of giving in. This surge of power remains elusive, still beyond his complete adaptation. Ji Yun gritted his teeth. What had once been an evenly matched battle had now shifted as Beerus continuously elevated his energy, rendering Ji Yun increasingly passive. It seemed he had no choice but to consume another Senza bean. Ji Yun evaded the formidable assault of Beerus, retrieving a Senza bean in preparation for a surge of power. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, Beerus caught sight of the bean once more, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Without granting any opportunity, he unleashed the full extent of his might. A tremendous aura surged forth, instantly overwhelming Ji Yun, rendering his body immobile. With a resounding crash, Beerus delivered a punch, sending forth a devastating purple beam that sliced through the air towards Ji Yun with astonishing speed. Before Ji Yun could react, the celestial beam in his hand had yet to reach his lips when his body was pierced by a violet ray. It was over. Beerus observed Ji Yun's punctured form and spoke with an air of indifference. Consequently, the celestial beam slipped from Ji Yun's grasp and fell to the ground. The surrounding crimson flames extinguished, the explosive muscles on his body dissipated, and his hair reverted to its original black hue. Ji Yun had completely lost his combat prowess. Unable to harness his energy, he plummeted from the heights, his body crashing heavily onto the uneven ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his consciousness began to fade slowly. The scenes before his eyes grew increasingly blurred. Ji Yun. Ji Yun. At last, an urgent voice reached his ears, a hazy figure cradling his unconscious form. Accompanied by a slight shaking, Ji Yun's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to complete oblivion. Lord Beerus, it seems the duration of the battle has extended somewhat, Whis remarked, having appeared beside Beerus with a teasing tone. Humph. I merely wish to indulge him a bit longer. If I had unleashed my full power from the outset, it would have lost its charm, Beerus replied coolly. His calm demeanor contrasted starkly with his battered appearance. Indeed, Lord Beerus speaks wisely. Now, what is your assessment of Ji Yun's abilities? Whis inquired, gazing at Beerus with a serene smile. Beerus regarded Whis, whose face was adorned with a grin, feeling a sense of irritation as if he were being mocked. Ah. He is passable. Just SOSO, Beerus stated dismissively. Even in his current state of disarray, he endeavored to uphold the dignity befitting a god of destruction. Whis nodded with amusement before gradually approaching Ji Yun's location. At that moment, Android 18 was cradling the now motionless Ji Yun, weeping inconsolably. Upon noticing Whis advancing towards her, she shouted without restraint, "Get away. He is already dead. What more do you want from us?" Whis, undeterred by Android 18's words, continued on his path. "My dear girl, do not grieve excessively. He is not dead yet," Whis said with a smile as he reached her side. Android 18 paused, momentarily taken aback by his statement, her face soon contorting with rage. "He has no breath left, and you still dare to deceive me. Don't think that just because I can't defeat you, I want to stand up to you," she retorted, her teeth clenched. Logically, she ought not to be so agitated. Yet witnessing Ji Yun's lifeless state made her feel as though her world was collapsing. Whis shook his head in resignation, then tapped his staff against the ground. A wondrous energy began to swirl around Ji Yun's body. After a brief span of several seconds, Ji Yun, devoid of vitality, suddenly flickered as his eyelids twitched. A faint sound of breath emerged from his mouth and nose. "Now, you should believe my words," Whis remarked. With a serene smile, Whis remarked, "Though Beerus's recent assault was indeed lethal, it poses no mortal threat to a formidable being like Ji Yun, provided that proper medical attention is administered." Ji Yun was not entirely devoid of breath. Rather, his presence was merely faint, so subtle that the ordinary person would fail to perceive it. Thus, he appeared lifeless. 18. Cradling Ji Yun in her arms, sensed the faint breath emanating from his mouth and nose, which somewhat alleviated her heart's despair. "Little girl, step aside. We must take him away now," Whis said to the tranquil 18 with a smile. A sudden tension gripped 18's heart as she regarded Whis warily. Her voice tinged with resistance. "What do you intend to do? Ji Yun cannot accompany you." Whis found himself at a loss, confronted by 18's stubbornness. Unlike the barbaric Beerus, he would not resort to force against a young girl. "Do you wish to perish?" Beerus appeared beside 18, his voice cold and unyielding. 18 was startled by Beerus's sudden emergence, yet she remained defiant. "Even if it means death, I will not allow you to take Ji Yun away. Unless, of course, you take me with you." 18's insistence was rooted in her understanding. She had overheard their conversation with Ji Yun, wherein it was mentioned that he was to be trained as the next god of destruction, although she was unfamiliar with the concept. The brutal treatment he had received did not seem indicative of any form of training. By their methods, even 10 Ji Yuns would not suffice for their purposes. As Ji Yun lay unconscious, she resolved to remain steadfast and unyielding. "It seems you are destined to die," Beerus remarked coolly, his tone laced with chilling malice as a purple energy sphere expanded in his hand. "Whis, take this child and leave. I intend to obliterate this planet." Beerus's gaze was indifferent. Having already wasted considerable time, he had no desire to linger on this planet that had brought him disgrace. 18 clutched Ji Yun tightly, refusing to let go under any circumstances. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment," Whis interjected, furrowing his brow to halt Beerus's actions. "What is it, Whis? As the god of destruction, am I not allowed to make my own decisions?" Beerus questioned, his expression revealing discontent. Nevertheless, the energy sphere in his hand dissipated. For Whis's words carried weight. The young girl was clearly concerned for Ji Yun's safety. Observing their interaction, Whis inquired, "Are you two lovers?" 18's cheeks flushed slightly at his question, and she slowly shook her head. "Huh?" This was taken aback by number 18's denial, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Were they not a couple? That seemed implausible. Their relationship could not be merely platonic. Moreover, they bore no resemblance to siblings. Could it be a marriage? Tentatively, Vis pressed on with his inquiry. The blush on number 18's face deepened, as she had not anticipated such a question from him. However, upon reflection, the notion of being married did not seem so bad after all. Thus, she shyly nodded in acknowledgement, internally chiding herself for her own audacity. Chapter 66. I don't know. Upon witnessing number 18's bashful admission, Vis merely nodded in response. "Vis, why are you asking this? Just take the girl away already," Beerus inquired, scratching his nose. Vis, hearing Beerus's remark, responded with a hint of disdain. "Lord Beerus, a deity who has been single for eons, clearly lacks an understanding of the exquisite nature of love. Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? As if you possess any greater understanding. I have yet to see you impart any wisdom to me. Beerus felt a twinge of indignation, continuing. What is the use of love? Can it be consumed? How does one partake? Is it even palatable? Vis shook his head in resignation, seemingly disinclined to elaborate on the matter. Very well, young lady. I concur with your request. If Ji-Yun awakens to find you absent, he is unlikely to feel at ease, Vis stated with a smile, exhibiting a remarkable sense of understanding, a stark contrast to Beerus. Hey Vis, I am the god of destruction. You cannot unilaterally decide this. Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that Whis had begun to overlook his presence, treating the young one as if he were the true god of destruction. Whis, however, merely chuckled behind his hand, then waved his staff in the air, and in an instant, the four of them vanished without a trace. On Earth, a full day had elapsed. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta were searching the vicinity of the recent battle for the whereabouts of Goku, Ji-Yun, and Android 18. They had sensed that a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. Yet as they approached the area, it seemed they were isolated by a barrier, no matter how much strength or technique they employed. They could not breach this barrier to enter the zone. After an indeterminate period, the barrier finally dissipated and they rushed in, only to find the scene littered with shattered terrain, devoid of any sign of Goku, Ji-Yun, or Android 18. After a prolonged search, they ultimately unearthed a gravely injured Goku from a deep pit. However, there was still no trace of Ji-Yun and Android 18. Following further fruitless searches, the group had no choice but to retreat, carrying Goku back with them to glean the events that had transpired from him. On the following morning at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors of Earth gathered around the gradually awakening Goku. Krillin swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his bag and offered it to Goku, who was in a state of extreme weakness but managed to consume the bean with great effort. Instantly revitalized, Goku sprang from the bed, brimming with vitality. Where are Goku and Ji-Yun? Wasn't Ji-Yun with you? Where is he? Bulma rushed forward, her expression filled with excitement. Ji-Yun searched throughout the entire night without any leads. She was deeply concerned for Ji-Yun's safety. I'm sorry, Bulma, I don't know, Goku said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Prior to this, he had been bested by an adversary, leaving him unaware of the subsequent events. What about Android 18? She should be with you. Where is she now? Inquired Android 16. Now fully restored, eagerly seeking information about 18's whereabouts. I'm sorry, I don't know either, Goku replied apologetically, gazing at 16. He could only recall the fierce battle and his crushing defeat. Beyond that, he truly had no knowledge. Who was it that defeated you so thoroughly? Kakarot. You must know that, Vegeta asked, arms crossed, with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Vegeta's query, Goku strained to remember. It seemed Ji-Yun had mentioned the opponent, but at that moment, he was at a loss. I'm sorry, I forgot, Goku sheepishly said, rubbing the back of his head. The others nearly collapsed in disbelief at Goku's response. Goku, what do you know? Please, enlighten us. Bulma, feeling a whirlwind of confusion, strove to maintain her composure, hoping to extract some useful information from Goku. Well, at that time, Ji-Yun, Android 18, and I went to. Goku began to recount, but much of it revolved around the initial sparring sessions with Ji-Yun. With animated gestures, he described their epic clash, painting a picture of a monumental battle. The audience, upon hearing such irrelevant details, felt a surge of frustration, yet they endured and listened intently as Goku continued. In the end, I activated the Kaioken ×5 while in Super Saiyan form. That power, I still remember vividly. The more Goku spoke, the more animated he became, his words spilling forth with excitement as he recounted how he had sent Ji-Yun flying with a punch. Pride evident in his demeanor as if he had achieved something truly remarkable. He even echoed Ji-Yun's praises of him. Having shared this, Goku took a breath, poised to continue, when his gaze seemed to drift, as if a thought had struck him. What's wrong, Goku? Have you remembered something? Bulma whispered softly. Though her heart was in turmoil, she dared not urge him, fearing that Goku might suffer another lapse and forget what he had just recalled. Goku slowly nodded in affirmation, the excitement on his face ebbing away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, two figures appeared suddenly, their presence utterly undetectable. Had it not been for Ji-Yun's timely observation, I would have remained oblivious. As he recounted this, Goku's expression grew more somber. That individual merely used a single finger. Goku continued in a hushed tone, extending a finger to illustrate his point vividly. With just that one flick, I lost my ability to fight. Had you not detected it in time, I might have perished. Upon hearing Goku's account, everyone present gasped in astonishment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting an unparalleled shock. A mere finger, a simple flick. Their doubts did not pertain to the veracity of his words, but rather to the possibility that Goku's mind had been damaged. I recalled Ji-Yun mentioning their names, yet I had forgotten them. I only remembered that Ji-Yun had alluded to terms like God of Destruction and Angel. Goku pondered for a moment before uttering the names Beerus and Whis. Confusion flickered across the faces of those present. Only Vegeta. Upon hearing the words God of Destruction, felt a sudden jolt within him, his eyes gradually filling with trepidation. God of Destruction. Beerus. Vegeta's voice trembled slightly as he murmured the name. Chapter 67. News from King Kai of the North. Vegeta's voice was barely audible, yet everyone present heard it distinctly. Almost all gazes converged upon him. Yet, Vegeta remained silent for a time, his eyes betraying an unfathomable fear. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku seemed inspired. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he spoke rapidly. Yes, Ji-Yun had indeed mentioned this name. There is no doubt about it. Goku asserted passionately, thumping his chest to assure everyone. God of Destruction. Beerus? Who is this being? Vegeta, if you know, please, speak up. Do not leave us in suspense, Bulma implored anxiously. However, upon witnessing the terror etched upon Vegeta's visage, her heart was seized with concern for Chi-Yun. She could not bear the thought of the unborn child growing up without a father. Everyone directed their curious gazes towards Vegeta, and the vast surroundings fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of anxious breaths. Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, was an entity not to be trifled with. At last, Vegeta began to move his lips, offering a slow explanation, his thoughts drifting back to decades past. In truth, I do not possess extensive knowledge about Lord Beerus. It was only after Kakarot mentioned that title that I unearthed memories buried deep within. In those days, he simply had to point in the air, and I, as a mere child, lost all fighting spirit. Vegeta trembled as he continued his explanation. Yet he only touched upon Beerus's terrifying nature, omitting many details. For instance, his father had knelt on the ground, trampled under Beerus's foot, merely due to a pillow. Vegeta had watched from the shadows, overwhelmed by the scene, and when he could no longer bear it, he rushed forward, only to be subdued by a single gesture from Beerus. Is he truly that formidable? Krillin inquired nervously, for in Vegeta's proud demeanor, he discerned an uncharacteristic fear. I initially believed that my youth had rendered me inferior at that time, yet the recent events surrounding Kakarot have unveiled the truth. No matter how strong I become, I remain worlds apart from him. Vegeta lamented, his burden evident. That encounter with Beerus undoubtedly cast a long shadow over his childhood. They had long been under Frisia's dominion. Yet all Saiyans united, including his father, held a belief that one day they could topple that colossal tyrant. However, when faced with Beerus, the mighty Prince Vegeta had knelt like a dog, praying for mercy, devoid of any thought of resistance. Could it be that Chi-Yun is in peril now? Bulma gasped, her breath quickening. After hearing Vegeta's account, she felt a foreboding sense of dread regarding Chi-Yun's fate. Bulma, do not fret. Chi-Yun will surely be safe, Vegeta reassured her. Wukong discerned the anxious demeanor of Bulma and sought to reassure her. However, the more he tried, the more Bulma's heart raced with worry. She genuinely feared for Ji-Yun's safety, and upon this realization, tears began to flow as she covered her face. Wukong found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. The others, witnessing this scene, fell into a heavy silence, beginning to silently pray for Ji-Yun. Wukong, can you hear me? Just as Wukong was grappling with his thoughts, the voice of the North Kai unexpectedly reached his ears. It is indeed the Kai Lord. How could I have almost forgotten you? I have something I wish to inquire. Wukong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Upon hearing Wukong mention the Kai Lord, the others suddenly perked up, even Bulma ceased her sobbing, turning her gaze toward him. Perhaps the Kai Lord knew Ji-Yun's whereabouts. Be quiet and listen to me. The Kai Lord, breaking from his usual solemnity, rudely interrupted Wukong's inquiry. All right, please proceed, Wukong replied, intimidated by the Kai Lord's stern tone. And he fell silent to hear what the Kai Lord had to say. Did Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, come to Earth? The Kai Lord inquired gravely, his voice imbued with respect for Beerus. Wow, as expected of the Kai Lord, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, Lord Beerus has visited Earth. Wukong admitted candidly in response to the Kai Lord's question. Stop with the flattery. Tell me, who dared to provoke Lord Beerus? The Kai Lord roared. Do you not realize how furious Lord Beerus is? He chastised us of the North Galaxy for being barbaric and rude. When he returns, it will mark the day of destruction for the entire North Galaxy. The Kai Lord bellowed from the other end, his two antennae standing upright. Clearly aware of the events transpiring on Earth, Wukong appeared particularly innocent, enduring the Kai Lord's tirade for a solid 20 minutes. It seemed the Kai Lord had finally exhausted himself, taking deep breaths as his round head flushed with anger. Once the Kai Lord paused his roaring, Wukong tentatively spoke up. Kai Lord, isn't Lord Beerus a bit too sensitive? I hadn't even had the chance to strike back before being sent flying. At that moment, Wukong felt particularly wronged. Not only had he been struck, but he was now being scolded. Look at the mess this has caused. You fool, be silent. Do not speak ill of Lord Beerus. And I was referring to Ji Yun. That young man dared to injure Lord Beerus. This is a grave offense. The individual has already been taken away, and we shall await the specifics of the punishment. Upon hearing Goku audaciously remark that Beerus is petty, the Kai of the North hastily intervened, reprimanding him. As the Kai of the North Galaxy, although he had never met Ji Yun face to face, he had heard whispers of Ji Yun's remarkable deeds. From this perspective, the North Kai felt an immense pride. Occasionally, during gatherings with other Kais, he would boast about Ji Yun, declaring, "Look, this is the talent emerging from my North Galaxy." However, following this incident, the North Kai's admiration for Ji Yun significantly waned, and he now harbored a profound disdain. He even felt a twinge of frustration, having engaged in battle. Why did Ji Yun not strive harder? Why not simply eliminate Beerus? That way, he would no longer have to live in fear. Naturally, such thoughts were kept to himself. He dared not voice them aloud. This. Ji Yun is truly formidable, Goku exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. A being as powerful as Beerus could be injured by Ji Yun. Indeed, he is terrifyingly strong. Chapter 68. All fabricated tales begin. You seem quite pleased. I advise you to prepare for the worst. Perhaps one day, Lord Beerus will come knocking. The Kai scoffed, unceremoniously reminding him. What is going on in Goku's mind? He has offended a god of destruction yet remains utterly unafraid. So, how will Ji Yun be dealt with in the future? Goku asked with a hint of concern. As a friend, he naturally wished to shield Ji Yun from any harm, especially since this predicament was initiated by him. Ji Yun had explicitly stated not to engage, yet he had recklessly stepped forward to challenge. There was certainly a degree of responsibility on his part. I mentioned awaiting the proceedings. How should I know? Rest assured, once the outcome is determined, you shall be informed beforehand, the Kai replied curtly. His ire had mostly dissipated, yet he was still troubled about Ji Yun's future. What a remarkable young man. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression turned peculiar. The phrase "you shall be informed" sounded eerily reminiscent of awaiting news of a deceased's remains. Well, I have finished discussing my affairs. If you have anything else to say, do so quickly. I am on the verge of losing my temper. The Kai suddenly recalled that Goku had additional matters to address, and he impatiently inquired. Oh, I have nothing more, Kai. I am fine. Upon hearing the King of the Universe inquiring after him, Wukong promptly assured that he had no issues at present. Initially, he merely sought to inquire about the whereabouts of Ji Yun. Now that everything was clear, there were indeed no concerns. Humph. After receiving Wukong's response, the King of the Universe let out a cold huff and severed the connection. At that moment, on North King Star, the King of the Universe gazed up at the sky, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within his heart. The words he had just spoken were merely a reiteration of what Whis had conveyed to him. When the King of the Universe first heard this news, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had never anticipated that within his jurisdiction, so many events would transpire. Now, to make matters worse, a god of destruction had been bested. All he could do was hope that Ji Yun would undergo a transformation under the god of destruction's tutelage and emerge anew. Of course, Whis had not divulged the complete truth to the king here. The matter of Ji Yun becoming an apprentice destroyer was not elaborated upon. Instead, a casual narrative was fabricated to appease the king of the North Galaxy. After all, he is the overseer of the Northern Galaxy, and it was only appropriate to offer a preliminary notice, clarifying the circumstances surrounding Ji Yun. Little did anyone anticipate that this mere concoction would lead the king of the North to live in a state of anxiety for several decades. Meanwhile, on Earth, after Goku concluded his conversation with the king, a chorus of inquiries erupted among everyone present, with no exception as they clamored to know what the king had said. How is Ji Yun doing now? Everyone, please do not panic. Ji Yun is currently safe. He has merely been taken away by Lord Beerus, Goku slowly addressed the crowd. Upon hearing that Chi Yun was unharmed, everyone exhaled in relief. As long as he is safe, that is what matters. Yet, Bulma's anxious expression remained unchanged. Goku, what do you mean by currently safe? Furthermore, what do you mean by how Chi Yun will be dealt with in the future? Bulma asked with concern. Those words clearly indicated to her that this matter was far from simple. Goku scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Especially knowing that Bulma was pregnant. He certainly could not say, just wait for the notification, prepare to collect Chi Yun's remains. If he uttered that, what would happen? Nonetheless, that was how Goku interpreted the situation. After all, Chi Yun had injured Lord Beerus, and there must be an explanation for that. However, do not worry too much. Lord Ko stated that as long as Chi Yun remains with Lord Beerus for a few days until tempers cool, he will surely be returned. Goku chuckled awkwardly, his eyes filled with sincerity. At this point, he could only fabricate a story to distract from the matter at hand. This was the first time in his life he had told a fib with such earnestness. If that is the case, then I shall rest easy. Bulma sighed deeply. The weight in her heart finally lifted. She now fully believed Goku's words. As long as they patiently waited for a few days, everything would resolve itself. Yet, Bulma did not anticipate that this wait would span an eternity. Wait, Kakarot. Did you just say that Chi Yun injured Beerus? Vegeta could hardly believe his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Injured Beerus? What kind of dream is that? Indeed, Vegeta. That is precisely what Lord Ko informed me. While I know Chi Yun is strong, I never anticipated he would be capable of injuring such a formidable being. Moreover, he is still alive, truly unbelievable. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Clearly, Chi Yun's strength had once again astounded him. This cannot be. That guy. Vegeta felt a surge of disbelief. He suddenly realized something. Catching up to Chi Yun? That would likely be an impossibility in his lifetime. The crowd paid little heed to the bewildered Vegeta. Their spirits lifted in joyous celebration for Chi Yun's safety. At that moment, the usually silent android 16 took a step forward and, breaking his silence, inquired of Goku, what has become of android 18? It was only upon hearing 16's question that the others began to realize their oversight. Indeed, what of android 18? In their preoccupation with Chi Yun's well-being, they had completely forgotten about another individual whose whereabouts remained unknown. Goku, too, seemed to awaken from his stupor, evidently having neglected this matter. I forgot to ask, he admitted, a hint of sheepishness creeping into his expression. Upon hearing Goku's reply, 16's anthropomorphic visage furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Goku's response. Goku lowered his head in slight embarrassment, recalling that just moments earlier, the King Kai had inquired if there were any matters of concern, and he had completely overlooked android 18's situation. Although 16 felt dissatisfaction, he refrained from expressing it, understanding that Goku had not acted with malice. Furthermore, Goku had graciously brought him here for repairs, which warranted gratitude rather than resentment. It's all right, no need for concern. The Dragon Balls will soon be operational. If we cannot locate her, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and inquire, Bulma suggested to 16. With the assurance of Chi Yun's safety, her spirits lifted as well. Thank you very much. 16 responded humbly, bowing his head in appreciation towards Bulma. Thus, matters on Earth appeared to reach a temporary resolution. Chapter 69, Truly My Teacher Where am I? Chi Yun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, whispering to himself. As he surveyed his environment, a charming visage framed by golden hair caught his attention. Chi Yun, how wonderful! You have finally awakened, exclaimed the individual, who was none other than number 18, her delight evident as she observed Chi Yun's revival. As Chi Yun beheld the visage of number 18, his eyes instinctively opened a fraction wider. Lying upon the verdant grass, his body involuntarily yearned to rise. Allow me to assist you, number 18 exclaimed, hastening to support him as Chi Yun attempted to rise. Chi Yun slowly rose to her feet. Yet the pain coursing through her body remained profoundly etched in her memory. A gaping wound at the center of her torso had ceased to bleed, and her tattered garments were stained with blood. Number 18 noticed the anguish etched upon Chi Yun's face, prompting a slight softening in her movements. At last, after enduring the excruciating sensation, Chi Yun managed to sit upright. Once upright, her trembling hands frantically searched at her waist. Where are the celestial beans? Chi Yun pondered in confusion, recalling that his celestial beans were indeed hanging at his waist. Could it be that they had been lost? What are you searching for? I can assist you. 18 observed Chi Yun as he rummaged frantically, undoubtedly in pursuit of something of great significance. At that moment, a transcendent voice resonated. He must have found what he seeks. Weiss remarked with a faint smile, gracefully lifting off the ground and floating towards Ji-yun. Concurrently, a burlap pouch hovered in midair. Ji-yun's injuries have yet to heal, and his vision remains somewhat blurred. Nevertheless, he immediately recognized the bag disguised as a divine being pouch. Instantly, he nodded vigorously. Hiki. Vis smiled indifferently, gently waving the staff in his hand. The string tied around the pouch seemed to come alive, effortlessly untying itself. A green bean floated out from the pouch, gracefully drifting before Ji-yun. Ji-yun spoke no further and swiftly grasped the celestial bean, placing it into his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. The divine bean was swallowed, and the injuries on his body began to mend. Within him, vitality surged anew. The pallor of Ji-yun's illness vanished without a trace. Instantly, he stood up vibrant and full of life. The energy within his body surged significantly. Thank you, Lord Weiss. Ji-yun clasped his fists in gratitude towards Weiss. Although it was they who had brought him to this place, they had ultimately saved his life. Thus, expressing his thanks was essential. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Weiss chuckled and shook his head. He addressed Ji-yun in a gentle tone, saying, Do not refer to me as Lord. Simply calling me by my name suffices. You are now an apprentice destroyer god. Here, apart from Lord Beerus, you hold the highest status. Of course, should you inherit the position of destroyer god in the future, I shall have to change my address and call you Lord Ji-yun. As Ji-yun listened to Weiss's words, he slowly nodded in agreement. This arrangement suited him well, for he was not fond of addressing others with the formalities of sir or madam, as it felt rather distant. However, this particular item could not be entrusted to you just yet. I wish to study it further, perhaps in the future. I may be able to cultivate a portion of it. Weiss gestured towards the celestial being that floated before him. His curiosity piqued immensely. He had not anticipated discovering such wondrous phenomena on Earth. Ah, no problem at all. Feel free to take as much time as you need for your research. Ji-yun replied with a cheerful smile on her face. However, a sense of frustration began to brew within her. Here, in your territory. How could I dare to speak otherwise? Nonetheless, the ambience here is rather pleasant. Beerus truly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. Ji-yun regained his spirits and began to appreciate the scenery around him. The azure sky blurred the lines between day and night. The countless stars scattered across the heavens resembled exquisite and enigmatic crystal beads. Vibrant, colossal planets adorned the celestial canvas, appearing so close to Earth that one could almost reach out and touch them. The breathtaking sea of flowers, ablaze with myriad colors, filled the heart with joy. The intoxicating fragrance of blossoms enveloped him, making the surroundings feel like a paradise on Earth. Observing Ji-yun entranced by the breathtaking landscape, Weiss smiled and inquired, Isn't it delightful here? There is no more comfortable environment in the entire universe. Ji-yun's heart was once again drawn back to reality. Upon hearing Weissi's words, she unconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite true. Yun sincerely praised, and in his heart, he contemplated that if a few more women were to arrive and bear several children, it would indeed be a splendid choice to spend his twilight years here. Ah. By the way, where is Lord Beerus? Curious, Ji-yun inquired. Wasn't there a mission to destroy a planet? Did he undertake it alone? Lord Beerus is currently slumbering. Weiss replied with a smile. He intends to make up for the sleep he has missed during this period. When he awakens, it is likely that he will require a decade or more to fully recuperate. A subtle thrill coursed through Ji-yun's heart. She then cautiously inquired, Was it not mentioned that Lord Beerus had a task to attend to? Is it no longer to be pursued? Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Weiss offered a gentle smile. But there is still you, is there not? Henceforth, these responsibilities shall be entrusted to you, Weiss explained with a serene demeanor. Ah. Ji-yun found it both amusing and exasperating. How could this be? To summon someone, and then abandon the matter without a second thought? Was there still time to rectify this? Ji-yun felt an overwhelming reluctance. At the very least, this should allow one to acclimatize to the work environment before commencing duties. It is quite unusual to be thrust into a role immediately after an interview. However, there is still time. The task of clearing those planets is inherently gradual. The only issue is that Lord Beerus is rather indolent and prefers not to rise frequently. Hence, every time he awakens, he resolves everything in one fell swoop. Now that you have arrived, this particular assignment shall not continue. From now on, everything will be entrusted to you. Weiss elucidated slowly. The duties of a god of destruction are rather leisurely, and there is no need to fret about insufficient time. Ji-yun felt a profound sense of admiration. So, what must I do now? Prepare to embark on my journey and fulfill the remaining tasks? Ji-yun shook her head, a hint of discomfort evident as she spoke. Not just yet. There is still ample time, and there is no need to rush. We can address it together during our next work session. Weiss replied with a smile, speaking in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only right. One should not rush in their work. As the saying goes, tomorrow and tomorrow, there are countless tomorrows. Since there are so many, why not delay a little longer? After articulating this, Viz continued, today. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tomorrow, I shall begin to guide you in your cultivation. At the mention of cultivation, Ji-Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were the case, this journey would indeed be worthwhile. After all, receiving cultivation guidance from Viz, the teacher of the god of destruction, could propel his skills to unimaginable heights. Furthermore, arrangements for rest have already been made. You and your spouse will reside in the designated quarters. Viz gestured towards a courtyard ahead and, having spoken, floated away effortlessly, leaving Ji-Yun in a state of bewilderment and the lovely number 18 blushing. Couple? Viz truly possesses keen insight. Filled with joy, Ji-Yun could not help but utter a curse. Truly, his future mentor had seen through his thoughts. Clearly, he believed that this was Weiss creating an opportunity for him. Chapter 70. What is amiss? Do not hesitate to speak. The following morning, Ji-Yun stepped out with renewed vigor, evidently having enjoyed a splendid night. With everything clarified, he felt no need to hold back. The 18th showed no particular resistance either. Thus, they casually yet formally established their relationship. Good morning, Ji-Yun. Weiss greeted him politely upon seeing him. Good morning, Weiss. Ji-Yun politely responded. Today marks the beginning of a new journey of cultivation. Deep within his heart, there lingered a trace of anticipation. Why has the 18th accompanied you? Viz inquired with curiosity. Ji-Yun smiled mysteriously and then calmly remarked, as for her, she has yet to rise. Weiss paused momentarily, then grasped Ji-Yun's implication, subsequently offering me a knowing glance. Young man, one must exercise restraint, Weiss stated with a touch of nonchalance. Upon hearing Viz's words, Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. To be honest, it is indeed time to exercise some restraint. Last night, I nearly toiled throughout the entire night. Although my mental state remains quite satisfactory, there is a lingering sensation of discomfort in my lower back. I am now aware of how we should approach our training today. With a beaming smile, Ji-Yun gazed at Weiss and inquired with curiosity. Noticing Ji-Yun's eagerness, Weiss refrained from indulging in excessive chatter. Today, you shall practice how to wield the power of destruction. When you battled Lord Beerus previously, you managed to rudimentarily harness a portion of this strength. However, that is far from sufficient. The prerequisite for becoming a god of destruction is the ability to wield this power with ease, Weiss stated calmly to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun slightly nodded, indicating his understanding. At this moment, his own strength no longer required further elaboration. After recovering from his injuries, even if he were to engage in battle with Beerus once more, while he could not claim victory, he would certainly not find himself in the same dire predicament as before. Very well. So how shall I proceed with my training, Weiss? Ji-Yun inquired earnestly. Having come to regard Weiss as a mentor and a friend, it would be splendid to learn more in this place, especially considering that this individual possesses the remarkable ability to defeat Beerus with a single strike. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Weiss gently shook his head and replied, This is something you must discover for yourself. It requires your own intuition. Even as angels, we cannot fathom the mysteries of this destructive power. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. After all the commotion, it turns out that he still had to rely on himself. So, to what extent must one practice in order to master it effortlessly? Ji-Yun inquired once more. Weiss had indeed spoken wisely during his battle with Beerus. He had indeed employed a portion of the destructive power. However, that was not the full extent of his capabilities. In truth, he had completely mastered the destructive force, albeit in a somewhat imperfect form. Weiss furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. He then pointed towards the immense planet in the sky. Do you see that celestial body? Do not utilize any other powers. Simply employ the destructive energy within you to obliterate it. Thus, you will have begun to wield the destructive force with some degree of mastery, Weiss stated in a somewhat somber tone. In truth, he was not particularly fond of Ji-Yun's lofty ambitions. The primary task at hand was to first attune himself to the power within. He should initially destroy objects within his reach, gradually increasing the magnitude of the targets as he advanced. This, he believed, constituted the proper path of cultivation. Is that not so, Weiss? Ji-Yun looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is it? Wei Si raised his head, bewildered, glancing at Ji Yun. Moments ago, he had been deep in thought, contemplating how to guide Ji Yun in the practical aspects of cultivation. He had not anticipated that his train of thought would be abruptly interrupted. Ji Yun's curious gaze fixed upon him. Ji Yun raised his right hand, the direction of his palm corresponding to the very planet he had just illustrated. Vizzy promptly looked up, only to find that the previously mentioned planet had vanished without a trace. In the sky above, only scattered remnants of purple annihilation energy remained. Vizzy was taken aback, rendered speechless and utterly bewildered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Vizzy, do speak up. Is it truly so? Ji Yun set down his hands, gazing at Weiss in contemplative silence, and quickly inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He pondered to himself, could it be that he was simply too formidable, perhaps even intimidating Weiss? Upon entertaining this notion, Ji Yun promptly shook his head in denial. Such a thought was utterly implausible. After all, this was Weiss, a being of unfathomable strength, one who had encountered countless scenarios. It could not possibly be that. He must have erred in some way, which was why Weiss remained reticent. Surely, he was currently devising a means to rectify the situation. Yes, that must be it. Weiss, please do not remain silent. Point out my mistakes and let me know where I faltered. Do not keep your thoughts to yourself. Perhaps I might be able to devise a solution on my own with a sincere expression, Ji Yun remarked, given that I am currently relying on others. Seeking to learn from a master, my attitude is of utmost importance. When one is in error, it is imperative to acknowledge it promptly. Only through such humility can one truly demonstrate their willingness to learn, encouraging others to impart their knowledge generously. After a brief pause, he continued. I have observed some minor deficiencies, yet they are not insurmountable. Upon hearing Ji Yun's inquiry once more, Weiss regained his composure, hastily clearing his throat to mask his astonishment. He then added, very well, please demonstrate that technique again, and I shall observe closely, hoping to offer you some constructive advice. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yun felt a heavy weight in her heart. Indeed, it appears that she had made an error just moments ago. Now, it seems that Viz has yet to formally instruct her in cultivation, and she has already made a fool of herself. What a tremendous embarrassment. She could only blame her own tendency to show off. At the same time, she began to admire Viz's character. Just look at how he articulates his thoughts. Such is the allure of language. A minor flaw, a trivial inadequacy that could provoke such deep reflection. It seems she has still preserved a significant portion of her dignity. Very well, Viz, I shall make another attempt. If I falter again, please do not hesitate to inform me. Ji Yun respectfully addressed Weiss, acknowledging that although it was a misguided demonstration, it had now been brought to light by Weiss. Ji Yun had no choice but to redo it, for he too wished to ascertain precisely where the mistake lay. Following the instructions, Ji Yun raised his right hand once more, casually aiming at a dark red planet. The destructive force within him was instantly summoned. The exterior of Ji Yun remained tranquil as water, devoid of any discernible fluctuations. It appeared as though he were merely raising his hand in a dazed manner. At that moment, the dark crimson celestial body began to shatter into fragments. A web-like luminescence of purple radiance emerged upon its surface. Suddenly, without a sound resonating in the sky, the entire planet disintegrated into shards, vanishing instantaneously beyond the horizon. In a mere fraction of a second, all that Ji Yun accomplished left an indelible mark on the scene before him. Chapter 71, Subtle Influence. Viz stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss for words to convey the astonishment surging within him. Had he not been the one to bring Ji Yun here, he might have believed that Ji Yun had become a harbinger of destruction. It was utterly absurd to think of urging someone like him to engage in grounded cultivation. He had already surpassed such rudimentary practices. Viz, oh Viz, look at my predicament. After Ji Yun demonstrated, he hurriedly called out. At that moment, he was fully prepared to be critiqued at any time. As the saying goes, humility fosters progress. Weiss heard Ji Yun's voice and could not help but smile wryly. Have I truly found a prodigy? In fact, there was a fleeting moment when Weiss doubted whether Ji Yun was concealing his true destructive power. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. The emergence of destructive power within a human is a miracle among miracles. Coupled with Ji Yun's eager demeanor, it was evident that he was not merely pretending. It appeared to be his first time employing such a technique. Weiss could only attribute this phenomenon to Ji Yun's extraordinary talent. No other explanation sufficed. Although Weiss felt a sense of helplessness internally, he maintained a calm exterior. He nodded slightly, his face betraying no emotions of joy or sorrow. Overall, his execution was commendable. It was entirely sufficient for your current capabilities. There are still certain shortcomings. though. However, merely articulating them would likely prove ineffective. Thus, this aspect requires your own comprehension. Or perhaps, once your abilities reach a certain level, understanding will come naturally. Weiss stated softly. In truth, Ji-Yun had utilized his destructive power quite impressively, leaving no room for criticism. He could even be compared to Beerus. Yet, having just mentioned some deficiencies, Weiss knew he must articulate a few specifics, otherwise, he would undoubtedly face Ji-Yun's disdain. Therefore, he could only speak in vague terms for the time being, attempting to placate the situation. Oh, I see. Ji-Yun scratched his head, feeling quite perplexed. When Weiss spoke, it seemed to imply that those who understand do so naturally, while those who do not simply have yet to reach that level of enlightenment. Had it been anyone else, Ji-Yun would have likely lashed out in indignation, even doubting the person's integrity. However, this was Weiss, the esteemed teacher of Beerus. His words undoubtedly carried profound wisdom. Since he had articulated it thus, it was indeed possible that Ji-Yun's understanding had not yet attained the requisite depth. Nevertheless, Ji-Yun felt a sense of joy within, for Weiss's remarks, suggesting that he was doing fairly well, exceeded his own expectations. Observing Ji-Yun's expression of partial comprehension, Weiss felt a quiet relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had managed to navigate through this moment without losing face. So now, Weiss pondered. Should he continue to delve deeper into understanding, or should he pursue other forms of cultivation? Ji-Yun humbly inquired of Weiss. Well, now, please proceed as you did before. Practice repeatedly and see if you can comprehend a deeper level on your own. Weiss responded with a gentle smile, with a wave of his hand. A multitude of celestial nebulae began to coalesce in this particular expanse of the sky. Ji-Yun noticed Weiss's movements. He raised his head to gaze at the sky, and instantly became captivated by the spectacle above, his eyes gleaming with wonder. The beauty of the sky was truly breathtaking. After finishing his actions, Weiss silently vanished from the spot. Weiss, that was quite impressive. Do you think you could teach me? Oh, wait. How did he just leave? I haven't learned anything yet. Ji-Yun, with a furrowed brow, lamented. How could Weiss leave without so much as a word? Hidden in the shadows, Weiss overheard Ji-Yun's complaints and internally scoffed. Learn? What on earth is there left to learn? You already possess all the skills. Nevertheless, at that moment, he found himself increasingly drawn to Ji-Yun, who seemed to be a natural-born agent of chaos, thus sparing him considerable effort. Ji-Yun gazed upward at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, embarking on a meandering practice. With each graceful movement, celestial orbs erupted in splendid fireworks, illuminating the heavens in a brilliant display of light. Ji-Yun felt a bit fatigued and simply lay down on the ground. With a flicker of thought, he waved his fingers. Another planet transformed into a violet point of light, vanishing into the air. Approximately 2 hours passed. Ji-Yun once again idly moved his fingers. Instantly, several celestial bodies in the sky transformed into violet particles, blooming into a splendid display of fireworks. No, that is not quite right. As Ji-Yun gazed at the myriad of stars adorning the night sky, he seemed to discern an anomaly. The intensity of his exertion this time mirrored that of his previous attempts. Yet, in those earlier endeavors, he could only obliterate a solitary planet with each action. Remarkably, this time, he had managed to annihilate several planets in one fell swoop. Initially, he had not taken notice, but upon this sudden realization, Ji-Yun found himself intrigued. With a mere flick of his finger, he initiated another movement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of planets was simultaneously extinguished, transforming into a vast expanse of purple luminescence. Goodness! What could this possibly mean? Ji-Yun suddenly sat up, gazing at the scenery in the sky, filled with astonishment. Though the force remained unchanged, how could its power continue to amplify? Ji-Yun hastily sensed the destructive power within him. Hiss. The mere act of perception startled Ji-Yun profoundly. The destructive force within him had surged severalfold. What could be the reason for this? Ji-Yun wore a bewildered expression. He had clearly done nothing, nor had he engaged in any deliberate cultivation. It was merely a matter of obliterating a few planets. How could his destructive power have increased so dramatically? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Ji-Yun's mind. The words of Weiss began to echo in his ears. There are still some shortcomings. However, merely articulating them may not suffice for comprehension. Therefore, this aspect requires your personal insight. Or, when your strength reaches a certain realm, understanding will naturally follow. These were Weiss's prior remarks. As Ji-Yun reflects on the past, her eyes widen in realization. It turns out that what Weiss referred to as her own comprehension was precisely this. She resolves to practice repeatedly. seeking to grasp a deeper level of understanding on her own. This was the task Weiss entrusted to her before departing. Ji-Yun continually murmured the final words, feeling immensely grateful for the guidance and nurturing provided by this. As Ji-Yun gazed at the myriad of stars overhead, a wave of introspection washed over him. He mused to himself, I once believed that Weiss was utterly irresponsible, imparting nothing to me before departing. It seems I was narrow-minded. I was in error. In that moment, the sense of shame that had resided in Ji-Yun's heart began to dissipate. Perhaps this is the essence of being a mentor, nurturing growth in silence and subtlety. Chapter 72, Misunderstanding. Having come to comprehend Weiss's sincere intentions, Ji-Yun no longer dared to be negligent as he gazed upon the celestial bodies above. Instantly, a surge of energy filled his being. At that moment, he was brimming with determination, resolute not to disappoint Weiss for his nurturing guidance. With a flourish, several stars vanished from the sky at his command. Ji-Yun's other hand was not idle either. With equal fervor, it swept through another expanse, causing numerous celestial bodies to vanish from sight. Ji-Yun wielded his hands with dexterity, showing no signs of fatigue. The destructive power within him surged incessantly, paralleling the demise of the planets. After approximately half an hour of relentless effort on Ji-Yun's part, the once vibrant sky, adorned with countless stars, fell into a profound silence. The kaleidoscopic world had succumbed to a singular tone. At last, it is all accomplished. He exhaled. Ji-Yun stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the pristine sky, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Simultaneously, she felt immense satisfaction regarding the growth of her inner strength. How is your training progressing, Ji-Yun? Have you grasped that realm? Weiss remarked with a gentle smile, having mysteriously appeared by Ji-Yun's side once more. Ji-Yun heard Weiss's voice and quickly turned her head, her eyes filled with gratitude as she said, Thank you, Weiss. I comprehend. Weiss slightly nodded and replied nonchalantly, It's of no consequence if you don't. Wait, what did you say? You comprehend? A jolt of surprise coursed through Weiss, prompting him to raise his voice slightly in inquiry. Ji-Yun then bowed deeply before Weiss, her face radiating with ecstatic joy as she declared, I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you, Weiss. Without your guidance, I would never have attained such enlightenment. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's confirmation, Weiss felt momentarily bewildered. Inside, he was shouting in confusion, What is happening? Why are you thanking me? What have I guided you towards? What have you comprehended? Well, very well. Since it is so, allow me to witness the fruits of your enlightenment, Weiss said, nodding with feigned composure, his expression still maintaining an air of cultured ease. He was genuinely curious, unable to fathom what she could have possibly grasped. He decided to take the opportunity to let Ji-Yun demonstrate. Indeed, that would be splendid. However, Weiss, I may need to trouble you once more. With a confident smile, Ji-Yun pointed towards the sky. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words and observing his gesture, Weiss felt a profound sense of confusion. Trouble me? What troubles could I possibly have? Nevertheless, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens. The moment he did, he was taken aback. What on earth happened to those planets? The ones he had summoned were too numerous to count. How could they vanish so suddenly in just a few hours? Weiss found it utterly astonishing. Turning back to glance at Ji-Yun, who stood beside him with a faint smile, he felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that this young man has obliterated all those planets? As this thought emerged, Weiss desperately attempted to dismiss it. After all, even for Beerus, it would take a full 3 days of relentless effort, without food, drink, or rest, to completely annihilate them. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before him, leaving no room for alternative thoughts. Ji-Yun, have you destroyed all those planets? Weiss inquired tentatively, holding his breath as he awaited Ji-Yun's response. Upon hearing Weiss's inquiry, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating an air of confidence. Indeed, it was I who brought about their destruction. Of course, the most significant factor remains your meticulous guidance. Ji-Yun spoke with unwavering confidence, while simultaneously flattering Weiss. Weiss gulped, still unable to believe the astonishing response he had received. Then, raising his hand, Weiss gestured towards the heavens. Instantly, the tranquil sky came alive once more. Countless stars reassembled, encircling the land. Come. Let me witness the realm you have comprehended. Weiss regarded Ji-Yun with a serious expression, eager to discover how this individual achieved such a feat very well. Keep your eyes wide open, Weiss. Ji-Yun smiled at Weiss, a surge of destructive power roiling within. Previously, with merely a casual flick of his finger, he could unleash a fraction of his annihilative force to obliterate vast swathes of planets. This time, Ji-Yun was determined to make a grand spectacle. To leave Weiss utterly astonished, Ji-Yun exerted every ounce of his strength, sweeping his palm vigorously towards the heavens. In an instant, the planets above erupted in a magnificent display. A cascade of violet luminescence fused into a singular brilliance, painting the sky in shades of purple. Though this celestial spectacle was awe-inspiring, the dazzling radiance was ephemeral, fading away as the sky gradually returned to its original hues. Gulps of disbelief escaped Weiss as he beheld the stars vanish in an instant. His pupils constricted, unable to conceal the shock within him. In that moment, he felt a surge of frustration, yearning to confront Ji Yun face to face and exclaim, "Are you even human?" As this thought coursed through his mind, a sudden notion flickered in Weiss's consciousness. He began to scrutinize Ji Yun with newfound seriousness. Could it be? Is this fellow a relative of the sovereign? Yet, he had never heard of any kin to the sovereign, and moreover, Ji Yun's appearance did not align with that notion at all. Ji Yun certainly felt Weiss's fervent gaze. However, he did not dwell on it too much, merely attributing it to Weiss being astonished by his own talent. "Weiss, please do not look at me like that. I am aware of my considerable abilities, and there is no need for such astonishment. Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your support, I would not have achieved what I have today." With a cheerful smile, Ji Yun addressed Weiss, clearly attributing all the credit for this achievement to him. Weiss, however, found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of Ji Yun's intent. It felt as though the young man was subtly mocking him. Was he ridiculing Weiss for not having adequately guided him? Was he now striking a blow against his own face? Reflecting on the earlier politeness displayed by Ji Yun, Weiss perceived the subsequent demonstration of his abilities as a veiled jab, a clear act of playing the fool to catch the wise off guard. "Ji Yun, there is no need for such remarks. I comprehend your meaning. However, I implore you to remember that as an apprentice destroyer, this alone is far from sufficient. Mastery over destructive power is commendable, yet one must remain humble and composed. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences in the future." Weiss spoke to Ji Yun with a calm demeanor. Despite being astonished by the sheer might of Ji Yun's destructive abilities, he, as an angel, was impervious to such forces and felt no fear in the face of Ji Yun's mockery. Weiss began to candidly admonish Ji Yun. Chapter 73. Am I still half asleep? Yes, I understand now, Weiss. Ji Yun could not discern the precise meaning behind those words. He merely perceived it as Weiss imparting wisdom, reminding him to remain humble and composed. With a serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Weiss noticed Ji Yun's attitude was relatively proper and slightly nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Thus, this issue came to a close. There was little else to attend to today. Tomorrow, we shall commence combat training. Weiss stated expressionlessly, his tone lacking enthusiasm. He was thoroughly disheartened by the events of the day. He had taught nothing and had been subjected to Ji Yun's mockery. Regardless of the circumstances, a practical lesson must be conducted tomorrow to restore his dignity. After uttering these words, Weiss hastily departed from the scene. "Thank you, Weiss. I will continue to strive tomorrow." Although Weiss had already left, Ji Yun expressed his gratitude. The two held significantly divergent perspectives. Weiss felt he had taught nothing and was left utterly embarrassed. Ji Yun, however, believed that Weiss had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, and he held him in profound esteem. Approximately a minute had elapsed. Seeing that the time was still early, Ji Yun felt no urgency to return. With a practical exercise with Weiss scheduled for tomorrow, he decided it would be prudent to make some preparations and engage in a bit of physical activity. With this thought in mind, Ji Yun promptly set to work. The energy within him began to surge, and his body moved with agility and grace. Various martial arts techniques were unleashed, creating a whirlwind of power. The sound of air being sliced through resonated continuously. In the elegant surroundings, a fierce energy began to radiate. His formidable aura surged, impacting all directions. Ji Yun let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. A pale yellow aura enveloped his entire being, and his hair transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form. Suddenly, Ji Yun's energy surged to an astonishing level. Were he on Earth instead? He would not even need to engage in combat. The sheer force of his presence could cleave the planet into fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With fists like the wind, Ji Yun commenced a new round of training. With each punch thrown, the gusts of wind howled, conjuring tremendous storms. Once more, he shouted, "Ha!" Seasoned Cloud appeared to be somewhat dissatisfied with his current power. The crimson energy enveloped him, and the Kaioken technique was abruptly activated, amplifying his strength to an extraordinary level. The once stable ground began to tremble slightly. Within the main fortress, in the chamber of the destroyer, Beerus was roused from his deep slumber by the commotion outside. Instantly, his displeasure grew, and he sat up in bed, seething with anger. "Which impertinent fool dares to disturb my rest?" Beerus fumed. He had only just fallen asleep. And now his ire had reached its zenith. Leaping from his bed, he stormed out of the castle. As he stepped outside, the energy fluctuations in the air intensified, and the tremors beneath his feet grew stronger. The surroundings were devoid of any figures, save for the howling winds. Narrowing his eyes, Beerus caught sight of Season Cloud, who was energetically unleashing punches and kicks. "Ah, so it is you, you little rascal." Beerus chuckled with a mix of fury and amusement. Having identified the troublemaker, he prepared to take action. A sphere of violet energy materialized in his hand, infused with a formidable destructive force. "Die," Beerus declared vehemently as he released the energy wave. Its trajectory aimed directly at Season Cloud. The attack was swift, and just as the energy wave was about to collide with Season Cloud, something inexplicable occurred. Instead of causing harm, the energy wave seemed to merge with him, seamlessly entering his body. Beerus could hardly fathom what he was witnessing. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he observed Season Cloud, seemingly unscathed, bouncing around with vigor. His mind grappled with confusion and disbelief. What was happening? Why was this brat unaffected? Beerus was overwhelmed with shock and uncertainty. He was aware that Season Cloud possessed destructive power, so he knew his attack wouldn't claim the boy's life. Yet, it should have been sufficient to incapacitate him. The current situation, however, defied all logic he understood. He had never heard of a destroyer's attack being absorbed in such a manner. Refusing to accept this anomaly, Beerus once again conjured a sphere of violet energy. Its destructive aura, now more tempestuous. "Die," he shouted anew. The god of destruction spoke in a deep, resonant voice as a violet energy sphere soared toward Ji-Yun. This time, it struck Ji-Yun with precision once more. However, the energy sphere merely penetrated his body without causing the slightest ripple. What on earth is happening? Beerus, now wide awake and astonished, gazed at Ji-Yun as if he were witnessing a ghost. Indeed, it was an even more exaggerated reaction than encountering a specter. "Surely, I cannot still be dreaming," Beerus murmured softly to himself. With a sharp slap, he struck his own delicate cheek. "Ouch, that hurts. It is real." Beerus grimaced in pain, tenderly caressing his face. Yet, the questions swirling in his mind only grew more pronounced. What is with this kid? Why did my attack have no effect whatsoever? Perhaps I should consult Whis. Thus, Beerus turned and hurried away, making his way to Whis's residence. At this moment, sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. His thoughts were consumed by the enigma that was Ji-Yun. This young man was undeniably peculiar. After completing a series of combination punches, Ji-Yun came to a halt. The surrounding environment also returned to tranquility. "Ah, what a refreshing and exhilarating experience." Ji-Yun shook his wrist and rolled his neck, speaking with a bold and carefree demeanor, entirely oblivious to the recent actions of Beerus against him. The distance between them rendered Beerus's presence imperceptible, and he felt no aura. Moreover, there was no reaction to Beerus's attack. Thus Ji-Yun remained completely unaware that someone had harbored ill intentions towards him. Wait a moment. After his training, Ji-Yun was preparing to depart from this place. However, as he sensed the energy within his body, he suddenly discovered that his destructive power had, unexpectedly, increased by a small degree. Though minimal, he could still feel the change. Ji-Yun now finds himself in a peculiar state of mind. Could it be that ordinary cultivation can indeed enhance the destructive power within? Ji-Yun contemplated thoughtfully. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind once more. Reflecting on Whis' words about commencing combat training tomorrow, he realized the profound implications behind them. Indeed, it was characteristic of Whis. Every task assigned to me is imbued with such profound significance. Ji-Yun suddenly felt enlightened and spoke with a sense of realization. At the same time, his admiration for Whis deepened a few notches. Chapter 74. Remain calm in the face of challenges. Ji-Yun. Just as Ji-Yun was still in awe of Whis, a melodious voice approached from a distance. Ji-Yun turned around and beheld that the source of the sound was none other than number 18, with whom he had battled fiercely throughout the night. Ji-Yun approached with a smile, playfully teasing her. Why not sleep a little longer? After a night of hard work yesterday, are you feeling rejuvenated now? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, the girl known as number 18 felt her cheeks flush. Recalling the events of the previous night, she gave Ji-Yun a mock glare. "Humph. I'm not tired at all. I'm quite content," she retorted, her face still tinged with crimson. "You seem to have recovered quite well yourself," number 18 added, unwilling to concede. After the tender moments shared the night before, the bond between number 18 and Ji-Yun had deepened significantly. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun nearly choked on her own saliva. She had not anticipated that number 18 possessed such a bold side. Witnessing Ji-Yun rendered speechless. Number 18 gazed at her with an air of triumph, as if proclaiming a victory. Ahem, well, number 18. Do you wish to indulge in a bit more joy? Ji-yun rubbed his hands together, a hint of wickedness curling at the corners of his mouth. 18 sensed that something was amiss and instinctively took a few steps back. Turning to flee, she was suddenly pounced upon by Ji-yun, who tackled her to the ground like a hungry tiger seizing its prey. Wait, let's discuss this later. 18 lay on the ground, her heart racing with panic. Given Ji-yun's demeanor, she feared that this encounter might lead to something far more perilous. Caught off guard by Ji-yun's audacity, she thought, now you realize the danger? Fear not, for if not here, we shall go elsewhere. Ji-yun's radiant smile illuminated her face as she pointed towards a small grove in the distance. 18 turned her gaze to the spot indicated by Ji-yun, her charming face blushing like a ripened apple, as if it were about to bleed. Can we just go back? 18 shyly murmured, her voice barely audible. The small grove seemed rather exhilarating. Hiki, such sensations would be lost upon our return. Do not worry, Beerus is currently asleep. Whis has just returned and is unlikely to emerge until tomorrow. It is just the two of us here, and with the tranquility of the grove. There is nothing to fear. Ji-yun smiled brightly, her heart brimming with exhilaration. She felt the rush of blood surging wildly towards her brain. Observing Ji-yun's determination, number 18 lay on the ground, turning her head aside in silence. Ji-yun observed the actions of the 18th. A surge of joy filling his heart as he realized that success was within reach. Ji-yun no longer hesitated, rising to embrace number 18, nestled in his arms. They soared toward a nearby grove. After a few minutes, the two within the forest had engaged in a fervent exchange, muffled sounds of pleasure occasionally emanating from their concealed rendezvous. Though the noises were subtle and restrained, if one listened closely, they could still be faintly discerned. In a secluded chamber, Beerus reclined on a sofa, while Whis stood opposite him. At that moment, Beerus recounted the peculiar events he had recently encountered. After 5 minutes, parched from his narration, he finished explaining the extraordinary incident to Whis. Is that all? Whis inquired with an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed by Beerus's tale. Indeed, that is all. Are you not astonished? Beerus retorted, dissatisfied with Whis's reaction. Did Whis suspect he was fabricating a story? What is there to be shocked about? You are merely overreacting. Whis replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he settled into a chair, entirely indifferent to the matter. Am I overreacting? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Whis, taken aback by his response. The act of directly absorbing destructive energy without consequence was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary being. How could this be deemed an overreaction? Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are the one making a fuss over nothing. The world is vast and full of wonders. We must approach every situation with calmness. Such is the mindset befitting a qualified deity, Whis continued, his tone earnest as if imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart, exuding an air of tranquility. Whis, have you lost your mind? You seem rather odd today. Beerus cautiously inquired, sensing something amiss in Whis's demeanor. This incident would be explosive news in any universe. Yet Whis's reaction was strikingly serene. In response to Beerus's comments, Whis chuckled softly and shook his head slightly. His mind was perfectly sound. Absorbing the energy of a destroyer was hardly a momentous affair. Today, he had witnessed power comparable to that of the Omni King. In comparison, Beerus's predicament was trivial, almost laughable. As Beerus observed Whis's silence, his brow furrowed tightly, and a growing discontent brewed within him. Just as he was on the verge of erupting, Whis finally spoke. Lord Beerus, might I inquire if you have ever encountered a being capable of effortlessly obliterating a cosmic shower with a mere wave of their hand? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. Taken aback by the question, Beerus pondered its intent. Of course I have. I am capable of such feats. It should pose no great challenge, he replied, bewildered. Any individual with a modicum of strength can unleash a ki blast to annihilate an entire star system. It is merely routine. I have done so myself. And the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, akin to a firework display, still vivid in my memory. Whis nodded in agreement, acknowledging Beerus's response, before continuing. But if it were to harness the power of destruction, would you be able to accomplish that? Beerus's confusion deepened. He could not grasp Whis's intent. Certainly not. That would be far too troublesome. A simple ki blast suffices, does it not? The power of destruction is more adept at erasing singular entities. If I could eradicate an entire star system, would I not be akin to the Omni King? Beerus cautiously whispered, wary of being overheard. Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled softly, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Suddenly, he sat up straight, leaning closer to Beerus and exclaimed, "Yet that young man has achieved it." With a mere wave, all the stars in the sky transformed into purple energy dust. Chapter 75, That Entity is Truly Unfathomable, was remarked with a touch of exaggeration, gesturing animatedly as the vivid image of the scene replayed in his mind. This cannot be true," Beerus stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Is it deceit?" "I too wish it were so, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake," Whis replied calmly. He then posed another question. "Now, do you still believe that what you spoke of is a momentous affair?" Upon hearing Wiss's inquiry, Beerus slightly shook his head. In comparison, his own deeds paled in significance. "Whis, do you think there might be something amiss with that young man? Such feats seem beyond the capabilities of a mere human." Beerus pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. He found himself engulfed in doubt. Is Ji Yun an undercover agent arranged by the king to supervise his own work? Based on my judgment and investigation, there should be no issues. Wise shook his head and replied. When he had brought Ji Yun along previously, he had already inquired with the king of the Northern Galaxy about Ji Yun's background and origins. Except for the fact that this individual had kept a low profile before the invasion of Earth by Raditz, everything else appeared to be normal. Only his identity as a Saiyan raised some doubts. However, with Ji Yun successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, his Saiyan identity was firmly established, and the doubt dissipated. Could it be that he was holding back his true prowess when we encountered him? Did he deliberately come to us with ulterior motives? Beerus proposed another possibility. Inquiring of Weiss. Upon hearing Beerus's question, Weiss pondered for a moment. This seems unlikely. Today, when he was practicing the power of destruction, his demeanor and attitude did not seem feigned. He exhibited the characteristics of a complete novice. Weiss spoke slowly. However, later on, he became somewhat arrogant. He also recalled Ji Yun's boastful remarks, which still irked him. It was evident that he perceived Ji Yun's words as sarcastic jabs, mocking him for not imparting true skills to the young man. Nevertheless, it could also be inferred that Ji Yun was initially unaware of his own capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such arrogance upon discovering them. Somewhat arrogant. What does that imply? Beerus looked at Weiss with curiosity, surprised that someone would dare to act arrogantly in Weiss's presence after all these years. This piqued Beerus's interest. Ahem. Let us set this matter aside for now. This individual should not be a spy or an undercover agent. It is merely that he possesses an unusually vast power of destruction within him. Such occurrences, though rare, are not impossible. Weiss did not wish to continue discussing this topic. He believed Ji Yun posed no threat. Had it not been for their arrival on Earth, perhaps Ji Yun would not have been inclined to come at all. It seemed, indeed, that he had no intention of coming at the outset. Very well. If you believe there is no issue, then let us allow him to remain here. However, do remind this young man to keep it down in the future. He is not to disturb my sleep again. Beerus had no desire to continue discussing the matter. Since his mentor had assured him that there was no issue, he truly believed there was none. He held great faith in Weiss. I shall take my leave. Beerus remarked lightly, turning to depart. I shall accompany you, Lord Beerus. Weiss responded upon noticing Beerus's intention to leave. He grasped his staff and followed closely behind, prepared to escort him back. Their pace was leisurely, yet they traversed a considerable distance in what felt like an instant, emerging onto the open grassy expanse. It seems that fellow has already returned to rest. Beerus observed the desolate surroundings and spoke softly. The two continued their slow stroll. Suddenly, after only a few steps, Beerus's keen ears detected an unusual sound. Weiss, do you hear that? Is there commotion nearby? Beerus inquired without turning, straining to discern the source of the noise. Weiss had indeed heard the disturbances earlier, but had chosen to remain silent. Beerus concentrated, his attention sharpening. It's coming from over there. He indicated towards a nearby thicket, speaking quietly to Weiss. Weiss shook his head in resignation. He recalled his recent conversation with Ji Yun about the importance of moderation in youth. Ignoring it was one thing, but to engage in such behavior in broad daylight? How absurd. Why not retreat to one's own chamber for such matters? And if one must do so in public, could they not be a tad quieter? Did they truly believe there were no consequences here? Weiss, let us investigate. The sound is rather peculiar, and it has me quite unsettled. Beerus's curiosity piqued. He felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the source of the commotion. Just as he prepared to step forward, Weiss swiftly interposed his staff before Beerus, halting his advance. What is it, Weiss? Is there something amiss ahead? Beerus asked, intrigued. As the overseer of this realm, Weiss should possess greater insight into the situation. Weiss longed to respond to Beerus's inquiry, but found himself at a loss for words. How could he, as a pure angel, possibly articulate such sordid matters? Look, Weiss. That tree is shaking. Something is definitely amiss. We must hasten to investigate. The curiosity of Beerus reached its zenith, compelling him to venture forth and observe without respite. He effortlessly raised his staff, striding boldly ahead. Wait, Lord Beerus. You mustn't look. It's not for your eyes, Weiss exclaimed. Clutching his head and hoping his voice would resonate through the woods, alerting Ji-Yun to their approach. Alas, it seemed Ji-Yun was too engrossed, lost in the moment. Not only did he continue his movements, but the tree swayed with increasing fervor, its sounds escalating to a crescendo, as if yearning for liberation. What could this commotion be? Beerus pondered, perplexed, as he approached the periphery of the grove. The distinct cries echoed in his ears. As he parted the lush, verdant leaves, his eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the scene before him, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him. Chapter 76, live broadcast. With a thud, Beerus collapsed, having seen nothing at all. His vacant gaze gradually closing. At that moment, Weiss stood behind him, observing the fallen Beerus with a resigned shake of his head. With a flick of his staff, Beerus's form floated effortlessly in midair. Ah, you foolish child, even here you remain oblivious. What do you take this place for? Just wait until tomorrow. I shall deal with you then, Weiss stated coldly. Despite his usual composure, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Had he not intervened in time to incapacitate Beerus, they would have undoubtedly stumbled upon a scandalous scene, which would have been quite the spectacle. Weiss felt a growing discontent towards Ji-Yun, who dared to engage in such activities in broad daylight. He contemplated how best to address the situation with Ji-Yun the following day. With a scoff, he glanced at the raucous depths of the forest and, after a disdainful huff, departed the area with Beerus in tow. Deep within the woods, Ji-Yun and number 18 continued to fight with fervor, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. This was, of course, largely due to Ji-Yun's efforts. It was his first experience in outdoor combat, a venture he eagerly embraced. Driven by a desire for novelty, he ventured deep into the forest from its outskirts, leaving traces of their presence in nearly every corner. Time seemed to lose its meaning. With a low roar from Ji-Yun, the two ascended to a realm of ecstasy. The forest gradually returned to its tranquil state. At that moment, the two lay on the ground, panting heavily. Number 18's flushed cheeks remained, and she lay there, unwilling to move. My dear, how do you feel? Ji-Yun reclined on the lawn, a playful smirk adorning his face as he inquired. Upon hearing his words, the blush on the face of number 18 deepened, becoming even more radiant. How vexing, she thought, always teasing me. Number 18 turned to her side, delivering a light punch to Ji-Yun's chest with her small fist, shyly burying her head in his embrace. Ji-Yun gazed at the girl-like demeanor of number 18, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of sweetness. He gently caressed her smooth back with his hand and whispered, "Be good, no more fussing. Quickly put on your clothes. It's chilly here. We shall continue later this evening." Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, number 18 glanced up at him with an exasperated look. Her body clearly weary. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of anticipation emerged. She seemed to have developed an affinity for this sensation. Who wants to continue with you? Tonight, we shall sleep in separate rooms. If this goes on, I won't be able to endure it, number 18 retorted, her words betraying her true feelings. She then swiftly began to don the garments scattered about. Heh. Ji-Yun smiled, completely dismissing the significance of the statement made on the 18th. She did not linger any longer and began to search for her garments amidst the trees, preparing to return and continue their delightful evening. Before long, the two were fully attired and soared directly towards their abode. The following morning arrived. Ji-Yun rose early once again. However, this time, her spirit seemed somewhat lacking. Dark circles adorned her eyes, and she appeared utterly listless, occasionally stifling yawns with her hand. The ache in her lower back had intensified significantly. Judging by her demeanor, it was likely another sleepless night. Good morning, Weiss. Ji-Yun stifled a yawn, gazing at Weiss, who had arrived well ahead of schedule. With a lackluster wave, he greeted him. Early? What time is it? Not early at all, Weiss replied with an impassive expression. Observing Ji-Yun's incessant yawning, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction and resolved that today he must impart a proper lesson to him. Ji-Yun perceived a hint of irritation in Weiss's tone. She offered a sheepish smile, apologizing for her tardiness, as she had been preoccupied with tasks until late the previous night. resulting in her rising a bit later than usual today. With an awkward smile, Ji-Yun replied, "It was that I was busy late last night. Rather, I was awake the entire night, managing to sleep for just over half an hour by dawn. The fact that I can even rise now is quite an achievement. I suspect it's not solely about working late." Weiss cast a sidelong glance at Ji-Yun and remarked nonchalantly, "You were not idle during the day yesterday, were you?" Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-Yun was slightly taken aback, realizing that Weiss was already aware of the events from the previous day. "I wondered why your expression seemed a bit off today. You knew about everything that transpired yesterday during the day?" Ji-Yun inquired cautiously, believing that he had acted discreetly enough to evade detection. However, with such a commotion, it would indeed be difficult not to be noticed. Weiss, observing Ji-Yun's panicked expression, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. "So, you noticed everything?" Ji-Yun inquired once more. It did not matter much for him, as he was merely a young man. After all, seeing it was just seeing it. However, the matter pertained to the girl on the 18th. If she were to learn of this, her thoughts could be quite unpredictable. Observing Ji-Yun's expression of trepidation, Weiss resolved to frighten him a bit. He had not witnessed everything in detail, particularly the preliminary acts which he found perplexing. Yet, the process was akin to a live broadcast. To be frank, it stirred a sense of excitement within me as well, Weiss remarked with a mischievous grin, resembling a rather lascivious uncle, entirely devoid of the elegance one would expect from an angel. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun felt a sudden jolt in her heart. What had once been a relatively pleasant mood was instantly overshadowed by dark clouds. Her expression turned somewhat frighteningly somber. Though she was aware that the situation was her own fault, being subjected to the scrutiny of others inevitably left anyone feeling uncomfortable. "Was it only you who witnessed this?" Weiss. Ji-Yun spoke in a somber tone, his head bowed, concealing the expression on his face. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. This was taken aback by Ji-Yun's melancholic voice. "Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I am the only one who witnessed it? From your tone, it sounds as though you intend to silence me permanently." "Ahem. Very well, I shall not press you further. No one has seen your little indiscretions." This cleared his throat and spoke nonchalantly. Observing Ji-Yun's discontent, this decided against teasing him further, fearing that desperation might provoke an unexpected reaction. Although he was not afraid of Ji-Yun, it was essential to remember that Ji-Yun was now an apprentice of destruction. They would soon be colleagues in the same trench, and if their relationship soured, future collaborations would likely encounter numerous obstacles. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-Yun's mood improved slightly. However, she remained skeptical and inquired further. After all, if someone had already discovered the truth, wouldn't they be curious enough to take a glance? Especially someone like Weiss, an older man. His previous lewd expression was nothing short of a candid portrayal. Could he truly be indifferent to such matters? Chapter 77. Combat Techniques. Weiss met Ji-Yun's disbelieving gaze, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He could only recount the events of yesterday in their entirety. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, Ji-Yun felt an immediate sense of relief. She silently vowed to be more discreet in her future endeavors. "Thank you, Weiss. Indeed, you are a paragon of virtue," Ji-Yun extolled Weiss. For it was evident from the recent events that Weiss not only refrained from disturbing him, but also timely intervened to prevent Beerus. This act filled Ji-Yun with gratitude toward him. As for Xie, there was no need to elaborate. Weiss sternly cautioned Ji-Yun, reminding him, "You must exercise caution. This is the realm of the gods, not a place for your indulgences." Weiss, being a pure angel, could not permit any impropriety to transpire within his domain. Yes. My apologies. I shall be more vigilant." Ji-Yun quickly apologized, acknowledging that it was ultimately his own fault for seeking thrills in the wilderness. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, nearly caught in the act. Witnessing Ji-Yun's sincere admission of guilt, Weiss chose not to dwell on the incident any longer. After all, a verbal warning was merely that, a warning. If he did not take action to vent his own frustration, it would have nowhere to go. With that in mind, "Let us commence today's lesson," Weiss said indifferently, gesturing for Ji-Yun to come at him. As Ji-Yun observed that Weiss was already poised and ready for him, he decided to forego any form of pleasantry. He took a moment to gather his emotions and fixed his gaze ahead. Whoosh! Ji-Yun exerted force through his right leg, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, racing towards Weiss. With a swift motion, Weiss deftly evaded Ji-Yun's assault. As Ji-Yun realized his strike had missed, he promptly steadied his form. Centering himself, he planted one foot firmly on the ground while the other leg lashed out like a whip, aimed directly at Weiss's head. Observing Ji Yun's assault, Weiss's lips curled into a slight smile. He tilted his neck slightly, deftly evading the incoming blow. Ji Yun, unleash your full strength. Such attempts will not reach me, Weiss remarked with an air of nonchalance following his evasive maneuver. Ji Yun's heart sank. Indeed, Weiss was formidable. With such nonchalance, he effortlessly neutralized her assault. Ji Yun refrains from further ado. The state of the Super Saiyan is unleashed. With a powerful roar, a crimson aura envelopes him. The Super Saiyan transformation combined with the tenfold Kaioken represents the entirety of Ji Yun's strength. Coupled with his previous battle against Beerus, Ji Yun's power has now escalated to an even more extraordinary level. Indeed, let it commence. Weiss, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Ji Yun, raises an eyebrow slightly and speaks in a calm tone. As Ji Yun's body surged with formidable energy fluctuations, countless shadowy fists were launched towards Weiss. The sound of slicing through the air resonated incessantly. However, each strike failed to land on Weiss. His form moved gracefully through the air like a ribbon, evading Ji Yun's onslaught with an unhurried finesse, watching as each attack fell short. Ji Yun's heart grew increasingly anxious. The energy within her surged to its utmost limit, and her speed reached its peak. Yet, each time her strikes seemed poised to land on Weiss, they were deftly evaded. Ji Yun, you cannot reach me like this, Weiss remarked, having discerned the disarray in Ji Yun's punches, and lightly offered a reminder. Ji Yun heard Weiss's words and made some timely adjustments in his mindset. However, his tactics continued to prove ineffective. So formidable. This was the thought that lingered in Ji Yun's mind. He could sense that Weiss's speed was not particularly swift. Yet he found it impossible to land a hit. The feeling of being on the verge of striking was palpable, yet every attempt was effortlessly thwarted. Thus, the two engaged in their battle, ascending from the ground to the sky, continuing for a full hour, while Weiss maintained an air of ease. Ji Yun, however, found himself weary and overwhelmed. Sweat continuously trickled down his cheeks, and he felt a tinge of discouragement within. After battling for half a day, not only had he failed to encounter Weiss, but even his garments had not been grazed by a single blow. With a swift motion, yet another attack went amiss. Ji Yun swiftly evaded the area of conflict, panting heavily. The intense assault had begun to take its toll on his stamina. What is the matter? Is this all you can muster? Weiss remarked coolly upon witnessing Ji Yun retreat several meters. Ji Yun was still gasping for breath, offering no response to Weiss's words. Weiss observed Ji Yun's fatigued state and, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, in comparison to your destructive power, your combat ability is hopelessly feeble. Upon hearing Weiss's critique, Ji Yun dared not retort. Although he held confidence in his own abilities, he knew they paled in comparison before Weiss. Thus, he could only silently absorb his teachings. To be candid, he was genuinely curious about how one could cultivate to such a degree. His combat experience was commendable, yet his attacking techniques were utterly lacking. I can't help but question whether the power you possess truly belongs to you, Weiss remarked nonchalantly. Despite the absence of any emotional inflection in his voice, Ji Yun felt as though a thunderclap had suddenly detonated in his mind. Truly, Weiss was impressive. He had discerned this nuance. The power that resides within Ji Yun undoubtedly belongs to him. However, the means through which he acquired it diverges from that of the ordinary individual. For unbeknownst to all, he possesses a system of his own. The majority of Ji Yun's abilities are derived from the system. When utilized, they are no different from those of others. However, in the eyes of formidable beings such as Weiss, Ji Yun's attacks are excessively rigid, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. The power of Ji Yun resembles that of a Formula One car, whereas he himself embodies the persona of a truck driver. On a straight path, everything appears flawless. A mere press of the accelerator can outpace most vehicles in an instant. However, when it comes to navigating corners, he becomes flustered, unable to maintain precise control. What then should I do, Vis? Curious, Ji Yun inquired of Weiss. He had never contemplated this question before, as he had invariably triumphed over any adversary with ease, never considering the nuances of technique. Upon hearing Ji Yun's question, Weiss nodded with a smile, feeling quite pleased with Ji Yun's current mindset. It is quite simple. Weiss replied with a gentle smile. Give it your all and engage in battle with me continuously. There is no better teacher than the experience of actual combat. As Ji Yun heard Weiss's words, he did not pause for breath. In an instant, he charged once more towards Weiss's position. This time, Weiss did not hold back. With a graceful leap, he evaded Ji Yun's attack while seizing his head. Bang! He slammed it against the unforgiving ground. Chapter 78, a year later. Successful graduation a year later, the bruised Ji-yun rose from the ground. Wait, Weiss, let's pause for a moment. I truly lack the strength to continue. Allow me to rest a while before we resume. Ji-yun hurriedly waved his hand at Weiss, who glanced at the exhausted Ji-yun and replied nonchalantly, very well. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-yun felt a profound sense of relief. He then sat down on the ground, gently closing his eyes to savor the hard-won moment of respite after a year of arduous training. Ji-yun's strength has made remarkable advancements. His combat skills and power control have reached an exceptional level, making him almost unrecognizable compared to a year ago. Each encounter with Weiss has pushed him to exert every ounce of his energy, akin to an athlete sprinting at full speed in a marathon, an arduous endeavor indeed. Despite the pain associated with such training, Ji-yun finds immense joy in it. This is what one might call the paradox of pain and pleasure. Have you rested well? If so, rise quickly. We shall continue, Weiss remarked, observing Ji-yun slumped on the ground. Over the past year, Weiss has been exceedingly pleased with Ji-yun's rapid progress. From a talent perspective, he has completely surpassed the god of destruction, Beerus. Had Ji-yun lived as long as Weiss, he would undoubtedly have outstripped him by now. As Ji-yun heard Weiss's urging, her face instantly fell into a sorrowful expression. Weiss, could we possibly rest a while longer? As the saying goes, cultivation emphasizes a gradual approach. A little relaxation might yield even better results. Weiss listened to Ji-yun's self-justifying rhetoric, and a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah, you make a valid point. For others, that may indeed be the case. However, for you, think again. You simply wish to shirk your duties, don't you? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. Weiss retorted with a sneer at Ji-yun. He once believed that cultivation should not be rushed, that a balance of work and rest was the optimal choice. Yet, since encountering Ji-yun, Weiss had completely revised this perspective. The moment he relaxed, even slightly, Ji-yun vanished without a trace. Shamefully, it was not in pursuit of rest, but rather to engage in some rather embarrassing activities amidst his hectic schedule. Each time, he would be gone for no less than 2 or 3 hours, never returning in that brief interlude. Alas, observing Weiss's unwavering gaze, Ji-yun let out a helpless sigh. Very well, let us proceed. Ji-yun slowly rose from the ground, his aura surging once more. In a flash, he charged towards Weiss. That's more like it. Weiss nodded, speaking with an air of nonchalance. He then swayed gracefully with the wind, deftly evading Ji-yun's onslaught. Ji-yun had grown accustomed to being unable to strike Weiss. His attacks became increasingly whimsical, with a significant reduction in purpose. Consequently, Ji-yun's moves became ever more exquisite, as if he had reached a state of selflessness. Bang! After dodging a straight punch, Weiss struck Ji-yun's chest with his staff, delivering a tremendous force. Ji-yun was abruptly hurled into the air, rolling several times upon landing on the grass before finally coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurts so much. Ji-yun grinned with bared teeth, his skin bearing several marks of abrasion. Get up, keep going, Weiss said with narrowed eyes, addressing Ji-yun with a calm demeanor. Ji-yun raised his gaze towards Weiss. Disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he forcefully propelled his legs backward, launching himself forward with great intensity. Whoosh! The air resonated with the sound of fists cutting through it. After approximately 2 minutes, Weiss landed a direct punch to Ji-yun's abdomen. Ji-yun curled up on the ground once more, clutching her abdomen in excruciating agony, her body forming a tight coil. Come on, continue. Vis's voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out again, offering Ji-yun not a moment's respite. At this moment, Ji-yun had reached the limits of his physical endurance. Yet, he gritted his teeth. His hands clasped tightly together and plucked a few blades of grass from the ground. In an instant, Ji-yun vanished and reappeared behind Weiss, a brilliant light erupting from his hands. A sphere of golden energy hurtled directly towards Weiss. Without so much as a glance, Weiss summoned a protective barrier that effortlessly deflected the energy ball. The explosion that followed was deafening, as the energy sphere collided with a distant planet, obliterating it entirely. Suddenly, Weiss turned around, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ji-yun. As Ji-yun beheld Weiss's smile, an unsettling sensation gripped her heart, as if forewarning her of impending misfortune. True to her intuition, she soon discovered that Weiss had, unbeknownst to her, conjured a sphere of energy in his palm. With a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, he hurled it directly towards Ji-yun. As Ji-yun raised her leg to evade, she observed Vis's staff gently tapping the ground. Ji-yun's body was rendered immobile. As the energy sphere drew ever closer, poised to strike Ji-yun, Weiss unexpectedly lifted the restraints placed upon him. Yet, at this moment, evasion was no longer an option. Ji Yun watched in astonishment as the energy sphere struck his body. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. The garments adorning Ji Yun's form had been reduced to ashes, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred fabric. His entire being was enveloped in a deep, soot-laden darkness, reminiscent of an individual who had escaped from the crematorium midway through the process. With a suppressed chuckle, Vis glanced at Ji Yun's appearance and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Ji Yun cast a discontented glance at Weiss. Although this assault inflicted no physical harm upon him, the pervasive sting coursing through his skin was far beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Weiss, your ability is utterly unfair. Just now, I had a perfect opportunity to evade it, Ji Yun exclaimed loudly. He was aware that Weiss possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. However, during their previous training sessions, Weiss had never utilized them. Yet today, he unexpectedly unleashed his powers against Ji Yun, catching him completely off guard. Haha, don't be angry. Didn't you want to take a break? The combat training has concluded. This is a graduation gift for you, Weiss remarked with a faint smile, observing Ji Yun's expression of sorrow and indignation. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. The resentment that had lingered in her heart vanished without a trace. The training has concluded? A graduation gift? Season Yun murmured softly to himself, reflecting on the fact that he had been undergoing rigorous training for a full year. He pondered how he had so bewilderingly reached graduation. Indeed, you have graduated. There is no need for surprise. You must have sensed it yourself. Your current prowess is no longer what it once was. By comparison, it is roughly equivalent to 90% of Lord Beerus' strength. Therefore, congratulations are in order. You need not endure my torment any longer, Weiss explained with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 79, Confronting Other Universes. Ji Yun still found it somewhat hard to believe. Had he truly graduated? Did he really possess 90% of Beerus' strength? Weiss smiled gently, observing Ji Yun's dazed expression. He waved his staff through the air with a graceful motion. A brand new set of cloth garments materialized on Ji Yun, and his injuries had healed completely. Here. This is for you, Weiss said with a smile as a fabric pouch flew before Ji Yun. Heavenly beans. Ji Yun stood in a daze, gazing at the bulging bag before him. It was the long-anticipated fairy beans. Without uttering a word, he grasped it firmly and tied it around his waist. During this period, Vis had successfully devised a method for cultivating the fairy beans, and now, a considerable harvest had been reaped. In gratitude for Ji Yun's selfless devotion, Vis filled the bag to the brim with fairy beans and returned it to him. Vis, are we truly about to part ways? Ji Yun suddenly spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. To him, graduation was synonymous with parting. Furthermore, as he gazed upon the familiar surroundings that had returned to him, he could not help but reminisce about the moments in school when teachers would return belongings they had confiscated. This inevitably stirred a sentiment of farewell within him. Farewell? When Weiss heard these words, he felt a peculiar sensation stir within him. He could not comprehend why Ji Yun harbored such thoughts. You are now an apprentice destroyer. There remains much work for you to accomplish. Do you wish to leave at this moment? What a fanciful notion during broad daylight, Weiss remarked without reservation. It appears that Ji Yun's awareness and understanding still require further refinement. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun felt a sense of relief in her heart. After all, Weiss was indeed a commendable individual, a trustworthy friend, and a highly respected mentor, having spent such a considerable amount of time together. The thought of an abrupt separation would undoubtedly evoke a sense of reluctance within her. Does this mean, then, that I can never leave this place, Weiss? Ji Yun continued to inquire of Weiss. Although he was reluctant to part with this place, there were many friends awaiting him on Earth, particularly Bulma and his own children. He couldn't help but wonder how they were faring. At that moment, Ji Yun felt an intense inner turmoil. Regardless of whether he could depart from here, he was unable to let go of his concerns. However, it wasn't entirely the case. The god of destruction enjoyed a certain degree of freedom. He merely needed to express his desire to go somewhere. Yet, Weiss reminded him that his foremost task was to diligently cultivate. Weiss discerned Ji Yun's inner conflict and elucidated, stating that a god of destruction typically engaged in destruction without much concern. If it weren't for Beerus's penchant for slumber, he would have long since grown impatient and wandered aimlessly through the streets. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, Ji Yun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Recalling how he had been compelled to come here initially, Ji Yun felt a sense of unease in her heart, realizing that returning might no longer be an option. It appeared she had overthought the situation. So, what should we focus on in our cultivation moving forward? Ji Yun smiled as she inquired about Weiss. Initially, upon hearing Weiss mention his graduation, she assumed that all training subjects had concluded. To her surprise, she learned that further cultivation was still required. Hiki. Weiss smiled enigmatically, then slowly remarked, "No worries. Next, we shall venture to other universes to create a stir." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-Yun swallowed hard. To wreak havoc in other universes? Ji-Yun paused momentarily, expressing his confusion. He simply could not fathom what Weiss was attempting to accomplish. Indeed, it was true, invading other universes. Weiss remarked with an air of nonchalance, as if the matter were of little consequence. Observing Ji-Yun's bewilderment, Weiss continued to elucidate, "Perhaps you are not yet aware that our world comprises more than just our singular universe. Originally, there were 18 universes, but due to various circumstances, 6 were obliterated. The remaining universes, totaling 12, now constitute the world we inhabit." Ji patiently listened to Weiss's explanation. As a time traveler, he was naturally aware of these matters. The universe we inhabit is referred to as the 7th universe. Weiss continued, speaking in a calm manner, before launching into an extensive discourse on the history of the 7th universe. After all, as the successor to the god of destruction, it was essential to grasp some fundamental knowledge. Ji-Yun, on the side, found himself drowsy. If it were a brawl, he might have taken an interest, however. Attending the lecture was indeed a considerable challenge for him. "Well, that is all for now," Weiss remarked, observing Ji-Yun's bleary eyes with a sense of helplessness. He had initially believed that Ji-Yun would differ from Beerus, showing some curiosity in the annals of cosmic history. Yet, it became evident that he was mistaken. In truth, both of them were cut from the same cloth. Having concluded, "How splendid! No, how lamentable!" Ji-Yun instantly perked up, feigning a look of utter disappointment upon hearing that Weiss had finally finished speaking. Weiss, somewhat at a loss for words, found himself helpless in the situation. After all, the other party was disinterested. There was no need to force them to listen. "Well then, let us discuss the matter of disrupting the event," Weiss remarked, his expression remaining composed. As expected, when the topic of discussion shifted to this matter, the expression on Ji-Yun's face transformed distinctly, adorned with a hint of anticipation and a touch of bewilderment. "Our next destination is the 6th universe. We shall also make an impact in this realm." Weiss spoke slowly. The 6th universe? Ji-Yun began to search for information about the 6th universe in his mind. However, it was unfortunate that, whether due to the prolonged duration of his stay in this world or some other reason, he found himself at a loss. Ji-Yun always felt an uncanny familiarity with this universe. However, he could not recall any information regarding it. Weiss observed Ji-Yun lost in thought, choosing not to interrupt him. Instead, he continued speaking to himself. "The god of destruction of this 6th universe is known as Kampa. He is the twin brother of Lord Beerus. Kampa's power is quite comparable to your own at this moment. It would be most fitting for him to be your opponent." Upon hearing Weiss's introduction, Ji-Yun finally recalled that the god of destruction of the 6th universe is Kampa, whose angel is Vados, apparently the sister of Weiss. The 6th universe bears an uncanny resemblance to the 7th universe, almost identical in every aspect. "Is it your suggestion to venture into the 6th universe and confront the god of destruction?" Ji-Yun questioned with skepticism. As far as he was aware, the various universes existed in a competitive relationship. Although Beerus and Kampa were fraternal siblings, their bond was exceedingly strained. Hence, each universe, aside from its god of destruction, was accompanied by an angel to mediate. This arrangement was essential, for if the gods of destruction were to engage in conflict, it could potentially result in the collapse of the universe, ultimately leading to annihilation. At such times, the angels would be called upon to intervene. Therefore, Ji-Yun found it hard to believe that this was an idea conceived by Weiss. Chapter 80. Hidden Mission. Of course, it is not my idea. It was Lord Beerus's intention, Weiss remarked with a smile. As an angel, he perpetually maintained a stance of neutrality and would never deliberately instigate conflict. "Oh, so it was Lord Beerus's intention?" Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. He was aware that the relationship between Beerus and Kampa was far from amicable. Whenever they met, it was as if they were on the verge of a confrontation. Under such circumstances, it was quite understandable. "Since your encounter with Lord Beerus, he has recognized your exceptional talent and has insisted that I devote my utmost efforts to your training, with the hope that one day you might annoy Lord Kampa." Weiss continued with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun felt a twitch in his skin. The notion of being likened to a fly was quite distasteful, evoking a sense of discomfort. As Ji-Yun contemplated this, he vigorously shook his head, endeavoring to expel all these thoughts from his mind. Regardless of the intentions behind Weiss or Beerus, the enhancement of his own strength was an undeniable truth. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain just how formidable he had become. The notion of disrupting the affairs of other universes was indeed quite exhilarating. So, when shall we embark on this journey? Ji-Yun spoke softly, her expression brimming with confidence. Wei-Si gazed at the poised Ji-Yun and, with a wry smile, replied, "There's no rush. We shall set off tomorrow. For now, take a moment to rest. Tomorrow, I will awaken Lord Beerus, and together we shall witness your performance." Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Weiss gradually vanished from the spot. Ji-Yun did not linger, turning to walk towards his abode. The following morning, after a night of toil, Ji-Yun emerged from his room. His eyes still heavy with sleep, accompanied by the drowsy number 18. To his surprise, he found Beerus and Whis had been waiting for quite some time. "You little brat. How could you keep me waiting for so long? If today does not meet my expectations, I won't let you off easily," Beerus growled menacingly at Ji-Yun. For the sake of this moment, he, who was notoriously slothful, had risen early, only to find Ji-Yun had made him wait for over an hour. "Heh. My apologies, Lord Beerus. Today, prepare to witness my prowess." Ji-Yun smiled wryly. Just yesterday, he had toiled throughout the night in order to maintain his optimal condition. In the early hours of the morning, Ji-Yun, undeterred, indulgently consumed the precious celestial beans, designed to replenish energy. Remarkably, these fine beans evoked the sensation of a potent strength-enhancing pill. Fierce? How could that be? My Ji-Yun is undoubtedly the strongest. Not to mention the deities from other universes, even you may not stand a chance against Ji-Yun. Though Android 18 was overwhelmed by drowsiness. The aggressive words from Beerus compelled her to retort. "You dare to repeat that?" Beerus, unable to contain his irritation, directed a harsh tone towards Android 18. She, observing Beerus's menacing gaze, clutched Ji-Yun's garment and concealed herself behind him, her eyes still defiantly locked onto Beerus. "Enough, let us settle down. It is time to depart." Whis interjected calmly, halting their quarrel while casting a resigned glance at the sleep-deprived Ji-Yun. Subsequently, Whis tapped the ground twice with the base of his staff. Instantly, rippling waves manifested upon the surface, and the surrounding space began to warp and transform. A vibrant, kaleidoscopic scene materialized before them, as if they had entered a transit passage, with Whis guiding them forward. Although they were in the midst of their journey, Beerus's malevolent gaze remained fixated on Android 18, as if he wished to cast her aside. Android 18, despite hiding behind Ji-Yun, fiercely glared back at him, her face contorting in a series of taunting expressions, continuously challenging Beerus. Ji-Yun gazed at the two individuals, one ahead and the other behind, exchanging perplexed glances. Feeling utterly helpless within, just as he was about to intervene in their quarrel, a familiar yet foreign electronic voice resonated within his mind. "Ding. The host has activated a hidden mission. Proceed to the 6th universe and vanquish the god of destruction, Kampa. System reward, ultimate freedom technique. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be automatically dispensed. Please be attentive." Upon hearing this voice, Ji-Yun's pupils constricted in surprise. It was indeed the voice of the system. He had not anticipated that the system, which had remained dormant for such an extended period, had finally come to life again. Moreover, it had directly initiated a hidden mission this time. It appeared that today, his objective was not merely to annoy Kampa but to utterly defeat him. After all, the reward this time was the ultimate freedom technique, a power that even the gods of destruction found challenging to comprehend. With this thought, Ji-Yun couldn't help but break into a foolish grin, a sight that was fortuitously witnessed by Beerus, who was still fuming at Android 18. "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Beerus inquired, his brow furrowed in irritation. Android 18, standing behind Ji-Yun, naturally did not see his expression and retorted sharply at Beerus. "Why are you so peculiar? What's wrong with my Ji-Yun smiling? It simply signifies confidence. Do you have any say in this?" Hearing Android 18 argue back, Beerus felt an irritable surge within him, his eyes widening with indignation. "Say one more word, and I swear I'll toss you out." Beerus growled menacingly, simultaneously preparing to grab Android 18. At this moment, Ji-Yun detached herself from her imagination and stood directly in front of Beerus. The little girl relished in banter, yet found herself unable to interject. However, if Beerus were truly to take action, Ji-Yun would certainly not stand idly by. "Have you all created enough commotion? Do you believe I would cast you all aside?" Weiss spoke with an air of nonchalance. Although he was turned away from the crowd, he was acutely aware of all that transpired behind him. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus finally relented. with a disdainful snort through his nostrils. He turned away and plopped down onto the ground. Ji-yun gazed at the figure of number 18, who was sheltered behind him, gently stroking her head with a resigned smile. Time trickled by, each moment passing imperceptibly in this extraordinary space. It was uncertain how long they had been there. Suddenly, the vibrant hues that surrounded them faded away, and everyone found themselves in a beautifully serene meadow. "We have arrived," Weiss announced, holding his staff in one hand while the other remained clasped behind his back, his tone calm. "This is the sixth universe, the domain of the god of destruction, Kappa. Indeed, it is here." Ji-yun surveyed his surroundings, captivated by the exquisite environment, which rivaled that of Beerus's domain. Just as he was engrossed in the scenery, a melodious female voice resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to the sixth universe. I see we have two new friends among us." A striking girl with bluish-green skin suddenly materialized in midair, greeting the assembly with a gentle smile. She was exceptionally tall, her long white hair gathered into a high ponytail. Much like Whis, she wielded a lengthy staff, and a large light blue halo adorned her neck, reminiscent of Whis' attire. "Long time no see, sister," Whis responded with a smile. This was none other than his sister, Vados. Her powers were on par with Whis, and she also served as the angel of the sixth universe, acting as the servant and teacher to Kampa. Upon hearing Whis' greeting, Vados nodded slightly and turned to Beerus, saying, "Lord Beerus, how have you been lately?" Beerus cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his expression unreadable as he replied, "Well, I suppose it's all right." He preferred not to engage in lengthy conversations with those from the sixth universe. Were it not for Whis' presence, he would hardly have acknowledged Vados. Vados, however, seemed unperturbed by Beerus's demeanor, flashing him a friendly smile. After all, he was the god of destruction from the seventh universe. Although she was on her own territory, his status still eclipsed hers. Whis observed his sister's slight embarrassment in front of Beerus and couldn't help but smirk. "Sister, allow me to introduce you. This is our seventh universe's apprentice god of destruction, Ji-yun. And beside him is his wife, Android 18. Whis stepped closer to Vados, gesturing toward Ji-yun as he made the introductions. "Oh," Vados remarked, her interest piqued as she scrutinized Ji-yun, clearly surprised to learn that this newcomer was an apprentice god of destruction. "This is my sister, Vados. She is the angel of the sixth universe, serving as Kampa's attendant and teacher. Of course, she is also my sister." Whis continued to introduce Ji-yun with a smile. Ji-yun sensed the gaze of Beerus. He smiled and nodded at her. Number 18, standing beside him, also slightly inclined her head in greeting. After a moment of scrutinizing Ji-yun, Beerus slowly withdrew her gaze and leaned closer to Whis, whispering in a tone only the two could hear, "Is this lad truly the apprentice destroyer of your seventh universe? Surely you have not deceived me into believing he is here for honest labor, have you?" As expected of Whis' sister, Beerus discerned the essence of the matter with a single glance. "How could that be, sister? Ji-yun is indeed our seventh universe's apprentice destroyer. Although it may be a long wait until he is officially recognized, I have wholeheartedly devoted myself to mentoring him," was countered directly. While it was true that they had initially planned it that way, Ji-yun's status as an apprentice destroyer was now indisputable, and Whis had genuinely committed to his training. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus chuckled and shook her head, evidently skeptical of his claims. After all, Beerus was notoriously lazy, often procrastinating until the very last moment to fulfill his duties, compounded by her brother's role as a cunning strategist. It was highly probable that this individual named Ji-yun had been coerced into performing clandestine labor. Instantly, Beerus regarded Ji-yun with a hint of sympathy, drawing the attention of number 18. What is with that woman's gaze? Why is she looking at Ji-yun like that? Could it be that she is coveting his charm? Number 18 thought, observing Ji-yun, who was equally transfixed by Beerus' stare. A sudden wave of vigilance washed over her, and she discreetly placed her hand on Ji-yun's lower back, applying a gentle pinch. Hiss. Ji-yun suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain and quickly turned around to investigate. Upon turning, he was met with the warning gaze of officer number 18. Upon witnessing the look in his eyes, Ji-yun immediately grasped the meaning behind number 18's gaze. He quickly lowered his head, daring not to cast another glance towards Beerus. Beerus, keenly perceptive of the subtle shift between the two, chuckled softly as she lowered her own head. Being a woman herself, she could naturally surmise what transpired between them upon seeing Ji-yun's reluctance to meet her gaze. To be candid, Beerus was indeed quite stunning. With her azure skin and a high, white ponytail, she exuded a unique allure. However, Ji-yun harbored no other thoughts in his mind. After all, Such a distinct beauty was merely to be admired. By the way, Lord Beerus, what brings you here today? Beerus inquired, having finished her pleasantries. After all, with Beerus being the most prominent figure present, he could not be left unattended for long. Oh, it's nothing much. It has simply been a while since my last visit. And I thought I would take a casual stroll, Beerus nonchalantly replied, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation with Beerus. Beerus shook her head in resignation, unconvinced by Beerus's dismissive words. Who among them was unaware of the contentious relationship between Xiangpa and Beerus? Though they were brethren, they acted as bitter enemies, often clashing whenever they met. Whis, what on earth is happening? Beerus, finding no answers from Beerus, turned to her brother. Upon hearing the inquiry, Whis could only quietly elucidate the reason for their visit. What? Have you lost your mind, Whis? You are well aware of Lord Xiangpa's power. Are you truly suggesting that this young man challenge him? That is tantamount to courting death. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze shifting back to Ji-yoon. After a brief scrutiny, she turned her attention to Whis once more and continued in a hushed tone, while Beerus's penchant for mischief may be tolerable. How could you indulge in such folly as well? Although we serve the god of destruction, we must remain cognizant of the circumstances. Your current actions could jeopardize this young man's life. Beerus was profoundly dissatisfied with Whis' conduct. She had previously believed him to be diligent and prudent in his endeavors, but it now seemed that his prolonged association with Beerus had begun to influence his character. Beerus even contemplated whether Whis could continue fulfilling his duties as an angel, should the situation worsen. She would not hesitate to escalate the matter to the Grand Priest for resolution. Sister, Ji-yoon is my pupil. Am I not aware of his capabilities? Weiss smiled confidently. Even if Ji-yoon could not defeat Kampa, achieving a draw should not pose much of a problem. However, Beerus remained skeptical, despite Weiss's assurances. He found it rather implausible for a mortal to challenge a god of destruction. Chapter 82. Tensions rising as Bardos observed Weiss's self-assured smile. She felt at a loss for words. Very well, if you are resolute in this, I shall not press further, she remarked with a hint of resignation. Yet, she continued to caution him, should anything go awry, you must bear full responsibility. This has nothing to do with my sixth universe. While this statement was primarily directed at Weiss, a significant portion was also intended for Beerus. After all, Ji-yoon was now an apprentice god of destruction, although not officially recognized. If harm were to befall him, the seventh universe could very well hold them accountable, which would be a most undesirable outcome. Upon hearing his sister's consent, Weiss nodded with a subtle smile. He understood Bardos's concerns, yet he remained unwaveringly confident in his student. Thank you, sister, Weiss said graciously. Ladies and gentlemen, please, follow me. Lord Kampa is currently dining, so allow me to escort you. Bardos refrained from further discussion, gesturing for them to proceed before leading the way. Lord Beerus, it's all set, Weiss said cheerfully to Beerus, then followed Bardos's lead as they made their way toward the palace. In this moment, Beerus approached Weiss and quietly inquired, Weiss, do you truly believe Ji-yoon is up to the task? As he contemplated the impending confrontation, a wave of worry washed over him. Although he had arrived with confidence, the old adage rang true. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers, but rather the fear of a single misstep that plagues the mind. Should Ji-yoon falter at a crucial moment, it would be a profound embarrassment for him, potentially leading to a situation where he might lose more than he gained. In response to Beerus's concern, Weiss frowned slightly. Lord Beerus, as your servant, I assure you, I would never act in a manner detrimental to your interests. I have faith in Ji-yoon. Please do not dwell on it too much. Of course, if you wish to reconsider, I can suggest we depart at once. Weiss replied with an air of calm. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus began to mutter to himself. If they were to leave now, Bardos would undoubtedly relay today's events to Kampa. When we meet again in the future, I can only imagine how Kampa will take this opportunity to mock me. Beerus has even anticipated the jibes Kampa would hurl my way. What an overestimation of oneself. Truly a reflection of the creatures you have nurtured. He lacks the courage to even face me. With this thought, Beerus vigorously shook his head. No, this simply cannot happen. Very well. I shall place my trust in this young fellow just this once. Beerus discreetly communicated with Weiss, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at the affectionate exchange between Ji-yoon and Android 18. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Weiss could only shake his head in resignation. At this moment, they had already entered the palace. The interior of the palace was vast and exceedingly opulent. The group quickened their pace, making their way deeper inside. At last, Under the guidance of Bados, Whis and his companions arrived at a grand door. Bados gently waved her staff, and the enormous, imposing door began to open slowly. A beam of light emerged from the crevice, growing ever more intense, revealing the scene within the room. A crimson carpet adorned the floor, complemented by elegant furnishings. Various intricate patterns adorned the surrounding walls. Upon entering the opulent chamber, Ji-Yun and number 18 were immediately enveloped by an air of sophistication. At the heart of the room stood an elongated table, laden with a cornucopia of exquisite delicacies. "Lord Kampa, may I have a moment of your time?" Bardos greeted with a cheerful smile. At the far end of the table sat a figure, strikingly reminiscent of Beerus, who was engrossed in his meal. A white napkin draped over his lap, savoring the sumptuous dishes before him. This individual was none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. "Oh, Bardos has arrived," he mumbled, his mouth full of food, as he gestured for her to take a seat and join him for the feast. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian found it rather amusing. The manner in which this fellow devoured his meal could rival even that of Sun Wukong. Beerus had a penchant for slumber and gastronomic delights, although he leaned more towards the former. Kampa shared these two proclivities, albeit with a greater inclination towards the latter. Otherwise, the two would not have engaged in a fierce battle over Earth later on. "No need, Lord Kampa, I have already dined. Moreover, today we have several guests from other universes visiting us." Bados chuckled, respectfully addressing Kampa. Upon hearing that individuals from other universes had arrived, Kampa's eyelids twitched, and his dining ceased abruptly. Gulp. Kampa forcefully swallowed a mouthful of food, lifting his gaze towards the entrance. At that moment, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind him, a mocking smile adorning his face as he regarded Kampa. Whis, with a benevolent expression, stood beside Beerus. "It has been a while, Lord Kampa." Whis, out of courtesy, initiated the conversation with a smile. Upon recognizing Beerus and Whis, Kampa's expression swiftly darkened. He did not respond immediately to Whis' greeting, instead wiping the remnants from his mouth with the napkin draped around his neck. Subsequently, he slammed his hand down heavily on the table, rising to his feet. Kampa pointed at Beerus and hissed, "What brings you here?" He completely disregarded Whis' greeting, as well as the presence of Ji-Yun and Android 18, fixating solely on Beerus. "After such a long absence, you remain unchanged, Kampa." Beerus did not answer Kampa's inquiry, but instead sneered derisively. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kampa immediately understood that this fellow had likely come to provoke him out of sheer boredom. Tension mounted between the two, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Having exchanged glares numerous times, Whis and Bados observed the two, who appeared ready to clash at any moment, exchanging knowing glances. Unbeknownst to them, Bados had stealthily moved behind Kampa, while Whis subtly positioned himself behind Beerus. After several tense seconds of staring each other down, Kampa could no longer contain himself and spoke with a harsh tone. "What I am like is none of your concern. To come to my domain and act so brazenly. I see you must be itching for a fight." As Kampa uttered his final words, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Beerus, upon hearing Kampa's words, let out a disdainful chuckle. "With your meager skills, even if I were to allow you a single hand, you would still be unable to defeat me." Beerus mockingly scoffed, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. It seemed that in the next moment, a fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 83. What is so amusing? Beerus' remark irked Kampa profoundly. After all, they were both gods of destruction. Who would cower before the other? "Huh, I see you are deliberately seeking your demise," Kampa retorted with a furious laugh. No sooner had the words left his lips than his slightly corpulent frame propelled from the chair, eager to teach Beerus a lesson. "Humph." Beerus let out a cold snort, drawing his hands from behind his back, readying himself for combat. Ji-Yun observed the two with an air of amusement, just as depicted in the original text. Despite being brothers, their relationship was akin to that of bitter enemies. Before they could exchange more than a few words, they were already poised to engage in conflict. At this moment, Ji-Yun wished for nothing more than a small stool to comfortably observe the grand spectacle unfolding before him. "Stop!" both Whis and Beerus exclaimed in unison. Simultaneously, they seized the scruffs of Beerus and Kampa, preventing them from advancing even the slightest bit. "Release me, Beerus. Today, I must teach this scoundrel a lesson." Kampa shouted in fury, struggling relentlessly. However, despite his frantic attempts, he could not escape the grasp of Beerus' control. "Whis, that insolent fellow dared to call me a scoundrel. I will tear his mouth apart if you do not let me go," Beerus replied, his expression fierce, desperately attempting to surge forward. Whis, filled with a sense of helplessness, dared not release his grip, firmly holding on to Beerus, preventing him from moving even a step closer. Lord Beerus, please refrain from acting impulsively. Gods of destruction are not permitted to engage in direct conflict. Have you forgotten? Moreover, let us not lose sight of our primary objective today, Whis urged, hoping to instill calm in Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus's anger gradually subsided. I understand, but upon seeing Kampa's detestable face, I cannot help but feel the urge to strike him. Beerus spoke with indignation. For some reason, every time he laid eyes on Kampa, a surge of fury welled up within him. Were it not for Whis consistently intervening, they would have surely clashed countless times by now. Please, restrain yourself. If you cannot manage your emotions, I may have no choice but to escort you away from here, Whis said calmly. Their duty as angels was to prevent such occurrences. With that, Whis released his hold on Beerus, granting him his freedom. Although Beerus remained aggrieved, he dared not make any further moves. For today's spotlight was not on him. He could only silently wish that Ji-Yun would soon teach Kampa a lesson on his behalf, venting his frustrations. Meanwhile, Vados began to soothe Kampa. Lord Kampa, remain calm, remain calm. Their arrival is certainly not meant to provoke you. Perhaps they seek your assistance. Let us listen first. Vados had already discerned the intentions of Beerus and his companions while outside. Whis had explicitly mentioned that he was training a prospective god of destruction. Wishing for Kampa's guidance, Vados, with her keen intellect, understood that this could not have been her brother's idea. It was likely that Beerus had intentionally sent him to vex Kampa. After all, as a god of destruction himself, why could he not offer some guidance? Why go through all the trouble to come here? Were it not for his insistence, she would have never allowed them entry. All right, I understand, Whis. Please, release me. Kampa exhaled slowly, aware that as long as both Whis and Beerus were present, a confrontation between him and Beerus would remain impossible. Gradually, he began to regain his composure. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Whis loosened his grip. Kampa took a deep breath and cast a cold glance at Beerus before shifting his gaze to Whis. Whis, what brings you here today? If your intent is merely a casual visit, you may leave. You are not welcome here. Kampa addressed Whis with a frosty tone. Recognizing that there was nothing to discuss with Beerus, especially given that Beerus was notoriously prone to provoking conflict with his words. At that moment, Kampa also noticed Ji-Yun and Android 18, but merely regarded them with disdain, not paying them much heed. Apologies, Lord Kampa, for our uninvited intrusion today. We hope it has not caused you any inconvenience. Whis began courteously, offering Kampa a respectful nod as an apology. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kampa's mood lightened considerably. After all, how could one not appreciate the demeanor of an angel, so distinctly different from Beerus? This is our universe's apprentice destroyer, Ji-Yun. Whis introduced Ji-Yun, gesturing towards him. Upon hearing the title Apprentice Destroyer, Kampa's previously dismissive gaze transformed into one of seriousness, scrutinizing Ji-Yun anew. However, he chose to disregard Whis' subsequent introduction of Android 18. After Whis' introduction, he aimed to address the purpose of their visit directly. Lord Kampa, we have come here today primarily to— Just as Whis was about to elaborate, Kampa erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Whis found this reaction perplexing. Had he misspoken? Surely not. What could possibly amuse Kampa so? Ji-Yun was somewhat at a loss. He noticed that Kampa had been staring at him intently, but suddenly burst into laughter. Was it possible that he looked amusing? Hey, Kampa, have you lost your mind? What's so funny? Beerus frowned, unable to tolerate Kampa's joyous laughter, regardless of the reason. The more Kampa laughed, the more uncomfortable Beerus felt. Ha ha. Kampa heard Beerus's words, but continued to laugh heartily, clutching his belly and rolling on the floor. Tears of laughter seemed to well up in the corners of his eyes, and his boisterous laughter echoed through the spacious room, further irritating Beerus. Lord Kampa, mind your image, Whis quietly reminded Kampa, who was oblivious to his appearance as he rolled on the floor. After all, there were people from the 7th universe present. Kampa's current demeanor resembled that of a child, and if this got out, where would the dignity of the 6th universe go? Cough, cough. Kampa coughed violently twice, bending over as he rose from the ground, a lingering smile still gracing his lips, which displeased Beerus greatly. Were it not for Whis holding him back, he would have undoubtedly gone up to give Kampa a beating. Chapter 84. A Wager. Beerus. Are you on the verge of death? Is that why you've hastily sought out an apprentice destroyer? Kampa mocked with a cold smile. Upon hearing Kampa's taunt, Beerus' hands instinctively clenched into tight fists. He never expected that this would become a point of ridicule for Kampa. Seeing Beerus's exceptionally dark expression, Kampa fanned the flames, feigning a moment of realization. "Oh, I know why you're here today. Are you here to discuss your final arrangements? Don't worry, after you're gone, I will take care of this, brother." After saying this, Kampa burst into loud laughter. He knew Beerus wasn't here to discuss any final matters. He simply thought of this and found it immensely amusing, thus voicing it to further undermine Beerus's arrogance. "You're asking for trouble." Beerus gritted his teeth, nearly bursting with rage at the thought of tearing Kampa to shreds. "I am still so young, having lived for eons, yet he dares to curse my demise, Lord Beerus. Please remain calm, stay composed." Whis observed Beerus's imminent explosion and hastily began to soothe him with gentle strokes along his back. Bardos, having heard Kampa's explanation, couldn't help but chuckle. After Kampa's words, it truly seemed plausible. If she hadn't already been aware of their intentions, she might have been convinced herself. "Lord Kampa, we have brought Ji-Yun here today, primarily to assess the capabilities of our apprentice destroyer. Thus, we kindly request that you engage in a duel with him and impart some guidance." Whis promptly articulated their purpose, hoping fervently for an early commencement and conclusion. If this continued, Beerus might very well be driven to his wit's end. Kampa was momentarily taken aback by Wis's words, then struggled to suppress a smile as he replied, "I suspected you did not come merely to discuss end-of-life matters. However, I hadn't anticipated that this was your true intention." After speaking, Kampa cast a disdainful glance at Ji-Yun, already forming a rough idea of Beerus's scheme. Was it not a mere attempt to send someone to annoy him? Claiming to offer guidance was nothing more than a pretext for a battle. Although Kampa did not believe Ji-Yun could match him, he acknowledged that there might be unforeseen tricks up the apprentice's sleeve. In a critical moment, should he inadvertently suffer a setback, Beerus would undoubtedly relish in spreading the tale far and wide. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and inquire whether you dare accept the challenge from our apprentice destroyer of Universe 7. Beerus bellowed in fury. His heart seethed with anger, and he resolved that if Kampa accepted the challenge, he would ensure that Ji-Yun plucked a few of his hairs in the process. "Why should I accept? I am not foolish. Accepting the challenge offers me no advantage. Moreover, this lad's status is not comparable to mine. He lacks the qualifications to challenge me, thus I refuse." Kampa replied coolly, his tone laced with disdain. It was unclear whether his contempt was directed at Beerus's intellect or Ji-Yun's abilities. Beerus was rendered speechless by the retort. He had never anticipated that Kampa would outright reject the challenge. All along, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to humiliate Kampa post-battle. Now, with the rejection, he found himself at a loss. Ultimately, it all stemmed from his own misguided desires. At this moment, it was not only Beerus who felt a stir of anxiety. Ji-Yun is now even more anxious than he was before. What could be happening? Could there be some unforeseen change? Are they going to cease fighting? What will happen to my mission? What will become of my ultimate freedom technique? Ji-Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. Were it not for this task, he would not be in such a rush. If there were to be no fight, then why not simply return and indulge in a peaceful slumber? Surely, that would be most delightful. Yet, the allure of the Zizai Gong was simply too compelling to resist. Ji-Yun was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity. As her strength grew, the tasks became increasingly scarce. If she were to miss this chance, who could say when the system would trigger another mission? Should she take matters into her own hands, it was likely that Bardos would intervene, holding her accountable for her assault on the destroyer. There was a possibility that she would be expelled entirely, never to set foot in the 6th universe again. Ji-Yun felt an intense inner struggle, her mind incessantly consumed by thoughts of her plans. Ji-Yun took a deep breath, his mind already formulating a plan. Ultimately, he would have to provoke the situation himself. Once his decision was made, at this moment, Ji-Yun felt as though he were possessed by an internet troll. Countless ancient and famous phrases from his past life surged forth in his mind. A myriad of venomous words pressed heavily upon his chest. He wore a mask of disdain on his face, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of Xiangpa. He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Perhaps a wager would suffice? Just as Ji-Yun was about to unleash his wrath, Weiss and Bardos spoke in unison. Season Yun's words were abruptly stifled, swallowed back into the depths of his being. His gaze, filled with astonishment, shifted between the two individuals. Not only he, but also Beerus and Kampa regarded their master with equal perplexity. Weiss and Beerus exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes alight with an unusual brilliance, indicating that they harbored ulterior motives. "Pray tell, Beerus, what are you up to? What wager are you proposing with them?" Kampa inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. As a revered god of destruction, he lacked for nothing, with a plethora of delicacies yet to savor. Engaging in trivial bets was far from his inclination. With a subtle smile, Beerus responded, "Is it not your desire for them to engage in a match with their apprentice god of destruction?" Kappa, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. Unable to comprehend Beerus's true intentions. "Then let us make this wager. The term shall be that if you can vanquish that young one, henceforth, whenever Lord Beerus encounters you, he must bow his head and take a detour. Conversely, should that young one triumph over you, the terms remain the same. Of course, the latter is utterly improbable. Thus, we stand to gain without any risk, provided they dare to accept. What do you think of this wager?" Beerus elaborated with a mischievous glint in his eye, casting a knowing glance at Whis and the others. This scheme had long been concocted in her mind. Upon learning of their intentions from Whis, she had already devised a plan. As Kampa's servant, it was only natural for her to consider her master's interests. Otherwise, she would not have so readily brought Whis and the others to meet Kampa. Upon hearing this plan, Kampa's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are a master strategist, Beerus." Chapter 85. Lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. Beerus slightly shook his head, a hint of pride playing at the corners of his mouth. He believed his plan was indeed sound, yet it also felt somewhat excessive. If proposed, he surmised that Whis and the others would undoubtedly reject it. However, that mattered little. It effectively dispelled their fanciful notions of challenging Kampa. In any case, there was no tangible loss to themselves. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis were engaged in a tense discussion. "Whis, what shall you wager with them?" Beerus inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He possessed nothing of value to offer as a stake. If the wager lacked allure, Kampa might refuse to fight. Forcing a promise could lead to significant repercussions, jeopardizing their stature. "Do not fret, Lord Beerus," Whis reassured. "Since the opponent has put forth the request for a wager, it would be prudent to first listen to their thoughts," Weiss remarked with a faint smile. As the challengers, they had proactively initiated the challenge, and it would be unwise for them to impose their own terms without understanding the other side's perspective. Weiss observed that Bardos and Kampa had already conferred. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to propose the stakes, regardless of their suitability. He was prepared to accept them, for his trust in Ji-Yun was unwavering. Even if they were to lose, it would never result in defeat. At worst, they would merely draw. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus could only nod in resignation. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. It was essential to ascertain the conditions the opponent would present. If they were excessively unreasonable, he would simply withdraw, chalking it up to a futile endeavor. Ji-Yun also heard Weiss's words and could only begin to pray silently, hoping that the impending battle would proceed as scheduled. Otherwise, he was prepared to unleash a torrent of provocative remarks. He longed for a confrontation with Kampa, as both parties had nearly finalized their discussions. At the opposite end of the room, Beerus's sister, Vados, slowly spoke up. "Weiss, how are the negotiations progressing? Have you decided on the terms of this wager?" At that moment, she beamed with an extraordinarily bright smile, for she had already conferred with Kampa, regardless of the conditions proposed by the opposing side. Her faction would never acquiesce. If they desired battle, it must unfold according to her design. Otherwise, they were welcome to depart. "Hee, sister. Haven't you already made your mind up?" Weiss replied nonchalantly, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He understood his sister well. The stakes would inevitably revolve around the interactions between Beerus and Kampa. Even without explicit details, Weiss had already deduced much of the scenario. "Very well. I shall not delay further," Vados remarked with a slight smile of triumph, glancing at Weiss, Beerus, and Ji-Yun. She continued seamlessly, "Our demands are quite simple. The esteemed identity of Lord Kampa is unparalleled. Not to mention mere mortals. Even among the numerous gods of destruction, he stands out prominently. How could he casually accept challenges from others?" Vados began to lavish compliments on Kampa, words that resonated pleasantly in his ears, causing his face to break into a broad smile as he nodded in agreement. Then, Vados shifted her tone and continued, "Of course, it is not impossible for Lord Kampa to accept a challenge. Should you agree to our proposed wager, we will acquiesce to your request. Lord Kampa may graciously offer guidance to this junior known as Ji-Yun." Her tone was remarkably calm, yet her words carried an air of mystery. Beerus felt increasingly agitated, yearning for her to state her demands directly without her incessant rambling, which was quite irksome. Conversely, Weiss and Ji-Yun remained composed, listening attentively to Vados. Both had resolved that no matter what requirements were set forth, they would accept. After a brief pause, Vados looked around at everyone before continuing. The wager is this. Lord Kappa will compete against Ji-Yun. If he wins, whenever Lord Beerus encounters Lord Kappa in the future, he must bow his head and take a detour, never to confront Lord Kappa directly. Conversely, the same holds true. If Ji-Yun were to emerge victorious, even Lord Kappa would lower his head and take a detour upon encountering Lord Beerus, thus avoiding any potential conflict. After Bardos concluded her wager, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. She believed that regardless of Whis' confidence in his protege, such conditions were unacceptable to Beerus. He would undoubtedly terminate this endeavor, for entrusting one's fate to another is something no one can do with ease. Very well, we concur. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of the assembly. Bardos furrowed her brow and turned towards the source of the voice. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Whis nor Beerus who had spoken, but Ji-Yun, who had remained silent until now. Then it settled, and there's no turning back. Kappa exclaimed eagerly, disregarding the speaker's identity. This proposition was entirely advantageous to him. Anyone who declined would be deemed foolish. Hold on, Kappa, I haven't agreed yet. Beerus was the first to react, hastily waving his hand. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. Before Kappa could utter another word, Beerus shot a furious glare at Ji-Yun. Youngster, I have yet to voice my opinion. Who gave you the authority to make such decisions on your own? Beerus's tone was exceedingly stern, his reprimand nearly a roar. He had just been contemplating how Kappa and his entourage could propose such a shameless wager. It was not that he lacked confidence in Ji-Yun. Rather, it was a matter of prudence. After all, this wager could potentially affect his entire legacy. And he could not afford to be hasty. Yet, before he could express himself, this young man had already jumped at the opportunity, seizing the moment before him. Ji-Yun anxiously gazed at the stern expression of Beerus, his face reflecting a profound sense of grievance. Though he remained silent, his eyes conveyed a silent apology to Beerus. It was my fault. It's all my doing. I didn't mean to. I genuinely wanted to assist you. In truth, Ji-Yun's heart was elated. He had finally taken on this battle. Surely, there could be no unforeseen complications this time, could there? Beerus, could it be that you have reconsidered? Xiangpa observed Beerus' flustered demeanor, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Today, he resolved to assert his dominance over him. Hey, Xiangpa, who's reconsidering? I said, I haven't agreed to anything. What that brat just said doesn't count. Beerus hastily denied. Regret flooded Beerus' mind. Had he known, he would not have come today. Was he not merely digging his own grave? If he were to lose, how could he ever hold his head high again? Chapter 86, Preparations before the start. Oh, that doesn't count? I see you're afraid. Xiangpa said with a smug expression, arms crossed, his eyes filled with disdain. How infuriating. Upon hearing Xiangpa's mockery, Beerus clenched his fist involuntarily. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a single retort. Beerus was caught in a predicament. If he agreed, Xiangpa would undoubtedly exert every effort to defeat Ji-Yun, and Beerus would never be able to hold his head high again. Conversely, if he declined, it would imply his fear. And Xiangpa would certainly leverage this incident in the future. At this moment, agreeing or disagreeing seemed equally inappropriate. Vados, observing Beerus' dilemma, subtly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a knowing smile. Her gaze then shifted to Ji-Yun. What a remarkable boy, truly a worthy disciple of Whis. Regardless of his abilities, his courage is commendable. Vados silently praised Ji-Yun for his somewhat reckless actions. With further training, he would undoubtedly rise above mediocrity. Whis, meanwhile, remained as composed as ever, unaffected by Beerus' troubling situation. He merely allowed a slight smile to play upon his lips. Lord Xiangpa, we shall accept this wager. Whis declared nonchalantly, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Upon hearing these words, Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity, his mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment. It's over, they've all gone mad. Ji-Yun has gone mad. And Vis has gone mad too. Am I the only sane person here? Upon hearing Vis's words, Babatus felt a slight shock within. He actually accepted it? This was somewhat unexpected for her. As Vis's sister, she was well aware of her brother's character. Confidence is Vis's hallmark. However, if that confidence transforms into arrogance, it becomes a different matter entirely. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated throughout the venue. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, Vis possesses remarkable courage. Xiangpa exclaimed with an air of pride, repeatedly applauding in admiration. His heart swelled with joy, already envisioning the times he would visit Beerus after this matter concluded. If that is the case, then it is settled. If there are no further issues, shall we commence? Vis nodded slightly and spoke calmly. Very well, let us begin. Xiangpa responded with excitement. He then turned to Beerus and said, Beerus. Ah. Beerus shook her head helplessly. Observing Vis's composed demeanor, she found herself at a loss for words. It seems that after this matter is resolved, a discussion with him will be necessary. Thud, thud. Beerus gently tapped her staff against the ground twice. In an instant, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The spacious room vanished, and everyone found themselves in an open area. With a wave of her hand, Beerus summoned several beams of white light to the center of the venue. Before long, the white light dissipated, revealing a colossal arena formed by azure stone slabs, which materialized directly in the center of the space. The venue was now prepared and ready to commence at any moment. Beerus stated coolly. Remarkably, this entire transformation took place in mere seconds, leaving one in awe of the angel's extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, Beerus remained in a state of bewilderment. It was only after Beerus's voice echoed that he gradually regained his senses. Vis, is everything truly all right? Beerus inquired softly. Now, he was in a situation from which there was no turning back, and he no longer found it necessary to blame the unilateral decision. The immediate priority was to navigate through the impending challenge. Lord Beerus, please do not panic. While Lord Xiangpa may be formidable, the current Qi Yuan is certainly not to be underestimated. Let us observe the unfolding events in tranquility, Vados remarked with a smile to Beerus. While the two engaged in conversation, Kampa could scarcely contain his eagerness as he leaped onto the stage, moving about with his somewhat plump physique, preparing for the impending battle. Beerus cast a glance at the relaxed Kampa, yet a twinge of concern crept into his heart. What if that young lad, Jiyan, were to falter against Kampa? Beerus swallowed hard and murmured to himself. Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, Vados shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. If he cannot win, then so be it. It is not as if we stand to lose anything substantial. Vados was at a loss for words. It was you who sought trouble in the first place. Now, it is you who is wavering. You were the one who saw potential in Ji-Yun, yet now you fret over his capabilities. Are we not being a tad presumptuous? Is there any semblance of certainty left? What? What do you mean by not losing anything? Clarify your words. Beerus tugged at Vados's garment, his frustration mounting. Is not one's dignity a loss? Vados, upon hearing Beerus's interrogation, remained silent. Even before the battle commenced, he had already begun to lose faith. This very lack of confidence placed them at a disadvantage. If Ji-Yun were to overhear this, a match that could have been won might very well slip away. As Beerus noted Vados's silence, he began to ponder deeply. Should Ji-Yun be defeated, he resolved never to step outside again unless absolutely necessary. Even if Kampa were to come knocking with challenges, he would remain behind closed doors. Hey, are we going to fight or not? I've been warmed up for quite some time now. If we're not fighting, just concede already. Kampa urged the members of Universe 7, his impatience palpable. This was a rare opportunity, and he was eager to seize it. Upon hearing Kampa's insistence, Ji-Yun looked to Vados with an expression brimming with anticipation. Though he uttered not a word, his eyes inquired if he might take to the stage. Go on, show your strength to your sister and Lord Kampa. Vados felt Ji-Yun's gaze and nodded slightly, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Ji-Yun received Visti's approval, and a faint smile graced her face. My dear, wait for my return, and witness how I shall conquer him. Ji-Yun turned slightly, smiling as she spoke to number 18. 18 nodded earnestly, convinced that Ji-Yun would surely return victorious. After exchanging a few words of blessing, Ji-Yun prepared to leap onto the stage. Just as she was about to take off, Beerus, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Wait a moment, kid. Ji-Yun heard the voice of Beerus. His footsteps paused, and he curiously turned to look back. He saw Beerus gazing at him with a serious expression, devoid of his usual indifference. The two locked eyes for approximately 2 seconds. Beerus slowly began to speak. This time, I entrust it to you. Chapter 87, Ji-Yun vs. Kampa. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback. Soon, however, he smiled with a sense of acceptance and gave a thumbs up to him. He then leaped onto the arena, standing defiantly opposite Kampa. I hope that lad does not disappoint me. Beerus silently prayed as he observed Ji-Yun on the stage. Whis maintained his serene smile, seemingly confident in the unfolding events. Bardos, witnessing Ji-Yun ascend to the platform, shook her head in resignation, sighing inwardly. Alas, I hope Lord Kampa goes easy on him. Bardos did not believe Ji-Yun had any chance of victory. Rather, She regarded him as a mere pawn in the divine contest, a sacrificial piece, at that. Seeing Ji Yun's calm and confident smile, a wave of regret washed over Bardos. At that moment, Wissa gently approached Bardos, casting a smile in her direction. Observing Wissa's evident amusement, Bardos's brow furrowed slightly, and she remarked, "What a fine young man he is. He should have a promising future ahead. It is unfortunate that he is about to be doomed by your kind." Whis, upon hearing his sister's words, merely smiled in silence. He understood that Bardos did not believe Ji Yun possessed the strength to defeat Kampa. Yet he had no desire to engage in any debate. Let the facts speak for themselves. Noticing Wis's silence, Bardos turned her gaze back to the arena. Continuing to speak to him, "Rest assured, if that lad is truly in danger, I will not stand idly by. I will intervene to safeguard his life." Though her eyes were fixed on the stage, she continued conversing with Wis. Wis responded with a resigned smile, "Sister, why must you insist that Ji Yun is destined to lose?" Bardos raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wis before returning her focus to the developments on the stage. Choosing not to pursue the argument further. On the arena, Ji Yun and Kampa locked eyes, each assessing the other. Ji Yun maintained his composure and tranquility, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xiangpa before him. "My dear fellow, I bear you no ill will, nor do I desire your demise. I implore you to surrender and concede, lest you risk losing your life." Xiangpa cast a disdainful glance at Ji Yun, his tone dripping with contempt. "I am the god of destruction from the 6th universe. If I lack the requisite prowess, how could I possibly secure my position? Though you may be a novice god of destruction, in my eyes, you are woefully inadequate. Thank you for your concern, esteemed Xiangpa. However, I am inclined to give it a try. Who knows, I might just emerge victorious by a stroke of luck." With a smile, Ji Yun responded, "Regardless, today, I must secure victory over Xiangpa. Whether you are a mule or a horse, we shall soon discover." "Humph, utterly self-unaware." Xiangpa disdainfully snorted, clearly regarding Ji Yun as an arrogant fool. "Winning by mere chance? Surely, you jest. Kid, don't accuse me of bullying you. I shall allow you to strike first. Come forth," Xiangpa said with contempt, opening his arms wide, making no defensive stance to welcome Ji Yun's attack. "Ah, then I shall not stand on ceremony." Ji Yun smiled gently and cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, Xiangpa curled his lips in disdain and muttered softly, "What a pretentious display." As Ji Yun lowered his head in greeting, a sudden change swept across his expression when he lifted it again. In the next instant, his body propelled forward like a cannonball, directly charging towards Xiangpa. Following this, a powerful fist descended, aimed squarely at Xiangpa's forehead. A mere trifling skill. Xiangpa's gaze remained indifferent as he cast a fleeting glance. He did not employ any evasive maneuvers, allowing Ji Yun's assault to land upon his crown. Bang! With a resounding strike, Ji Yun's attack reverberated through the air. Yet, Xiangpa remained steadfast, unmoving upon the ground. Thankfully, it was the arena set by Bardos. Otherwise, such an assault could have shattered the very earth. Alas, this kind of attack is futile against Lord Xiangpa. Observing the ineffectiveness of Ji Yun's onslaught, Bardos could only shake her head in resignation. Her grip on the staff tightened, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. "Sister, how can you lack such composure? There is still time. Ji Yun is merely testing the waters. The real spectacle lies ahead. Just remain at ease and watch." Vis, discerning Bados's unease, addressed her calmly. Upon hearing Vis's words, Bardos cast a fleeting glance his way. Her grip on the staff loosened slightly, yet her heart remained taut with tension. In the arena, Xiangpa felt the lackluster impact of Ji Yun's assault, his disdain growing ever stronger. "With such meager skill, how did you earn the title of Apprentice Destroyer?" A smirk of derision graced Xiangpa's lips as he questioned. "With this level of prowess, to speak candidly, one could easily find countless contenders within Universe 6. Xiangpa's verbal jabs persisted, laden with scorn. "If this is all there is, then surely our Universe 6 must be filled with Apprentice Destroyers." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Beerus below the arena could hear him clearly. At this moment, Beerus stood with his arms crossed, unfazed by Xiangpa's taunts. He understood that Ji Yun's true strength far exceeded what was presently displayed. It was still too early to make such bold proclamations. Truly, Lord Xiangpa is formidable, indeed. Ji Yun withdrew his fist and stepped back a few paces, offering a commendation. Upon hearing his opponent's flattery, Xiangpa couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. However, before Xiangpa could indulge in his self-satisfaction for long, a formidable aura erupted from Ji Yun's body. A beam of golden light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Drink! With a furious roar, Ji Yun's hair instantaneously transformed in hue. His elongated physique was instantly imbued with explosive muscle, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and lightning that surrounded him. The form of the Super Saiyan was unveiled. Can he truly transform again? Kampa pondered aloud, bewildered. He swiftly attuned himself to the energy permeating the air, and was inwardly taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a significant enhancement in the strength of the individual before him compared to before. Though surprised, Kampa maintained an air of disdain upon his countenance. If this is your reliance, then it ends here, he remarked with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, coldly. Despite Ji Yun's noticeable increase in power, the notion that he could defeat Kampa with it was undoubtedly a delusion. In a swift motion, Kampa vanished from sight. In the next instant, he materialized directly before Ji Yun, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks upon Ji Yun. Chapter 88. Unleash your full power. As Ji Yun faced the ferocious onslaught of Xiang Pa, he skillfully maneuvered his hands into a whirlwind, maintaining an unwavering composure while executing his defenses. For a time, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiang Pa's assaults became increasingly incisive. Yet he remained unable to breach Ji Yun's formidable guard. Ji Yun's defense grew increasingly arduous, yet he steadfastly resisted Xiang Pa's relentless assaults. Beerus observed the battle unfolding on the field. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and glanced at Weiss, speaking in a tone of mild indifference. Weiss, is this the source of your confidence? Ji Yun's ability to transform and enhance her strength was indeed unexpected for her. However, to challenge Lord Xiangpa based solely on this would be somewhat presumptuous. Sister, let us not hastily draw conclusions. It would be prudent to observe further. Weiss remarked with a gentle smile as he gazed at Beerus. He discerned the underlying tone of his sister's words. Nevertheless, to assume that Ji Yun's prowess was limited to this would be a grave misjudgment. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus redirected her attention to the arena, eager to see what tricks Ji Yun might unveil next. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air as Xiangpa's fist struck Ji Yun's crossed arms in defense. Ji Yun felt an immense force surging through his arm. His body could scarcely withstand such power, and his feet struggled to maintain their grip on the ground. He staggered backwards several paces, barely managing to halt his retreat by forcefully pushing off with the toes of his right foot. Not much to it, kid. Is that all you've got after just one punch? Xiang Pa remarked disdainfully, picking his nose and curling his lip. Although Ji Yun's displayed prowess was indeed commendable, in his eyes it remained woefully inadequate. Upon hearing Xiang Pa's words, Ji Yun gazed at him with an expression of indifference. His hands continuously revolved, seeking to alleviate the slight numbness in his arms. Indeed, Lord Xiang Pa is formidable. However, I implore you to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you shall not prevail against me. Ji Yun's expression remained tranquil, and his tone was calm yet resolute as he spoke. That recent strike had indeed caused him some disadvantage. However, if Kampa were to rely solely on such meager strength, it would be insufficient to vanquish Ji Yun. He chuckled, remarking on Kampa's lack of prowess despite his grandiose claims. Kampa shook his head, his tone dripping with derision, wholly dismissive of Ji Yun's words. Do I truly need to exert my full strength to deal with a mere child like you? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you are worthy? Kampa's mockery was unrelenting, a ceaseless barrage. In all honesty, it was the first time Kampa encountered someone as audacious as Ji Yun. Although Ji Yun merely offered a reminder, the audacity to demand that a god of destruction unleash his full power in battle was a sentiment never expressed by anyone throughout Kampa's long existence. I have spoken my piece. Whether you heed it or not is entirely your concern. Ji Yun smiled and spoke to Xiang Pa. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, a trace of anger flickered across Xiang Pa's face. Arrogance! In an instant, Xiang Pa transformed into a streak of purple radiance, rushing towards Ji Yun with an unstoppable force. Ji Yun gazed at the looming figure of Xiang Pa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, a familiar crimson aura enveloped the golden flames. Break from me! Ji Yun shouted loudly, his fist enveloped in a powerful aura, striking the purple radiance with tremendous force. Boom! The collision of two forces ignited a violent explosion on the arena, a blinding white light engulfing both Ji Yun and Xiang Pa. In the blink of an eye, before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, a somewhat portly figure was sent flying from the brilliance. It was none other than Xiang Pa, who had just clashed with Ji Yun. At that moment, he was completely out of control, tumbling like a projectile for several meters. When he finally ceased his rolling, he found himself lying on the ground, sliding a short distance before coming to a halt. Bardos, observing from the sidelines, witnessed the entire spectacle with astonishment. His pupils wide with disbelief as he involuntarily gasped. How has this young man's aura increased so dramatically? Bardos remarked in incredulity, gazing at Ji Yun, who was radiating a crimson glow. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Ji Yun possessed such a formidable hidden strength, causing even Lord Xiangpa to suffer a significant setback. This technique, known as the King's Fist, was the source of Ji Yun's enhanced aura, was covered his mouth with a smile, slowly beginning to explain to Bardos. King? Bardos questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, that is correct. This technique was created by the king of our 7th universe's northern galaxy, hence its name, the King's Fist. Whis cheerfully elaborated, initially believing this move to be Ji Yun's original creation. It was not until the practical training session that his curiosity led him to inquire about Ji Yun's technique. Ji Yun informed that it was not his own creation. This technique originated from the hands of the king of the northern galaxy. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, Bardos silently nodded in agreement. It was unexpected that such a minor king could conceive such a formidable technique. Truly impressive, Weiss. It appears I underestimated him. However, do not forget, the power of a god of destruction extends far beyond this. Bardos's expression returned to calmness as she spoke with a tranquil voice. Indeed. Ji Yun's maneuver was quite impressive, catching Lord Xiangpa off guard. However, it remains insufficient to defeat him. Bados still harbors no hope for Ji Yun. Upon hearing Bados's words, Weiss smiled calmly. He was well aware that the power Ji Yun had unleashed at present was not enough to conquer Xiangpa. Yet, who could definitively claim that the strength Ji Yun displayed was the entirety of his potential? As Ji Yun's sparring partner, Weiss was acutely aware of this. Ji Yun still possesses an immense potential yet to be unleashed. In the arena, the somewhat disheveled Xiangpa slowly rises, his eyes ablaze with a dark fury. You have successfully provoked me, young one. Do not expect to leave this place alive today, Xiangpa declares with palpable anger, his gaze seemingly capable of tearing Ji Yun apart. For so many years, as a god of destruction, when has he ever endured such humiliation? Regardless of the outcome today, should word of this spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving him to face the mockery of other gods of destruction. I have long advised you to wield your full strength. I have bestowed you with an opportunity for honor, yet you have failed to cherish it. Ji Yun's expression remained calm as he spoke. He had encountered individuals like Xiangpa numerous times before. Each time, he offered kind reminders and fought with all his strength. Yet there were always those who refused to listen. They only came to their senses when faced with the consequences, often casting resentful glances in his direction. Who could he turn to for justification? Chapter 89. The beggar's version of the supreme Zen technique. Listening to Ji Yun's somewhat piercing words, Xiangpa's fury reached its zenith. How could a mere nameless youth dare to reprimand a god of destruction? This was tantamount to courting death. Xiangpa's gaze turned icy as he quietly seethed, unleashing an unparalleled aura that enveloped the entire arena. Waves of formidable energy surged towards Ji Yun, exerting immense pressure upon him. A purple glow began to emanate from Xiangpa's body as his power ascended to a terrifying level. Ah, now this is more like it. Ji Yun smiled with a serene demeanor, absorbing the relentless impact surrounding him. In this moment, he reveled in the fervor of his scion blood, which finally began to boil within him. Die! Xiangpa bellowed, his deep voice tinged with a raspy quality. In the next instant, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, Xiangpa charged directly at Ji Yun. Ji Yun's smile faded, her gaze fixed ahead. Her body moved in tandem, leaving behind only a fleeting, blurred silhouette. In an instant, she vanished. The clash began. The two combatants engaged fiercely, silver flashes illuminating the air. Their figures were obscured. Yet the sound of thunderous impacts echoed throughout. The sturdy arena, constructed from solid white stone, began to fracture. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. Their rapid movements and instantaneous strikes generated an intense heat, causing the air within the space to shimmer. Waves of invisible warmth enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a sauna. Weiss and Bardos stood side by side, their eyes unflinchingly focused on the arena, anxiously observing the unfolding confrontation. Beerus, unlike the others, scrutinized the battle with fervor, his mouth incessantly voicing encouragement. Excellent. Fight well, Ji Yun. Show that little rascal, Xiangpa, no mercy. He pumped his fist enthusiastically, exclaiming joyfully. In the next moment, the previously jubilant Beerus transformed, his expression shifting dramatically. You fool, is this how you fight? Get your act together. Yes, that's it. Strike him. Oh no, that's not how it's done. Ji-Yun, try cutting through the center. Beerus leaped about, gesturing and directing with fervor, eager to join the fray himself. Android 18 stood in bewilderment, only able to hear the roaring sounds around her, unable to see the combatants. She relied on Beerus's shouts to gauge whether the situation favored Ji-Yun. With a resounding impact, two beams of light diverged at the center of the arena. Ji-Yun and Xiangpa stood opposed, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange. Beerus, can you not be so incessantly noisy? I'm trying to engage in battle. Yet your incessant chatter is unrelenting. Xiangpa exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead, his frustration palpable. Having already suffered a setback, his mood was far from pleasant. And Beerus's incessant prattling only served to further unsettle him, causing his techniques to become somewhat disordered. What business is it of yours if I speak? If it's impossible, then it's impossible. Don't fabricate excuses, Beerus retorted with a cold smirk. His earlier loud proclamations were not merely tactical commands directed at Ji-Yun. Rather, they were primarily intended to disrupt Xiangpa. It became evident that this strategy had proven remarkably effective. Curse it, Xiangpa muttered under his breath. He had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with Beerus at this moment. His sole focus was on securing victory in the battle at hand. He was eager to see how Beerus would continue to act arrogantly in his presence after the outcome. With a steely gaze, Xiangpa turned his attention back to Ji-Yun. I must admit, you possess some notable strength. I underestimated you before. However, my patience for this playful exchange has worn thin. The battle ends here, Xiangpa declared coldly. Although he had exuded an impressive aura earlier, he had yet to unleash his full potential, reserving considerable strength for the fight. He had initially believed he could easily dispose of this young challenger, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Oh, is it over, then? I was under the impression that it was just beginning. Perhaps you were conceding outright? With a subtle smile gracing Ji-Yun's lips, he spoke without reservation. It was evident to him that Kappa had not exerted his full strength. If Kappa's abilities were indeed limited to this extent, then there would be no need for Ji-Yun to assume the role of the destroyer god of the sixth universe. He could simply take the position for himself. Although Kappa had not unleashed his utmost power, neither had Ji-Yun truly done so. He had only employed the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal capacity. Furthermore, during his year of training with Whis, Ji-Yun is not merely resting on his laurels. If he lacked substantial backing, Weiss would hardly dare to challenge him. With a sharp tongue yet limited prowess, his bravado is unwarranted. In this regard, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Beerus, Kappa remarked coldly, a piercing glint emanating from his eyes. This time, he intended to conclude matters swiftly, eradicating Ji-Yun in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Kappa's aura retracted, his once tempestuous presence dissipating entirely. He appeared as still as a tranquil pool, and were it not for the visible presence of his eyes, one might not even sense his existence. Has he finally revealed his true capabilities? As Ji-Yun's countenance grew serious, he murmured softly. At this moment, Xiangpa's state was a demonstration of the true might of a destroyer, akin to a beggar's version of the ultimate mastery. Meanwhile, Betos observed Xiangpa preparing to unleash his full power, and could not help but cast a worried glance at Ji-Yun. Weiss, do you not intend to intervene? If this continues, the life of this young man will be in jeopardy. Betos furrowed her brows as she looked at Weiss, her heart heavy. Such a promising talent, if he were to devote himself to cultivation for several billion years, he could potentially succeed Beerus and become the destroyer of the seventh universe. There is no need to persist in this relentless struggle. Upon hearing his sister's words, Weiss gently shook his head. Ji-Yun is my apprentice destroyer of the seventh universe. If he were truly in danger, I would be the first to rescue him. As I have said before, until the very last moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Let us await the conclusion with bated breath. Weiss's resolve remained unwavering, firmly believing in Ji-Yun's safety. Hearing his words, Betos's frown deepened. She was utterly perplexed by the absence of her mature and composed brother, who had instilled such audacity in him. In the arena, Xiangpa regarded Ji-Yun with an indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotion. You are the first to witness my full power. You should consider it an honor upon your demise. Xiangpa's tone was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 90, a stunning revelation. Make your move. Ji-Yun responded lightly, seemingly unperturbed by Xiangpa's words. Oomph. With a cold snort, Xiangpa lightly tapped the tips of his toes and leaped effortlessly before Ji-Yun, launching a ferocious attack imbued with overwhelming power. Ji-Yun swiftly intercepted Xiangpa's assault, promptly engaging in defense. However, after fending off one strike, 4 or 5 punches landed squarely on Ji-Yun's abdomen. Upon being struck, Ji Yun felt a powerful force surging chaotically within his body. Poof! In an instant, Ji Yun expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. At the corner of his mouth, a cruel smile emerged, revealing a sinister delight. He then seized Ji Yun by the hair and, with a sweeping motion, hurled him directly towards the floor. Bang! Ji Yun's body crashed onto the arena, creating a deep crater. He lay sprawled on the ground in a state of utter disarray. Ji Yun, number 18, exclaimed anxiously, her heart aching at the sight of Ji Yun's severe injuries. At that moment, Beerus also silenced his incessant chatter, his expression grave as he gazed at the scene unfolding on the stage. In his mind, only one thought remained. Ji Yun, can you still fight? Hiss. The strike is quite fierce. Seizing Yun was momentarily dazed, yet a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. Thus, there was no reason to conceal his intentions any longer. With a swift motion, he acted. Ji Yun leaped out of the pit, instantly finding himself before Xiang Pa. The crimson flames engulfing his body surged with renewed vigor. You certainly have some resilience, Xiang Pa remarked with a tone of disdain. Had Ji Yun chosen to remain sprawled on the ground, he might have narrowly evaded disaster. Yet, to Xiang Pa's astonishment, Ji Yun reappeared before him once more. Die! Xiang Pa's face contorted with malice as he shouted fiercely, conjuring a violet energy orb in his hand and hurling it towards Ji Yun. A cruel smile played at the corners of Xiang Pa's lips. At such a close range, there was no way this lad could evade his attack. If he succeeded in hitting his target, victory would be assured. Alas, Xiang Pa's well-laid plans were destined to fail. As Ji Yun gazed at the energy orb approaching his chest, he fixed his eyes on Xiang Pa, and with a swift motion of his hand, he sent the energy ball flying away. A tremendous roar echoed as the energy orb detonated in the sky. Ji Yun's aura intensified, radiating a deep crimson hue akin to blood. Clearly, he had activated the tenfold Kaioken, elevating his overall combat prowess to a new echelon. No. Impossible. Xiang Pa appeared flustered, the smile on his face vanishing without a trace. He frantically rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the astonishing events that had just unfolded. Well done, Ji Yun, Beerus exclaimed with excitement. He understood that although Xiang Pa's energy orb had not been unleashed with full force, it still contained an energy equivalent to 7 times Xiang Pa's own power. Ji Yun, with a casual gesture, deftly sent the opponent flying with a single strike. This demonstrated that Ji Yun's current prowess could indeed rival that of Xiang Pa, thus enhancing the possibility of victory. Meanwhile, number 18, witnessing Ji Yun's unscathed condition, finally eased the tension that had gripped their heart. Master Xiang Pa, it is now my turn to take action. Ji Yun spoke calmly. Yet before Xiang Pa could react, as Ji Yun approached, a sudden crash resounded. Ji Yun delivered a powerful punch to Xiang Pa's somewhat plump chest. Xiang Pa felt a sharp pang in his heart, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Damn it, disappear, he exclaimed, clutching his chest. Once again, he concentrated and formed a colossal orb of energy in his hand, hurling it directly towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun gazed at the colossal sphere of energy and let out a soft chuckle. Subsequently, a golden orb of light coalesced in his hand, which he launched directly towards Xiang Pa's energy sphere. A resounding explosion echoed as the two luminous spheres collided. The solid ground instantly crumbled, transforming countless white bricks into mere dust. In an instant, the grand stage vanished, leaving behind only a charred, blackened expanse. Ji Yun, number 18 exclaimed anxiously, glancing over in haste, for the entire venue was now devoid of the once magnificent arena. At the same time, Ji Yun and Xiang Pa vanished without a trace. No need to shout up there, Beerus remarked, his arms crossed, gazing at the sky. Upon hearing Beerus's reminder, Android 18 quickly looked up and confirmed that Ji Yun was indeed in the heavens, currently locked in a standoff with Xiang Pa. In the instant that the explosion occurred, both reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating to the sky. At that moment, Batos began to waver, her eyes filled with astonishment. She turned to glance at Whis, who was smiling cheerfully at her. So, dear sister, what do you think now? Do you still believe Ji Yun is not a match for Lord Xiang Pa? Whis said with a gentle smile, fully aware that his sister had doubted him from the very beginning, thus he refrained from further argument. Now, the most compelling evidence lay before them, far more persuasive than any feeble words. Batos let out a bitter smile, her astonishment lingering in her eyes. The notion of a mortal shaking the god of destruction was enough to stir the cosmos. Batos nodded slightly, speaking with a tinge of regret. I never anticipated. Never imagined this young man could astonish me so greatly. She could hardly fathom that Ji Yun could unleash such formidable power. With this strength alone, he stood on par with Lord Xiangpa. Given the current situation, Batos found herself hesitant to predict the outcome. All she could do was silently wish that Lord Xiangpa could turn the tide and emerge victorious. Otherwise, her carefully devised wager could backfire and endanger her own allies. Meanwhile, Ji Yun hovered in the sky, calmly regarding Xiangpa. Lord Xiangpa, shall we continue? Ji Yun asked with a smile. According to Weiss, his strength had now reached a level comparable to that of Xiangpa. If the battle continued, the outcome was uncertain. Kid, do not be too arrogant. I have not yet been defeated, Xiangpa retorted defiantly, striving to maintain an air of calm. However, the astonishment in his eyes was no less than that of Bardos. He had never anticipated that this ant, whom he had always looked down upon, possessed the power to shake him to his core. Then let us continue the fight. Ji Yun spoke with unwavering determination as his body surged forth in a flash. Though Xiangpa was taken aback, the battle must persist. For this was a clash that would determine the dignity of the god of destruction. No matter the cost, he could not afford to lose. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged once more in a fierce struggle amidst the heavens. Above, the skies rumbled with thunder, as if the very firmament was resonating with the intensity of their conflict, echoing with mournful cries. Chapter 91, 20-fold King Fist Bang. Their fists collided violently once more in midair. Subsequently, both of their bodies were propelled backward. Xiangpa staggered, retreating several meters before finally coming to an unsteady halt. In contrast, Ji Yun remained composed, taking a slight step back before regaining his balance. It was evident that in this exchange of blows, Ji Yun had gained the upper hand. Xiangpa, is this all you have? Ji Yun gazed at Xiangpa and spoke softly. The current outcome was entirely within his expectations. Wei Si had stated that his strength was already approaching that of Xiangpa coupled with his inherited bloodline. He could enhance his combat prowess through battle. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that he was on the verge of surpassing Xiangpa in strength. Xiangpa's countenance darkened ominously. He had not anticipated that this young man would grow increasingly formidable in combat. Initially, he believed their strengths were comparable. Yet, during their recent skirmish, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Damn it, do you think victory is assured? He declared, his voice chillingly cold. Let me assure you, it is far from over. Xiangpa's expression remained grim as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Then I implore you, Lord Xiangpa, to continue. With a faint smile, Ji Yun responded. At this moment, he radiated an unparalleled confidence and pride, for he still possessed a portion of his strength yet to be unveiled. Thus, regardless of what hidden cards Zampa might hold, he felt utterly unperturbed. How contemptible it is to think one could so easily defeat me. Drink. Zampa bellowed skyward. A terrifying purple aura erupting from his being. A flickering beam of light, akin to a drawn blade, pierced the heavens. In that instant, the very essence of the world trembled, and relentless bolts of lightning cascaded down, rendering the atmosphere as fearsome as an apocalypse. After a brief moment, the earth regained its tranquility. Zampa's aura subsided, becoming more restrained than before. His gaze transformed into one of chilling indifference. Below, Beerus, witnessing this shift, felt his earlier joy dissipate in an instant. He had not anticipated that Zampa could further augment his strength, a stark contradiction to his previous understanding of Zampa's capabilities. A wave of concern for Ji Yun surged within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beerus sighed in relief. It appeared that Lord Zampa had been cornered. Managing to elevate his power to such heights, Beerus turned to Whis with a smile, remarking, "What do you think, Whis? Did you expect this? Lord Zampa's power can still ascend." Whis observed Zampa's displayed prowess, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated this progression from Zampa. However, that moment of astonishment was fleeting. He maintained his composure. Indeed, one could not overlook the dedication his sister had likely invested in this endeavor. Whis nodded slightly, smiling at Beerus. Seeing Whis's calm demeanor, Beerus felt a twinge of foreboding. Whis's reaction was unnervingly subdued, a demeanor that seemed genuine rather than feigned. I did not teach him. This is merely his inherent strength, which he refrains from exhibiting. Were it not for Ji Yun's relentless pressure, Lord Zampa might not have transcended to this level. Beerus remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis smiled and nodded lightly. It was unexpected that in a dire situation, Zampa's true strength would be inadvertently drawn out. Does Ji Yun still have more tricks up his sleeve? You appear unfazed by this development, he mused. Bardouz could no longer contain herself and continued to inquire. Upon hearing her sister's question, Weiss smiled subtly and replied nonchalantly. Indeed, soon enough, you shall witness it. Barduz felt an increasing weight in her heart. Although on the surface, Xiangpa had surpassed Ji-Yun in strength. If Ji-Yun were to possess a hidden card, the situation could become dire. For Xiangpa had already reached his limit. In the sky, the two faced each other in a tense standoff. What do you say, kid? Can you still elevate your power? Xiangpa remarked with a disdainful expression, the provocation unmistakably evident. Intriguingly, Barduz thought, she never anticipated Xiangpa to be this formidable. Ji-Yun gently shook her head and softly murmured to herself. It appears that both Weiss and she have underestimated the strength of their adversary. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall also endeavor to showcase my utmost prowess. After Ji-Yun finished speaking, his arms fell to his sides, and he arched his back. A deep roar escaped from his throat. The crimson flames surrounding Ji-Yun's body expanded to twice their size, becoming even more radiant and vibrant. The fiery aura surged forth, casting a scarlet glow across the entire sky. 20-fold King S-Fist. Ji-Yun's forehead throbbed with veins, and he shouted loudly. Then, with a sudden jolt, red flames surged into the sky. He stood upright in midair. At that moment, Ji-Yun's strength, speed, attack power, and defense had all multiplied exponentially. What? Xiangpa was taken aback, witnessing Ji-Yun, who had pushed his energy to the absolute limit. A wave of terror washed over him. He had never anticipated that Ji-Yun would truly elevate his power to another realm. I initially did not wish to employ this technique. However, given the formidable prowess of Lord Xiangpa, I find myself left with no alternative. Let us settle this swiftly. Ji-Yun spoke to Xiangpa in a low voice. The 20-fold Kaioken was a technique he had developed during his training with Whis, yet he had refrained from utilizing it until now. The enhancement it provided to one's physical abilities was immense. However, the strain it imposed on the body was equally significant. After all, he could only use the 10-fold Kaioken without any adverse effects. The 20-fold version, on the other hand, encompassed all the side effects associated with the Kaioken. Do not become overly complacent. Although Xiangpa was astonished by Ji-Yun's further enhancement of power, he would not capitulate so easily. Swiftly, the two figures darted forward in unison. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted in the air as their forms collided repeatedly. The ground fractured beneath them, and the very fabric of space contorted. They continued their fierce battle for approximately 10 minutes. Boom. After exchanging a blow in midair, Ji-Yun and Xiangpa instantly separated. Breathing heavily, Xiangpa placed his hands on his hips, clearly exhausted and at the limits of his physical endurance. Despite his formidable strength, the prolonged absence from battle had severely drained his stamina. Cursed be this decision. If only I had known, I would never have accepted this fight. Regret welled up within Xiangpa. Had he allowed Barduz to expel Beerus and the others at that moment, he might have been indulging in delicacies and enjoying a peaceful slumber instead of enduring such hardship. Chapter 92. A precarious situation, alas. It was too late for Xiangpa to lament. In contrast, Ji-Yun, despite the immense consumption from the 20-fold Kaioken, still retained considerable energy. Xiangpa, what troubles you? If you find it too challenging, perhaps it would be wise to concede early. You could also take some time to rest. With a gentle smile, Ji-Yun proposed to Xiangpa. The longer the 20-fold Kaioken was maintained, the greater the strain on his own body. If the battle could be resolved swiftly, it would be most advantageous. Enough talk. I have not yet lost, Xiangpa retorted stubbornly, although his body could no longer sustain the fight. The thought of the consequences of defeat clenched his teeth, and he tightened his fists, especially upon seeing the smug expression on Beerus's face below. Xiangpa was even more resolute in refusing to concede, determined to secure victory, even if it meant unleashing his destructive power. Ji-Yun shook her head with a serene smile. She then swiftly appeared before Xiangpa. Upon witnessing the approaching Ji-Yun, Xiangpa hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Ji-Yun did not hold back, launching a fierce assault directly at his opponent. Instantly, the sky erupted with the sound of their clash once more. Oh dear. It seems Lord Xiangpa is on the verge of defeat, Barduz lamented, expressing a tinge of regret. At this moment, she found herself filled with remorse, wishing she had never suggested the wager. Losing a match might be inconsequential, yet the ensuing bet had transformed into a significant predicament. What a sorrowful revelation. Weiss remarked with a smile directed at Barduz, his face illuminated with a victorious glow. Hearing Weiss's words, Barduz cast him a sidelong glance. Although the two combatants in the sky continued their struggle, it was evident to both Weiss and Barduz, who possessed profound strength, that Xiangpa was nearing his limits and would soon be vanquished. I must admit, Weiss, your insight is indeed commendable, as the individual you trained is performing remarkably. However, have you perhaps overlooked a critical consideration? Bardos stated with a hint of seriousness. Despite her admiration for Weiss's abilities as an elder sister, she felt it necessary to offer caution. Weiss, curious upon hearing Bardos's inquiry, turned his gaze towards her. "What is it, sister?" he asked, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Observing his perplexed expression, Bardos realized he had indeed forgotten an important detail. Let us not forget that Lord Xiangpa is a legitimate god of destruction, harboring immense destructive energy within. If he truly finds himself cornered, do you not fear that Ji-Yun may be obliterated by Lord Xiangpa's power? Bardos explained calmly. When the challenge was proposed, there were no stipulations regarding the techniques to be employed. Should Xiangpa be left with no alternative, it is entirely possible he would unleash his destructive force against Ji-Yun. No matter how powerful this young man is, he would ultimately be reduced to dust. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder, sister," Weiss exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him as he quickly expressed his gratitude to Bardos. After thanking her, he continued to observe the impending conclusion of the battle with an unperturbed demeanor. "Aren't you going to intervene in their fight?" Bardos asked, perplexed. "Why should I? Ji-Yun is on the brink of victory. We can discuss everything once he has triumphed," Weiss replied, his expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent to Bardos's earlier caution. "Victory?" Bardos's eyes widened in astonishment as she countered. What does this boy have to secure a win? Can Weiss truly be oblivious to his own words? Lord Xiangpa is not one to show leniency. It is highly likely he will resort to his destructive power. Given the current situation, it seems that Xiangpa is on the brink of defeat. As long as he cannot hold on, the moment will come when Ji-Yun will be swiftly obliterated. Weiss sensed the confusion in Bardos's tone. However, before he could provide an explanation, a change had already transpired on the battlefield. Bang! With a single, forceful punch, Ji-Yun sent Kampa flying across the arena. Kampa clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, as if he were enduring immense pain. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and the formidable aura he once possessed had dissipated, leaving him in a precarious predicament. "Well done, Ji-Yun," Beerus exclaimed, his fists clenched and raised high in excitement as he watched Kampa teeter on the brink of defeat. The expression of smug satisfaction on his face was rather insufferable, and inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Gasping for breath, Kampa struggled, his battered body a testament to his dire state. "You despicable wretch, how dare you inflict such suffering upon me?" he shouted, his expression spiraling into madness. Raising a trembling hand, palm directed at Ji-Yun, he declared, "If that is the case, then prepare for annihilation. You claim to be powerful, so let us see if you can withstand my destructive force." A hint of derision flickered across his face. Below, Beerus instantly grasped Kampa's intentions as he prepared to unleash his destructive power upon Ji-Yun. Yet, instead of concern, a peculiar expression emerged on Beerus's face. His gaze toward the sky becoming vacant, as if lost in the depths of a memory. "Weiss, are you not going to intervene? If you delay any longer, it will be too late," Bardos implored, her brow furrowed and her voice rising slightly in urgency. Observing his sister's anxious demeanor, Weiss offered a light-hearted smile and teasingly replied, "But dear sister, you have not intervened either. I harbor no worries for Ji-Yun's fate. If the elder sister is concerned, can she intervene to prevent Lord Xiangpa?" Bardos found herself somewhat at a loss after hearing Weiss. In truth, her eagerness for Weiss to take action stemmed from her worry for Ji-Yun's safety, which was just one reason. However, the primary motivation was that if Weiss intervened and disrupted the battle between the two, she could seize the opportunity to declare, in her capacity as the referee, that Beerus and his companions had lost. This way, she could ensure Ji-Yun's safety while simultaneously aiding Lord Xiangpa in achieving victory. Yet, if Weiss refrained from intervening, she would be even less able to act herself, had things gone according to her initial thoughts. With Lord Xiangpa delivering an overwhelming victory right from the start, she could have intervened to save Ji-Yun without hesitation. After all, the disparity in strength was evident, and there was no denying it. But now, it was clear to all that Lord Xiangpa's true strength was inferior to Ji-Yun's. If she were to recklessly intervene in the match now, Ji-Yun might escape unscathed, but Lord Xiangpa would inevitably lose the contest. "Fine, if you choose not to act. So be it. Consider it as if I have said nothing. It is a pity for such an exceptional young man." Bardos shook her head, expressing her regret. Although she yearned to save Ji-Yun, she was ultimately a servant of Xiangpa, not of Ji-Yun. Balancing the two interests, she had to strive for the greatest advantage for Xiangpa. thus aligning herself with him. As for Ji-yun, one could only blame Weiss and Beerus for their ruthless nature. Chapter 93. It is your victory. Are you prepared to wield the power of destruction? Then come forth, let me witness it. Ji-yun remarked nonchalantly, extending his arms wide and smiling at Seong-pa. Even in the face of imminent death, he dared to put on a facade. Seong-pa sneered, stating that the power of annihilation could obliterate all matter within the universe. Such a mere mortal body would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. One could see Seong-pa's palm emanating a destructive violet glow. Ji-yun felt a familiar energy enveloping him. Destroy. Seong-pa uttered the words in a low voice. The purple light emanating from his hand intensified. However, Ji-yun did not dissolve into the imagined purple light points in the air. Instead, he stood unscathed in the void. Witnessing this scene, Seong-pa's expression changed dramatically, his eyes brimming with an unsettling fear of the unknown. How could this be? Why? This is impossible. He saw Ji-yun's pupils constrict in disbelief, as if he were gazing upon a specter. He incessantly questioned himself. Why am I unable to annihilate Ji-yun? Destroy. Destroy. Obliterate him. Seong-pa's palm flickered with purple light, his teeth clenched as he spoke. Yet, Ji-yun remained steadfast, arms outstretched, causing no harm whatsoever. Why? Why can I not even destroy an ant? Am I not the god of destruction? At that moment, Seong-pa even began to doubt his own identity. It was hard to believe that the omnipotent force of annihilation could not eradicate a mere human. Anyone who heard of this would find it unbelievable. What is going on? Not only Seong-pa, but even Ba Dosi could scarcely believe her eyes. She was so astonished by Ji-yun that her judgment faltered, forcing her gaze back to Weiss. Sister, do not be astonished. The god of destruction's power of annihilation cannot extinguish Ji-yun. This only signifies one thing. Within Ji-yun resides a similar destructive energy. Weiss explained to Ba Dosi with a faint smile. Gulp. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, even Ba Dosi, well-versed in many matters, could not suppress a gulp. For today, the shock Ji-yun had brought her was simply overwhelming. Initially, she admired Ji-yun's courage in challenging Seong-pa, but unexpectedly, he began to redefine her understanding step by step. First, he demonstrated power rivaling that of Seong-pa, then his strength exceeded that of Seong-pa, and ultimately, even the force of destruction was utterly ineffective against him. Ba Dosi was profoundly astonished, and at this moment, she could only utter one question. Pray tell, is he still human? Barduz remarked with a wry smile. I wondered how you could be so audacious. It turns out it was for this reason. Vis nodded with a smile. In this matter, he had always held an advantage over his sister. To be honest, there was a flicker of pride within him. Yet now, Barduz had completely yielded. Gazing at Seong-pa in the sky, his eyes began to brim with compassion and remorse. In the heavens, Seong-pa continued to wave his fingers incessantly, repeatedly shouting the word destroy. What troubles you, Lord Seong-pa? Why do you merely shout without action? The corners of Ji-yun's mouth curled slightly upwards as he gazed at Kampa with a playful glint in his eyes. He had long learned from Weiss that those who possess the same destructive power within them cannot be vanquished by such forces. Thus, he faced Kampa with unwavering confidence. Beerus, too, observed Kampa's futile efforts, inwardly chastising him for his foolishness. If he were to take a leap of faith, there might still be a glimmer of hope. To think that one could use destructive power against Ji-yun was nothing short of delusional. At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kampa's forehead. No matter how many times he attempted to exert his influence, he could not affect Ji-yun in the slightest. Under normal circumstances, Kampa would have immediately concluded that the opponent harbored a similar power, rendering his destructive force ineffective. However, his mind was now clouded by a series of setbacks inflicted by Ji-yun, leaving him utterly bewildered and incapable of grasping the situation at hand. Kampa shouted in frustration, compelled to alter his strategy. In an instant, two violet spheres of destructive energy coalesced in his hands. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he sent the energy orbs hurtling toward Ji-yun. Boom. The two spheres struck Ji-yun successfully, and the sky resonated with the sound of explosions. Futile effort. Dear Lord Kampa, came the understated reply. Ji-yun waved away the surrounding smoke and spoke softly. At this moment, he was confident of his victory. Zampa was merely struggling in vain. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I am the formidable god of destruction of the sixth universe. Zampa had completely lost his sanity. He incessantly gathered purple orbs of light in his hands, hurling them towards Ji-yun. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The destructive energy contained within the orbs of light was entirely absorbed by Ji-yun. The explosions were merely a result of the ordinary energy within the orbs. This minuscule energy posed no threat to Ji-Yun whatsoever. Ji-Yun gently shook her head, her mind sharpening with resolve, and she ceased to delay any further. With a swift movement, Ji-Yun appeared directly before Xiang Pa. Startled by the sudden presence of Ji-Yun, Xiang Pa's face blanched in shock. He instinctively raised his hand to strike, yet before his attack could reach Ji-Yun, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Ji-Yun's fist struck Xiang Pa's chest with tremendous force. Energy coalesced around his knuckles, resulting in a thunderous explosion that unleashed a powerful shockwave, propelling Xiang Pa through the air. In that moment, a spray of crimson blood erupted from Xiang Pa's mouth, cascading down like droplets in the wind. Swiftly, before Xiang Pa's body could come to a halt, with a swift motion, Ji-Yun vanished and reappeared directly above Xiang Pa. Bang! Ji-Yun clasped his hands together and struck down heavily upon Xiang Pa's head. The impact was devastating, rendering Xiang Pa unconscious under the immense force. Accompanied by the whistling sound of air being sliced, Xiang Pa's body plummeted like a shooting star, descending rapidly in a vertical trajectory. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the ground in less than a second. Despite the ground's formidable hardness, Xiang Pa created a deep crater measuring several meters. In the sky, Ji-Yun's hands remained joined, and a dazzling light flickered between them. With a commanding shout, Ji-Yun unleashed a golden wave of energy from his palms, hurtling straight down towards the deep pit below. Ji-Yun had no intention of ceasing his actions. To stir up further trouble was his only option. He felt compelled to deliver one final blow, for his physical strength had reached its utmost limit. "Stop, Ji-Yun!" Vis and Bardos exclaimed in unison. The two simultaneously touched their staffs to the ground. 2 layers of thin, transparent, and smooth protective barriers converged at the edge of the deep pit. Clang! The golden wave of light unleashed by Ji-Yun was forcefully repelled, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the sky. After a considerable interval, a muffled echo resonated in the air. "Weiss, it seems you have emerged victorious," Bardos remarked with a wry smile after a significant delay. Chapter 94. Are we starting to snatch people? Weiss chuckled softly and, regarding Bardos with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I concede, sister." Upon hearing Weiss's humble words, Bardos could only shake her head in resignation. This time, Xiang Pa had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, though fortunately he had already fainted. Their long-standing enmity with Beerus meant that in future encounters with his own brother, he would have to bow his head and yield. Upon awakening, it remained uncertain how he would express his fury. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, Ji-Yun observed his assault being thwarted by 2 angels. He also comprehended the intentions of Weiss and Bardos. Ji-Yun exhaled deeply, as if burdened by a heavy responsibility. With both Weiss and Bardos thwarting his assault, the defeat of Xiang Pa had seemingly become an undeniable reality. Subsequently, Ji-Yun relinquished his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and the 20-fold Kaioken dissipated alongside it. The aura enveloping his body vanished instantaneously, restoring him to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. You have received a task reward, the Ultra Instinct Technique. Please check your rewards. Initially weary, Ji-Yun felt a flicker of joy at the voice echoing in his mind. How wonderful! It seems that all my efforts have not been in vain. Ji-Yun excitedly shook hands, feeling an extraordinary surge of divine power coursing through his body. The methods of utilizing the ultimate freedom technique were now crystal clear to him, ready to be activated at any moment. The seasonal clouds descended gently from the heavens, accompanied by a sense of joy. How splendidly they fell, the seasonal clouds. Beerus's excitement matched that of the clouds as he eagerly made his way toward their direction. He chuckled with delight. Hearing Lord Beerus's praise, Ji-Yun smiled at him. "Well, you truly are remarkable, Ji-Yun. No wonder I have chosen you as my apprentice destroyer." Lord Beerus exclaimed, joyfully patting Ji-Yun on the shoulder. "Ouch, Lord Beerus, please be gentler. That hurts." Season Cloud exclaimed in pain. The waves of agony coursing through his body were manageable as long as he remained still. However, the slightest movement sent a sharp, numbing sensation radiating throughout him. Such was the consequence of wielding the 20-fold Kaioken. "Oh, forgive me. I find myself overwhelmed with joy." Looking at Season Cloud's pained expression, Beerus unexpectedly offered an apology. This indicated that Beerus was genuinely pleased at this moment. Season Cloud, Android 18 rushed over from a distance, preparing to envelop her Season Cloud in a grand embrace. No, my dear." Upon witnessing this, Ji-Yun frantically waved her hands. Her frail body could scarcely endure such torment. Although she had not sustained any grave injuries, the sensation of tearing within her muscles was undeniably distressing. Upon noticing Ji Yun's signal, number 18 swiftly executed an emergency stop, narrowly avoiding a collision with her. Phew. Ji Yun took a deep breath, allowing the tension in his heart to dissipate. He then retrieved a celestial bean, without a moment's hesitation, placed it directly into his mouth. With a satisfying crunch, he chewed briefly before swallowing it whole. In an instant, vitality surged back into Ji Yun, erasing all traces of fatigue and pain from his body. My dear. After recovering, Ji Yun lifted number 18 and spun around twice in place. Having acquired the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique, his strength would ascend to a new level. At this moment, he could no longer contain the joy swelling within him. All right, please put me down. Number 18 exclaimed in a delicate voice. Just a couple of hugs will suffice. Beerus is still nearby. Furthermore, Whis and Bardos were also approaching. With so many witnesses, it was natural to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He chuckled softly. Ji Yun smiled and then placed the 18th figure on the ground. Observing its enchanting demeanor, he resolutely decided that upon his return, he would celebrate his joy with a grand display. At that moment, Whis and Bardos gradually approached the crowd. Ji Yun, you truly are remarkable. To have defeated Lord Kampa, Bardos remarked with a hint of profundity in her gaze. At that moment, she was genuinely impressed by the young man before her. With mere human form, he had shaken the very essence of the formidable destroyer, Kampa. If this news were to spread, it would be nothing short of sensational. In light of Bardos's praise, Ji Yun smiled at her with a hint of embarrassment. Hee, it was merely a stroke of luck, nothing worth mentioning. Ji Yun responded with a cheerful smile, displaying no hint of arrogance despite having defeated Xiang Pa. Observing Ji Yun's humility, Bardos's fondness for him grew significantly. Should this young man succeed in succeeding the god of destruction of the seventh universe, he could indeed elevate it to unprecedented heights. You have performed admirably, yet there remain areas for improvement, Whis remarked calmly to Ji Yun. While continuously pointing out the shortcomings exhibited during the recent battle, Ji Yun listened attentively with great respect, daring not to voice any objections. To be honest, Ji Yun's accomplishments today are inseparable from Whis' meticulous guidance. Therefore, whenever Whis spoke, it mattered not whether his words were reasonable. Ji Yun continuously nodded in agreement from the side. Bardos, observing the scene, felt somewhat speechless. She firmly believed that Whis was taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Well then, Whis, if you are dissatisfied with Ji Yun, you could entirely hand him over to me. Our sixth universe is indeed in need of an apprentice destroyer god. I believe Ji Yun would be an exceptionally suitable candidate, Bardos remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, her interest in Ji Yun was markedly piqued. If Whis were to relinquish him, Bardos would not hesitate to accept Ji Yun into her fold. Upon hearing these words from Bardos, Whis disregarded his role as a mentor and quickly responded, no way. Ji Yun is part of my seventh universe. How could I easily change my allegiance, sister? Seeing Whis' anxious demeanor, Bardos couldn't help but find it amusing. Did you not think Ji Yun was performing adequately? If you were to entrust him to me, perhaps I could train him even better, Bardos jested. Most of her words were spoken in jest. After all, being Whis' sister meant they were family. How could she possibly undermine her own kin? However, if Whis genuinely offered Ji Yun to her, she would not hold back. After all, who wouldn't be fond of such a talented young individual? Absolutely not. Ji Yun is mine. Do not harbor any delusions, sister. Whis declared solemnly, completely oblivious to the playful undertone in Bardos' words. The very notion of his sister trying to claim Ji Yun made his expression turn serious, unwilling to concede even an inch. Bardos was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such resoluteness from Whis. The younger brother, who had always been compliant in his childhood, was now boldly defying her for the sake of an apprentice destroyer god. This irked Bardos considerably. Very well, Ji Yun is as good as mine. Let us see what you can do about it. Chapter 95. The Grand Priest. As Ji Yun listened to the increasingly discordant conversation between the two, her expression transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions. Good heavens, what is happening? Am I truly that remarkable? Surely, you two siblings aren't on the verge of turning against each other? This was Ji Yun's initial thought. Beerus, on the other hand, dared not utter a word. Although he held the highest status on the field, his strength paled in comparison to that of the siblings. To avoid any collateral damage, it was wise for him to remain silent. Sister, this is where you have erred. Ji Yun is, after all, a denizen of my seventh universe, and even serves as its apprentice destroyer. Are you not concerned that I might inform father of your brazen actions? Whis' gaze gradually grew more serious. It was evident that Ji Yun occupied a significant place in his heart, to the extent that he would oppose his own sister. Upon hearing Wyss's words, Bardos became increasingly enraged. Very well. My foolish brother, Ji-yun is mine to claim. What can you possibly do about it? Bardos retorted. Her irritation palpable. She had not anticipated her brother would speak to her in such a manner. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and the possibility of a physical confrontation loomed ominously. Ji-yun glanced to the left and then to the right, unsure of how to offer his counsel. May I have a moment of your attention, esteemed sirs? Ji-yun smiled awkwardly from the side. After enduring a grueling battle, he had hoped to return and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Yet, what was happening now? Silence. Wes and Bados exclaimed in unison. The two were steadfast, unwilling to yield to one another. Ji-yun found himself rebuffed, compelled to remain silent with a sense of resignation. He cautiously observed the two, silently praying that he would not inadvertently cause further trouble. Sister, could you please be reasonable? Weiss finally said after a considerable pause, acknowledging that his earlier tone had been rather harsh. His words softened unexpectedly. Am I being unreasonable? I was merely jesting. It's your fault for taking it so seriously. Fine. Since you claim that I lack reason, I shall indulge in a little irrationality today. The wager remains unchanged, but Ji-yun is mine to keep. No one can persuade me otherwise. Bados coldly declared, evidently irked by Weiss's earlier insistence. This young man possessed exceptional talent. Yet she would not resort to snatching someone away from her brother. She simply had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Weiss. Since you disregard the bond of siblinghood, I shall no longer concern myself with it. Weiss, I will explain this matter to you later. Please do not put me in a difficult position, all right? Weiss, feeling a headache coming on, recognized that his earlier response had been somewhat excessive. However, Ji-yun was of utmost importance to him. He could not allow his sister to keep him in the sixth universe. Oh, I didn't realize, Weiss. Have you grown in prowess over the years? Today, I shall put you in a predicament. What will you do? Bados retorted obstinately, her staff gripped tightly in her hand, ready for action at any moment. Seeing his sister's stubborn demeanor, Weiss cursed himself for his earlier impulsiveness. Why had he reacted so dramatically? Now, it seemed that a physical confrontation might indeed be the only solution. He remained silent, unconsciously tightening his grip on his staff. He understood his sister's temperament. Unless he articulated the reasons behind his actions, he would not be leaving today. However, he had no intention of providing any explanations. Even if it came to blows, he would not be afraid. The two locked eyes in a tense silence, poised for action, as if a clash could erupt at any moment. How thrilling. A spectacle awaited. Ji-yun swallowed hard, smacking his lips and murmuring to himself. He was, after all, one who relished the spectacle and was in no hurry to depart. Watching the two poised to clash at any moment, a peculiar sense of anticipation stirred within him. He yearned for them to engage, eager to witness the celestial confrontation firsthand. A gentle breeze wafted by, lifting the edges of their garments as they stood, staff in hand, locked in a gaze. Sister, I admit my earlier indiscretion. I should not have spoken so rashly, and I sincerely apologize. Shall we let this matter pass? Weiss spoke earnestly, his tone tinged with a hint of supplication. Upon hearing Weiss's conciliatory words, Bados felt the weight of the moment grow heavier. Both were esteemed angels, and there was no precedence for one to apologize to the other. Even in the face of wrongdoing, such was their nature. Yet today, Weiss had behaved unusually in defense of this young man, stirring Bados's curiosity. Weiss, I never intended to usurp anyone from you. However, your behavior today has been exceedingly uncharacteristic. If you do not clarify your intentions, I fear I shall not permit you to leave so easily, Bados stated with a cool demeanor. She had come to believe that Ji-yun was far more than a mere apprentice destroyer. He might be harboring a monumental secret, explaining Weiss's uncharacteristic demeanor. Upon hearing Bados's probing inquiry, Weiss's expression shifted to one of inner turmoil, as though engaged in a profound psychological struggle. Very well, if you insist. I shall disclose something to you about Ji-yun. Just as Weiss was about to unveil Ji-yun's secret, a sudden clap of thunder resounded in the air. A deep voice interrupting his forthcoming revelation. Enough, Weiss, Bados. Since the matters concerning Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus have concluded, I urge you to attend to your duties and refrain from engaging in futile endeavors. Bados, who had been poised to listen intently to Weiss, found herself silenced by the authoritative voice. Weiss, too, breathed a sigh of relief, swallowing the remaining words that lingered on his tongue. Salutations, Grand Priest. The two bowed slightly, paying their respects to the void before them. Soon, the space they faced began to distort, and a short-statured man, bearing a resemblance to Weiss and Bados, emerged from the void. He wore a smile that belied a commanding dignity in his gaze. "Lord Beerus, how have you fared of late?" The Grand Priest inquired with a gentle smile. "Ah, even the Grand Priest has arrived. I am doing well. My mood has been quite pleasant lately," Beerus remarked casually. Here, his good spirits were undoubtedly in reference to the victory of Ji Yun over Xiang Pa. Nevertheless, even with the Grand Priest's arrival, Beerus maintained an air of nonchalance. After all, the Grand Priest was merely a steward of the Omni King. Strictly speaking, their relationship was one of equals. Were it not for the Omni King's presence, Beerus would have no need to show him any courtesy. Chapter 96. The great battle comes to an end. The Grand Priest paid no mind to Beerus's demeanor. He then directed his gaze towards the protagonists of this dispute. "I pay my respects to the Grand Priest." Ji Yun clasped his fists and slightly bowed his head, speaking softly. The moment the Grand High Priest emerged, Ji Yun found the situation somewhat astonishing. He had not anticipated that a mere small contest would summon even the High Priest. "Greetings, Ji Yun," the High Priest gently acknowledged, nodding amicably at him. After his gaze lingered on Ji Yun for a brief moment, he turned his attention to Weiss and Bardos. "I am already aware of the circumstances. There is no need for further dispute between you two," the High Priest conveyed using a unique celestial communication technique. Upon hearing his father's words, Weiss promptly bowed his head in agreement, although Bardos felt a flicker of reluctance in her heart. She dared not defy her father's words and similarly lowered her head in acquiescence. The High Priest nodded in satisfaction. However, as his eyes passed over Bardos, he spoke slowly. "Bardos, do not hold it against Weiss for speaking those words that betray sibling bonds. The secrets surrounding Ji Yun are far too intricate. Only Weiss and I are privy to them. This matter is of great significance. It is not yet the time for you to be informed. In due course, you shall understand." Although the High Priest appeared to be self-disciplined and impartial, he would still divulge certain information in the presence of his daughter. "Yes, father," Bardos replied, though curiosity regarding her father's mention of secrets lingered in her mind. Nevertheless, she nodded earnestly, for they, as siblings, held their father in the highest esteem. Since he did not wish to disclose further, she resolved not to press the issue. "Well then, if there is nothing more, I kindly request Lord Beerus to return at your earliest convenience. If memory serves me right, your responsibilities seem to be long overdue." Lord Zeno appears somewhat displeased about this matter, the High Priest proclaimed, smiling as he regarded Beerus. Indeed, upon hearing Zeno's name, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Beerus's forehead. "Please inform the High Priest that Lord Zeno need not worry, upon my return. I shall diligently fulfill my duties and manage my responsibilities with utmost care." Beerus stammered nervously to the High Priest. For some inexplicable reason, these destroyer gods possessed an innate fear of Zeno. Not only did they tremble at the thought of encountering him, but even the mere mention of his name sent shivers down their spines, fearing they might err in some way. "Very well." The High Priest nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the fabric of space warped once more. The High Priest discreetly cast a glance at Ji Yun before his form seamlessly merged with the space, gradually vanishing from sight. With the departure of the High Priest, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. As Ji Yun observed the High Priest hurriedly arrive and then swiftly depart, a profound sense of confusion engulfed her. She could not fathom the enigmatic nature of this family. "Weiss, did you summon father?" Bardos inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. She understood that her father, as the High Priest, would not abandon the Omni King without significant cause. His sudden appearance today likely indicated that Weiss had discreetly reached out to him. "Ah, dear sister. I apologize. I was left with no alternative but to resort to this desperate measure. I hope you can forgive me," Weiss replied with a cheerful demeanor. Long before he sensed the situation was amiss, he had clandestinely contacted the High Priest, who, at first, believed the matter trivial and instructed them to handle it themselves. However, upon hearing Ji Yun's name, the High Priest hastily left the Omni King's side without even bidding farewell, rushing directly to the sixth universe, arriving at the brink of impending conflict. In truth, Weiss had reported Ji Yun's issues to the High Priest quite some time ago. Upon learning of the situation, the High Priest expressed grave concern, insisting that Weiss must keep all matters regarding Ji Yun strictly under wraps. The specifics of their conversation remained shrouded in mystery. "Very well, Weiss, you are indeed clever. Now that the battle has concluded, I kindly ask you to take your leave," Bardos declared with a cold huff, unceremoniously issuing an order for their departure. Though curiosity lingered regarding Ji Yun, she dared not press further after receiving her father's warning and thus sought to hasten Weiss and his companions away. It was better for her to not see and thereby not be troubled. With that, Bardosh gently touched her staff to the ground, causing the surrounding space to shimmer and transform. Before long, they found themselves back in the previous chamber. At that moment, Kampa lay on the smooth floor, his battered body barely clinging to life, his breaths faint as if he could depart this world at any moment. In that case, we shall take our leave, dear sister. Weiss responded with a smile. Just as Weiss finished speaking, Beerus opened his mouth, intending to inquire about their wager. However, before he could utter a word, Weiss swiftly grasped his collar and led him out of the palace. Ji-Yun glanced at the already departed Weiss. Only he and number 18 remained at the scene. After pondering for a moment, Ji-Yun retrieved a celestial beam from his waist and cast it directly towards Bados. This item, known as a celestial beam, possesses the remarkable ability to restore one to their original state, regardless of the severity of their injuries. Ji-Yun humbly requested that upon Lord Xiangpa's awakening, he refrained from holding any grievances. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed Ji-Yun to emerge victorious. Should there be an opportunity for future sparring? He kindly asked that Lord Xiangpa be merciful. Ji-Yun humbly addressed Bados, expressing that their group had come to provoke for no apparent reason and had left the other party unconscious. Morally speaking, such behavior was indefensible. Therefore, Ji-Yun cast aside a celestial beam as compensation, for he possessed nothing of greater value to convey his sincerity. I shall relay this to Lord Kampa, Bados replied, nodding slightly as he accepted the celestial beam, gesturing for Ji-Yun to proceed. Setting aside the secrets surrounding Ji-Yun, Bados found much to admire in his character. Unpretentious and composed, he displayed a remarkable sense of propriety. Were it not for his allegiance to the seventh universe and the orders from his father, Bados would certainly have sought to contest with Whis. Farewell. Ji-Yun clasped his fists and offered a serene smile. He then took hold of number 18's hand and quickened his pace to match Vis's, making their way towards the exterior of the palace. Bados simply nodded slightly, offering no further response. Ji-Yun walked briskly, swiftly arriving at the palace's exterior. Whis observed that everyone had gathered and lightly tapped his staff upon the ground. The group then commenced their journey homeward. Whis, does this mean I won the bet? Why didn't you allow me to speak just now? Beerus said, crossing his arms in annoyance. Whis chuckled and addressed the sulking Beerus. Of course, you emerged victorious. Did you not notice my sister's murderous expression? I fear that any further comments might lead to us being thrown out. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Beerus felt rather disheartened. Thus, the episode of challenging the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Kampa, drew to a close. However, this incident soon captured the attention of the other gods of destruction, causing quite a stir. Chapter 97. The stir across the universes. Days later, following Ji-Yun's challenge against the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Kampa, word had spread. Yet, under Beerus's deliberate promotion, the remaining 10 universes became aware of the event, sparking a considerable uproar as discussions regarding the seventh universe's apprentice god of destruction ensued. In the palace of the fourth universe, a short, yellow-skinned man with a shifty expression sat high upon his throne. This individual was none other than the god of destruction of the fourth universe, Quitella. Conic, have you heard? That fellow Kampa was defeated by the seventh universe's apprentice god of destruction, Ji-Yun. Quitella inquired gravely to the man beside him, who bore attire similar to that of Whis and Beerus. This man was the angel of the fourth universe, Conic. Conic smiled faintly, responding, Indeed, Lord Quitella. It appears that the seventh universe has indeed produced someone remarkable. He expressed genuine admiration. His interest in Ji-Yun piqued. If given the chance, he would certainly visit the seventh universe to discern what made this apprentice god of destruction so extraordinary, capable of challenging a formidable god of destruction single-handedly. Alas, when will our fourth universe also yield such a talent? Conic, you have yet to witness Beerus's triumphant demeanor. He even came here to boast. As if I were unaware of the situation. It's simply an abuse of power. Ketla spoke with a fierce intensity, his envy and jealousy scarcely concealed. Conic stifled a laugh, offering a subtle nod in agreement with Lord Ketla's words. In the 10th universe, a planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The inky black sky was instantaneously illuminated, vibrant fireworks fading away in an ephemeral display. The remnants of the blast transformed into a radiant line, dissipating into the boundless cosmos. Two figures emerged from the chaos of the explosion. Lord Ramsay, it seems your mood is rather somber today, remarked the petite and charming angel of the 10th universe, Zeiss, as she smiled at the nearby god of destruction. Ramsay, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, waved his elongated nose, his gaze heavy with an unparalleled weight. A prodigy has emerged from the 7th universe. It is said that he defeated the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. For some reason, this news troubles my mind and stirs my restlessness, Ramsay voiced with a tone of concern, his azure eyes glinting with an eerie light. As far as I know, this matter is indeed true. It was conveyed to me by Whis. However, Whis mentioned that this individual, named Ji-Yun, merely had good fortune and won by sheer luck. Zai's replied playfully, her voice light and melodic. When she first heard this news, she was taken aback, initially believing it to be mere rumor. Yet, upon confirming with Whis, Zai's was left in a state of astonishment. As for Whis's assertion of luck, she maintained a skeptical posture. Hearing Zai's words only deepened Ramsay's gloom. He never expected someone so young to achieve such remarkable feats. His future undoubtedly holds limitless potential, he thought with a resigned shake of his head. With that, he followed Zai's, departing towards the depths of the universe. In the 11th universe, the angel Makalita, her twin ponytails swaying elegantly, stood beside the god of destruction, Vemite. What is your perspective on this matter, Makalita? Vemite inquired, his voice raspy as he parted his fiery red lips. His clownish visage appeared foreboding and terrifying. Of course, I shall remain an observer, Lord Vemite. Makalita replied with a playful smile. The 11th universe seldom intersected with the 7th, rendering the situation irrelevant. After all, no matter how formidable, it was merely one individual. Upon hearing Makalita's words, Vemite shook his head, gazing at the ground in disbelief. Kampa has been defeated by an apprentice god of destruction? What a worthless individual. Nevertheless, it matters not. Our Universe 11 boasts numerous formidable warriors. They are no trifles, and should this young man dare to provoke us, we shall ensure he returns from whence he came, never to return. The god of destruction, Wei Mei, spoke in a voice deep and gravelly. The foundation of Universe 11 is profound, and powerful beings abound. Although the events concerning Ji-Yun were indeed shocking, the god of destruction, Wei Mei, did not exhibit the same astonishment as some of the other gods. In Universe 6, after several days of treatment, Xiangpa finally regained consciousness, having consumed the mystical beans bestowed upon him by Ji-Yun before his departure. At this moment, Xiangpa had fully healed, showing no signs of his previous injuries. Damn you, Beerus, and that young man. Just wait until we meet again. I shall have my revenge. Although Xiangpa had physically recovered, he bore an unprecedented spiritual blow. Were it not for the fact that gods of destruction cannot be killed in the usual manner, Xiangpa would have wished to fall into a deep slumber, never to awaken. Lord Xiangpa, please do not be agitated, Bardos interjected, noticing Xiangpa's furious demeanor. At this juncture, Xiangpa had just awakened. Still unaware of the events transpiring outside, Bardos contemplated whether to reveal the truth to him at that moment. Bardos, where is that young man? I yearn for another battle with him. Otherwise, my heart's resentment cannot be resolved, Xiangpa declared, clenching his fist with a fierce expression. At present, he longed to dismantle Ji-Yun piece by piece. Bardos, gazing at Xiangpa, felt a sense of helplessness. A battle? If you could defeat him, you wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. He has already departed. Furthermore, Lord Xiangpa, I must convey another piece of news to you. You must brace yourself. Bardos spoke with a serious tone, looking intently at Xiangpa. Upon catching a glimpse of Bardos's earnest gaze, an ominous premonition stirred within Xiangpa. Gulp. Bardos, what is the news? He stammered, his voice trembling. Sighing deeply, Bardos observed Xiangpa's expression and felt uncertain about how to proceed. However, this matter would inevitably come to light. It is better to face the pain sooner than later. Thus, she resolved to speak the truth. As Xiangpa heard Bardos's sigh, his heart raced to his throat, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Slowly, Bardos's lips began to move, recounting how Beerus had spread rumors regarding the battle across the various universes during Xiangpa's unconsciousness. Listening to Bardos' narration, Xiangpa stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. After approximately 5 minutes of recounting, Bardos finally ceased her story. As her voice faded, Xiangpa gradually regained his composure. At that moment, he was so enraged that his entire being trembled. All that could be heard were the grinding of his teeth. I shall kill you, Beerus. After a brief pause of several seconds, a thunderous roar of fury echoed throughout the palace. Chapter 98. Deceived. In the universe, the illustrious deeds of Ji-Yun spread like wildfire. As Ji-Yun's fame surged, rumors began to circulate widely. Initially, These narratives respected objective facts, suggesting that Weiss and Beerus accompanied Ji Yun to challenge Xiang Pa. Ji Yun and Xiang Pa were evenly matched in their duel. Fortunately, in the final moments, Ji Yun's superior stamina enabled him to secure a narrow victory. However, in the aftermath, rumors began to circulate, growing increasingly credible. According to reliable sources, on a seemingly idle day, Ji Yun, finding himself with nothing to occupy his time, boldly ventured into the sixth universe, intruding upon the palace of the god of destruction, Kampa. Upon the unexpected arrival of a stranger, Kampa could hardly tolerate such audacity within his own domain. With words failing to bridge the gap between them, a fierce battle ensued. To everyone's astonishment, Ji Yun displayed an overwhelming prowess, effortlessly dominating Kampa with a single hand. Meanwhile, the guardian angel, Vados, stood by in silence, not daring to utter a sound. Ji Yun, with his solitary strength, instilled awe throughout the entirety of the sixth universe. It is said that even the Grand Priest personally intervened, donning a facade of cordiality and humility to graciously escort the young man away, thus sparing Xiang Pa from a grim fate. This news, originally embellished and exaggerated, unexpectedly escalated, spreading across various universes. Consequently, many uninformed individuals readily believed these rumors, naively accepting them as the truth of the matter. In the seventh universe, amidst a resplendent galaxy of stars, Whis and Ji Yun stood suspended in the void, their position anchored within a particular star system of the seventh universe. As a novice destroyer, today marks the first mission for Ji Yun. So, Ji Yun, how does it feel to be in the limelight? Weiss inquired, casting a cheerful glance at Ji Yun beside him. Moments ago, Weiss had regaled Ji Yun with various rumors circulating across the vast cosmos about him. Each tale was more outrageous than the last, presenting a fresh narrative that was utterly astonishing. I never anticipated that it would create such a stir. Lord Beerus truly has a penchant for boasting without restraint. Let the wise be the arbiters of truth. They may say whatever they wish. I find myself powerless to change it. Ji Yun sighed softly, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. As the saying goes, fame is a double-edged sword, and the fear of prominence is akin to a pig fearing its own growth. He yearned for a tranquil existence, solely focused on honing his skills and becoming stronger. To his astonishment, his name had become known across various universes. How unexpected this was. You seem to take it in stride, Weiss remarked with a subtle smile. With your temperament, you would indeed be quite suited for the role of a god of destruction. For an ordinary person, being praised so extravagantly would likely lead to arrogance. Beerus serves as a prime example. Though he did not personally defeat Ji Yun, he still boasts about it. Wherever he goes, he carries an air of superiority. When discussing Ji Yun, he speaks as if the achievements of the seventh universe's apprentice god of destruction are merely trivial feats. Please, let us not go there. Being a god of destruction is quite sufficient. Ji Yun hastily waved his hand and said, the role of the king of worlds is truly tedious, and besides, there is nothing to do and one cannot leave the divine realm. I would never stoop to such a wretched position as that of the king of worlds. I merely suggested that your temperament is suited for the role of the king of worlds. I did not mean for you to actually take on that responsibility. Weiss chuckled while explaining to Ji Yun. Even if he wished to assume that role, he would not be inclined to do so. He is a servant of the god of destruction, not of the king of worlds. He certainly would not willingly cultivate such a formidable king of worlds. Very well. The gentle breeze of the season carried a sense of tranquility as Ji Yun nodded slightly, gazing upon the resplendent river of stars beneath her feet. She began to channel the power of destruction within her. With a delicate motion of her hand, the magnificent celestial river transformed instantaneously into a shade of violet. The brilliant whirlpool morphed into particles of purple, which soon dissipated into the void, in the wake of the obliteration of the starry expanse. This segment of the universe grew dim and lifeless, as darkness swiftly enveloped the area. Very well, where shall we venture next? As Ji Yun gazed at the vanishing galaxies, he turned to Whis and inquired. Whis, observing Ji Yun's extraordinary destructive prowess, was filled with profound admiration, exclaiming in awe at his prodigious talent. Just follow my lead, Whis calmly assured Ji Yun. At this pace, the tasks accumulated by Lord Beerus will soon be accomplished. Hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun silently nodded. Indeed, the work of the god of destruction was remarkably effortless. Simultaneously, his disdain for Beerus grew. Such an easy task. And yet he still sought ways to slack off. Truly incorrigible. Subsequently, the two vanished into the inky expanse of the universe, traversing through the boundless starry sky. Weiss guided Ji Yun to another galaxy. As Ji Yun gazed at the celestial shower of stars, he resolutely raised his hand once more. With a cascade of shimmering violet orbs scattering through the cosmos, countless celestial bodies approached their demise. Very well, let us proceed to the next location, Weiss remarked with a gentle smile, observing Ji Yun's swift actions. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun followed closely behind him. In the next moment, the two arrived at a distant galaxy. With a mere wave of the hand, the galaxy was instantaneously obliterated, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Thus, Ji Yun continued to repetitively engage in the same task. After a day's journey, the number of galaxies destroyed by Ji Yun was countless, and the planets were innumerable. The work should be nearing completion. Wouldn't you agree? Curiosity sparked in Ji Yun as he inquired of Weiss. At that moment, the two of them were resting on a beautifully serene, desolate planet. Yes, it won't be long now. At this pace, we should be nearing completion in about 7 or 8 years, Weiss replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Yun, raising an eyebrow as he spoke nonchalantly. As Ji Yun was sipping water, upon hearing Weissi's words, he inadvertently sprayed him right in the face. Ji Yun widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What did you say? 7 or 8 years? How could it possibly take that long?" Weiss pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping the moisture from his face. He bore no anger despite Ji Yun having splashed him, and instead, with an innocent expression, stated, "Indeed, after my rough calculations, it should indeed be around 7 to 8 years. Your rate of destruction is remarkably swift. However, the universe is vast. The galaxy you just annihilated is but a mere fraction of our mission." Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Weiss's explanation, feeling a sense of being deceived. She recalled just moments ago when she had remarked on how effortlessly Beerus seemed to be slacking off in his duties. Ji Yun wished to retract his words. Now, he gazed at Weiss, whose face bore a serene smile, feeling as though he had entered a heartless factory, and one without wages at that. Chapter 99, Gula. Does that mean I must toil for 7 or 8 years? Ji Yun, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "A moment's misstep leads to eternal regret. I never anticipated I would find myself in a nefarious factory." "That need not be the case," replied Weiss with a smile. "If you find the duration too lengthy, perhaps you could emulate Frisia's methods." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He could not fathom why Weiss would unexpectedly bring up Frisia at this moment. What could this possibly imply? Curious, Ji Yun inquired of Weiss. Could it be that Frisia possesses some extraordinary abilities? Weiss responded with a serene smile and began to elucidate. It is not a matter of profound techniques. The reason Frisia was able to assist Lord Beerus is not due to his personal prowess, but rather because he commands a formidable army with considerable strength within the universe. With a gentle nod, Ji Yun instantly grasped Weiss's implication. He understood the principle that numbers confer strength. If someone could aid him, the task would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Previously, Frisia's army had flourished within the 7th universe, controlling approximately 70% of its territories. Within those vast expanses, countless planets were annihilated daily. However, with Frisia's demise, his forces scattered, and the destruction of planets came to a halt. Weiss continued to explain to Ji Yun, after Frisia's demise, Lord Beerus desired to assume command of these armies to ensure the continuity of operations. Yet, due to the neutrality maintained by the destroyers and angels regarding cosmic affairs, this matter was left unresolved. Presently, Ji Yun is not yet a true destroyer god, and he is entirely free to consider the formation of a space fleet. Ah, I comprehend now. Let us proceed with this plan. As Ji Yun listened to Weiss's words, his gaze suddenly became resolute. To be honest, he had never desired to establish any form of power. He was accustomed to operating solo, however, in order to expedite the completion of his tasks. The formation of an army seemed a viable option. There is no time to waste, Weiss. Let us set off immediately. As Ji Yun rose from the ground, her gaze unwavering, she proclaimed, such is the nature of humanity. Once one discovers a method to evade labor, one will persistently pursue it. Even the most effortless of tasks, when repeated day after day, can become unbearable. Indeed, let us depart, Weiss remarked with a smile, observing Ji Yun's fervent spirit. Subsequently, the two vanished from the beautiful planet. At the very moment of their disappearance, the planet transformed into a cascade of purple luminescence, fading from the cosmos without a trace. Clearly, this was also orchestrated by Ji Yun, for the tasks at hand were formidable. If a planet could be obliterated, so be it. 5 years later, colossal spaceships traversed the vast expanse of space, soaring through the universe, with countless civilizations retreating in deference, unwilling to collide. At the heart of these immense vessels lay a gargantuan ship, significantly larger than its counterparts. A multitude of powerful beings from across the cosmos congregated here, their appearances as diverse as the stars themselves. They stood in orderly formation, gazing reverently towards the forefront. Listen closely, everyone. That esteemed individual is about to arrive. Stay alert, commanded a figure whose visage bore a resemblance to Frisia. This was none other than Cooler, Frisia's brother. Unlike his filmic counterpart, this Cooler had not journeyed to Earth to avenge his brother. Upon learning of their father King Cold's demise, he had chosen to conceal himself within the cosmos, avoiding the limelight until 5 years prior when Weiss and Ji Yun discovered his whereabouts. Ji Yun refrained from idle chatter, without uttering a word. He seized him and delivered a thorough beating. Once the altercation concluded, he articulated his desire for him to assemble an army and take on the role of its leader. Upon hearing this, Gula was overcome with emotion, wishing he had simply announced such a splendid opportunity rather than resorting to violence. The beating had rendered him nearly unrecognizable. Yes, my lord. The subordinates echoed in unison, responding affirmatively to their king. Under Gula's leadership over the years, this legion had thrived. At present, it was no longer inferior to the formidable forces once commanded by Frisia. Every individual present felt a swell of pride in their own standing. Meanwhile, Gula paced anxiously within the spacious confines of the spaceship, clearly beset by an overwhelming dread regarding Ji Yun's arrival. He continued to wander restlessly, his subordinates observing him with weary eyes, yet they dared not voice any dissent. My lord, one of the subordinates at the forefront stammered nervously. Upon hearing this, Gula furrowed his brow and irritably urged, speak plainly. Do not stammer. Behind you, my lord. That subordinate pointed toward Gula's rear. The others looked on with bated breath, too apprehensive to exhale, for they were uncertain if the individual behind Gula was indeed the esteemed person he had mentioned. Behind me? Gula's brow furrowed even deeper. How could that be? He suddenly turned, his words caught in his throat as cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. My subordinates, pay your respects to the esteemed one. Gula reacted swiftly, dropping to one knee and clasping his hands in homage, seeing their king kneel. His subordinates hastily followed suit, bowing deeply. The figure who stood before them was none other than Ji Yun, who had vanished for 5 long years. Accompanied by the ever-loyal Whis. Rise, Gula. Ji Yun spoke softly to him. At that moment, he had conveyed a singular directive, to assemble an army and utterly annihilate the celestial bodies within the universe. Yes, my lord. Gula responded anxiously, then slowly rose to his feet. You all may rise as well. Ji Yun addressed the core members behind Gula. However, upon hearing Ji Yun's words, they did not immediately rise. Instead, they gazed intently at their sovereign. Gula, witnessing the indifference of his subordinates, was instantly filled with rage. Did you not hear? Did the Lord not command you to stand? Have you all lost your hearing? Gula's mood plummeted to despair. He had just instructed them to avoid any mistakes. Yet this group of fools had utterly disgraced him. Realizing the king's fury, his subordinates dared not delay further and hastily rose from the ground, heads bowed. My lord, please see, Gula said with a forced smile, fearful of incurring Ji Yun's wrath. After a brief glance from Ji Yun, he replied coolly, Gula, you have done quite well. Upon hearing these words, Gula was taken aback. Was this praise or reproach? He found himself momentarily bewildered. I am but a humble servant, entirely reliant on your guidance. Should I have erred in any way, I implore you to enlighten me, and I shall rectify my mistakes forthwith. Gula responded with utmost deference, regardless of any underlying implications in Ji Yun's words. Acknowledging one's faults in a timely manner was ultimately prudent. This scene left Gula's subordinates utterly astonished. Was this truly their once mighty and formidable king? Why did he appear so meek? Ji Yun was profoundly perplexed by Gula's attitude. Clearly, he was praising him and had not indicated that he had acted incorrectly. I said you did exceptionally well. How did our conversation take such an unexpected turn? Ji Yun replied calmly, eliciting a sense of relief from Gula, who sensed that Ji Yun bore no grudge against him. 5 years prior, he had witnessed Ji Yun's formidable prowess, which had thoroughly subdued him. Although they had not crossed paths since, the fear he harbored remained vividly etched in his memory. I misunderstood your intentions, my lord. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Gula said, his demeanor entirely devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Gula's subordinates were left speechless, feeling that their leader was displaying an excessive amount of timidity. As his subordinates, they could no longer bask in the glory of their former days, only enduring an endless sense of humiliation. Ji-Yun was too weary to engage with him any further. Was she truly so intimidating? One misstep, and two offenses followed. Was this instinct for survival not a tad excessive? Upon noticing Ji-Yun's silence, Gula took the initiative to approach her. My lady, allow me to introduce you to the backbone of our legion. Upon observing Gula's obsequious demeanor, Ji-Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement. Encouraged by Ji-Yun's response, Gula swiftly scurried to the side of his subordinate and commenced with introductions. My lord, this is Shavijia, a former subordinate of mine. At the mention of his name, Shavijia cupped his fist in greeting, saying, Greetings, my lord. However, his tone carried no trace of deference. In the boundless expanse of the universe, strength is the ultimate currency. They had only heard from the king about this individual's formidable prowess, yet they had yet to witness his true capabilities, leaving them with a lingering sense of discontent. Ji-Yun paid no heed to this and merely nodded slightly. This is Delay, and this is NEIZ. Gula continued to introduce. Both of them are my loyal subordinates who have followed me through numerous campaigns for many years. Upon hearing their names, the two individuals bowed their heads and stepped forward to greet Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun nodded lightly at the two, acknowledging their presence. Subsequently, Gula gradually introduced the remaining subordinates gathered aboard the spaceship. After approximately 10 minutes, every name had been recited in turn. My lord, please deliver your speech, Gula said. Bowing respectfully to Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for a speech. I am here to inform you that your mission has been accomplished. You need not concern yourself excessively with the task of annihilating planets any longer. The gentle breeze of the season whispered as Ji-Yun addressed Gula, revealing the purpose of his visit to convey a significant matter. Since Gula's remarkable ascent, the number of planets in the 7th universe had drastically diminished. In a mere span of 5 years, an excess of celestial bodies had been eradicated. Upon hearing this news, Gula felt a surge of joy within. Over the past 5 years, he had tirelessly urged his subordinates to obliterate various planets, suppressing any personal thoughts or desires. Now, he found himself liberated, no longer bound to the monotonous tasks that had consumed him. Yet, despite the elation in his heart, he maintained a facade of solemnity. With a furrowed brow, Gula remarked to Ji-Yun, the tasks entrusted to me by my lord are ever etched in my mind. Now, to be informed that the mission is complete, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to this revelation. A lingering emptiness resides within me. His loyal subordinates, overhearing their king's words, felt their perspectives shift once more. Were it not for their fear of death, they would have eagerly rushed forward to grasp Gula by the collar and demand, Are you truly so despicable? Ji-Yun was feeling somewhat nauseated from the excessive flattery. He suppressed the urge to vomit, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Should I require your assistance in the future, I will seek you out. With that, Ji-Yun cast a meaningful glance at Weiss, signaling that it was time to depart. Weiss nodded with a faint smile and was about to escort Ji-Yun away when Gula suddenly called out loudly. May I inquire your esteemed name? Gula had been in Ji-Yun's service for a full 5 years, yet he remained oblivious to Ji-Yun's name. After all, when Ji-Yun had departed years ago, he had merely assigned tasks without revealing his identity. Now, as Ji-Yun was about to leave once more, Gula felt compelled to ask for his name. After working diligently for so long, it seemed unfathomable to not even know the name of his employer. As Ji-Yun heard the voice of Gula, he paused for a brief moment before slowly uttering 2 words, Ji-Yun. In an instant, Ji-Yun and Weiss vanished from the spacecraft. Ji-Yun. Gula softly repeated the name, savoring it before nodding and murmuring, a splendid name, indeed. Although Gula's voice was barely above a whisper, in the stillness of the environment, his subordinates clearly heard him. My lord, they have departed. There is no need to continue this charade. One subordinate, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward and spoke in hushed tones. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Gula regained his composure, and the warm expression vanished from his face as he cast a cold glare at the man. The subordinate felt a chill from Gula's icy stare. Gula then pointed a finger at him, and with a thunderous sound, the subordinate's body exploded in place. The enclosed space of the spacecraft was immediately filled with thick smoke. The onlookers were horrified as they beheld the gruesome fate of their comrade, eyes wide with shock as they swallowed hard, no longer daring to regard Gula with disdain. Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun. Wait, no. Ji-Yun. Could it possibly be him? Gula's pupils constricted as a realization dawned upon him, cold sweat soaking his garments. In recent years, tales had spread throughout the cosmos of an individual who had decisively defeated the god of destruction of the 6th universe. It seemed his name was indeed Ji-Yun. Could it be? Could it be? Gula dared not contemplate further. Feeling as though he had stumbled upon a rare fortune, he simultaneously regretted not having ingratiated himself more with Ji-Yun, wishing he had firmly secured his allegiance. Unbeknownst to him, the very person who had slain his father, King Cooled, and his brother, Frisia, was also named Ji-Yun. Chapter 101. Majin Bu. What thoughts occupied Gula's mind remained unknown to Ji-Yun, who at that moment was traversing the boundless expanse of the universe. Ji-Yun. The task is complete. Do you have any further thoughts? Weiss inquired gently, gazing ahead. Upon hearing Vizzy's inquiry, Ji-Yun responded without a moment's hesitation. I wish to return to Earth and take a look. Ji-Yun had been residing here for 6 years, yearning for the warmth of his homeland on Earth. Missing his family and friends dearly. Particularly, he longed for his beloved Bulma. Were it not for the inability to sense Earth's location, he would have utilized instant transmission to return home long ago. Indeed, Earth presents a splendid choice. Coincidentally, the Supreme Kai had recently been reaching out to me for assistance, stating that trouble had befallen Earth and that he desired Lord Beerus to intervene. Alas, Lord Beerus remains in slumber. It appears that I must enlist your help to address this predicament. Whis remarked indifferently. The Supreme Kai? Trouble? Considering the timing, could it be Majin Bu? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Ji-Yun upon hearing Whis' words. As anticipated, in the next moment, an electronic voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind. Ding. Majin Bu is currently wreaking havoc on Earth. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Eliminate Bu and protect Earth. Reward. Instant transmission from Jebit. Option 2. Remain passive and allow destruction. Reward. Fusion skill. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ji-Yun felt a weight descend upon his heart. Indeed, Majin Bu had emerged prematurely and was now rampaging across Earth. I choose option 1. Ji-Yun made a resolute choice. Even in the absence of a systematic mission, the duty to safeguard the Earth was an obligation that could not be shirked. After all, there were still his beloved Bulma and child residing on the planet. As for the fusion skill, it was utterly irrelevant to him. The host's choice was successful. Eliminate Bu and protect the Earth. Upon the completion of this task, the system's rewards would be automatically distributed. Please remain attentive to their arrival. The system's notification chime resonated. Whis, what is the current situation on Earth? Ji-Yun spoke with a hint of urgency. Witnessing Ji-Yun's flustered demeanor, Whis slowly began to articulate. According to the Supreme Kai's account, the situation on Earth appears rather dire. The creature known as Bu seems to possess formidable strength, making the people of Earth no match for him. Whis continued with an air of nonchalance. When the Supreme Kai contacted me, he expressed his concerns regarding a powerful monster that had emerged on Earth, one he could not handle alone, and sought Lord Beerus' assistance. After all, the fate of one is intertwined with the other. Should the Supreme Kai perish, the god of destruction would inevitably face demise as well. However, Whis had replied that Lord Beerus was currently in slumber and was unable to offer support at that moment, requesting understanding for the situation. Upon hearing Whis' words, the Supreme Kai felt a surge of frustration, yet dared not display any arrogance in Whis' presence. He could only silently curse Beerus, wishing him to sleep well, after all. What could be worse than eternal slumber? Upon hearing Whis' account, Ji-Yun felt a heavy weight in his heart. It appeared that the assault by the demon Bu had indeed been profoundly devastating to Earth. After all, he was one of the primary antagonists in the original narrative. Had it not been for Goku's use of the spirit bomb, the planet might have faced eternal obliteration. How much longer would it take to reach Earth now? Ji-Yun, filled with concern, inquired of Whis. Whis gazed ahead, making a rough estimation. It would take approximately 20 minutes. Upon hearing Whis' response, Ji-Yun silently nodded. Subsequently, the two of them, without uttering a word, accelerated swiftly towards the direction of Earth. 20 minutes later, the figures of Ji-Yun and Whis appeared in the skies above Earth. However, the planet now bore an air of desolation. Scorched remnants of destruction were evident everywhere, and towering edifices had been reduced to vast expanses of ruin. It was unimaginable that after such a long absence, Earth could be ravaged to this extent. Ji-Yun furrowed his brow and sighed in the air. One should be over there. Let us go and take a look. Wei-Si gazed calmly into the distance and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun nodded. In the next moment, both Ji-Yun and Whis vanished, only to reappear at the battlefield. At that moment, on a barren and desolate plain, two figures stood facing each other, Majin Bu and Sun Wukong. As Ji-Yun furrowed his brow, the formidable Majin Bu donned a crimson martial arts uniform, having evidently absorbed Gohan. Opposite him, Goku clutched an earring in each hand. his gaze filled with a reluctant defiance directed at Majin Buu. Damn it, we were so close. Goku gritted his teeth, simultaneously scanning the surroundings for any remaining conscious allies. Anyone capable of fusion would be worth a try. Yet, at this moment, apart from the powerhouse Mr. Satan, there seemed to be no suitable candidates left. Goku gazed at Satan's imposing figure, swallowing hard. Could it be that he had no choice but to fuse with Mr. Satan? Meanwhile, in the sacred world of the Kais, the Elder Kai and Kibito Kai clutched their heads in despair, watching the unfolding events within the crystal ball. Great Ancestor, what shall we do? Are we truly doomed? Kibito Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. They had initially hoped that Goku and Gohan could fuse to defeat Majin Buu. Yet Buu's cunning had caught them off guard, as he had resorted to trickery to absorb Gohan first. If the people on Earth cannot stop Majin Buu, then the sacred world will never know peace, and may even face annihilation. The Elder Kai lamented, his expression filled with resignation. How could this happen? I do not wish to die. Kibito Kai cried out, kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by despair. He had not yet fulfilled his potential, nor had he exhausted his ambitions. His unwillingness to perish was palpable. Look at your pitiful state. Is this how a Kai should behave? The Elder Kai chastised Kibito Kai, his eyes still fixated on the crystal ball, observing the battlefield. What is that? The Elder Kai squinted, noticing two dark shapes hovering in the air above the confrontation between Goku and Majin Buu. Intrigued, he magnified the image within the crystal ball, adjusting the view until, after several enlargements, two familiar faces emerged clearly. Whis! The Elder Kai exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the Elder Kai shout, Kibito Kai's body jolted, and a surge of elation coursed through him. He sprang to his feet, pushing the Elder Kai aside. It seemed that his call for help had not gone unheard. If Whis had arrived, surely Beerus would not be far behind. Chapter 102. Long time no see, careful now. Young man, why the recklessness? The old Kaioshin tumbled forward, expressing his discontent to Jebbit. Jebbit, however, was oblivious to the complaint, his gaze intensely fixed upon the crystal ball. A sense of relief washed over him as he finally beheld a face that was both unfamiliar yet familiar. Splendid. It is indeed Whis. Now, where is Beerus? As long as Beerus is here, that mere Majin Buu shall be no challenge. Jebbit erupted into hearty laughter, as though life had regained its promise. The old Kaioshin watched Jebbit's foolish mirth, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, another observer of the crystal ball swiftly doused the moment's joy with a splash of cold reality. Do not rejoice too soon. Whis has arrived, that much is true. However, that rascal Beerus is likely not accompanying him. The old Kaioshin mused, gazing at the visage of Ji-Yoon. Huh? Jebbit's laughter abruptly ceased, his voice rising in alarm. He leaned closer to scrutinize the crystal ball once more. What on earth? What game is Beerus playing? Does he not realize his imminent demise? Jebbit surveyed the surroundings, and apart from Whis and an unfamiliar young man, Beerus was conspicuously absent. Ancestors. What shall we do? Will Whis intervene on our behalf? I have heard he is Beerus's master and possesses even greater strength. Jebbit turned to the old Kaioshin, his eyes brimming with hope. Casting a fleeting glance at him, the old Kaioshin coldly replied, Do not harbor any illusions. Whis is an angel. He will not interfere in mortal affairs. The chilling words struck Jebbit like a thunderbolt, leaving him rooted in place, consumed anew by dread. Then what purpose does his presence serve? Is it merely to witness our folly? He lamented. In an effort to avert this crisis since the emergence of Majin Buu, he had tirelessly reached out to Whis, hoping he would bring Beerus to help resolve their plight. Regrettably, each response had been the same. Lord Beerus is napping. I will inform him upon his awakening. This phrase had long fueled Jebbit's indignation. Awakening? By then, will there even be a chance to wake? The old Kaioshin, upon hearing the grievances of the god Jebbit, furrowed his brow slightly, evidently displeased with the conduct of this younger deity. Whis would not be idly spectating for mere amusement. If I am not mistaken, the young man by his side must be the savior we have been awaiting, he remarked nonchalantly, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Although he had recently broken his seal, he had still kept abreast of the various whispers circulating throughout the universe. What can he do? You are well aware of the formidable strength of Majin Buu, who, besides the god of destruction, stands a chance against him. Jebbit questioned, casting a glance at the extraordinarily youthful visage of Ji-Yoon, his tone laced with skepticism. However, being in Whis's company might confer some level of strength. If he could fuse with Goku, there might be a glimmer of hope for victory. Sighing in exasperation, the old Kaioshin lamented. I truly wonder how you ascended to the position of Kaioshin, lacking even a modicum of discernment. Nevertheless, I find myself disinclined to elucidate further. If my conjecture holds true, this impending crisis should soon reach its conclusion. Having been sealed away for many years, he had still managed to gather knowledge about the myriad events occurring in the universe. If he was correct, this young man was none other than Ji Yun, the much-discussed apprentice god of destruction of recent years. Jebbet was taken aback, his eyebrows rising in surprise, clearly unprepared for the high regard his ancestor held for this youth. Meanwhile, on Earth, after absorbing Gohan, Majin Buu's power had surged significantly. He now regarded Goku with a mocking expression, while Goku felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, utterly at a loss for a viable solution. It seemed he had no choice but to fuse with Mr. Satan. Resolutely, Goku decided to attempt the fusion regardless of the uncertain outcome, hoping it might yield extraordinary results. Just as Goku prepared to call out to Satan, a formidable presence descended from the heights above, causing his words to falter. What an overwhelming aura! It feels somewhat familiar. Who could this be? As he sensed the immense energy, a look of astonishment spread across Goku's face. The source of this potent energy emanated from the sky. From Ji Yun himself. Whis, let us descend, he urged. Ji Yun gazed down upon the situation below, speaking softly. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Wei Si nodded slightly. Subsequently, the two descended in a swift motion, appearing directly before Wukong. Wukong, it has been a long time. Ji Yun stood with his back to Wukong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wukong felt a slight jolt in his heart, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. You are? Wukong ventured, gazing at the tall figure with tentative curiosity. Hee, after all these years, you failed to recognize an old friend? Ji Yun turned her head with a gentle smile and kindly addressed Wukong. As Wukong beheld that familiar visage, his eyes gradually widened in astonishment. It's you. Ji Yun, he exclaimed, accurately identifying the person before him. It was indeed the long-lost Ji Yun. Subsequently, a look of ecstatic joy began to emerge in Wukong's eyes. It truly is you, Ji Yun. How wonderful. I thought you were really gone, he said, his voice brimming with excitement. As he grasped Ji Yun's sturdy arms tightly, his gaze sweeping over her repeatedly. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji Yun wore a somewhat peculiar expression on his face. Who informed you of my demise? I am evidently alive and well. Who has spread such a rumor? Ji Yun furrowed his brow and spoke in confusion. Had he truly been gone for such an extended period that anyone would believe he had perished? It was as the king of the realm had mentioned. At that very moment, before Goku could finish his words, Whis abruptly turned his head, interrupting him. Ahem. Let us not concern ourselves with who has spread the rumors. We still have someone in front of us. Let us not treat them as if they were invisible. Shall we? Whis lightly coughed twice, casting a meaningful glance at Goku. It seemed to convey. I recall conveying messages to the king of the realm. And I never stated that Ji Yun would perish. Clearly, we are awaiting a resolution. Have you misinterpreted the meaning, or has the Northern King misinterpreted it? Chapter 103. Allow me to settle this. Goku regarded the somewhat familiar Whis with earnestness. It appeared he had recalled something, and suddenly, clarity illuminated his expression, accompanied by a hint of realization. Ah, it's you. You are the one from that day, Goku exclaimed upon recognizing Whis' visage. Whis, observing Goku's reaction, merely smiled and nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating further. All right, Goku, we can reminisce later. First, let me take care of this fellow. Ji Yun turned his head to gaze at the fiend Majin Buu, speaking in a calm tone. Goku, engrossed in his words, nearly forgot the formidable foe before him. He took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji Yun. Ji Yun, this fellow is exceptionally powerful. We must not underestimate him, Goku declared. His eyes sharp as they scrutinized Majin Buu, his voice low and serious. At present, he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 3. His strength multiplied manifold compared to before, yet, confronting Majin Buu remained exceedingly challenging. Fear not, Goku. He is merely a trivial creature, unworthy of my attention. The serene Ji Yun smiled as he spoke. Indeed, Majin Buu possesses formidable strength, yet can he surpass the likes of Xiang Pa? Can he withstand the might of my Ultra Instinct? Can he emerge unscathed from the forces of destruction? At this moment, Ji Yun found no need to contemplate strategies for dealing with Majin Buu. Rather, he pondered what means would be most suitable to ensure his demise. Though Majin Buu stood at a considerable distance, his absorption of Piccolo had granted him the latter's keen auditory abilities, enabling him to hear Ji Yun and his companion's conversation clearly. Upon catching wind of Ji Yun's audacious remarks, he erupted in a loud retort. Hey, kid, no matter where you hail from, now that you stand before me, Prepare to face death. Having absorbed Gohan, Majin Buu had grown even more arrogant. Previously, Gohan could contend with him to some extent, creating a semblance of balance. However, with the only threat now eliminated, he regarded everyone as beneath him. Hearing Majin Buu's bluster, Goku's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Ji-Yun, I am aware of your immense strength. But that creature is on an entirely different level than the foes we have faced before. To be prudent, would you consider merging with me? Goku's gaze remained fixed on Majin Buu as he extended his palm, presenting the earrings to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun glanced down at the earrings in Wukong's hand. They were the Pot-era earrings belonging to the Supreme Kai. As long as both individuals donned these earrings, their bodies would merge into one, significantly amplifying their power. As Ji-Yun gazed into Wukong's earnest eyes, he merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Gradually, he began to walk towards the formidable Majin Buu. At that moment, in the realm of the King of Worlds, Jebbet was watching Ji-Yun reject Wukong's request for fusion. He pounded his chest in frustration before the crystal ball, exclaiming, "Foolish. Foolish. Just a vain imbecile. This is infuriating." His spittle adorned the surface of the crystal ball. Upon hearing Jebbet's furious tirade, the old King of Worlds struck him on the head with a swift punch. "You insolent wretch, do you even comprehend who stands before you?" The old king admonished without reservation, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment at having such a descendant. Jebbet rubbed his throbbing head, bewildered. "Who is he?" "Just a conceited ignoramus." "Isn't he?" he retorted, his tone rife with defiance. The old King of Worlds shook his head in resignation and delivered another blow. After being struck again, Jebbet quickly shielded his head, feeling a wave of indignation wash over him. "Are you truly a King of Worlds? Have you not noticed the events unfolding in the universe?" The old king lamented. "As kings of worlds, we must remain vigilant to the myriad occurrences across the cosmos," he continued. "What should I have noticed? Ever since I learned of Majin Buu's impending return years ago, I have dedicated myself to devising strategies to confront this catastrophe. I hardly had time to concern myself with trivial matters of the universe," Jebbet replied, his tone tinged with grievance. His words bore truth. Ever since he received news of Majin Buu, he had been restless, losing sleep for years, entirely oblivious to the subtle shifts in the universe. Truly, a decayed log cannot be carved. Focus your gaze. This young man may very well be your future relative by marriage. The old King of Worlds narrowed his eyes, intently watching Ji-Yun within the crystal ball. "I am certain of it. This young man is none other than the apprentice destroyer, Ji-Yun, who astonished the various universes years ago." Jebbet was momentarily perplexed by his ancestor's statement. His heart filled with doubt. Relative by marriage? Who is related to him? "I am a dignified King of Worlds." Meanwhile, on Earth, Majin Buu surveyed Ji-Yun as he approached with measured steps, raising an eyebrow slightly before sneering. "Kid, you don't seem like much. You certainly possess quite the audacity." As Ji-Yun listened to the words of Majin Buu, he smiled and shook his head. He did not perceive his demeanor as arrogance, but rather as confidence. For the term arrogance is reserved for those lacking ability yet still attempting to assert themselves. In contrast, he lacked nothing except for a deficiency in skill. Majin Buu, noticing Ji-Yun's continued silence and mirth, felt the sting of being underestimated. A flame of anger ignited within him. "You little brat, watch how I teach you a lesson." Majin Buu sneered. No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Ji-Yun, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Yet, to Ji-Yun, this velocity appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. With a slight shift of his body, Ji-Yun deftly evaded Buu's attack, which merely grazed past him. "TCH. You actually dodged it," Buu thought, momentarily taken aback, though his expression remained one of disdain. Subsequently, Buu propelled himself forward once more, utilizing his legs for added force, accelerating towards Ji-Yun with a speed several times greater than before. "Let's see how you evade this," Buu growled menacingly. At that moment, his velocity reached its utmost limit. In this world, there seemed to be no one capable of evading such an onslaught. Ji-Yun gazed calmly at the towering figure of Buu charging towards him. With a graceful and agile movement, he effortlessly evaded the attack once more. A resounding boom echoed as Buu's body collided with the nearby mountainside, causing the massive structure to collapse violently, sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. At such a speed, even if one were to strike for an entire year, it would be impossible to graze the hem of my garment. Ji-Yun gazed at the debris-laden form of Majin Buu and remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 104. Playing with Toys. "Incredible!" exclaimed Sun Wukong, gripping the earrings tightly in his hand, his excitement palpable. Since the emergence of Majin Buu, despair had enveloped all of humanity on Earth. They had exhausted every conceivable method, yet a way to vanquish the foe remained elusive. However, Ji-Yun, in this moment, effortlessly evaded Bu's onslaught. A spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. Boom. Just as Wukong was still marveling, the stones concealing Majin Bu's form erupted skyward. An overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the earth. "You scoundrel, I wonder how long you can evade." Majin Bu gritted his teeth and declared. Simultaneously, the ground cracked open, and his body lunged once more towards Ji-Yun. Clearly, the failure of his assault and Ji-Yun's mockery had ignited a furious embarrassment within him. In the depths of his gaze, Ji-Yun observed the sluggishly approaching demon, Majin Bu. With a resigned shake of his head, he suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a powerful fist struck squarely against Bu's face. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Majin Bu's visage had become grotesquely deformed from the impact. Reeling from the blow, he collapsed to his knees. Goku, witnessing Ji-Yun's effortless defeat of Majin Bu, was filled with astonishment. Ji-Yun, still as formidable as ever, Goku murmured, a hint of self-deprecating humor emerging as he recalled his earlier words. Fusion? What a farcical notion. Given the formidable strength of Ji-Yun, how could he possibly require fusion? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji-Yun gazed down upon the fallen demon, Majin Bu, at his feet. Is it still capable of rising? Ji-Yun spoke with an air of nonchalance. The visage of Majin Bu had begun to gradually restore itself. However, upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, his previously pink form instantly transformed to a deep crimson. In his darkened eye sockets, flames of wrath blazed fiercely. You have enraged me, boy. I shall make you wish you had never been born. Majin Bu lifted his gaze, glaring menacingly at Ji-Yun. Yet within, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. Although they had only exchanged a few blows, Majin Bu had already discerned that this individual was not to be confronted recklessly. Otherwise, he could very well meet his demise here. After all, despite his fury, having absorbed Piccolo had rendered Bu considerably more astute, allowing him to grasp the importance of discerning the situation. Very well, I shall remain here. Come and slay me if you dare, Season Yun calmly remarked. The words spoken by the demon Bu were ones he had heard countless times before. Yet, each time he emerged unscathed, as if he had developed a certain immunity to them. Go die. The demon Bu glared fiercely at Season Yun, suddenly rising to his feet. He unleashed a powerful energy wave from his hands, launching it at point-blank range towards Season Yun's body. After releasing this energy wave, the demon Bu paid no heed to its efficacy and leaped backward, soaring into the sky. However, just as he had not yet traveled a significant distance, Ji-Yun had been waiting for him above for quite some time. Do you wish to flee? As Ji-Yun gazed at the terrified visage of Bu, he spoke softly. A wave of dread washed over Bu, prompting him to consider fleeing in another direction. However, before he could make a move, the iron fist of Ji-Yun awaited him. Bang! With a formidable punch, Ji-Yun struck the neck of the demon Majin Bu. The pink figure lost its balance, plummeting directly towards the ground. Before it could make contact, however, Ji-Yun had already returned to the earth. Observing the descending Majin Bu, a faint smirk graced his lips, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Bang! Ji-Yun lifted his leg with precision, delivering a powerful kick that sent the demon Bu soaring into the cosmos. Thus, Bu's form ascended and descended continuously amidst the vast expanse of the sky. Ji-Yun was frolicking on the ground as if playing with a ball, exuding the carefree spirit of a child. This is far too effortless. Wukong observed the scene, where Majin Bu was being toyed with by Ji-Yun, his voice trembling slightly. Here on Earth, they had been battling against the formidable Majin Bu, with some perishing and others grievously injured, all while this wretched creature chased them around like mere playthings. Yet now, with Ji-Yun's return, the tide had shifted dramatically, turning Majin Bu into a mere toy for amusement. In the Kaishin realm, Kibito and the old Kaishin watched the unfolding events through a crystal ball, gasping in astonishment. Even though the old Kaishin had steeled himself for what he might witness, he was nonetheless taken aback by Ji-Yun's displayed prowess. Who exactly is this person? Kibito stammered, his expression one of utter shock. The outcome was simply beyond belief. If someone had told him that Majin Bu was being kicked around like a soccer ball, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet here he was, witnessing the truth with his own eyes. The old Kaishin patted his chest, striving to regain his composure. After a couple of minutes, he finally settled down. If I am not mistaken, this person is none other than our Universe 7's apprentice destroyer, Ji-Yun, he announced, revealing Ji-Yun's identity. Apprentice destroyer? Kibito gasped, clearly taken aback by this unexpected revelation. The old Kaishin sighed, recognizing Kibito's astonishment. As a Kaishin, you must always stay informed about the events unfolding across the universe. No matter what transpires, one must never forget the responsibilities of a Kaioshin. Kibito sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that he had indeed become too detached from the happenings in Universe 7 over the years. The ordeal with Majin Buu had consumed far too much of his attention, leaving him oblivious to other matters. Esteemed ancestor, has this apprentice destroyer already made a name for himself in the universe? Kibito inquired humbly, seeking the old Kaioshin's insights. Based on the ancestor's previous remarks, it seemed that Ji Yun had already achieved a modicum of fame. Otherwise, the ancestor would not have shown such regard. Modicum of fame? It is far beyond that. From what I have gathered, this individual has already gained widespread renown among the 12 universes, from the Kaioshins to the destroyers, and even the esteemed angels, who has not heard of his name. The old Supreme Kai solemnly explained to Jabber the significance of the matter. Indeed, upon hearing the words of the ancestral lord, Jabber was momentarily rendered speechless. This individual is so renowned? He exclaimed, adjusting his throat in astonishment. Observing Jabber's current state, the old Supreme Kai felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Such news had spread like wildfire. It was not only the Supreme Kai, but even those of some stature within the universe should have been aware. Alas, this tale must begin 5 years prior. The old Supreme Kai sighed deeply and commenced recounting the rumors he had heard regarding Ji Yun. However, the specific version of these rumors remained uncertain. Chapter 105, Jabber's instantaneous movement. The old Supreme Kai spoke for approximately 10 minutes, his words flowing fervently as he vividly depicted Ji Yun's illustrious deeds. After concluding his narration, he took a breath, observing Jabber, who was now left in a state of utter astonishment. Do you comprehend now? The old Supreme Kai remarked calmly. A tempest of emotions surged within Jabber. He had never anticipated that the individual he had previously derided as a fool possessed such remarkable achievements. It was truly incredible. Who would have imagined? It seems I have been blind. This fellow named Ji Yun has transcended even the destroyers. Shaking his head, Jabber sighed in disbelief as he gazed at the crystal ball, where Majin Buu continued to be toyed with. He couldn't help but engage in some self-deprecation, realizing that the fool was indeed himself. Suddenly, before Jabber could lament further, the old Supreme Kai delivered a swift blow to his head. Jabber winced in pain, nearly shedding tears, and voiced his discontent. Ancestral Lord, what have I said wrong this time? The old Supreme Kai cast a languid glance at him, slowly nodding, and raised a finger to his lips. Tread carefully, this being transcends even the destroyer of the 6th universe. If that phrase were to reach the ears of the petty Beerus, do you wish to share my fate of being sealed away? The old Supreme Kai cautioned. It was precisely due to offending Beerus years ago that he found himself imprisoned here. Jabber, realizing the gravity of his previous statement, gently touched his now swollen head and replied with understanding. Understood, Ancestral Lord. The elder Kai, upon hearing the words of the god Jebet, nodded slightly. He then lifted his foot and departed from the location, intending to seek a secluded place to rest for a while. Master, are you not watching? Jebet inquired, rising hurriedly to escort him, a look of confusion on his face. The elder Kai had already walked a considerable distance when he raised one hand above his head and waved it gently. No need to watch, Majin Buu is doomed. Continuing to observe will yield the same outcome. The elder Kai's voice, tinged with age, gradually faded as he walked further into the distance. Hearing his words, Jebet silently nodded in agreement. However, he did not dare to leave the scene. The fear of Majin Buu had taken deep root in his heart. Even though he knew that Ji Yun could effortlessly vanquish him, he felt compelled to witness the event with his own eyes to find solace on Earth. After playing for a while, Ji Yun felt a twinge of boredom. There seemed to be no necessity to continue this way. Suddenly, Majin Buu plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into the hard ground. This time, Ji Yun did not kick him away. Instead, he strolled over to the spot where Majin Buu had fallen. At that moment, Buu lay on the ground like a mass of goo, his form grotesquely distorted. Ji Yun seized the antenna atop Majin Buu's head, lifting him effortlessly and placing him before himself. You are on the brink of death. Do you have any final words? As the gentle autumn clouds drifted, Ji spoke to him softly. After all, it was not easy for someone to come into this world, only to face the specter of death now. One must inquire whether there are any final wishes yet to be expressed. I shall end your life. The visage of the demon Buu had contorted into grotesque forms. Yet he still spat out those words with palpable fury. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun nodded slightly. Very well, I comprehend. Upon uttering these words, Ji Yun raised his left hand, directing it towards the face of Majin Buu. Annihilate. The moment those two words escaped Ji Yun's lips, Majin Buu was engulfed in profound bewilderment. Suddenly, his form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His already mutilated body twisted even more grotesquely, as a violet radiance erupted from his pink exterior. Majin Buu seemed to cry out in excruciating agony, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Gradually, his voice diminished, and his body slowly transmuted into a cluster of violet luminescence, which gradually dissipated into the air. Ji-Yun gazed impassively at everything before him. Only when he witnessed the complete annihilation of Majin Buu did he gradually lower the two hands he had raised. This is utterly surreal. Goku shivered, at a loss for words to articulate his feelings in that moment. The term surreal was the only way to encapsulate the shock that Ji-Yun instilled in him. Despite their relentless efforts, they had been unable to defeat Majin Buu, particularly due to his despair-inducing regenerative abilities that rendered them powerless. Yet now, with Ji-Yun's appearance, he had effortlessly vanquished Buu in a matter of moments. How could one not be astonished? In the realm of the Kaioshin, Jupiter was jubilant, bouncing joyfully upon witnessing the demise of Majin Buu. The elation in his heart was beyond words. Oh, what a relief. We have finally defeated Majin Buu. I shall no longer live in fear. Jupiter covered his face, overwhelmed with joy and weeping. He lamented the torment he had endured for so long, as if seeking to expel the terror that had gripped him. After crouching and weeping for a considerable time, Jupiter slowly rose. Gazing at Ji-Yun's handsome and imposing figure in the crystal ball, he resolved to personally meet this apprentice destroyer and express his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, on Earth, the instant Ji-Yun obliterated Majin Buu, an electronic notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a system reward. Jupiter's instant transmission. As the system's voice faded, a refreshing and luminous sensation coursed through Ji-Yun's mind. The distribution of all planets in the seventh universe vividly materialized within his consciousness. It seemed that any location or corner could be reached instantaneously with just a thought. What an extraordinary skill! Ji-Yun marveled at this extraordinary ability, finding it far superior to the instantaneous movement employed by the Ardritans. After all, the former required merely a mental shift to traverse the realms of the seventh universe, while the latter necessitated the perception of an appropriate aura before one could teleport. It was precisely because he could not sense Earth's energy in Beerus's presence that he was unable to utilize instantaneous movement to return directly to Earth. Thankfully, this dilemma had now been resolved. In a flash, Ji-Yun concentrated and vanished from his original spot. Huh? Where did Ji-Yun go? Goku exclaimed, intending to approach and engage in conversation, only to be taken aback by Ji-Yun's sudden disappearance. Whis observed the spot where Ji-Yun had just been, narrowing his eyes with a glimmer of intrigue. What is this ability? I see. This is becoming increasingly fascinating, Whis mused to himself with a gentle smile. Chapter 106. Weeping loudly in a flash, another figure materialized in the very spot Ji-Yun had vacated. This newcomer was not Ji-Yun, but rather Jebet, who had instantaneously traveled from the Kaioshin realm. Where is everyone? This should be the right place. Jebet muttered softly, surveying the remnants of the recent battle. Confirming his location, Goku, noticing the sudden appearance of another individual, was immediately drawn to him. Recognizing his old acquaintance, Goku called out cheerfully, "Hey, Lord Jebet, over here." Upon hearing Goku's voice, Jebet turned to him and also noticed that Whis had not departed, reassuring him that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Jebet flew toward the two. Whis raised an eyebrow, sensing an aura that felt vaguely familiar, though the visage before him was entirely unrecognizable. "Hello, Whis," Jebet greeted as he approached. Whis, taken aback by the apparent familiarity, inquired with curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" Jebet scratched his head awkwardly and pointed to his ear, explaining, "I am the Kaioshin, and due to this earring, I have fused with Jebet. We are currently inseparable, hence I am now Jebet." Upon hearing this, Whis's understanding dawned. No wonder the aura felt familiar. It was indeed the Kaioshin ass, albeit with a drastically altered appearance that rendered him unrecognizable at first glance. So you are the Kaioshin. My apologies for the oversight." Whis responded with a faint smile. God Jebet still wore an awkward grin, his current appearance rendering him neither human nor ghostly, far removed from the visage of a supreme Kai. "Lord Jebet, are you aware that Majin Buu has been vanquished?" Goku exclaimed excitedly to Jebet, simultaneously removing the earrings from his ears, along with the one he had been holding, and returning them to him. Jebet accepted the earrings Goku handed over, his tone equally jubilant as he remarked, "I witnessed it through the crystal ball. Indeed, Ji-Yun is remarkable. But where is he now?" Jebit glanced around, yet still failed to spot Chi Yun's figure. Since Weiss is still here, Chi Yun cannot have departed alone. I'm not sure. He was just here. And we hadn't even had the chance to celebrate with him before he vanished in an instant. Goku scratched his head, expressing his bewilderment. However, he had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, for Chi Yun always seemed to arrive and depart in mysterious ways, leaving no trace behind. Weiss, do you know where he has gone? I wish to thank him in person. Jebit once again inquired of Weiss, who had come alongside Chi Yun. Given his capabilities, he surely knew Chi Yun's current whereabouts. Weiss looked at Jebit with a smile and then pointed in a certain direction, speaking nonchalantly. Chi Yun has gone that way. His departure seems quite sudden. He must be intending to meet someone. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Goku looked in the direction he indicated and scratched his head. Suddenly, he smacked his palm in realization. That should be towards Kame House. He must be going to see Bulma. She is over there, along with his son. Goku exclaimed with newfound clarity. Weiss raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering to himself, goodness. Is he perhaps playing both sides? On the vast, expansive sea, a picturesque island rested upon the waves, adorned with red-roofed houses. A blue-haired boy, around 5 or 6 years of age, was tirelessly sweating on the beach. With a resounding thud, the boy unleashed a punch, sending colossal waves crashing upon the surface of the sea. The powerful gust of wind stirred up clouds of sand upon the shore. His resolute little face bore a striking resemblance to Chi Yun, the only difference being his blue hair. Otherwise, he was a miniature version of Chi Yun. Is this truly my son? Chi Yun stood high above, exhaling deeply. His gaze, imbued with complexity, rested upon the tiny figures below, while his heart swirled with a myriad of emotions. After having departed for so many years without a trace, he pondered how the mother and son had fared in his absence. As Chi Yun continued to observe the scene beneath him, a person who had haunted his dreams materialized within his line of sight. Chi Yuntong's pupils constricted to an extreme degree, unable to suppress the tumult of emotions within. In a swift motion, she vanished from the heights of 10,000 meters. Whoosh! Chi Yun appeared directly on the small island, standing before the person who had long captivated his heart. Bulma, I have returned. Chi Yun spoke softly to the person before her. This individual was none other than Bulma, whom she had not seen for 6 long years. The sudden appearance of this figure startled her greatly. However, upon recognizing the familiar visage, tears began to well up in her eyes. When she heard that beloved voice, the emotions that had been pent up for 6 years finally erupted. Bulma threw herself into Chi Yun's embrace, pressing her face against his chest, and began to weep uncontrollably. Chi Yun gently embraced her, drawing her close. He inhaled the familiar scent that enveloped him. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I should have returned sooner. Season Yun expressed her profound guilt and offered her apologies, her tone laden with self-reproach. Upon hearing her words, Bulma's sobs intensified, her grip on Season Yun's hand tightening as if she could never bear to let go. The sound of Bulma's weeping drew the attention of a young boy, whose brow furrowed with a fierce intensity, his gaze revealing an unmistakable animosity. Turning swiftly, he beheld his mother weeping in the embrace of a stranger. Instinctively, the boy perceived Season Yun as a threat and shouted in anger, "You scoundrel, release her at once." As he yelled, he charged towards Season Yun with determination. In the blink of an eye, he stood before her, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, yet regrettably, none proved effective. Chi Yun's grip around Bulma's waist tightened further. At this moment, he had no desire to be distracted by anything else, although Bulma was still crying loudly. She yearned to fully immerse herself in the warmth emanating from Chi Yun. Unconsciously, her body pressed even closer to him. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Let go of me, you jerk. The little one exclaimed through gritted teeth, observing that her attempts to resist and her warnings had no effect. The scoundrel only intensified his embrace, holding her mother even tighter. Frustration welled up within her, and she circled behind her mother, desperately tugging at Chi Yun's fingers. Chapter 107. I am your father. Unfortunately, the little one's efforts were in vain. The strength of Chi Yun was so immense that it was beyond the capacity of the little one to even stir. Not even a single finger could be moved. The small creature was exhausted, his face flushed and beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his cheeks, as he exerted all his might against Chi Yun. A tall man with fiery red hair heard the commotion. Upon his arrival, he beheld Chi Yun and Bulma locked in a tight embrace, while the irate little fellow nearby was jumping about in frustration. Chi Yun, what are you doing? The red-haired man intoned softly yet sternly, calling out the boy's name. As Chi Yun beheld the tall, red-haired man approaching, it was as though he had spotted a savior, and he promptly began to cry out for help. Uncle 16, please hurry and come to our aid. This scoundrel is tormenting my mother and refuses to relent. Ji-yun leaped and shouted with exuberance. Upon hearing this, number 16 furrowed his brow slightly. Bulma's husband, Ji-yun, was his savior, and she had personally aided in his physical restoration. Naturally, he could not condone anyone bullying her in his presence. However, it was peculiar that, despite Bulma's persistent tears, she showed no signs of resistance. At that moment, Ji-yun had his back turned to him, and number 16 could not discern his features at all. Uncle 16, don't just stand there in a daze. Please hurry up. Will you? Ji-young, in a state of great anxiety, was calling out fervently. Although 16 was perplexed, he was unaware of Bulma's predicament at that moment. Given the circumstances, to prevent any harm from befalling Bulma, the only course of action was to separate the two. All right, you step aside for now. I shall confront him. 16 replied in a grave tone. With that, he prepared to advance and subdue Ji-yun. Bulma, though deeply saddened, could still hear their exchange. The reason she had initially ignored her son was due to the overwhelming excitement she felt upon seeing Ji-yun. She simply wished to immerse herself in the warmth he exuded. However, upon realizing that 16 was about to take action, she was suddenly jolted back to reality. Stop it, 16, Bulma exclaimed, pushing Ji-yun away, halting her tears, and speaking to 16 with a choked voice. 16, who had been poised to strike, paused, looking at Bulma with confusion. Mom. Ji-yun witnessed his mother breaking free from her restraints and immediately leaped into her embrace. After nuzzling his head against her for a moment, he turned his gaze, extending his arms to shield Bulma. With eyes wide open in a fierce glare, he stared at Ji-yun. Ji-yun also awakened from her slumber. She gazed at Bulma, whose face was still adorned with traces of tears. Ji-yun wore a deep expression of apology on her face, intending to approach her and engage in a heartfelt conversation when she suddenly noticed Ji-yun standing in her way. Little one, your name is Ji-yun, is it not? Ji-yun crouched down and spoke in a gentle tone. Although he had just been immersed in a world of two with Bulma, he was still acutely aware of the conversations happening around him. Humph. Ji-yun let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Ji-yun, refraining from responding to his inquiry. But do you know who I am? Curious, Ji-yun tentatively inquired, gazing at the diminutive version of herself before her. I care not who you are. Depart swiftly before my temper flares. Ji-yun spoke fiercely, resembling a miniature adult. However, his voice carried a distinct childishness. Coupled with his profoundly aggrieved expression, he appeared utterly endearing. Bulma, who had been on the verge of tears, could not help but chuckle upon hearing her son's words. Truly, he was her precious son, and her affection for him was certainly not in vain. Upon hearing these words, Ji-yun was rendered somewhat speechless by the retort. In exasperation, he cast a glance at Bulma before preparing to unleash his ultimate move. I am your father. Ji-yun solemnly spoke to him, his gaze imbued with utmost seriousness. However, the scene of a long-awaited father-son reunion that Ji-yun had envisioned, one filled with tears of joy, heartfelt embraces, or perhaps curses directed at the memory of a father long deceased, did not materialize. Instead, he observed Ji-yun's small face once again flushing crimson, panting heavily, as if consumed by profound anger. How dare you insult me? Ji-yun's hair bristled, and gritting his teeth, he spoke as if he had been subjected to a profound indignity. Upon hearing this, Ji-yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Realizing that he might not have articulated himself clearly, he hurriedly prepared to clarify. I didn't curse. However, before Ji-yun could finish his sentence, with a furious punch, Ji-yun aimed directly at Ji-yun's face. Ji-yun dared not lay a hand on his son, fearing he might inadvertently harm him. Instead, he could only continue to evade, while explaining, I truly am your father. This is an undeniable truth. The blood of both your mother and I flows within you. No matter what, this father-son bond cannot be denied. After Ji-yun finished speaking, he began to ponder his words. Suddenly, he felt that something was indeed amiss. It sounded rather odd. It seemed as though he was indeed scolding someone. Silence, please. Ji-yun bellowed furiously, resembling an agitated young lion, recklessly advancing to seize its prey ahead. Bang! Ji-yun struck fiercely, landing a direct blow to Ji-yun's left eye. Ji-yun hesitated, her thoughts wandering aimlessly, struggling to articulate her confusion. Unfortunately, she was struck directly, her body jolting backward, stumbling several steps away. Fortunately, the figure behind her, number 16, swiftly intervened, supporting Ji-yun and preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Ouch. You certainly hit harder than I expected. Ji-yun covered his left eye, fortunate that his physical resilience was sufficiently robust. Had it been an ordinary person, such a blow would undoubtedly have rendered them blind. Nevertheless, even so, Ji Yun's left eyelid began to swell. Number 16, it has been a long time. Ji Yun steadied himself and turned to greet number 16. As no. 16 gazed upon the familiar visage, his eyes gradually widened in recognition. After all, being a robot, his memory capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Although their encounters had been limited in number, he instantly recognized Ji Yun. It truly has been a long time. So it is you who has returned. No. 16 remarked with a gentle smile. Having observed him embrace Bulma earlier, number 16 had harbored a faint suspicion that this individual might be Ji Yun. It was only upon seeing his face directly that he could definitively confirm it was indeed the man he remembered. Just as the two engaged in conversation, a swift whooshing sound began to resonate from behind them. Upon witnessing a successful strike, Ji Yan's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Frenzy, take another punch from me. With a swift motion, Ji Yan's fist surged towards the back of Ji Yun's head, aiming to decisively incapacitate the detestable fellow. However, just as Ji Yan's fist was about to make contact with Ji Yun, Ji Yun tilted his head slightly to evade the oncoming force. Simultaneously, he seized Ji Yan's arm, rendering him unable to escape. Chapter 108. Remarkable individuals. Ji Yun felt his arm ensnared, his body thrashing desperately in an attempt to break free. Alas, all was in vain. Ji Yun's grip showed no sign of relenting. You scoundrel, release me. Let me go. With an innocent expression, Ji Yun scolded, his short legs kicking relentlessly at Ji Yun's ribs. Kid, I told you, I am your father. If you dare to insult me again, beware of me breaking your backside. Ji Yun turned her head to look at him, feigning a menacing expression as she threatened him. Ji Yun was disinclined to listen to Ji Yun's ramblings. After failing to break free, he began to seek assistance from the figure standing beside Ji Yun, known as number 16. Uncle 16, help me. Please save me and help me defeat this scoundrel. Ji Yun gazed at number 16 with a face full of hope. Upon hearing his plea for assistance, no. 16 could not help but feel a twinge of amusement. At the same time, he helplessly shook his head. I apologize, Ji Yun, but I am powerless. I cannot contend with your father. Number 16 replied with a faint smile. Uncle number 16, he is your. Upon hearing that the 16th had no intention of assisting him, Ji Yun wished to utter something further. However, as he pondered over this statement intently, he suddenly fell into a moment of astonishment. Wait, you claim that you cannot contend with my father. He truly is. Ji Yun widened his eyes in disbelief, slowly turning his head to gaze at Ji Yun. At this moment, Ji Yun gazed at him with gentle eyes. Simultaneously, the hand that